In her previous life, in a desperate bid to escape the identity of Mrs. Li, Sheng Xia was perpetually on the run. Captured and fleeing again, she continually clashed with Li Xingyan, believing that he would grow weary of her antics and ultimately let her go. However, to her astonishment, he perished in his attempts to protect her. Upon her rebirth, she vowed to lavish upon the man who had loved her unconditionally for 5 years the affection he so richly deserved. That very night, she ensnared her wealthy husband, her voice sweet and tender as she offered her crimson lips. "Darling, I long for your embrace." Chapter 1, Dying to Protect Her. Sheng Xia. In the haze of consciousness, an urgent call pierced through her foggy mind, compelling her to muster the strength to open her eyes slowly. The room was engulfed in thick smoke, and a man emerged through the flames. His handsome visage illuminated by the fire revealed Li Xingyan, who, despite the chaos, maintained an unwavering demeanor, his cold, abyss-like eyes scanning for something. Upon spotting her, a flicker of warmth briefly illuminated his gaze before it reverted to its usual chill. "Would you rather die than escape?" The oppressive aura that surrounded him instilled an unfathomable fear deep within her soul. "The flames are too fierce. Saving me will only hinder you. Please, do not concern yourself with me. Flee." Sheng Xia murmured with great difficulty. "Except for me, no one has the authority to determine your fate. If we are to leave, we shall do so together." Without further ado, Li Xingyan scooped up the nearly unconscious woman and dashed towards the exit. For 5 long years of marriage, she had been evading the identity of Mrs. Li, caught in a relentless cycle of capture and escape, perpetually opposing Li Xingyan, convinced that he would eventually tire of her and let her go. Yet, even if she drove Li Xingyan to the brink of illness with her temper, he never relinquished his hold on her. This time, however, she seized the opportunity of his hospitalization to flee Jin Garden. Yet when she found herself in peril, Li Xingyan disregarded his own safety to rescue her who had fled his grasp time and again. For what reason? Just as Sheng Xia believed Li Xingyan was about to carry her away as he had done countless times before, a deafening roar erupted from above. The world spun around her. It felt like an earthquake. Debris rained down from the ceiling, the building threatening to collapse. Sheng Xia squeezed her eyes shut in terror. "Watch out." In a split second, a pair of strong arms swiftly pulled her beneath him. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a small, hollow space. In that critical moment, Li Xingyan had used his own body to create a triangle of safety for her. He, however, was pinned by a massive concrete block across his torso, blood trickling down his face. "Li Xingyan, how are you? You're bleeding profusely." Didn't she despise Li Xingyan? Why, then, did her heart ache so fiercely at the sight of his injury? Why the tears? "I'm not dead yet," Li Xingyan murmured, his face ashen, his lips parched and cracked. Before long, the rescue team arrived, and the fire was swiftly extinguished, but the concrete block proved immovable for the moment. In the darkness, Sheng Xia could feel Li Xingyan's breaths grow shallow. "Li Xingyan, what's wrong? Don't you dare drift off, I implore you." Never before had Sheng Xia felt such terror. "This time, I might not be able to hold on any longer." Li Xingyan's voice was weak yet imbued with countless affections. "No, that cannot be. You shall not perish. It is said that the wicked live for 1,000 years. How could someone as bad as you possibly die?" Sheng Xia choked back her sobs. She had never envisioned that her departure from Li Xingyan would lead to his demise. No, she could not bear the thought of him dying. Fear gripped her heart. Li Xingyan slowly removed his ring, the silver band gently brushing against his cracked, pale lips. He placed the ring into Sheng Xia's hand. "This wedding band, I return it to you. Once the ring is removed, it signifies your freedom." These were the very words Li Xingyan had once spoken to her. "No, Li Xingyan, I do not want this. I only wish for you to live." As Sheng Xia listened to Li Xingyan's last words, her tears flowed uncontrollably. "Promise me, you must survive and emerge from this." He weakly finished his plea, gently covering her eyes, his breath gradually ceasing. "No. Li Xingyan, do not leave me. I will never be willful again. Please awaken, I cannot bear to lose you." Her heart felt as if it were being pierced by 1,000 sharp blades, the pain rendering her breathless. At first, the hand that covered her eyes still held a trace of warmth, but as time passed, it grew increasingly cold. After an indeterminate passage of time, rescuers finally managed to carve a path to life. Sheng Xia desperately shook Li Xingyan's body. "Li Xingyan, we are saved. Help has arrived." But his body had already grown rigid. When rescued, Li Xingyan tenaciously maintained a protective posture around the person in his embrace, rigid as a statue. A faint smile lingered on his lips, and his scarred hand still shielded the woman's eyes. Miraculously, Sheng Xia, nestled in his arms, was preserved with only minor abrasions. Medical personnel were unable to separate them, and they were compelled to lift them onto the stretcher together. In the hospital, Sheng Xia lay weakly in the sickbed as the lawyer read aloud. Having been diagnosed with cancer, Master Li executed his will. I shall now read its contents. I have completed the organ donation registration form, and with the consent of my immediate family parents, I voluntarily donate my heart to my wife, Sheng Xia, upon my death. Furthermore, excluding the portion inherited by my parents, all other properties, stocks, antiques, real estate, etc., shall be inherited by my wife, Sheng Xia. Given that Master Li was discovered deceased, the heart donation cannot be executed. As long as Miss Sheng signs now, she can inherit all the property specified in Master Li's will. That concludes the reading. Li Xingyan. Sheng Xia repeated his name, her eyes unfocused, as if she had lost her mind. The man who invariably appeared the first to shield her from danger had vanished from this world. As soon as the lawyer departed, she was left alone in the sick room. Closing her eyes, it was as if he was still present. During her moments of fear and trepidation, his repeated assurances, "Don't be afraid," still echoed in her ears. Li Xingyan, the man standing atop the pyramid of the business empire, who was supposed to be the pride of heaven, how could he possibly be dead? Alas, he was indeed deceased. She had borne witness to his rigid cadaver, dust-laden and appearing so forlorn. He perished to safeguard her. Her heart throbbed with increasing agony, as though submerged by the ocean's depths. Well, if it isn't Sheng Xia? Bereft of Li Xingyan's protection, still eking out an existence? Her erstwhile confidant, Su Yanyan, approached with a sneer. Accompanying her was Sheng Xia's object of affection, Ji Jiaming. Observing the two of them, hand in hand, intimately positioned before her bedside, Sheng Xia sought clarification, yet the acute pain in her heart rendered her utterly powerless. Ji Jiaming, with a contemptuous sneer, advanced and removed Sheng Xia's oxygen mask, casting a disdainful gaze upon her complexion as it progressively turned purple due to respiratory distress. Sheng Xia, never anticipated this, did you? I instructed you to await me at the tenement house, yet in reality, I had already tampered with the location. Li Xingyan was fully cognizant of the peril involved, yet willingly courted the risk, even sacrificing his life to rescue you. A witless woman such as yourself, are you even worthy of me? Li Xingyan, so astute, why would he willingly forfeit his life to save her? Why would he undertake such an action, fool? Sheng Xia clutched at her heart, and the more her breathing faltered, the more vivid became the image of Li Xingyan, like a sculpture, shielding her. We preemptively injected a heart disease-inducing agent into her medication. Now, Sheng Xia's demise will occur without detection, and with Li Xingyan gone, no one will investigate further. Perish, my dear confidant, you woman asinine as a swine. Ha ha ha, with Li Xingyan eliminated and Sheng Xia deceased, the task entrusted to us by the benefactor is consummated. Accompanied by a chilling cackle, the vision of midsummer grows increasingly indistinct before me. Chapter 2, She was reborn. A splitting headache assaulted her senses as Sheng Xia awakened in the sweltering summer heat, overwhelmed by the intense dizziness of a hangover. The familiar surroundings made her feel as though she were lost in a dream. Wedding photographs lay shattered across the floor, fragments of glass scattered everywhere, the minimalist black, white, and gray design punctuating the chaos, alongside the electronic dynamic calendar on the wall, all of which unmistakably signified she had been reborn. Reborn 4 years prior. At this moment, she and Li Xingyan had just celebrated their first wedding anniversary. A series of knocks echoed through the air, accompanied by the voice of a maid. Miss Xia, as per your instructions, I have contacted Master Li, he is on his way back. Everything else has been arranged accordingly. Within the confines of the Jin garden, Sheng Xia harbored an intense aversion to the title of Madame Li, insisting that the maids address her simply as Miss Xia. Li Xingyan? Without hesitation, Sheng Xia rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window. A black Lincoln limousine, adorned with a familiar license plate, glided down the avenue and came to a halt in the luxurious villa's parking lot. As the car door swung open, Sheng Xia's breath caught in her throat. A man clad in a perfectly tailored suit emerged, his features strikingly chiseled, exuding an inherent nobility that rendered him almost unapproachable. His distinguished demeanor suggested a wealth that was instinctive, making it difficult for others to meet his gaze. Tall and handsome, he ruled over a vast commercial empire that spanned the globe, encompassing various sectors. Whispers among outsiders spoke of his enigmatic nature, formidable influence, and ruthless tactics, earning him the revered title of Master Li. The man glanced toward the upper floor, as if sensing scrutiny, prompting Sheng Xia to retreat behind the curtains. It was him. Li Xingyan. Her heart raced inexplicably, a strange emotion swirling within her chest. Numerous tales surrounded Li Xingyan, each more captivating than the last. Some proclaim him a demon, a being devoid of compassion, committing every imaginable atrocity. Others label him a murderer, asserting that by now, his hands must be stained with blood. In his eyes, there exists no semblance of emotion, only an unwavering pursuit of self-interest. In a past life, she, having succumbed to the whispers of gossip, harbored an intense loathing for him. Yet, it was he, Li Xingyan, who shielded her fiercely in her time of peril. With this thought, Sheng Xia flitted like a delicate butterfly, hastily descending the stairs until she encountered the familiar yet austere figure before her. Breathless from her sprint, her gaze locked with the man's, and she found herself frozen in place. His features resembled distant mountains, exuding an innate authority without a word, his high, straight nose accentuating the sharpness of his visage, which bore a chilling expression. Clad in a black suit, he radiated an aura of icy detachment. This was the man she had once feared and despised in equal measure, now standing vividly before her. Sheng Xia's breath caught, her eyes suddenly reddening. In an attempt to mask this, she lowered her gaze. Her eyes fell upon his large hand, its pronounced knuckles evoking thoughts of a man who was untouchable in Jin City, a figure wielding immense power. Want a divorce? Are you resorting to self-inflicted suffering to achieve it? His piercing gaze flicked towards her, accompanied by a cold snort. The atmosphere around them plummeted into a frigid abyss, and the sweltering heat of the day felt chillingly unbearable. Following his gaze, she glanced at her leg, where a serpentine scar still bore traces of blood, an injury sustained the previous night when, in a drunken stupor, she had fallen while handling wedding photos. Shards of glass inflicting their cruel mark. She recalled that last night, she had sent a photo of her injuries to Li Xingyan, who was on a business trip, and had threatened self-harm if he did not agree to a divorce. Therefore, Li Xingyan's return now was for just moments ago. The maid had mentioned that she had followed her instructions. Suddenly, it dawned on her. She had instructed the maid to prepare the divorce agreement in advance and had set up a phone stand in the living room, declaring her intention to live-stream the divorce with Li Xingyan to her online followers. In her previous life, Li Xingyan had refused to grant the divorce. Yet the spectacle of that live-stream had garnered widespread attention. Despite his swift efforts to suppress the news, the damage had already been done, causing the shares of the Li Corporation to plummet for an entire week. Contemplating this, Sheng Xia felt a shiver run through her. Meanwhile, Li Xingyan had approached the coffee table, where the divorce agreement she had already signed lay. Without a moment to spare, Sheng Xia rushed to the table and snatched the document away from Li Xingyan, tearing it to shreds before the camera. Who said I wanted a divorce? Aren't we doing just fine? Sheng Xia laughed awkwardly. Li Xingyan's expression remained utterly impassive, his handsome visage shrouded in a veil of coldness. He opened a drawer and retrieved an object from within. Come here. He was always sparing with words, preferring silence at home unless provoked by her. He was accustomed to issuing commands, even to her. Typically, Sheng Xia would choose to act in defiance. The more he demanded, the more she would resist. At this moment, gazing upon that austere figure, memories of a past life flooded her mind, how she had once driven Li Xingyan to the brink of despair, ultimately leading him to develop a severe illness. He now approached her with faltering steps, recalling the 48 hours he had sheltered her in his embrace, and the will she had penned in advance. Uncontrollably, her feet moved toward him, and she took a seat beside him. His frigid voice always sent a shiver down one's spine. Oh, in the sweltering summer, she sat softly beside him, her clear eyes involuntarily fixating on his visage. A sudden sharp pain shot through her leg, and she couldn't help but wince. In response, the man's touch became gentler, as he rolled a cotton ball soaked in antiseptic over her wound, applying a cooling ointment with his fingertips. Such tender moments were rare for him, despite his icy demeanor. His eyes seemed to overflow with compassion. Sheng Xia glanced at her reflection in his pupils. The toll of sleepless nights spent in nightclubs had robbed her skin of its luster, the dark circles from hangovers rendered her appearance utterly lackluster. Her hair was a wild mess, resembling a bird's nest, and her attire epitomized the cheap, gaudy style of nightclubs, lacking any semblance of quality. In an attempt to gain weight and transform her appearance, she had gorged herself for a year, causing her weight to surge from 90 to 150 pounds, making her look stout and robust. She had done all this to provoke Li Xingyan's disdain, to create distance between them. unaware that such actions not only failed to achieve her goal but also tightened his grip over her. After all, Li Xingyan was not one to indulge in self-inflicted pain. How could he possibly feel pity for someone who resembled a bloated pig? As for why Li Xingyan would marry her, it is perhaps due to her perceived simplicity. Having wedded her, he is assured that she harbors no ulterior motives regarding his wealth, making her easily manageable and controllable. This contrasts starkly with certain formidable unions, where a divorce would entangle both parties in numerous financial dealings and complicate future collaborations between their families. In close proximity, Li Xingyan's visage loomed near. And for reasons unknown, perhaps stemming from their shared brush with mortality, she found him less intimidating than he appeared. He typically addressed her as Sheng Xia, yet in moments of vulnerability, he referred to her as Sheng Xia. Could it be that after their lengthy marriage, he had come to regard her as family? Do you believe that by masquerading as an obedient doe, I would acquiesce to your desire for divorce? The man's clear voice disrupted Sheng Xia's train of thought. As he spoke, his gaze flicked toward the nearby camera rig. Chapter 3, addressing her as Mrs. Li. Oh no. I almost forgot about this. Sheng Xia sprang from the sofa and rushed to the rig, the sound of his footsteps echoing behind her. There was no time to waste. In a moment of desperation, she extended her arms to block his path, only to inadvertently collide her lips against his neck. Feeling his body tense, the air seemed to freeze, and she experienced a profound embarrassment. At this moment, she regrettably recalled that there was not just one camera rig. In her quest to comprehensively broadcast the process of her divorce from Li Xingyan, she had strategically positioned at least 10 cameras, some in plain sight, others discreetly hidden, all capturing the scene live. It is not difficult to envision the tempest of public opinion this would unleash online. In the man's eyes, a hint of astonishment reflected her plump visage, a face so ample that it seemed impossible for his gaze to encompass it entirely. Sheng Xia, feeling a sense of embarrassment, lowered her head. If she did not express her stance promptly, this matter could undoubtedly impose a significant impact on Li Xingyan and his company, potentially becoming an indelible blemish on his life. You misunderstood. I never intended to divorce you. In her past life, this live broadcast had garnered the attention of over 1 billion citizens, making its impact profound. To declare her position before such a multitude was indeed a test of courage. Sheng Xia, what trickery are you up to now? Wasn't it you who first raised the topic of divorce? The man's tone was icy. Last night, I had too much to drink. What I said doesn't count, Sheng Xia replied, her face flushed with audacity. Weighing in at 150 pounds. Destined to reach 180 before her demise. Li Xingyan's willingness to sacrifice himself to save her revealed that he was not as fearsome and devoid of humanity as legends suggested. If he merely sought a convenient marriage to inherit the family fortune, she could accept that. Furthermore, should they divorce now, how could she ensure her own safety? A divorce would severely tarnish the reputation of the L Corporation, especially given that the company had only recently gone public. I do not care what games you are playing. I warn you, do not even think about divorce. With that, the man, his demeanor frigid, ascended the stairs without a backward glance. Sheng Xia released a sigh of relief, and, under the watchful eyes of the cameras, formed a heart shape towards Li Xingyan's retreating figure, donning a professional smile before swiftly terminating all broadcasts. However, it was too late. The frenzied comments flooding the livestream caused all the phones to freeze, and the application crashed entirely. Could it be that Mr. Li is blind? Did Mrs. Li not claim to be the legendary beauty that comes once in a millennium? Who is this woman, resembling a pig? Yet, that overweight woman announced her intention to divorce, and Mr. Li surprisingly showed no resistance. Mrs. Li may not possess the typical high beauty standards, but she must have some charm, otherwise, how could she have captivated Mr. Li? Mr. Li is so refined. Just moments ago, when he was applying ointment to Mrs. Li's wound, his touch was incredibly gentle, embodying the archetype of a domineering CEO who dotes on his wife without reserve. This woman must be under some enchantment, I ought to report her. Has she used some dark sorcery to control Mr. Li? Sheng Xia clutched her throbbing head, realizing that the mess she created must be resolved by her own efforts. The frequent use of as fat as a pig certainly stings one's self-esteem. Mr. Li had gone upstairs, while she had smashed their wedding photo last night. When Sheng Xia breathlessly reached the bedroom door, she found Mr. Li standing in the middle of the room, shards of glass scattered beneath his shoes. Amidst the chaos lay a large wedding photograph. In that photograph, a woman with a graceful figure, flawless skin, and clear eyes stood beside Mr. Li, exuding an air of elegance that made it hard to believe she was Sheng Xia from a year ago. After all, a year prior, she had weighed only 90 pounds and had been pursued by countless admirers. Now, witnessing her current state, she sighed, reflecting on how foolish her past self had been. Mr. Li must be furious, right? In this wedding photograph, for every time she stumbled, he had it reframed. Having chosen her as his spouse, he must harbor some regret. Yet at present, the reputation-conscious Li Xingyan finds himself in a predicament from which he cannot extricate himself. In truth, he has demonstrated considerable grace, despite her physique changing. Becoming both heavier and less attractive, and even snoring during the night, he has never expressed disdain or suggested separation. The very notion of her as Mrs. Li appearing in public must surely be a source of discomfort for him. She yearns to apologize to Li Xingyan or perhaps offer some explanation. Yet after ruminating over it multiple times, she finds herself unable to conjure a single justification. Until, suddenly, the shrill ring of her phone shatters the silence. Li Xingyan glanced at the wedding photo, answered the call, and coldly passed by her. Shortly thereafter, Sheng Xia heard the sound of Li Xingyan descending the stairs. His voice raised in fury as he reprimanded the servant. How many times must I remind you to limit her alcohol intake? Her heart is weak. And what of her injured leg? Why was I not informed in a timely manner? What purpose does our family doctor serve? Hearing the servant's timid explanations, Sheng Xia felt a flush of embarrassment. This was not the maid's fault. She had deliberately refrained from allowing anyone to clean up, intending to provoke Li Xingyan, and had also neglected to tend to her wounds, using them as leverage against him. Yet now, as Li Xingyan's anger erupted, she could discern that beneath it all, he was genuinely concerned for her. Upstairs, Sheng Xia concealed herself behind the curtains, observing as Li Xingyan hurriedly entered his car, clearly summoned by an urgent matter at the company. As the car departed from Jingyuan, in the past, whenever she witnessed Li Xingyan leave, she longed to celebrate with firecrackers. Yet at this moment, her gaze followed the vehicle gradually disappearing from sight, and an unexpected sense of melancholy washed over her. Inside the car, the stoic man in the back seat caught the attention of the driver, Leng Zhan, through the rearview mirror, who knew all too well that he must have faced some displeasure at home. Mr. Li, there's something I've been holding back from asking you. Then hold it back. This time, he could no longer restrain himself. You are on a business trip for important negotiations. Yet you are acutely aware of Sheng Xia's unreasonable antics, and you do not even inquire about them before abandoning your work to return. Such a woman is hardly worthy of your attention. Mrs. Li Xingyan's voice was cold and authoritative. Huh? I do not comprehend your meaning. Typically sharp-minded, Leng Zhan now found himself perplexed. Address her as Mrs. Li. Leng Zhan, you have been by my side for many years, you are aware that as my subordinate, you must adhere to the rules. The implication was clear, he should not address Sheng Xia by her first name. I wish to understand. Leng Zhan was genuinely curious as to why Mr. Li, despite having the choice of anyone, had chosen Sheng Xia. It was true that she was beautiful at the time of their marriage, but now, post-marriage, she had become both plump and unappealing, with a temperament that had soured. What could Mr. Li possibly see in her? Even while on a business trip, he worried about a 150-pound woman at home, whether she was eating and sleeping well. Mr. Li's aesthetic sensibilities had never faltered. How could he possibly dote upon someone as greasy and low in quality as that hefty woman? Chapter 4, The Treasure of Summer Shen. At one point, Leng Zhan believed that Sheng Xia possessed some secret treasure that would capture the heart of Master Li. However, after a year of observation, he found not a single redeeming quality in her. It would be prudent for you to remain silent regarding matters that do not concern you. Li Xingyan afforded Leng Zhan no opportunity to voice his thoughts, as he closed his eyes in meditation, his aura exuding a chilling intensity that rendered the atmosphere almost suffocating. Leng Zhan harbored serious doubts about whether Sheng Xia had bewitched Master Li. In the car, Li Xingyan clicked on a news link sent by his friend, Lu Mubai. The headline proclaimed that Mrs. Li had threatened to livestream her divorce, yet unexpectedly, she was online flirting with her husband, feeding her audience a mouthful of dog food. Attached was a message from Lu Mubai, "Boss, should I have someone suppress this news?" The man's penetrating gaze fixated on the photograph accompanying the article. Beneath the long lashes of the woman were her astonished, large eyes, her red lips slightly pursed as she kissed his neck. Li Xingyan recalled the tingling sensation that had coursed through his skin at that moment, causing the corners of his lips to curve ever so slightly. Meanwhile, Lu Mubai received a perplexing text message. Let it be, he thought. Isn't the boss the one who despises gossip the most? Why is he allowing this particularly juicy piece of news to remain? At present, the boss's mood seemed rather amiable. However, there was one piece of information he felt compelled to relay, despite the discomfort it might bring. Boss, I fear Sheng Xia's recent actions are merely a ruse to divert your attention. According to reliable sources, in a few days, she is set to elope with Ji Jiaming. Through the rearview mirror, Leng Zhan caught a glimpse of the man in the back seat, his thin lips pressed tightly together, radiating a frigid aura that enveloped the entire vehicle in a chilling gloom. Leng Zhan's heart skipped a beat, and a shiver ran through him. Master Li has always been unpredictable. He conjectured that his temper this time must be related to Sheng Xia. Within the confines of the Jin Yuan, Sheng Xia instructed the maid to tidy up the bedroom. Xiao Zhang, please take this wedding photo and have it reframed, ensuring it looks exquisite. And hang it in the original spot. The maid was taken aback, questioning her own hearing. Sheng Xia had always held a profound disdain for anything associated with Li Xingyan, particularly their wedding photo. How could she possibly want it reframed and displayed again? Was there some ulterior motive? What? Do you need me to repeat myself? Why yes. It's just that Master Li mentioned putting away the wedding photo, stating it would no longer be framed or hung, since it was to be. The maid hesitantly glanced at Sheng Xia. Had Li Xingyan's heart grown cold towards her? She realized that, for some time, their bedroom had not displayed the wedding photo. It dawned on her that this was the moment it had begun. Sheng Xia gazed at Li Xingyan in the photograph. In truth, even if it were merely based on looks, he was more than deserving of her, his handsome visage, noble demeanor. And the fact that he had never strayed in their marriage, at least, she had always focused on this aspect. Seeking grounds for divorce but had never found any incriminating evidence against him. I am the mistress of this household, heed my words. If I say to reframe it, then it shall be reframed. If Li Xingyan has any objections, tell him it was my directive. There was an unprecedented firmness in Sheng Xia's tone. Li Xingyan had given her a life, since he sought familial affection, she would grant him that. Her past experiences taught her that without Li Xingyan, she was nothing. The maid responded timidly, for she understood that with Sheng Xia, there must be a reason behind every unusual occurrence. It was likely that Sheng Xia was concocting some underhanded scheme to provoke Li Xingyan's ire. The room had been tidied. And as Sheng Xia surveyed the familiar surroundings of the bedroom, an inexplicable sense of tranquility washed over her, dispelling any fear. Although Li Xingyan appeared to be the epitome of villainy, she felt utterly secure in his presence. One must ponder. What nefarious individual would be willing to sacrifice their own life to protect someone who consistently stands in opposition to them? Li Xingyan was a successful businessman, adept at swiftly weighing the pros and cons of any situation. She ought not to perceive him as a villain, nor should she continually provoke him. The doctor had even remarked that his ailments stemmed from her actions. Suddenly, the phone rang, and upon glancing at the screen to see the name Su Yanyan, her expression turned icy. Anger surged from within her, for in her past life, this so-called best friend had manipulated her mercilessly. In this life, she would not be so foolish. As soon as Sheng Xia answered the call, Su Yanyan's anxious voice came through. Hello, Sheng Xia. What on earth is going on? Didn't I instruct you to livestream your divorce? Why did you say you weren't going to divorce, and worse? Why did you betray Jia Ming by kissing that heinous monster, Li Xingyan? It was clear that Su Yanyan was dissatisfied with the content of the livestream. Sheng Xia feigned a deep sense of grievance as she replied, I'm sorry, I truly did not mean to. The moment I saw Li Xingyan, I was overcome with fear. What I said was coerced, I assure you it won't happen again. She would not easily let Su Yanyan off the hook. She needed to delve deeper to uncover the identity of the financial backers lurking in the shadows. Su Yanyan's demeanor had improved slightly as she remarked. I am currently at the entrance of your villa, but the security won't allow me entry. Is that so? It must be Li Xingyan who has prohibited any unauthorized individuals from entering. Unauthorized individuals? Sheng Xia deemed her an unauthorized individual? It infuriated her. Su Yanyan felt more discomfort than if she had swallowed a fly. After a brief pause, Sheng Xia suggested, how about this? I will speak to the housekeeper and have him grant you access. She was eager to see what kind of pearls of wisdom Su Yanyan could muster. With Sheng Xia's intervention, Su Yanyan entered with a sullen expression. From her furtive glances, it was evident to Sheng Xia that Su Yanyan harbored a deep yearning for the opulence of the villa and its lavish decor. Particularly as her eyes betrayed her true feelings, jealousy. Sheng Xia seriously questioned her past self for having considered such a woman a close confidant. Sheng Xia. I have heard another piece of news regarding Li Xingyan. He enforces a 996 work schedule on his employees, and one employee developed leukemia from overworking. Li Xingyan actually forced him to resign and denied any coercion, claiming it was voluntary. Don't you find him utterly repulsive? A quintessential blood-sucking capitalist. Su Yanyan spat through gritted teeth. Oh? Is that so? Sheng Xia was not provoked this time. Instead, she inquired further, what is the name of that employee? And which hospital is he in? I will have someone investigate. If this is indeed the case, I shall use my private funds to assist him. It is important to note that in her previous life, she harbored a profound disdain for Li Xingyan, with 90% of the blame resting squarely on Su Yanyan. Su Yanyan was utterly unprepared for the unexpected turn of events brought on by Sheng Xia. She had always been led along like a puppet in the past. How could such matters possibly come to the attention of an outsider? After all, this is a scandal pertaining to the Li family. And its revelation would tarnish the company's reputation. However, one could glean the true, nefarious nature of Li Xingyan from this situation. Sheng Xia feigned ignorance. Yet how could it be that Li Xingyan had just invested 10 billion yuan to establish a foundation to aid children suffering from leukemia? Yet would neglect to provide care for an employee? If this were to leak, it would only further damage the company's standing. Chapter 5, Call me Mrs. Li Xingxia. What is going on with you? Do you disbelieve me and instead trust that demon Li Xingyan? Or have you completely forgotten that your dear Jiaming is waiting for you outside? Su Yanyan questioned with a furrowed brow, her displeasure evident. Jiaming, such an endearing address. It seemed the two had long since crossed a line. She had not forgotten how her dear friend and Jiaming had conspired against her, ultimately leading to her demise. All while mocking her cruelly. Even Li Xingyan had been ensnared by them, meeting his end within a dilapidated building, a myth that had now crumbled. Of course I believe you. I was merely asking casually. I am well aware of the kind of person Li Xingyan is. Then continue your antics, indulge in drink. And perhaps you can grow even fatter, then Li Xingyan will surely abandon you. With that, Su Yanyan produced a box of medicine from her bag and handed it to Sheng Xia. This is a weight gain medication. If you indulge in greasy foods and take these pills, you will inevitably continue to gain weight. However, rest assured that once Li Xingyan divorces you, you will be able to shed those extra pounds, and then you can be with Jiaming again. Sheng Xia felt a chill in her heart. These weight gain pills were making her increasingly corpulent. Eventually, her obesity placed an immense strain on her heart, leading to a cardiac condition. Li Xingyan, troubled by her illness, even went so far as to draft a will, pledging his heart to her. It was all due to her foolishness and inability to control her appetite that Li Xingyan suffered. If she were to be deceived again, she swore she would not bear the surname Sheng. All right then, Sheng Xia said as she rose. Yan, please wait a moment, I will fetch you something delightful. Upon hearing this, Su Yanyan's face lit up with uncontainable joy. Sheng Xia always indulged herself in the finest luxuries, and previously, she had persuaded Sheng Xia to gift her several sets of skincare products worth thousands. If Sheng Xia was now proclaiming these items to be exquisite, they must surely be of considerable value. Perhaps an LV bag? No, that would be too common, surely an Hermes. For Li Xingyan had never hesitated to spend lavishly on her. After a wait of over 10 minutes, Su Yanyan eagerly approached as Sheng Xia descended with a cumbersome cloth bag. Yan, these are the clothes and bags you recommended to me, they are truly beautiful. I believe that good friends should learn to share, so I am giving all of these to you. Sheng Xia emptied the contents of the bag, her innocent smile illuminating her face as she introduced each item. This is the necklace you suggested I wear. I believe this 10 yuan plastic necklace truly complements your essence. The grandmother gray vest is quite warm, aren't you most afraid of the cold in winter? And these liberation shoes are suitable for any weather, truly practical. Su Yanyan wore an expression as if she had swallowed a fly, which amused Sheng Xia greatly. These garments and accessories were previously recommended by Su Yanyan, who claimed they embodied a refined aesthetic. If that is the case, then you might as well keep them for yourself. Yan, what's wrong? Do you not like the gifts I gave you? Sheng Xia blinked her large eyes. I like them. Su Yan forced herself to swallow her words like bitter medicine. That's wonderful. By the way, Sheng Xia, I've arranged a gathering for you at the nightclub tonight. You should go and enjoy some drinks, lest you find yourself under the same roof as Li Xingyan, who might lead you astray. Every time she organized such gatherings, enticing Sheng Xia to indulge in alcohol, Su Yan herself had never attended, and typically abstained from drinking altogether. Originally, Sheng Xia was a beloved beauty. But under Su Yan's influence, she had transformed into an unattractive figure, while Su Yan, using the luxurious skincare products and beauty cards she provided, blossomed into an ever more exquisite version of herself. Feigning innocence, Sheng Xia glanced at the clock on the wall and remarked, "Oh dear, it's already this late. Li Xingyan will be back soon. Yan, you should hurry and leave." Is he coming back? Su Yan's eyes sparkled. If Li Xingyan could be attracted to someone like Sheng Xia, perhaps he could also take notice of her. Did he not just return? I saw you both on the livestream not long ago. In the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia discerned Su Yan's thoughts and remarked, "Alas. Li Xingyan saw me intoxicated and breaking our wedding photo. He insisted that someone must have instigated me, and he is determined to uncover that person." Suddenly, Sheng Xia halted, feigning trepidation. And then what? Su Yan pressed. He would twist her neck and dispose of the body to feed the dogs, Sheng Xia replied coldly. Sheng Xia, I just remembered I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave, Su Yan stammered. The mere thought of Li Xingyan's stern and icy demeanor sent shivers down her spine. She had attempted to seduce him once, merely brushing her hand against his, and nearly faced dire consequences. A chill enveloped her as she felt that if he were to utter such words, he would indeed follow through. Why does Sheng Xia possess such fortunate fate? Hey, do take care as you leave, I have yet to give you your gift, Sheng Xia insisted, pursuing her while forcing a hefty bag weighing at least 40 pounds into Su Yan's hands. You are my dearest friend, next time. I wish to see you adorned with the gift I bestowed upon you. Farewell. With the cumbersome bag in tow, Su Yan hurried away without daring to glance back. Unfortunately, the string of the bag snapped, causing her to stumble at the entrance of the villa. Sheng Xia let out a cold laugh and approached the coffee table, discarding the weight gain pills into the trash. From this day forth, she no longer needed to gain weight, on the contrary, she must shed some. She truly despised the thought of maintaining such a large visage and dreadful figure while in the presence of Li Xingyan. Just as she turned toward the staircase, she pivoted back, retrieving the discarded pills from the trash and handing them to Uncle Xia, who had witnessed the entire scene unfold. Xiaobo, could you kindly arrange for someone to deliver this box of medicine to the relevant testing institution? I wish to ascertain whether it contains any ingredients beyond those intended for weight gain. Xiaobo, the capable steward of Jing Yuan, is a person whom Li Xingyan holds in the highest regard. Testing? Miss Xia, but this medicine was given to you by your closest friend, someone you trust implicitly. Sheng Xia responded with a cold smile, is that so? The best of friends? Perhaps once. After the results are obtained, please send them to me. Xiaobo, momentarily lost in thought while holding the medicine, sensed an undeniable change in Sheng Xia. By the way, Xiaobo, please ensure that a nutritionist formulates a balanced meal plan for my 3 daily meals. I wish to avoid excessive high-calorie intake. Additionally, I require a fitness instructor, preferably a female coach, to avoid any misunderstandings. I will dedicate 3 hours daily to essential exercise. Thank you for your efforts. What on earth is Sheng Xia up to? Xiaobo paused for a moment, yet he still bowed respectfully. Yes, Miss Xia. Xiaobo. Miss Xia was my title prior to marriage, please refer to me as Mrs. Li from now on. By the time Xiaobo fully grasped her words, Sheng Xia's silhouette had already vanished around the corner of the staircase. Mrs. Li, upon her arrival, had reacted with fury when he addressed her as such, shattering a precious antique vase in the process. Now, she seemed to have taken a peculiar turn, insisting he call her that. Could it be that her daily indulgence in wine had clouded her judgment, leading her to such eccentricity? Chapter 6, I am waiting for you upstairs. The bedroom floor has been thoroughly cleaned. In the sweltering summer, her mind felt clouded as she sat on the bed, replaying the moment she inadvertently kissed Li Xingyan's neck downstairs. In a previous life, they had not been strangers to physical intimacy. Yet none of those encounters had left her heart racing for such an extended period as this one. She forced herself to shake off those peculiar images, pinching the soft flesh on her abdomen. Surely, being kissed by a hefty man would be repulsive to him. It was only his impeccable composure that concealed any discomfort. Agitated by the mound of flesh upon her, she resolutely spent 2 hours on the treadmill. For lunch, she consumed merely a cucumber, and when hunger struck, she resorted to drinking plain water. At the Li Corporation, in the president's office, Li Xingyan received a call from Xiaobo Masterly. "It's about Madame Li." "What has happened to her?" Li Xingyan's brow furrowed into a small mountain. "Su Yanyan has come to Jinyuan again." There was a brief pause on the line before Li Xingyan snorted disdainfully. "What has she said to Sheng Xia this time? Is she relaying messages for the Ji family?" "Perhaps. She has been attempting to entice Madame Li, even providing her with weight gain medication to ensure she continues to oppose you." "How absurd," he muttered, his narrow eyes narrowing further. With his capabilities, extinguishing Su Yanyan would be as effortless as squashing an ant, yet he spared her for Sheng Xia's sake, wishing to shield her from sorrow. It was evident that Sheng Xia regarded Su Yanyan as a confidant, and Li Xingyan did not wish for her to be heartbroken. However, it seemed that Madame Li dismissed Su Yanyan's slanderous remarks, instead speaking in his favor. After a few moments of silence on the line, the tension in Li Xingyan's furrowed brow began to ease slightly. She also urged Su Yanyan to leave quickly and finally insisted that I test the components of the weight gain pills. These actions signify that Sheng Xia's behavior is quite unusual. Moreover, Mrs. Li has scarcely eaten throughout the day, skipping dinner entirely. Xiaobo reported anxiously. "Fasting? She has so many tricks up her sleeve. Does she think that by doing this, I will be at a loss for how to handle her?" Li Xingyan was enraged. A day filled with exhausting work, devoid of any solace from his marriage, only added to his countless troubles, a daily experience for Li Xingyan throughout the past year of their union. Xiaobo sighed. He genuinely felt for Master Li, wondering if Sheng Xia was truly blind to let go of such a remarkable man for someone else. At 10 in the evening, Sheng Xia glanced at the clock on the wall and yawned. "Mrs. Li, it is already quite late. Master Li is unlikely to return. Perhaps you should eat something first," Xiaobo advised. Although he referred to her as Mrs. Li, Xiaobo harbored no fondness for Sheng Xia. He had witnessed all the ways she had mistreated Master Li over the past year. It was hard to forget how many noble young ladies had wept and clamored to marry Master Li, only to be rejected. Everyone assumed Master Li had lofty standards and numerous demands, yet in the end, he chose Sheng Xia, a woman lacking both lineage and qualities, who was neither considerate nor reassuring. A year into their marriage, she had not even conceived a child. Xiaobo looked at the narrow-tongued Sheng Xia and sighed, utterly perplexed as to what Master Li saw in her. Li Xing did not return home for dinner, but always called ahead. Since he called, "He must be coming home for dinner, it's nothing to worry about, I'll wait," smiled Sheng Xia while stretching. Upon seeing her smile, Xiaobo was momentarily taken aback, soon followed by an ominous premonition. Sheng Xia was likely concocting new strategies to deal with Master Li. Over the past year, had she not devised enough tactics? Xiaobo sighed, just as the sound of a car pulling into the driveway broke the silence. Master Li was back. Sheng Xia suddenly sprang from the sofa, standing upright and nervously smoothing her long hair, her gaze fixed on the doorway. A pair of glossy black shoes stepped in, shattering the quietude of the room. The man was enveloped in an aura of darkness, his cold, deep gaze flickering toward the stiffly standing Sheng Xia. Remembering the message from Lu Mubai, a surge of anger welled up within him, as if it was about to erupt at any moment. The servant approached to take the man's discarded suit, too frightened to meet his eyes, trembling in fear. A brisk, clear sound of footsteps approached rapidly, soon standing before Sheng Xia. "Have you learned new tricks?" The man's voice was devoid of warmth, instilling dread in all who heard it. "What, new tricks?" Sheng Xia was somewhat puzzled. She had waited for him until this late hour. Why was he angry upon his return? "Are you trying to starve yourself again? Or is there some condition you wish me to agree to?" His voice was magnetic, drawing one in like a magnet. For some inexplicable reason, her gaze was involuntarily fixed upon him, particularly on his attractive, thin lips. A perplexing question plagued her thoughts, one that she could not fathom. In her previous life, she had reached a weight of 180 pounds. How could Li Xingyan have embraced her so tenderly? Was it that he had long suppressed his desires, choosing not to seek solace elsewhere, or did he possess an unusual penchant for those of a fuller figure? Yet, this did not align. For when he had come to propose, she had been quite slender. Each time he kissed her, there was no hint of disdain. Instead, he seemed wholly absorbed, lost in the moment. Despite his thin lips, he was an adept kisser, leaving her flushed and breathless until he finally released her. As for their first time, "Are you disregarding my words?" A sharp pain jolted her chin as Li Xingyan grasped it firmly, gazing down at her with an intensity that revealed his ire. "What are you daydreaming about? A year into our marriage, and you're still thinking of..." His eyes glowed with fury, his breath growing erratic, signaling his profound anger. Anger harms the liver. In her previous life, her constant irritation had pushed him to the brink of liver cancer, yet he had never held it against her. In his will, he had even specified that his heart should be donated to her after his death. How ungrateful she felt. This thought made her eyes well with tears. "No. I am not daydreaming, I was merely contemplating how to respond to you." She narrowed her eyes at Li Xingyan, offering a playful smile. "I am not starving myself. I am intentionally eating less because I wish to lose weight." The girl's smile momentarily rendered Li Xingyan speechless. She could bestow her smiles upon anyone. Yet she had always been sparing with him. "Lose weight?" He scoffed. "You are not even overweight, why deprive yourself? This reckless refusal to eat will only ruin your stomach." In the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia was taken aback. She was not overweight? The visible double chin, the spare tire around her waist, and the elephantine legs made it evident that her physique was far from slender. Even a brief stroll left her breathless. Was this not a sign of being overweight? Beside her, Xiaobo gasped in disbelief, harboring grave suspicions that, as rumored, Master Li might indeed have a penchant for plump women. Yet, among the affluent daughters, there were plenty of those carrying extra weight. Many believed that if they offered themselves to Master Li, who had a preference for the fuller figure, they would be greeted warmly. However, he had always dismissed such women with a stern demeanor, never showing any inclination towards them. "Li Xingyan, in truth I have been waiting for you." Sheng Xia fidgeted with her fingers, feeling somewhat lost. Under his intense gaze, she struggled to breathe. The surrounding atmosphere was eerily silent, as if the frantic beating of her heart echoed in the stillness. "Would you care to join me for a meal?" she ventured, but upon receiving no immediate response, she continued on her own accord, a faint smile gracing her lips. Her obedient demeanor stirred something within Li Xingyan. Yet the realization that this was merely a facade for her own convenience darkened his expression. "I have already dined, there is no need to wait for me next time." "Already dined?" Sheng Xia was momentarily taken aback, disappointment flickering in her eyes as her lips formed a sulky pout. Yet, upon reflection, what right did she have to feel discontent? She had, both overtly and covertly, vexed Li Xingyan numerous times. As she endeavored to compose herself, she noticed Li Xingyan engaged in quiet conversation with Xiaobo. Shortly thereafter, the dishes were reheated and placed upon the table. The man seated at the dining table served himself several portions, casting a sideways glance at Sheng Xia as his deep voice commanded, "What are you standing there for? Come over. Did you not already eat?" In the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia sat across from Li Xingyan, posing a rhetorical question. The man did not respond. Instead, placing a bowl before her, it became evident that he was not dining himself, but rather serving her. Sheng Xia lowered her gaze to the bowl, filled with tender, thornless deep-sea fish, succulent crystal shrimp, and exquisitely grilled prime beef. As she surveyed the lavish spread, she marveled at how Li Xingyan had discerned her culinary preferences without her ever voicing them. However, when she attempted to recall his own favorites, her mind drew a blank. Chapter 7, The Embarrassment of the Medical Report. Sheng Xia initially intended to eat only a few bites out of courtesy. Yet she found it difficult to squander Li Xingyan's kindness and thus continued to eat in silence. "Sir, the medical report for Madam has arrived," Xiaobo announced with utmost deference, presenting the document to Li Xingyan. 2 days prior, Li Xingyan had arranged a medical examination for Sheng Xia, and she felt a twinge of curiosity about her health status. In her previous life, she had neglected her well-being until a heart ailment compelled her to reflect regretfully. As she savored the last morsel, her curiosity propelled her to lean closer to Li Xingyan, unable to resist a glance. His expression stiffened, revealing a hint of discomfort. Could it be that her health had deteriorated so soon? When her eyes fell upon a particular line in the report, her face flushed crimson. and she felt a wave of mortification wash over her. Xiaobo, sensing the unusual atmosphere between them, discreetly stole a glance at the report and nearly choked in shock. The results revealed that Sheng Xia was, astonishingly, still a virgin. Good heavens! Despite being married to Li Xingyan for a year, she remained untouched. It should not be the case. Young and vigorous, with robust health, it was implausible that they had ever been apart. Yet, how could such a peculiar conclusion be inscribed in the medical report? Although she was indeed a maiden, the thought of their first encounter in her past life left her breathless. In truth, it was not that he had forced her, rather, it was she who. A peculiar flush crept over Li Xingyan's face, extending to the back of his ears. He cleared his throat, seemingly concealing something. The report indicated a body fat percentage exceeding 50, hinting at potential signs of obesity-related cardiomyopathy. The man furrowed his brow, as if confronted with an insurmountable dilemma. Sheng Xia merely wished to find a hole to burrow into, her embarrassment causing her toes to curl involuntarily. She seized the medical report from him and murmured, "Li Xingyan. It is quite late, let us retire for the night." With that, her face flushed crimson, and she fled up the stairs with the swiftness of the wind. Li Xingyan's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze still trailing in the direction she had vanished. "Xiaobo, tell me, what did you just hear?" he whispered. His expression inscrutable despite the bright lights of the room, making it impossible to discern his emotions. Xiaobo felt a shiver run down his spine. Madame Li said. "It is late." "No, the latter part," the man's fingers tapped leisurely against the table, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. She urged you to rest," Xiaobo stammered. She said, "We." Li Xingyan's thin lips curled into a cold, sardonic smile, as if mocking someone, or perhaps, himself. In her determination for jijiaming, she was willing to go to such lengths. It seemed she was resolutely set on eloping. Inside the bedroom, Sheng Xia hurriedly clutched her clothes and dashed into the bathroom, turning on the shower and listening to the sound of water as she leaned against the door, breathing rapidly. In the past, she had paid little heed to Li Xingyan's demeanor, openly opposing him. Yet now, as she gazed at her own excess weight, a wave of inferiority washed over her in his presence. Humans are creatures of appearances, and given Li Xingyan's high standards in his work, it was only natural that he would expect the same from a partner. Perhaps he now regretted his earlier misjudgment. In truth, she had long grown weary of her unhealthy, corpulent body, and she wished for their first encounter to not mirror the unfortunate circumstances of their previous life. Was she mad or ill? Why was she dwelling on such unwelcome thoughts? Sheng Xia lightly thumped her head, indulged in a thorough bath, and styled her hair to her own satisfaction before emerging from the bathroom. As she closed the bathroom door and lifted her gaze, she froze in place. Under the soft glow of the bedside lamp, Li Xingyan sat propped against the headboard, clad in a light blue robe. He wore a pair of rimmed glasses, one hand holding her medical report while the other perused something on his iPad, seemingly researching medical terminology. It appeared he genuinely cared for her well-being, a level of concern she had never afforded her own health report. His physique had always been remarkable, a topic of gossip on online forums. Yet she had consistently dismissed it. Strangely, the faint memories from her previous life surged forth at this moment, overwhelming her. His robust and powerful physique, with perfectly sculpted abs, was mesmerizing. In moments of excitement, he would softly whisper her name in her ear, and was he once again imagining separation? Li Xingyan did not even lift his head, dismissing her with a coldly sarcastic remark. "No, I certainly do not wish for separation." She found herself unable to articulate, fearing that such words might lead to misunderstandings. As they conversed, she moved to the edge of the bed, inhaling deeply before lifting the covers and lying stiffly beside him. This was her first time taking the initiative to share a bed with him, after a year of marriage. She had consistently resisted closeness, choosing to sleep at the foot of the bed while he occupied the head, resulting in her frequent backaches. Eventually, after discovering her lumbar issues, the arrangement reversed, with Li Xingyan taking the foot and her settling at the head. She yearned to remain unperturbed, to glide through the night unnoticed. But her ample frame made it impossible to ignore the slight dip in her side of the mattress. As she shifted, the sensation of the mattress trembling became even more pronounced. A faint, enchanting aroma wafted through the air, reminiscent of body wash. And Li Xingyan's gaze had long since strayed from the report before him. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Sheng Xia obediently sleeping beside him. her chubby little hands nervously clutching a corner of the blanket. Li Xingyan, aren't you going to sleep? Her voice quivered. In her past life, she had always existed under Li Xingyan's control, harboring an innate fear of this man, not due to a timid disposition, but because this fear was ingrained within her. The mere sight of him would immediately evoke those buried emotions. Throughout the day, her behavior had been far from normal. Despite the room being suffused with warmth, Li Xingyan felt as though he were ensnared by an oppressive heat, struggling futilely to break free from its grasp. Frustrated, he cast aside the report and, with a decisive snap, extinguished the light, plunging everything into darkness. As he lay down, a sweet, honeyed voice floated to him from the shadows. Li Xingyan. I never intended for us to live apart. I acknowledge my past mistakes. Can we coexist harmoniously in the future? Perhaps shrouded by the darkness. She could not perceive the chill in his piercing gaze, emboldening her to speak more candidly. Her demeanor had never been so conciliatory. The more she sought reconciliation, the more his ire ignited. How exactly did you err in the past? Pray, enlighten me, he replied, his voice low and deep, akin to the finest aged wine, intoxicating in its richness. I have treated you poorly, often provoking you and causing you distress. As your wife, I have failed to fulfill my obligations, leaving you disappointed time and again. What obligations are you referring to? The man's tone held a hint of intrigue. Sheng Xia's face flushed crimson. She was not naive, having experienced life before. The implications of her words were not lost on her. Chapter 8, I aspire to be a good wife. She fell silent. Her breaths quickening, her mind racing back to a past incident where she had unwittingly indulged too much. Not only did she dare to enter the bathroom unannounced, critiquing his physique, but she had also gone so far as to touch him. It was astonishing that he, a man of considerable size, had not retaliated with fury. In the aftermath, her actions had escalated even further. Was she becoming distracted once more? The man's voice carried an unmistakable chill. Aware that he could not see her, she nonetheless shook her head in a flurry, feeling utterly exasperated. No. Li Xingyan, may I pose a question to you? She inquired suddenly. Speak, he replied, his tone tinged with impatience, and she could sense the quickening of his breath. Do you dislike me? Sheng Xia pondered for a moment before adding, marrying a woman of my size must be quite a burden for you, and I have embarrassed you online. At least you possess some self-awareness. The man scoffed, whether you are plump or slender, what difference does it make? You are still you. Besides, your temperament and warped worldview have been evident for quite some time. There is no need for me to reiterate that. Her self-deprecation was but a modest expression. Yet Li Xingyan's blatant belittlement stung. Angered by his unabashed critique, Sheng Xia swallowed back the retorts she had intended to voice. She turned her ample form away from him, presenting her back, acknowledging that he possessed just one redeeming quality, his physique. Were it not for his past act of saving her life, she would not even deign to acknowledge that singular merit. In a fit of frustration, she rolled over multiple times before suddenly switching on the light, slipping into her slippers, and striding to the table. She filled a glass with cold water and gulped it down in one breath. What girl would willingly accept such an assessment from a male? Especially one who was. Sheng Xia felt a wave of injustice wash over her. In the past, Li Xingyan's words had barely registered with her. But never before had she felt such emotional turmoil as she did in this moment. However, when her melancholic gaze drifted toward the bedside, she beheld the man resting his hands as a pillow, his deep and captivating eyes fixed upon her. In that moment, she was reminded of the earthquake, when he had been trapped beneath the rubble, and she could always sense his gaze lingering on her, as if fearing that if he looked away, he might never have the chance to gaze upon her again. She yearned to inquire of Li Xingyan whether her figure had been indelibly etched in his memory, a haunting presence that would never fade. Yet, that opportunity had slipped irrevocably from her grasp. The fleeting resentment of a young girl dissipated with surprising ease. She regarded Li Xingyan earnestly, declaring, Li Xingyan, I may be overweight, but I will lose weight. My temper may be poor, yet I am capable of change. As for my values, I can learn and improve. After all, absence sharpens appreciation. Do not underestimate my capabilities. Tell me, what is your intention behind this? The man's lips parted slightly, akin to a lofty deity judging humanity. Intention? Sheng Xia pondered momentarily before exclaiming, I wish to become a competent wife. I may not have been exemplary in the past, but it is never too late to mend. I can change, can't I? Her eyes sparkled with hopeful anticipation as they focused intently on him, as if her words were unassailable, emanating from the depths of her heart. Is that so? Then allow me to gauge your sincerity. A devilish smile graced the corners of the man's lips, his nonchalant demeanor igniting a flicker of irritation within her. As if he were deliberately challenging her sincerity. Yet, she found herself powerless in this regard. After all, the trust between them had been shattered by her own hands. And now she must bear the consequences. Sincerity, what kind of sincerity did he seek? In the darkness, a gentle moonlight filtered through. The man's alluring Adam's apple moved slightly, exuding an irresistible sensuality. Sheng Xia's mind exploded in a flurry of memories from her previous life. Under the influence of alcohol, she had barged into the bathroom, forcibly seizing Li Xingyan's shower head, playfully spraying water on his chiseled abdomen while laughing exuberantly. Li Xingyan, I never realized your physique was so remarkable. That day, Li Xingyan had genuinely been angered, his eyes aflame as he pointed at her in fury. Sheng Xia, how many times must I remind you? Your heart is weak. Drinking is strictly prohibited. If you get intoxicated again, get out and sober up. Perhaps emboldened by the alcohol, she defied his orders, wrapping her arms around his neck and clinging to him like a spoiled child. If you dare continue like this, do you believe I? Upon hearing his threat, the inebriated Sheng Xia became even more audacious. Come on, I'm waiting. You better be sincere about it. Li Xingyan. I must inform you that I currently weigh a hefty 180 pounds. Before she could finish her sentence, his lips descended upon hers without hesitation. Her hands pressed against his chest, feeling the warmth radiating from him. As she regained her senses, she pondered how the term sincerity, usually brimming with positive energy, had taken on a twisted meaning in her situation. At that moment, she was sober. How could she offer him sincerity now? Yet, without expressing her sincerity, Li Xingyan would not easily believe her. She yearned to witness his current demeanor, recognizing that everything stemmed from her own actions. Perhaps there was a touch of self-sabotage in everyone. Reluctant to let go, she understood that without sacrifice, one cannot capture the wolf. As this thought crossed her mind, Sheng Xia held her breath, swiftly approaching the bedside. Kneeling on one knee, and leaning in with her eyes closed. Her heart raced furiously, pounding within her chest. Is she truly about to offer her first kiss in this lifetime? Just as she believed she was on the verge of kissing him, the man turned his head away, a chill emanating between them. Thus, she was rejected. Sheng Xia's pride suffered a considerable blow, especially given Li Xingyan's expression, which unmistakably conveyed his reluctance. So, it seems that in a previous life, he was not particularly selective, rather, he had simply been pent up. Now, however, he was not in a state of desperation that compelled him to lower his standards and kiss a hefty figure weighing 150 pounds. This was a result of her own avoidance, yet she could not be blamed for lacking sincerity. Sheng Xia's face flushed with embarrassment as she turned off the lights, lay down, and pulled the blanket over herself, all in one swift motion, leaving her feeling indignant. If he did not desire sincerity, why bring it up at all? To mention it and then reject her, she was, after all, a girl who valued her dignity. Did Li Xingyan not understand that? For him, she would genuinely go to great lengths. Li Xingyan scoffed, which felt like adding insult to injury for Sheng Xia. What was this nonsense about doing it for him? They seemed to be on entirely different wavelengths. Afterward, neither of them addressed the other, and after a prolonged silence, Sheng Xia waited in vain for Li Xingyan to make the first move, which left her so agitated that she couldn't sleep. Although she had been reborn and granted a second chance, the road to mending their relationship seemed long and arduous. Nevertheless, regardless of what he said or did, Li Xingyan treated her as if she were his closest kin, and at least his conscience was clear, he genuinely cared for her. Even if it did not manifest as love. For that reason alone, she would not easily give up. Uncertain of how much time had passed, her eyelids began to grow heavy, and she gradually succumbed to slumber. In her dreams, she seemed to hear a man's gentle sigh, imbued with an endless sorrow. Chapter 9, Trusting You, Why? A beam of light fell upon her face, and as her eyes were stimulated by the brightness, her lashes fluttered swiftly. MMM. Sheng Xia murmured softly, slowly opening her eyes. As her vision transitioned from hazy to clear, she beheld a strikingly handsome face, with the man in deep repose. a fringe of thick lashes casting shadows over his captivating yet intimidating eyes. Viewed from the side, his nose appeared like a small mountain. And when his thin lips were pursed, they conveyed an air of solemnity and gloom, instilling a sense of apprehension in those who encountered him. Li Xingyan was undeniably handsome, which perhaps explained why countless young women in Jincheng found themselves utterly enchanted by him. There is a saying that floats around online: seeking a handsome man is no different from seeking an unattractive one when it comes to the likelihood of infidelity. It is better to choose a pleasingly handsome partner. Should he stray, one might at least find solace in his allure. Li Xingyan had never been unfaithful, aside from her. A woman who considered herself both overweight and unattractive, he had never embraced another. His penchant for cleanliness extended to his emotional life as well. Within their marriage, he consistently prioritized responsibility and obligation. Whoever claimed he was inscrutable, asserting that marrying him meant being at his mercy, was mistaken. Whether or not he played with hearts remains uncertain, yet it was undeniably to save her that he had perished. Sheng Xia understood well that Li Xingyan had been true to her and to their marriage. She gazed for a while, becoming somewhat entranced. Although he had said and done things the previous night that displeased her, her high standards and magnanimity led her to forgive him. Contemplating this, she supported her chin with one hand and smiled. In the midst of her laughter, her gaze unexpectedly collided with the deep, suddenly awakened eyes of the man, causing her smile to abruptly fade. Following his line of sight, she realized that she had one leg draped over his waist, and despite her own weight, she had nestled closely beside him, sharing a pillow. Li Xingyan, when did you wake up? She stuttered again. With you pressing down on me. Do you suppose I could sleep? The man's brow furrowed, his sidelong glance at her devoid of warmth. I apologize. Her thigh, ample and heavy, encircled his waist. It must have been quite uncomfortable for him. She observed intently as his attractive neck flushed with color, even reaching his ears, likely stifled by her leg. As she removed her thigh and shifted to a more respectful distance, she finally exhaled in relief. Li Xingyan rose from the bed, turning his back to her as he put on a shirt. During this time, she noticed that his ears remained flushed, which surprisingly added a hint of charm. His wardrobe was entirely filled with business attire. He rarely donned casual clothing except at home. Under the refined cut of his suit, his austere demeanor became even more pronounced. Born into a prestigious family, he could ensure a life of comfort merely by relying on his inheritance, without any effort. In her recollection, the 5 years of married life saw him dedicating immense effort to his career. Among the affluent second-generation elites, he was undoubtedly a paragon of industriousness, overseeing the rapid expansion of the Li Corporation's commercial empire with remarkable speed. As the custodian of the Li family's legacy, he exuded an air of superiority that rendered anyone unable to stand on equal footing with him, both in presence and prowess. She felt both fear and a sense of inferiority in his presence. In contrast, her lineage and capabilities paled in comparison to his. And even the beauty she once possessed seemed to have faded away. The prevailing sentiment regarding their union was that Sheng Xia was unworthy of Li Xingyan, and that once he grew weary of her, he would surely cast her aside. Over time, such notions took root in her mind. The man donned a suit that accentuated his remarkable demeanor, though it also added a layer of aloofness that discouraged approach. Such a man, instilling fear, undeniably bore an allure that was hard to overlook. Sheng Xia held her breath, rising to retrieve the tie from the hanger and approached him. "Allow me," she murmured, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. As she drew near, a fragrant aura enveloped her, while his piercing gaze scrutinized her. This was a side of her that she seldom exhibited, and it was indeed her first time. Despite her fuller figure, her face retained a doll-like roundness. Especially those large eyes that blinked helplessly, stirring within him an unsettling desire. He wished to see her weep, though she dared not raise her gaze to meet his. Sheng Xia could still feel the weight of the man's scrutiny upon her, an oppressive sensation that rendered her breathless. In the past, she had employed every means at her disposal to provoke his ire, yet now, she was consumed by trepidation at the thought of inadvertently inciting his anger. A guilt deeper than the ocean enveloped her, preventing her from inflicting any further harm upon him. As she observed the crumpled tie in her hands, having seen him don it countless times, she marveled at its rebelliousness in her grasp. He was tall, standing at over 1.80 m, while she measured a mere 1.65 m, forcing her to rise onto her toes to secure the tie for him. After a prolonged effort, her legs ached with fatigue. A soft chuckle resonated above her, and she interpreted it as a mockery. I apologize, I never learned how to do this properly. She admitted awkwardly. I thought I could manage it on my first attempt, but I overestimated my abilities. With a swift motion, he took the tie from her. And with an effortless grace, he tied it himself. Strangely, he appeared to be in good spirits, showing no signs of irritation at her clumsiness. As he turned to leave, Sheng Xia inhaled deeply, stepping forward to grasp the sleeve of his shirt. Li Xingyan halted momentarily, his gaze fixed upon her chubby hand clutching his sleeve. A flicker of surprise crossing his features. Li Xingyan, Sheng Xia met his eyes earnestly. I wish to return home. The warmth that had characterized his previous demeanor abruptly shifted, a glint of coldness piercing through his gaze. His mood oscillated once more. Return home? He pulled his sleeve away with a chill, questioning whether she intended to return home or venture elsewhere. Sheng Xia, do you truly believe that after being deceived once, I would trust you a second time? Last time. She made an excuse to return home but secretly met with Ji Jiaming midway. Only to be caught red-handed by Li Xingyan. At that moment, the look in Li Xingyan's eyes was terrifying. As if a torrent of hatred had been unleashed from a deep abyss. Hatred, perhaps no man wishes to wear the green hat, especially someone of Li Xingyan's stature. I do not. Li Xingyan, I have been yearning for an opportunity these past few days to sit down with you and have a sincere conversation. Sheng Xia grasped the man's arms, assuring him, believe me, I will not flee again. Why should I trust you? The man's typically indifferent and handsome face twisted into a sardonic smile, rendering her defenseless. Sheng Xia stood on her toes and leaned toward his thin lips. Her cherubic face drew near, and those full, red lips seemed to possess an innate enchantment. Surely, if she kissed him, he would believe her. This was, after all, her first kiss. Chapter 10, Calling him brother-in-law. A large hand mercilessly covered her face, and once again, she was rejected. Is this how you plan to demean yourself now? Is this your new tactic? The man's anger painted his face with a faint flush. What new tactic? Sheng Xia, undeterred by her consecutive rejections, stubbornly clung to him, saying, if you do not believe me, then you can come back with me. That should ease your mind, right? The law does not stipulate that after marrying you, one cannot return to their family. The man appeared resolute, his brows furrowed like a small mountain. I beg you, please. Sheng Xia suddenly threw caution to the wind, her features contorted as she sweetly implored, Yen. In a past life. On that fateful night when she had indulged a bit too much, she mischievously whispered his name, Yen, into his ear. He seemed quite taken by it. Ultimately leading to quite a bit of turmoil for her. Suddenly, an oppressive silence enveloped the room, as Li Xingyan remained silent for what felt like an eternity. His gaze harboring an emotion she could not decipher. Let's talk later, he said abruptly before hastily departing. Talk later? After all the commotion, she had exhausted every tactic. Only to receive those two words in return? His demeanor suggested a strong disapproval. Sheng Xia, puffing her cheeks in frustration, reluctantly changed her clothes and freshened up before heading downstairs. Upon reaching the dining area, she found the table devoid of Li Xingyan. Had he already finished his meal and left for work without waiting for her? With a heavy heart, she slumped into a chair. The breakfast spread was lavish. Yet she exercised restraint, consuming only a few bites. Li Xingyan's refusal to kiss her seemed to stem from disdain for her appearance. Did he find her unattractive because of her weight? She vowed to shed the extra pounds and redeem herself. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, jolting her from her reverie. Upon seeing the name on the screen, she quickly answered. Xiada, we've been missing you terribly. Why didn't you come to the gathering I arranged for you at the night banquet last night? Luo Yunchu's exuberant voice rang through the receiver. I had matters to attend to, Sheng Xia replied. It was back when Luo Yunchu had been cornered by a group of people in an alley, and Sheng Xia, passing by in her car, had bravely intervened with her ample figure and bodyguard, driving them away and saving Luo Yunchu. From that moment on, Luo Yunchu became her devoted follower. And the gang of girls she associated with began to refer to her as Xiada. In the sweltering summer, she inexplicably became the leader of a gang of women, learning numerous skills typically associated with the rebellious youth. Her hair transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, as she organized gatherings at bars, or rode heavy motorcycles through the streets in the dead of night. Were it not for her fear of Li Xingyan, she would have contemplated getting a tattoo. Is something wrong? It's Li Xingyan keeping you in check, preventing you from going out, isn't it? Xiaode, you're not afraid of him. What is Li Xingyan to you? At that moment, Xiaobo was interrupted by the cacophony erupting from his phone. Just as he was about to sigh, he felt a chilling presence approach. Not far away, Li Xingyan emerged from the study on the first floor. Judging by his expression, he must have overheard the conversation on the other end of the line. You are nothing. Your entire family is nothing, she retorted angrily. From this day forth, you shall not speak ill of Li Xingyan. Since the moment he risked his life to save her, he became her savior. Anyone who insulted him was, in turn, insulting her, and she would not tolerate it. The man paused, the dark cloud that had enveloped him gradually dissipating. Xiaode, is this really you? Aren't you the one who despised Li Xingyan the most? How is it that you now defend him? Do not address him so casually, call him brother-in-law. As she sipped her milk, she commanded with an air of ease. In the presence of others, she exhibited none of the reservations she typically displayed around Li Xingyan. Her personality fully unleashed. Xiaobo couldn't help but gasp, had she truly undergone a transformation? Looking at Li Yi, whose eternally frosty demeanor was now tinged with a hint of warmth, she declared, brother-in-law? Yes, I am older than you, so you shall call me sister. And naturally, Li Xingyan is your brother-in-law. Furthermore, I hereby announce that I shall abstain from alcohol from this day forward. In the sweltering summer, she recklessly consumed milk to her heart's content. Although she was anxious about her weight loss, she understood that one must not act impulsively, essential nutrition must be maintained. Abstain from alcohol? Summer, am I mistaken? Is this also a demand from brother-in-law? Indeed, he is quite concerned about my health. I cannot turn a blind eye to his care, can I? With a smile, she lifted her gaze, catching sight of a man not far away. Her hand trembled as she gripped her phone, nearly losing her hold on it. I cannot discuss this now, I have matters to attend to. I shall return your call shortly. With that, she promptly ended the conversation. Li Xingyan, had he not gone to the office? Why was he still at home? What had she just said? That Luo Yunchu should refer to Li Xingyan as brother-in-law in the future. Just a moment ago, she had spoken with such confidence, yet now, in the presence of Li Xingyan, she felt utterly diminished. The man's expression was inscrutable, leaving her uncertain whether he was angered or indifferent. He casually fastened his metal cufflinks while approaching her at a measured pace until he stood directly behind her. Summer could hear the rapid thumping of her heart and her hurried breathing. Had she not embarrassed herself enough in her previous life? Must she endure more humiliation in this one? Suddenly, her eyes widened in alarm as the man's long, slender fingers grasped a handkerchief, poised to strike her face. Li Shi, foolish child, every time I drink milk, it ends up smearing around my mouth, resembling a. The light laughter of a man echoed above. Akin to the gradual diffusion of ink on rice paper, a portly tabby cat. A tabby cat it is. And a portly one at that, does he not possess the ability to speak without resorting to such descriptors? She pouted, her gaze descending to rest upon his exquisitely crafted hands. Never had she encountered anyone whose mere hands exuded such an air of nobility, yet Li Xingyan managed to evoke that sentiment. The handkerchief he held was folded into a neat square, pristine and imbued with a faint fragrance. In her recollection, he had always produced a clean and tidy handkerchief, regardless of the occasion. At this moment, her attention was swiftly captivated by the silver ring adorning his ring finger. Since the day of their wedding, it had never been removed, persisting until the day of his demise in a previous life. Now, he stood just behind her. And as he gently wiped the corner of her mouth, a sensation of being enveloped in his embrace washed over her. Li Xingyan seldom exhibited such tenderness. Sheng Xia, in her youthful innocence, lifted her head and bestowed upon him a charming smile. Li Xingyan, do grant me this favor, allow me to take you to my home. You are so remarkable, my parents will undoubtedly adore you. Xiaobo felt a slight dizziness, as Sheng Xia's tactics grew increasingly extraordinary. Over the course of their year of marriage, she had repeatedly proclaimed that Li Yi was never to set foot in her home. Now, she was extending an invitation to him. If this weren't a ruse, he would be hard-pressed to believe in the supernatural. Chapter 11, I will await you at home. At 6 this evening, I shall have Ling Zhan collect you. A hint of softness seemed to emerge on Li Xingyan's otherwise indifferent countenance. Is that truly the case? In the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia eagerly inquired, her large eyes shimmering with a blend of excitement and disbelief. However, Li Xingyan had already turned away, casually remarking, "If you ask again, I shall retract my offer." "Alright, then I shall await your return at home," Sheng Xia replied with a playful smile. Her tone less fearful of Li Xingyan than before. She had always been one to take liberties, and knowing that Li Xingyan preferred sweet words over confrontation, she decided to cater to his inclinations. After all, he was her kin, and family should not stand on ceremony. Before long, the sound of a departing car wafted in from outside. Sheng Xia rested her chin on her palm, realizing it had been quite some time since she had last returned home. She longed to make a phone call, but despite several attempts to dial, she hesitated, unable to face them. With Li Xingyan by her side that evening, she would not have to confront her solitude. At that moment, her phone buzzed. It was a message from Ji Jiaming, who had attempted to contact her several times over the past few days. She had steadfastly ignored his calls and felt no inclination to respond to his messages. Frowning in distaste, she opened the text. "Xia Xia. Why have you been ignoring me these past few days? Are you perhaps captivated by Li Xingyan? You still haven't explained the live stream incident to me. Regardless, I have been quite concerned about you." The sentiment expressed in the message seemed overly dramatic. For whom was it intended? When he had ruthlessly harmed her in the past, he had shown no compassion whatsoever. "A fool like you believes you are worthy of my attention?" His words and actions were still vivid in her mind. Sheng Xia felt an overwhelming urge to crush this scoundrel, yet she knew she must continue to navigate their entangled relationship. Ji Jiaming was not one to flaunt his personality. His willingness to resort to violence indicated that he surely had powerful allies backing him. Who is this enigmatic benefactor? It is evident that this individual seeks to eliminate both Li Xingyan and herself. By following the thread of Ji Jiaming, one need not fear uncovering the identity of this mysterious patron. Sheng Xia squinted her eyes and replied, "Recently, Li Xingyan has been vigilant. And there are countless watchers surveilling me at Jinyuan. I dare not contact you. I am doing this for your protection." "How could you say such a thing? It saddens me." Indeed, after sending this message, she immediately received a response. "Xia Xia, I truly did not mean to think that way. It has simply been too long since you reached out to me. Has Li Xingyan treated you poorly lately? Have you followed my advice on how to deal with him? Has there been any movement from the Li family recently?" The barrage of inquiries seemed aimed at gleaning information about Li Xingyan's whereabouts and activities. What does Ji Jiaming seek to uncover? He remains the same, and I constantly engage with him at Jinyuan. Rest assured, he cannot harm me. If you wish to know anything about Li Xingyan, Jiaming, simply say the word, and I shall investigate his secrets for you. Sheng Xia feigned ignorance. Only by discerning Ji Jiaming's true intentions could she narrow her focus and reveal the hidden benefactor. "Well, Xia Xia, we should find time to meet. I have something of great importance to discuss with you." A meeting, surely this encounter would not be straightforward. Sheng Xia pondered, could th in that moment. Ji Jiaming reclined on the sofa, with Su Yanyan languidly clinging to his back, affectionately draping her arms around his neck. "Brother Jiaming, how did that fool respond to you?" she inquired. What else could she say? She has always been rather dim-witted and obedient to me. Once Li Xingyan is away on business, I will arrange to meet her and execute our initial plan. Just wait and see. "Brother Jiaming, you two are meeting alone again?" Su Yanyan pouted her vibrant red lips in a playful manner. "I don't want you both to be alone together. What if something happens? She weighs 150 pounds, what could possibly occur between us?" "I am not Li Xingyan, preoccupied with a hideous and overweight girl," Ji Jiaming remarked. The mere thought of Sheng Xia's plump figure making him feel queasy. "Well, that is true," Su Yanyan giggled, her lips covering her mouth. Her face suddenly graced by Ji Jiaming's kiss. "Oh, you are insufferable, always kissing me," she teased. Ji Jiaming replied, "Yan Yan. I can't help but feel that you are becoming increasingly beautiful, with skin that is fair and smooth, captivating to behold." "Oh, you're just saying that." Su Yanyan blushed, feeling shy as she acknowledged the compliments she had been receiving lately. "I mean it," Ji Jiaming declared, lifting Su Yanyan into his arms and striding towards the bedroom. Su Yanyan gazed at the dashing man before her, though he could not quite compare to Li Xingyan. He was nonetheless a man who had captivated Sheng Xia. A sense of inexplicable satisfaction surged within her. Ever since she had acquired the VIP beauty card from Sheng Xia, She had been indulging in facial treatments every couple of days, and her skin had indeed improved remarkably. That wretched Sheng Xia. Why should she be so fortunate as to catch the eye of Master Li? However, as their plans are steadily implemented, the fortune that Sheng Xia currently enjoys will be matched by the severity of her downfall in the future. It was 10 in the morning at the office of the president of the Li Corporation. Within the office's partitions, there existed a reception room designated solely for the most trusted friends of Li Xingyan, such as Lu Mubai. Young Master Lu, please enjoy some tea, this exquisite Biluakun. Leng Zhan remarked, setting down a cup of steaming tea. Is the boss still in a meeting? Lu Mubai inquired, having come to see Li Xingyan, only to find himself thwarted. The meeting had commenced at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and had now stretched nearly 4 hours. Surely, at 1 o'clock, it should be time for a lunch break? Aren't these employees in an uproar? Mr. Li instructed to compress the schedule. There are evening arrangements, Leng Zhan replied. Lu Mubai was a frequent visitor here, having grown up alongside Li Xingyan, though not brothers by blood, their bond was akin to that of kin. There was no need for concealment before Lu Mubai, save for matters of Mr. Li's privacy and corporate secrets. Evening arrangements? Is the boss traveling out of town, leaving Jincheng? Lu Mubai casually asked. Not at all. Mr. Li will be in Jincheng tonight. It seems there is something concerning Mrs. Li. Leng Zhan explained. Mrs. Li? How can the boss still heed Sheng Xia's nonsensical claims? Has he not been deceived enough, wounded time and again? What merits does this woman possess? A rebellious, insufferable creature. Though Leng Zhan silently concurred, he refrained from voicing his agreement. As a subordinate, he understood Li Xingyan's temperament well, the consequences of such words reaching Mr. Li's ears would be dire. With Leng Zhan remaining taciturn, Lu Mubai found the conversation rather uninteresting, his gaze wandering until it landed on Li Xingyan's desk. Oh. What is this snack? Wasn't the boss adamant about prohibiting snacks in the office? Who was so oblivious? At that moment, Cold John heard the sound of packaging being torn open and hurriedly dashed over. Young Master Lu, that is Lord Li's snack, not meant to be consumed. Lu Mubai, with a grape-flavored lollipop in his mouth, retorted, not for eating? Is it toxic? Chapter 12, I am Mrs. Li. Cold John appeared as if faced with a formidable adversary, anxiously shaking his head, beads of cold sweat threatening to cascade down his forehead. No. But that was a gift from Sheng Xia to Lord Li. Previously, when Sheng Xia had attempted to escape once more, Lord Li had captured her and, in a fit of rage, declared he would take care of Ji Jiaming. Terrified, Sheng Xia had spent days soothing Lord Li. And this snack had been acquired during that time as an offering. One must understand the value Lord Li placed on this snack. It resided in the pen holder on his desk, and he would glance at it whenever fatigue set in. So what? The fat man can send it. I can send it too. Once it's finished, I can simply buy more. Before he could finish his thought, the door swung open with a resounding bang, revealing a sharply dressed man whose icy gaze swept over Lu Mubai with piercing intensity, his sharp eyes fixated on the lollipop, enveloping the room in an oppressive atmosphere. Boss. Lu Mubai trembled as he withdrew the lollipop, only to exert too much force, leaving behind just a bare stick. In the next instant, the man, shrouded in a cloud of fury, stormed toward him, seizing his collar with a vice-like grip. Who permitted you to tamper with my belongings? Be boss. It was just a moment of weakness. I had no idea this was a gift from Sheng Xia to you. I shall promptly send someone to purchase it, in copious quantities, if that is acceptable. Your Excellency, you possess great generosity. Meanwhile, Leng Zhan, eager to distance himself from any discord, added with embellishment, Master Lu, no matter how much you buy, it cannot compare to Lady Li's heartfelt intentions. I have already attempted to dissuade you, yet you persist in your own ways. Damn it. Leng Zhan, you scoundrel, this is hardly fair. Lu Mubai lamented, tears nearly spilling. After more than 2 decades of brotherhood, it seemed to pale in comparison to a mere lollipop gifted by Sheng Xia, and that was even given reluctantly. Li Xingyan, with his inherently frosty gaze, fixated on the crumpled candy wrapper, his expression growing ever more menacing. He forcefully released Lu Mubai's collar, warning, if you dare to meddle with my belongings again, you shall bear the consequences. Cough, cough. Indeed, indeed. Lu Mubai gasped for fresh air, hastily conceding. What brings you to me? Li Xingyan inquired, his displeasure evident, still burdened with lingering vexation. That was the only gift Sheng Xia had bestowed upon him. And he had yet to savor its flavor before Lu Mubai devoured it entirely. Boss, I am here to urge you to regain your clarity. Do not be deceived by Sheng Xia. She is exceedingly cunning, and Ji Jiaming has been in constant contact with her. This woman will undoubtedly seize any opportunity to escape. Lu Mubai implored earnestly. Are you finished? Li Xingyan replied with a cold snort, casting a dangerous sidelong glance at Lu Mubai. Once you have concluded, you may take your leave. No, boss, why is it that whenever Sheng Xia is mentioned, you become impervious to reason? I do this for your own good. Let us speak of this confectionery, a mere sugary distraction that summer attempts to entice you with. It is for your sake that I endeavor to eradicate it. Had I not uttered these words, all would have remained well, but once spoken, they struck a nerve with Li Xingyan, who pointed towards the door and coldly commanded. Get out. Lu Mubai, wishing to offer further counsel, noted that Ling Zhan had already made his hasty exit, leaving Li Xingyan shrouded in a tempest of discontent. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he chose to follow in Ling Zhan's footsteps, fleeing with utmost haste, not daring to utter a word. Truly unfortunate. All due to that insufferable chubby one. Ever since her arrival, the leader has begun to waver in his affections, Lu Mubai muttered to himself. Suddenly, a pair of white sneakers appeared before him. As he followed the sturdy legs upward, he realized that the rotund figure belonged to none other than Sheng Xia. The only redeeming feature to behold was her face. Having just encountered a setback with Li Xingyan, Lu Mubai's anger surged upon seeing Sheng Xia. Who is the insufferable chubby one? He demanded. Lu Mubai, you must clarify this. Sheng Xia obstructed his path, arching an eyebrow. Who else could it be but you? With such a plump figure, unattractive and troublesome, yet the leader treats you so well. I implore you to show some kindness. If you desire money, I can provide it. Take the money and swiftly disappear from the leader's sight. Whether in this life or the past, Sheng Xia had often found herself at odds with Lu Mubai. She understood that he was merely defending Li Xingyan, yet she could not abide his insults regarding her appearance. Can you offer me a few coins? Can your wealth even compare to a mere tenth of Li Xingyan's? As long as I remain his wife, I am entitled to half of all he earns. Do you take me for a fool? Sheng Xia crossed her arms defiantly. Unexpectedly, this woman possesses quite a formidable ambition. Lu Mubai cast a disdainful glance at Sheng Xia, feeling genuine pity for his superior. Encountering such a woman, one could only sever ties with a resolute heart, lest they endure a lifetime of misfortune. Of course. Let me tell you, I intend to tether myself to Li Xingyan for eternity. We shall not divorce, and that will surely infuriate you. Sheng Xia stuck out her tongue defiantly. You are simply an unreasonable, corpulent fool. A grotesque glutton. Lu Mubai retorted, venting his frustration. He was not Li Xingyan. And he would not indulge Sheng Xia without limits. If you apologize to me now and retract that statement, I might let you off the hook. Otherwise Sheng Xia's lips curled slightly as she glared at Lu Mubai, her tone dripping with menace. Am I to fear you? Even if you invoke the name of the boss, I shall still call you a fat fool. With that, Lu Mubai deliberately shoved past Sheng Xia and entered the elevator. Feeling vindicated as he made an exaggerated gesture toward her, mimicking a wide waist with his hands, his eyes feigning astonishment as if they were as wide as saucers. Mouthing the words, so thick. Like a barrel. As the elevator door slowly closed, there was no trace of anger in Sheng Xia's eyes. Instead, she smiled softly. She was no pushover, having learned a variety of street-smart tactics from Luo Yunchu, none of which had gone to waste. With a swift motion, Sheng Xia tousled her voluminous hair and strode purposefully toward the CEO's office. Good day, miss. Whom do you seek? A strikingly alluring woman, resembling a secretary named Xiaoyi, blocked her path. I am here to see Li Xingyan, Sheng Xia replied with poise. My dear guest, if you wish to meet Mr. Li, you must have an appointment. Do you have one? Xiaoyi inquired with a smile. She deduced from the appearance of the summer that the other party surely had no appointment. I believe you are mistaken, I am not a guest, she replied. Summer blinked and stated, I am Mrs. Li. Mrs. Li? Xiaoyi's eyes widened until the distant figure of Ling Zhan approached. She was unfamiliar with Mrs. Li. But Secretary Ling certainly would be. Secretary Ling, this lady claims to be Mrs. Li. I wonder if she might be. Xiao pointed to her temple. implying that Summer might be delusional. After all, in Jincheng, countless women aspired to be Mrs. Li. What significance did this plump figure hold? Leng Zhan. Perhaps you should enlighten her about my identity, Summer mischievously shrugged. Chapter 13, The Boss's Unprincipled Support for Summer. Mrs. Li. Although Leng Zhan harbored a dislike for Summer, he still bowed respectfully. A collective intake of breath followed, yet Summer did not take offense, after all. It was quite natural for someone who had never visited the Li Corporation to be unrecognized. Mrs. Li, my apologies for my lack of discernment, Qiaoyi said. No harm done. Ignorance is no crime. However, I do have a task for you at this moment, Summer replied. What is it, Mrs. Li? Please, do tell. The Bugatti Veyron with the license plate number 496 is occupying the parking space of Li Xingyan. I need you to have it towed immediately. That is not Mr. Li's parking space, and furthermore, the 496 license plate belongs to Mr. Li's closest friend. I said it is Li Xingyan's parking space. Do you think I could be mistaken? In the sweltering summer, a smile played at the corners of her lips, though her eyes betrayed no mirth as she remarked. Even the closest of friends must maintain their boundaries. After all, even brothers keep accounts clear. Qiaoyi cast a desperate glance towards Leng Zhan, only to find him unusually shielding his forehead with one hand, indicating that Mrs. Li was no trifling adversary. However, Mr. Liu was the best friend of President Li and a frequent guest here. To offend Mr. Liu would surely provoke President Li's wrath. Just as Qiaoyi found herself in a predicament, the atmosphere in the room suddenly turned frigid. Since it was Mrs. Li's command, it must be obeyed. Li Xingyan appeared at the corner, seemingly out of nowhere. Sheng Xia abruptly turned towards the source of the voice. The man's gaze was piercing, cutting through the obstacles as he fixed his stare upon her. Yes. I shall comply at once. Qiaoyi hastily averted her gaze and immediately dialed the security on the first floor. Sheng Xia felt a peculiar constriction in her breath, despite her earlier bravado. She now resembled a docile kitten in Li Xingyan's presence. Would he think her lacking in decorum and upbringing for her previous actions? No matter. Summoning her courage, Sheng Xia approached Li Xingyan. Why did you arrive early? Wasn't it arranged for Leng Zhan to pick you up at home? He inquired as they entered the CEO's office. I merely wanted to see, since Leng Zhan is so busy, it is better not to trouble him. After all, we have a driver at home, Sheng Xia replied. This was her first visit to the CEO's office, and it was indeed vast. She followed Li Xingyan closely, her eyes wandering in awe, but unexpectedly. He came to a sudden halt, causing her forehead to collide with his back. Ouch, she uttered softly, rubbing her forehead, which, as it turned out, was not painful at all. Li Xingyan furrowed his brows lightly, his ink-black eyes fixating on her. Noticing she was unharmed, he gradually relaxed. Li Xingyan. Are you not curious as to why I had someone tow away Lu Mubai's car? Sheng Xia inquired. You just encountered him, he spoke to you with disrespect, he replied. How do you know? Sheng Xia retorted, he defended you, calling me a dead fat woman, and mocked my waist size. What else did he say? The man's brows knitted into a frown, a cold aura enveloping him once more. Sheng Xia, oblivious to his expression, continued her complaints. He also said that a woman as plump as I am wouldn't be desired by anyone other than you, and urged me to be smart and divorce you quickly. The air in the room seemed to plummet in temperature, a storm brewing ominously. Sheng Xia crossed her arms, finally noticing that Li Xingyan's icy demeanor was akin to that of a devil, ready to conjure a tempest of chaos. Downstairs, Lu Mubai circled the empty parking space, puzzled. Where was his car? Who had the audacity to brazenly drive away his vehicle under the nose of the Li family? He promptly summoned the head of security. Irate as he demanded, where is my car? The one with license plate number 496. Apologies, sir, your vehicle was parked in an inappropriate location. Following Mrs. Li's instructions, I had it towed, the head of security informed him. Towed? To where? This company belongs to the boss, it is the boss's decision that matters, not hers. Lu Mubai exclaimed, nearly rolling his eyes in frustration, eager to confront Sheng Xia directly. The CEO stated that Mrs. Li's wishes are tantamount to his. The head of security replied. Damn it. To Lu Mubai's astonishment, his superior inexplicably sided with Sheng Xia without any principles. In that moment, he felt his courage to question dissipate, akin to a deflated balloon. just as he was exiting the Li family estate and dialing the family chauffeur. A cacophony of honking reverberated behind him. Filled with hope, he turned around and indeed spotted one of Li Xingyan's drivers approaching in a vehicle. Surely, his superior wished to placate Sheng Xia while also sparing him from hardship. After all, he was powerless against the presence of such a domineering woman in the household, a most unfortunate circumstance. The car halted beside Lu Mubai, and he instinctively reached for the door, only to find it resistant to his attempts. "Uncle Chen, what's the matter?" The door won't open. "Do you wish to board?" Uncle Chen, clad in sunglasses, appeared extremely formal, devoid of his usual amiable demeanor. "Of course, isn't it you who was sent by my superior to take me home? Mr. Li instructed me to escort you, however." Uncle Chen removed his sunglasses and continued, "Mr. Liu, he mentioned that you lack sufficient exercise. Hence you are to walk home. To ensure your safety, I shall drive behind you until I confirm you arrive home safely." Walk home? It's 10 kilometers to the CG mansion. If I have to walk, my legs will give out. Uncle Chen leisurely put his sunglasses back on, stating, "That is not within my concern, I am merely executing Mr. Li's orders." Meanwhile, in the executive office, Li Xingyan was engrossed in reviewing documents at his desk. While opposite him, Sheng Xia sat upright on a genuine leather sofa. The young woman fixated her gaze, directing her attention inward, daring not to glance around recklessly, lest she disturb Li Xingyan. Even her breathing was subdued. After a while, she gradually relaxed, taking in the surroundings of the office. The decor exuded an antique charm, imbued with a profound sense of history, a refinement perceptible even to those lacking in discerning taste. Somehow, her gaze drifted from the desk and settled upon the man at work. This was the first time she had witnessed him in a professional capacity at the Li Corporation. He sat upright, exuding an air of vitality. His elegant hand gripped a fountain pen, inscribing words upon the documents. The silence of the office punctuated only by the soft rustle of paper. Although his eyes were fixed on the file, he could sense her lively gaze lingering on him, making it nearly impossible for him to concentrate on his work. When he could no longer resist the urge to look up, their eyes met, and she, caught in the act of observing, immediately averted her gaze. After a brief moment, she timidly inquired, "Li Xingyan, do you smoke?" She recalled from her previous life that he was a smoker, progressively indulging more, each time she escaped and returned. She would find the ashtray in the study filled with an increasing number of cigarette butts. "I do not," Li Xingyan replied coldly. "How splendid." Sheng Xia's face blossomed with a radiant smile. "I prefer men who do not smoke." A sudden hush enveloped the room, the stillness so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Sheng Xia's smile faltered, as if her words had taken on an unintended ambiguity. What I meant was, I do not favor men who smoke." In the sweltering summer, she clumsily attempted to articulate her thoughts. Yet her efforts only served to complicate matters further. Outside, even the small-time ruffian Luo Yunchu could be subdued, obediently following her commands. How was it, then, that in the presence of Li Xingyan, she felt as if she had been diminished by several generations, unable to muster any arrogance? Daring not to maintain eye contact with Li Xingyan, she averted her gaze, glancing at the coffee table before her. She picked up a magazine resting there, flipping through a few pages that were filled with images of stunningly beautiful women, each possessing enviable figures. In her former slenderness, she had felt no discontent. Now, having gained weight, she understood that being overweight was a fundamental flaw. Slim individuals appeared attractive in anything they wore, while those with fuller figures often found their attempts at adornment misguided. In stores, she struggled to find suitable clothing and was met with disdainful looks from sales staff. Gazing at the models now, she felt a pang of regret for allowing herself to become overweight, her eyes betraying a longing for the beauty she once took for granted. Surely, in his leisure, Li Xingyan perused magazines as well, indulging in the allure of well-formed women. By comparison, his wife seemed woefully inadequate. And it dawned on her that he must have long regretted their union. The magazine had been brought by Mubai. Suddenly, Li Xingyan's voice pierced the air. "Ah?" She paused, momentarily taken aback. Do not overly concern yourself with the opinions of others, weight is merely an external facade. Was he attempting to console her? As Sheng Xia pondered how to respond, she looked up again, only to find the man looming before her. Her heart skipped a beat, and instinctively, she concealed the magazine behind her. The man, towering above, followed her movement with his gaze, his eyes landing on the magazine, where a page depicted muscular men basking under the sun on a beach. The woman, with her head lowered, perused a magazine, occasionally furrowing her brow and seeming lost in thought. He had assumed she was feeling inferior due to Lumubai's words, but unexpectedly, she, Li Xingyan, with a heart that cherished beauty, merely wanted to browse casually. Sheng Xia chuckled softly. However, the man was already seething with rage, leaning closer as his large hand reached towards her. The moment his breath enveloped her, her mind erupted in chaos, and in a moment of panic, as Li Xingyan grasped the magazine, she instinctively arched her back to seize it. In a tug-of-war, Sheng Xia, growing anxious, grabbed Li Xingyan's tie with one hand. Perhaps he had not anticipated her audacity. Caught off guard, he stumbled and fell onto her. In her gasp of surprise, the man propped himself up beside her, kneeling between her legs in an ambiguous position that left her stunned, wishing for a place to hide. His pupils reflected her image, despite her careful adornment. Her waist remained undeniably plump. The astonished expression on her petite face appeared endearing, yet on her round visage, it conveyed a bewildering naivety. You have it at home. Yet you still look elsewhere. The man's fury was palpable, his breath hot against her neck. Trembling, she stammered, I have it at home. But I wasn't allowed to see it. Wasn't I just craving for it? Oh dear, what nonsensical words was she uttering? Not only was she denied a glimpse, but also a kiss. She had convinced herself to obediently take on the role of his wife, despite his repeated rejections. Li Xingyan's astonishment lingered, leaving him momentarily speechless. Such nonsensical remarks, where did you learn them? The man mercilessly pinched her chubby cheek, tugging at it. Ouch. Could you not be so rough? She protested in a delicate tone. Outside the door, Li Xingyan stood in shock, poised to knock, as if he had overheard something extraordinary. He had long heard whispers of peculiar preferences for plump individuals. Could it be that Master Li harbored such an unseemly inclination? No. How could the impeccably refined Master Li possess such a taste? It must be, he had misheard. What a wail, so fragile, a mere pinch elicits such cries. Came the man's harsh voice from within. Li Xingyan felt as though he had encountered a profound revelation. Even if Master Li did indeed have such a quirk, it would not tarnish the grand image he held in his mind. Indeed, time would heal all wounds. Inside the office, Sheng Xia, her hair disheveled, rose from the sofa. Li Xingyan impatiently loosened his tie, his ears flushed with irritation. It seemed she had been rather reckless. It's getting late. When shall we depart for my home? Sheng Xia stammered. Had she known it would be so awkward, she ought not to have arrived at Li's so early. Waiting quietly at Jinyuan would have sufficed. Li Xingyan glanced at his watch, the delightful fragrance lingering from when he had drawn near her still enveloping him. Had it not been for his formidable self-control, he might have succumbed to that intoxicating scent. How utterly perplexing. Where had she acquired such beguiling skills to ensnare men? As Qiaoyi approached the office door, laden with a stack of documents, he was intercepted by Li Xingyan. Secretary Lung. I have some crucial documents to present to Master Li, Qiaoyi explained. Mr. Li is occupied. It is inconvenient to review the documents at this moment, Li Xingyan remarked. Occupied? But these documents are urgent. How long will it take? Li Xingyan gazed at Qiaoyi, whose innocent expression betrayed her ignorance, and replied with difficulty. This has only just begun. It may take quite a while. At that moment, the door swung open unexpectedly, and Sheng Xia, her hair disheveled, peeked out. Noticing Li Xingyan's astonished countenance, she bashfully ruffled her hair. Secretary Lung, your judgment is mistaken. This hasn't taken long at all. It is remarkably swift. Qiaoyi said with a smile as she carried the documents inside. No, this defies logic. Li Xingyan was once again taken aback, his understanding utterly overturned. As Qiaoyi pushed the door open, Li Xingyan curiously glanced through the gap, only to behold Li Xingyan with his tie loosened and wrinkled, a faint blush still lingering on his face. Just as he wished to observe further, he was met with a piercing gaze that compelled him to retreat. No wonder. This elucidates everything. Li Xingyan had long pondered why Mr. Li was enamored with Sheng Xia. Now he understood. Mr. Li, too, bore his own burdens. And if both parties possessed their flaws. Alas, who would have guessed that such a robust figure as Mr. Li could endure such torment? Li Xingyan shook his head repeatedly, sighing, and found himself feeling a modicum of sympathy for Sheng Xia. Inside the office, Li Xingyan swiftly completed his review of the documents and cast a glance at Sheng Xia, who sat primly on the sofa like a schoolchild. Let us depart. Oh. Sheng Xia exhaled, springing up from the sofa with a sense of relief, and flashed a smile at Li Xingyan. Finally, they could leave. The atmosphere here was stifling. And if she remained any longer, she was certain to lose her sanity. Chapter 15. Together home in the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia followed Li Xingyan closely, treading in his footsteps. During the peak hours of the evening commute, the gazes surrounding her felt almost suffocating. It was only when they stepped into the elevator together that the weight of those stairs became apparent, some filled with shock, others with intrigue, and many tinged with unabashed jealousy. At just 28, Li Xingyan was an exceptionally young and talented president, strikingly handsome, and thus, inevitably the object of attention. Sheng Xia lowered her head, her eyes fixated on his ring finger. All her insecurities seemed to dissipate upon noticing the ring. In her past life, Li Xingyan had remained faithful throughout their 5 years of marriage. What was there for her to fear? Moreover, she was undergoing transformation, diligently striving to lose weight. She had weighed herself earlier that day, and in just 2 days, she had shed 3 pounds. Given time, she was confident she would achieve her goals. A sudden clearing of the throat interrupted her thoughts. Sheng Xia. She looked up to find his expression grave, as if he had something significant to convey. Please try to avoid reading those magazines detrimental to your mental and physical well-being. Sheng Xia regarded him with an incredulous expression, as if to say, are you serious? You wish to interfere with my personal freedom? Though she quickly acquiesced, her demeanor clearly reflected a dismissive attitude, which only served to infuriate Li Xingyan further. From that point on, silence enveloped them, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. It was only after they settled into the car that Sheng Xia exclaimed, Li Xingyan, I forgot to prepare a gift. The matter of returning home had filled her day with a blend of anxiety and anticipation. Her intention to visit the Li family was partly to hasten the passage of time. Alone, her thoughts would spiral into chaos. Mr. Li had meticulously prepared gifts, 2 boxes of Maotai liquor, 4 boxes of bird's nest, a set of handcrafted purple clay teapots, and several pounds of ancient tree tea leaves. In the front passenger seat, Leng Zhan remarked. Sheng Xia quickly glanced at Li Xingyan, who was resting with his eyes closed, surprised by his attentiveness. Her father cherished fine wine and enjoyed tea, while her mother, advancing in years, benefited from the nourishment of bird's nest. The gifts were both thoughtful and practical. Outside the car window, the wind carried the warmth of summer, rendering the entire city somewhat stifling. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was profoundly serene. In the back seat, she sat uncomfortably close to Li Xingyan, her gaze inevitably drawn to him, though she consciously restrained herself from looking, feeling an inexplicable allure emanating from him. As she contemplated the discord with her parents, having not returned home for a year out of resentment, her heart grew increasingly anxious as they approached home. Initially resistant to marrying Li Xingyan, her parents had coerced her into the union under the pretext of family debts. It was only later that she discovered the truth. Her family was not in debt, her parents had deceived her. In her previous life, Sheng Xia had firmly believed her parents were willing to sacrifice her lifelong happiness for financial gain, severing all ties with them. It was only after her parents perished in a car accident that she returned to manage their affairs, finding a bankbook and a note that revealed the extent of her error. The bride price from the Li family remained untouched in the bankbook, with the date of deposit coinciding with her engagement, and not a single withdrawal recorded during that period. The note read, Xia Xia. It was evident that Ji Jiaming did not truly care for you, which is why we were adamant about separating you. Forgive your parents. They only wish for you to marry well and live a life free from financial worries. If you truly find no happiness with Li Xingyan, this sum of money could sustain you. In that moment, she felt a profound regret for her harshness, lamenting her failure to fulfill her filial duties. But it was all too late. What? Did you not express your desire to return home, only to now have second thoughts? The man, with his narrow eyes, cast a sidelong glance at her. Sheng Xia's eyes were slightly reddened, her nose tinged with pink, yet she defiantly lifted her chin, refusing to let her tears fall. As a daughter, she had not honored her parents. As a wife, she had neglected her marital responsibilities. In her previous life, she had been profoundly unsuccessful. It was not that she had no regrets, rather, she felt that she had been exceedingly immature, having acted with childlike folly. This time returning home, she was uncertain if her parents would forgive her. Li Xingyan, she felt fear. It was the first time she revealed her vulnerability to him, resembling a pitiful little rabbit. Li Xingyan gently squeezed her soft cheek. "They will accept you, I assure you," he said, rare warmth breaking through as he flashed her a fleeting smile. Though his smile vanished almost instantly, it nonetheless provided her with immense encouragement, instinctively fostering her belief in him. He was consistently composed. And his words were always the product of careful contemplation and thorough analysis. The car came to a steady halt at the entrance of the bustling community. Home was just ahead. Before they could even step inside, a cacophony of arguments reached their ears. "All I asked was to transfer the property to our family account. This is for the sake of the children's education. We are family, how can you be so cruel?" The voice was unmistakably that of her aunt. "We are indeed a family, yet you do not lack for housing, you already possess several properties in the area. Why, then, must you transfer ownership of this one to me? This is the only home I have, reserved for our beloved Sheng Xia." The voice that rang out, unmistakably, was that of my father, Sheng Wenbin. "And Sheng Xia, your daughter has forsaken you, raising such a child has proven futile." Aunt grew increasingly agitated as she spoke. "Enough. Refrain from saying more. Regardless of how Sheng Xia may have married Li Xingyan, he is not someone we can provoke," uncle admonished. "What of Li Xingyan? Sheng Xia has married him yet spends her days in turmoil with him, still entangled with that other man. If this continues, divorce is inevitable. Perhaps Li Xingyan has long since regretted his choice and is contemplating how to rid himself of Sheng Xia. If Sheng Xia turns her back on you, no one will be there to care for you in your old age. Should you transfer this property to my son, you would have someone to look after you in your twilight years. This is merely an act of compassion on my part, so do not be ungrateful. Do not take advantage of us. I believe Xia Xia will return. Their marriage is strong, after all, and she has always been a good child." Mother Zhang Fengmei's voice trembled with emotion. "Strong marriage? With Sheng Xia's weight of 150 pounds, can she truly secure the heart of such a prominent figure?" Aunt scoffed. "You." Zhang Fengmei struck her chest in frustration. Suddenly, a car horn blared, and a spotlight illuminated uncle and aunt. Oh dear, who could this be? So utterly oblivious. Auntie could barely open her eyes, and as the vehicle approached, she finally discerned the license plate number, 68. Only a person of immense wealth could afford such a plate. She quickly stepped aside, a mere brush against that car would cost more than an entire house. The window slowly descended, revealing the cherubic face of Sheng Xia, who emerged from the vehicle. Sheng Xia, how could she be back? Just as Auntie pondered this, she noticed an extraordinarily distinguished man alighting from the other side of the car. A man she had only seen on television and at Sheng Xia's wedding a year prior. He was Li Xingyan. Chapter 16, Li Xingyan. No dogs allowed. Auntie's face paled, but she quickly composed herself. Sheng Xia had been away for a year, her return must surely signal a divorce, and this promised to be quite the spectacle. When Sheng Xia had married, the entire neighborhood, friends, and family had been consumed with envy and resentment. Now, witnessing the daughter of the Sheng family, once so proud, on the verge of divorce from Li Xingyan, what was there left to boast about? Sheng's parents, upon seeing their daughter, who had gained dozens of pounds in her absence, nearly failed to recognize her. When realization dawned, their hearts ached, and their eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Mr. Li, you see, you arrive without a word. This child, Sheng Xia, has been spoiled since childhood, disobedient and unaware of how to care for others. I apologize for the trouble she has caused you." Auntie wore a forced smile, subtly belittling Sheng Xia. Li Xingyan cast a sidelong glance at Ling Zhan, who promptly stepped forward to shield Auntie. "You think you can speak to Mr. Li without his invitation?" Ling Zhan resolutely barred his aunt and uncle from entering. "Wasn't Mr. Li here to discuss a divorce with Sheng Xia?" His aunt protested with a hint of defiance. At that moment, Li Xingyan halted in his tracks, an icy chill enveloping the air, rendering one speechless. "Someone, slap them." Ling Zhan commanded, the two bodyguards trailing behind him. Almost immediately, the sharp sound of two slaps echoed from outside, accompanied by the distant cries of his aunt. Sheng Xia gazed at her parents, who appeared significantly aged over the past year, her heart tightening as she felt a rush of emotion. Her aunt's recent behavior had brought shame upon her parents, it was she who had subjected them to such distress. "Dad, Mom, I was wrong," she confessed, her legs feeling as heavy as lead as she stood before them. "Foolish child, it's not about right or wrong. Your father and I didn't consider your feelings. We acted too hastily, Zhang Fengmei reassured her, grasping Sheng Xia's hand. You've gained quite a bit of weight, your appearance has changed so much. Yet. In the eyes of her parents, their daughter's return mattered more than her size. Xing Wenbin felt a whirlwind of emotions as he scrutinized Li Xingyan, whose opulent demeanor seemed out of place in their modest surroundings. Mr. Li, please come in. I apologize for any inadequacies in our hospitality, he said, extending a welcoming gesture. Not at all, Li Xingyan replied, stepping into the living room without a hint of disdain. The home, a quaint old-fashioned residence of approximately 80 square meters, felt somewhat cramped with its 2 bedrooms and 2 living areas, yet it was a comfortable abode. You all returned without giving us a heads up. We've run out of disposable cups, and I fear the tea might not suit your taste, Zhang Fengmei noted with a hint of awkwardness. Sheng Xia stood up and said, Mom, Dad, please sit down and chat with Mr. Li. I'll go prepare something. Upon speaking, she entered the bedroom that had long been untouched. Upon seeing everything arranged as it once was, her eyes involuntarily reddened. How foolish she had been. Worrying about this and that before returning, oblivious to the fact that her parents had been waiting each day for their child to come home. Sheng Xia approached the drawer, retrieved a cup, and walked to the balcony to wash it clean. Noticing the absence of good tea in the house, she settled for a cup of plain water and proceeded. She overheard her parents fervently apologizing in front of Li Xingyan. Mr. Li, Xia has always been headstrong. If she has acted inappropriately, I hope you can forgive her. How is it that after marrying, she has become so gluttonous and gained so much weight? Rest assured, I will speak to her about it. Holding the cup, Sheng Xia felt a wave of annoyance. Was she truly so unworthy? Her parents' obsequious demeanor made it seem as though marrying Li Xingyan had conferred an extraordinary honor upon the Sheng family. Mr. Li, I reiterate. If Xia misbehaves or acts excessively, please, considering her youth, do not resort to punishment. If she is at fault, return her to us, and we will educate her properly. Listening to her father cautiously express such requests to Li Xingyan, Sheng Xia's heart ached. Dad, Mom, what are you saying? Mr. Li has come all this way, please refrain from speaking in such peculiar terms. He is not someone who resorts to violence. As she spoke, she placed the cup in front of Li Xingyan. Indeed, it was true, Mr. Li was a cultured man, hailing from a prestigious background, perhaps she was overthinking. Xing Wenbin cast a knowing glance at Sheng Xia. Xia, quickly show Mr. Li around the house. Oh. In the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia gestured toward a nearby room, suggesting, would you like to see my bedroom? Li Xingyan rose from his chair and, under Sheng Xia's introduction, made his way to her private sanctuary. Come in. Why are you standing motionless at the threshold? Is it because you find the room too small? Sheng Xia inquired. The man narrowed his elongated eyes dangerously, his gaze fixated on the doorframe. Sheng Xia leaned closer, a chill coursing through her as she noticed the inscription on the door, no entry for Li Xingyan and dogs. This appeared to be an expression of her discontent, etched into the wood with a small knife before her marriage. An awkward smile crept onto Sheng Xia's face as she remarked, my parents are something else, it was carved a year ago. And they haven't bothered to repair the door. How ridiculous. Though her words were light-hearted, a shiver ran down her spine, and cold sweat began to form. Fortunately, Li Xingyan grimly followed her into the bedroom as Sheng Xia closed the door and drew back the curtains. To her dismay, she saw Li Xingyan pick up a yellowed diary from the table. No. Sheng Xia's alarm bells rang, but it was too late. The title page of the diary came into view, emblazoned with the words, Li Xingyan, scoundrel. In a panic, Sheng Xia snatched the diary from his hands, fearing that should he continue to read, her life would be in jeopardy. At that moment, she could hardly bear to glimpse Li Xingyan's expression, which must have mirrored the weight of unbearable truth. Oh dear, it's quite hot, Li Xingyan. My room has a balcony, it offers a view of the outside. Though it may not compare to the Jin garden, it possesses its own charm, Sheng Xia said, forcing herself to open the door. The balcony was quite small, accommodating only 2 individuals. Li Xingyan showed no interest in the view, while a parrot perched there, its feathers ruffled in the heat of summer. When he touched the soft feathers atop its head with his finger, the parrot, akin to a tempestuous summer day, erupted in fury and pecked at his finger. Li Xingyan is a nuisance. The parrot's voice was hoarse, reminiscent of a foul-mouthed woman. Sheng Xia took refuge behind Li Xingyan, placing a finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. The parrot, perhaps thrilled from an absence of its owner, became even more animated, squawking, "Li Xingyan is a nuisance. Li Xingyan is a nuisance. Li Xingyan is a nuisance." The repetition echoed, as relentless as the bird's temperament. This parrot belonged to her, and naturally, it had learned from her. Sheng Xia yearned to escape, yet the cramped balcony confined her. With a cold grunt, Li Xingyan turned, cornering her against the wall and revealing his menacingly white teeth. "Sheng Xia, you seem more dissatisfied with this marriage than I anticipated. Am I correct?" His tone was chilling. Chapter 17, the troublemaking parrot. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from him, a primal instinct for survival compelled Sheng Xia to shake her head vigorously, shamelessly asserting, "It has nothing to do with me. This parrot has been unruly, perhaps influenced by the misbehaving child next door. I assure you, I have no involvement whatsoever." Before she could finish her sentence, the parrot's sharp voice cut through, articulating with remarkable clarity, "I won't marry. Not even in death will I marry. Even if I were to wed a beggar, I would never marry that tyrant Li Xingyan. If you continue to pressure me, I will resort to poison, hang myself, or throw myself in front of a car." In the sweltering summer, she covered her face, wishing to kneel and implore the parrot, "Dear brother, could you do me a kindness and refrain from speaking any further?" For these are fragments of her tumultuous past. In her defiance against her parents, she had fought numerous battles at home to avoid marrying Li Xingyan. Were it not for her profound fear of death, she might have long ceased to exist. There exists a tale concerning this parrot as well. The former mistress had clandestinely engaged with another man behind her husband's back. It is said that one day, upon the husband's return, the parrot suddenly squawked, "Brother, you are far superior to my husband." Instantly, chaos erupted within the household. Subsequently, the parrot was cruelly abandoned by its mistress and, after passing through several owners, it was eventually rescued by Sheng Xia. It appears that one should be cautious when picking up what others discard. A chilling aura enveloped her, prompting Sheng Xia to steal a glance at the man before her through her fingers. She noticed a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips, as if a murky emotion lay hidden in the depths of his gaze. Sheng Xia found herself at a loss, yearning to provide a proper explanation. Yet the topic itself was fraught with awkwardness. Just how vehemently she had resisted marrying him was common knowledge. It was impossible for such whispers to have evaded Li Xingyan's ears. Initially, she presumed that Li Xingyan was enamored with her appearance, yet despite her considerable weight gain, his interest seemed undiminished, leaving her utterly perplexed. The notion of love at first sight seemed improbable between her and Li Xingyan, especially considering the excruciating awkwardness of their first encounter. On that occasion, she had won an all-expenses-paid luxurious solo trip to the Maldives through a lucky draw while enjoying a beverage. As a girl from a modest background, and with graduation approaching, how could she possibly let such a golden opportunity slip away? She gracefully ventured forth. The five-star hotel was indeed vast, exuding an air of opulence and luxury. The organizers, demonstrating commendable integrity, had arranged for her to occupy the presidential suite, one of only two in the entire establishment. At the corridor's end lay the swimming pool, its crystalline waters inviting. Opposite the pool were transparent glass walls, affording a breathtaking view of the distant sea and the azure sky above. In the height of summer, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy, comfortably dozing off by the poolside. Upon awakening, however, she was dismayed to discover that her large towel, clothing, and bag had mysteriously vanished. The bag contained her visa, identification card, bank cards, and valuables. Her entire identity was contained within. Clad only in her swimsuit, she approached the front desk, where she was informed that without any identification to prove her status as a guest of the presidential suite, they could only assist her in filing a police report. It was the peak of the tourist season, despite the hotel being nearly empty since her arrival. The surrounding area was bustling with visitors. Embarrassed by her attire, she hesitated to wander about in her swimsuit and retreated. Returning to her floor in a desperate bid for luck, she found nothing. Yet, she noticed the door to the opposite presidential suite ajar, seemingly unoccupied. Her initial intention was to wait for the incoming guest to seek assistance. She had overheard the housekeeping staff mention that the occupant of this suite was also Chinese. She hoped to borrow a piece of clothing and perhaps request some food. After a lengthy wait, her stomach growled in protest. She vowed that this would be her sole act of wrongdoing. After knocking gently, confirming the absence of anyone within, she impulsively stepped inside. She opened the wardrobe and selected a neatly arranged men's shirt to wear, for she certainly did not wish to face the police in her swimwear while being interrogated. The table was adorned with an array of snacks, all of which were her favorites. In the sweltering summer heat, hunger became unbearable, and she initially hesitated before indulging in a packet of snacks, only to later feast with abandon. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a stern man standing before her. Dressed in his shirt, she munched on the snacks from his table, crumbs scattering about her mouth, resembling a thief caught red-handed in the act. In that moment, she felt utterly mortified. Their first meeting was steeped in such embarrassment, and in her disheveled state, how could anyone possibly fall for her at first sight? At the conclusion of that trip, it was Li Xingyan who assisted her in recovering her lost belongings, and she felt a surge of gratitude, believing that the matter was settled. However, upon returning home, rumors of her impending marriage began to circulate. It was unclear why Li Xingyan was so insistent on marrying her, even personally visiting the Sheng family to propose. It was said that during that time, Li's father was in poor health and urged his son to marry soon in order to formally pass the Li family business to him. Perhaps he believed that since he had aided her, she had no grounds to refuse him, and what he sought was not love, but merely a union. Aside from that trip, Sheng Xia had not encountered Li Xingyan again before the wedding, leaving their marriage devoid of any emotional foundation. Yet, if there truly was no emotional basis, why did Li Xingyan not allow her to leave, even sacrificing his life to protect her? Not only was this marriage incomprehensible to her, but Li Xingyan himself was an enigma, shrouded in mystery. "I shall not marry. Not even in death." The parrot's shrill cry jolted Sheng Xia from her reverie. Li Xingyan said little, she merely observed his retreating figure. Perhaps her nervousness in his presence clouded her perception. For in a moment of distraction, she glimpsed a hint of desolation in his gaze. With a sharp glare at the parrot, she made a slicing motion across her throat. Threatening, "Little one, if you utter another word, I swear I shall turn you into soup." Upon hearing this, the parrot's previously spirited demeanor instantly wilted. It drooped its head, appearing utterly defeated, as if it might succumb at any moment. Having said that, Sheng Xia followed in Li Xingyan's footsteps, and together they entered the living room. After an extended absence from home, everything felt so familiar, and her parents showed no signs of reproach. Instead, they busied themselves in preparation for their arrival, leaving Sheng Xia feeling ashamed of her earlier apprehensions. "Mr. Li, you must be parched after a long day. Please have some water," Xing Wenbin said, anxiously rubbing his hands together in a display of eagerness. In stark contrast, Li Xingyan remained unruffled, his emotions seemingly impervious to external influences. Save for that one occasion, when he had been frantically searching for her amidst the inferno, his face had betrayed a palpable anxiety. What was he afraid of? She had treated him poorly, yet he still regarded her as a vital member of his family. She truly did not deserve such regard. "Not thirsty," he replied coolly, betraying no discomfort. She wondered what thoughts occupied his mind regarding the earlier incident on the balcony. Standing beside him, her hands clasped tightly together, she felt as out of place as a stranger in this charged atmosphere. Chapter 18, Mr. Li truly has affection for you at this moment. Li Xingyan reclined on the vintage sofa, his legs elegantly crossed. Although his aura was starkly incongruent with the modest confines of the room, his demeanor radiated a calm assurance, as if this quaint space were indeed his own home. This incongruity left Sheng Xia in awe, pondering where he had cultivated such an imposing presence that transcended every environment he graced. While their circumstances could not compare to the Li family's opulence, at least the water was clean, and though the cup was not a masterpiece from Jingdezhen, it was hygienic, an exclusive vessel for Sheng Xia, devoid of any dirt. Xing Wenbin, somewhat anxious, felt compelled to clarify, fearing that Li Xingyan might harbor disdain. In the past, Sheng Xia had been unable to tolerate her father's obsequiousness towards Li Xingyan, firmly believing he was sacrificing her for personal gain. Yet, reflecting on it now, she understood that his actions were motivated solely by concern for her well-being. Her parents merely wished for her to find a reliable sanctuary. In all honesty, the Li Xingyan they favored was indeed 1,000 times more suitable than the man she had chosen, Ji Jiaming. "Dad, please don't be overly courteous. Li Xingyan is a bit of a neat freak and never drinks from others' cups." Sheng Xia was prepared to elaborate when she noticed Li Xingyan leisurely lifting the cup, completely unfazed as he took a sip of the plain water. One sip after another, he continued drinking, and after counting, Sheng Xia realized he had taken 5 intermittent sips. Wasn't he supposed to be averse to using anyone else's cup? She recalled in her previous life that wherever Li Xingyan went, Lin Zhan would always carry his personal cup. And she scarcely remembered him ever drinking from a vessel filled by another. Yet at this moment, a man clutched a pink mug adorned with Hello Kitty in one hand, while the other delicately caressed, exuding an air as if sipping coffee in a high-end restaurant, utterly devoid of incongruity. How did he manage that? His lips, thin and seemingly aloof, bore an undeniable allure. Despite his cool demeanor, his lips were soft, and the thought of kissing him sent a jolt through Sheng Xia's mind. At this instant, her thoughts exploded in a flurry of words. Li Xingyan had used the cup she had once sipped from. Did that not constitute an indirect kiss? As this notion took root, her breath caught in her throat, and the memory of her first kiss surged uncontrollably into her consciousness. It was that time in the Maldives after she had been robbed. Before the police arrived to investigate, Sheng Xia had implored Li Xingyan for assistance. He had exhibited a look of hesitation, yet ultimately relented after her repeated pleas. I can help you, but we must pretend to be husband and wife. I can leverage my connections to help you recover your belongings and ensure your safe return home. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that my contacts will be willing to assist a stranger, he had stated. Sheng Xia, aware of her precarious situation in a foreign land, recognized that Li Xingyan was her only lifeline and reluctantly agreed. All right, I will abide by your wishes, as long as you can help me return home. Who could have anticipated that the police would demand a marriage certificate? How could she possibly produce such a document? In a moment of desperation, Li Xingyan cast her a sidelong glance and said in Mandarin, "Kiss me." Sheng Xia was left utterly bewildered, exclaiming, "What? If you kiss me, they will believe us." He replied nonchalantly, "What on earth are you talking about? Surely you aren't using a code, are you? Your relationship hardly resembles that of a married couple." The police officer exclaimed in broken English, as the thought of being unable to return home and living as an undocumented immigrant loomed over her. Sheng Xia trembled in fear and pressed her lips against Li Xingyan's face. In that moment, Li Xingyan was momentarily taken aback, his entire body stiffening. He had anticipated that Sheng Xia would merely offer a gentle peck on the cheek, but to his astonishment, Shortly thereafter, Lin Zhan arrived with a group of locals to negotiate with the police. The following day, all of her lost belongings were returned, and the police offered their apologies. When they returned home, a grand farewell was organized, with hundreds of people in attendance. Sheng Xia found it curious, given Li Xingyan's extensive connections. Assisting a stranger should have been a simple task. Why then did they have to pretend to be married? That instance of role-playing had inadvertently turned into something genuine. Xia, Li is quite the handsome gentleman, you needn't gawk at him like that. Haven't you had enough of him at home? Zhang Fengmei remarked, tying her apron and covering her mouth with a chuckle. The man's deep gaze fixed upon her, causing Sheng Xia's cheeks to flush crimson, leaving her utterly embarrassed. Mom? What are you saying? Who's looking at him? Come help me in the kitchen, Zhang Fengmei instructed. Oh. Sheng Xia hurriedly averted her eyes from Li Xingyan, wondering if she had indeed been staring at him for too long. How mortifying. In the kitchen, Zhang Fengmei firmly pressed Sheng Xia's shoulders, urging her to sit down. Mom? Didn't you ask me to come and assist you? Sheng Xia questioned in confusion. What skills do you possess? In the realm of culinary skills, you find yourself lacking the proficiency to wield a knife for chopping, and your culinary expertise falls short when it comes to stir-frying, often resulting in more hindrance than assistance. Meanwhile, Mr. Li exhibits remarkable attentiveness. Upon his arrival, he brings along a dozen prepared dishes, all still warm. Is it too much to ask that you and your father refrain from constantly bowing to Li Xingyan? With a pout, Sheng Xia remarked, isn't it because of your ineptitude? Mr. Li deigns to accept you, which must be a stroke of immense misfortune. How can a mother speak of her daughter in such a manner? Sheng Xia's mother summoned her specifically to impart this lesson. Look at yourself, your sole beauty has been squandered. You've ballooned to 150 pounds. And standing beside Li Xingyan, you resemble a servant. It is nothing short of miraculous that he has not expressed disdain for you. At this rate, Mr. Li likely does not wish to approach you. Upon receiving such blunt criticism, Sheng Xia's face flushed crimson, nearly bleeding from embarrassment. Who says that? Perhaps Mr. Li prefers those with a fuller figure. After all, in my previous life, I weighed 180 pounds, yet Li Xingyan still showered me with affection. Particularly when he was intoxicated, often calling me chubby while kissing me. Deceive yourself if you must. Li Xingyan may find you somewhat novel. And his strong sense of responsibility prevents him from showing any disdain. However, should you continue to wallow in self-pity, he may very well abandon you. His qualities are exceptional. And after divorcing multiple times, women are eager to marry him. Take heed of your situation. With a disapproving glance, Bai Fengmei regarded her. As Sheng Xia reflected on the tragic loss of her parents in a car accident, leaving her orphaned, she listened to her mother's familiar admonitions and felt a warmth in her heart, suddenly finding herself no longer angered, but rather, wearing a smile. Child, are you foolish? Zhang Fengmei chided as she lightly tapped Sheng Xia's forehead, her eyes reddening as she embraced her daughter tightly. Xia, you haven't contacted your parents for an entire year. We have been terribly worried about you. Mom, I'm sorry, it was my fault. Sheng Xia expressed the sentiments she had long left unspoken. Her heart overwhelmed with a myriad of emotions. It was my parents who made the initial mistake, failing to consider your wishes. However, I can see that President Li genuinely cares for you, he will treat you well. His affection for her must be a mere illusion of my parents, she thought. That trip to the Maldives had been utterly disastrous, how could he possibly have formed a favorable impression of her? Xia, you mustn't be naive any longer. For someone of President Li's stature to come to our home is a clear testament to the importance he places on you. You cannot carelessly mention divorce again, besides. The die has been cast. Once a girl is divorced, it becomes increasingly difficult to find a good man. The die has been cast. If only my mother knew that this die was still unformed, she would likely be devastated. And you really must lose some weight, your figure surpasses even President Li's. Zhang Fengmei raised an eyebrow suggestively. Sheng Xia promptly covered her ears. Alright, Mom, could you please stop? You, my child, are simply too indulged by your parents. You refuse to heed good advice. After enduring 10 minutes of her mother's nagging, Sheng Xia finally emerged from the kitchen. Xia had been spoiled since childhood. Behaving much like a boy, climbing trees to raid bird nests, crawling through dog holes to pilfer persimmons, and exhibiting a mischievous spirit that was quite unruly. As she grew older, she became both lazy and gluttonous, with a temper that often flared, and now, having gained considerable weight, she relied on Mr. Li's understanding. Xing Wenbin continued to speak incessantly. Originally, Sheng Xia intended to invite everyone to dinner, but she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, unable to maintain her composure before Li Xingyan. In the past, she would have relished the thought of others speaking ill of her in front of him, hoping it would lead to his disdain and perhaps even an agreement to divorce. However, now, hearing her father incessantly enumerate her shortcomings in his presence filled her with humiliation. Was she truly that inadequate? Compared to the countless accolades surrounding Li Xingyan, she appeared rather mundane. This stark contrast was one of the reasons, aside from her lingering feelings for her ex-boyfriend, that she hesitated to embrace her role as his wife. The chasm between them felt insurmountable. In marriage, compatibility in social standing is undeniably significant. Even if others remained silent on the matter, it loomed as an unbridgeable gulf in her heart. Li Xingyan had always disdained her plump figure, surely, this only deepened his aversion. Otherwise, why would his brows furrow ever more tightly, radiating an aura of dissatisfaction? You are quite well, he remarked, his tone seemingly laced with a hint of discontent. Though he did not raise his voice, his presence was undeniably commanding. Sheng Xia's heart inexplicably quickened at his words. Did he mean what she hoped he did? Clearly, Xing Wenbin had not anticipated Li Xingyan's silence, only managing to utter those 3 words succinctly. Perhaps, in her current guise as Mrs. Li, her father's criticism of her was, in essence, a reflection on Li Xingyan's judgment, which would explain his irritation. The summer has passed, Dad. Li Xingyan, dinner is ready, please wash your hands. The meal is quite sumptuous, featuring 2 plates of vegetables and a variety of dishes prepared in advance and delivered by Li Xingyan's staff. Sheng Xia sat beside Li Xingyan, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the golden fried prawns. Having devoured 2, she found herself yearning for more and couldn't resist reaching for her chopsticks again. Xia. Do eat less, look at how much weight you've gained, admonished Zhang Fengmei. Mom, I'm still not full. Xing Xia lamented, feeling despondent. The world of the overweight was indeed cruel. As she sulkily focused on her rice, a pair of chopsticks reached over, adding 2 peeled prawns to her bowl. Her eyes lit up. Li Xingyan was diligently peeling prawns while wearing gloves, his motions precise, reminiscent of a laboratory dissection. Yet, this meticulousness did nothing to diminish her appetite. "Mr. Li, if you continue to indulge her like this, Xia Xia will become a ball," Zhang Fengmei remarked, uncertain whether to express delight or concern. "There's enough to nurture her," he replied. In the midst of conversation, Li Xingyan placed 2 plump prawn pieces into Sheng Xia's bowl and wiped his hands with a warm towel from the table. Sheng Xia's heart raced, and she pretended not to hear. The Arctic sweet shrimp boasted an exquisite texture and a delightful aftertaste, rich in nutrition yet low in fat, making it suitable for those seeking to lose weight. Beneath the table, Zhang Fengmei elbowed Xing Wenbin, her face beaming with joy. The tender affection in Li Xingyan's gaze when he peeled the prawns for Sheng Xia was unmistakable. "I'm full now," Sheng Xia declared after finishing the prawns, having only taken a few bites of the vegetables thereafter. In recent days, under her strict dietary regimen and exercise, she has shed over 3 pounds. Although her substantial starting weight renders any noticeable change imperceptible for now, she firmly believes that through her diligence, she will achieve her goal. Li Xingyan, during meals, always displays a deliberate slowness, rarely making a sound. He remains exceedingly restrained, even in matters of diet. The family completed dinner in a relatively pleasant atmosphere, with the 4 of them seated on the sofa, the news playing softly on the television. Zhang Fengmei remarked, "Xia Xia, it has been quite a while since you last returned home. Why not stay here tonight with Mr. Li? The bedding is all fresh." "Indeed, Xia Xia, ever since your marriage, you have yet to spend a night at home. It is a rare occasion that you are back." The parents' intentions were unmistakably clear. Yet Sheng Xia felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, unable to raise her gaze. Her relationship with Li Xingyan had not progressed to such an intimate level. "No. The bed at home is too small, and besides, Li Xingyan didn't bring a change of clothes today." Zhang Fengmei countered, "Who says? There is a set in your wardrobe." At this remark, a hint of sternness immediately clouded Li Xingyan's handsome features, and the confined space seemed to fill with an unsettling chill. Xing Wenbin cleared his throat and interjected, "What are you saying? What man's clothes? Xia Xia has always maintained her integrity, she has never brought a man home before marriage." "I say, old Sheng, are you confused? The clothes in the wardrobe belong to Mr. Li, don't you recall? A year ago, during that trip to the Maldives, if it weren't for Mr. Li lending his clothes to Xia Xia, it would have been quite awkward. Xia Xia brought back her clothes, which I washed meticulously and hung in her wardrobe. As luck would have it, I had just washed them again yesterday and let them dry in the sun." Fengmei chuckled. Sheng Xia lowered her head, pursed her lips, and dared not meet the gaze of Li Xingyan. For someone with obsessive cleanliness, how could she possibly stay in someone else's home? Moreover, their modest abode could not compare to the well-appointed facilities of Jin Yuan. He would find it unbearable. She emitted a sound akin to a mosquito buzzing. "All right," came the man's deep response from the side. "What?" Sheng Xia exclaimed in shock, her gaze meeting the inscrutable depths of Li Xingyan's eyes, utterly incredulous. Why would he agree to stay here? Was it to create a fade of marital bliss before their parents? However, Sheng Xia was well aware that Li Xingyan's decisions were not easily swayed, and there was no need for her to cling to futile resistance. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she entered the bedroom, retrieving Li Xingyan's clothes, which, as her mother had said, were as pristine as new. Alongside them, she also found a long black dress. This was the outfit she wore in the Maldives, lounging in his room when Li Xingyan had it sent to her. It suited her perfectly, though she had only worn it once. Initially, Sheng Xia had felt grateful to Li Xingyan, had it not been for his assistance. Her return to the country would not have been so swift and smooth. Later, when he insisted on marrying her, she began to harbor resentment, opposing him at every turn. Chapter 20, The one at home wants to climb the wall with the clothes in hand. Sheng Xia pushed Li Xingyan into the bathroom, instructing him on how to use the old-fashioned water heater before quickly retreating from the room. "Xia Xia, this is the clothing your mother asked your uncle to bring over," Zhang Fengmei said as she stuffed a set of pajamas into Sheng Xia's arms. Sheng Xia unfolded the black lace camisole nightgown, her face instantly flushed with heat. "Mom, when did uncle develop such poor taste? What kind of clothing is this? I want to wear it." Sheng Xia protested, embarrassment creeping into her voice. I told your uncle that Li Xingyan is resting at our home, and he and your aunt specially selected this for you. Despite its delicate appearance. It costs 200 yuan, Xia. I must insist that you wear this today. But I have so many clothes in my wardrobe. Sheng Xia pouted, daring not to raise her voice, fearful of being overheard from the bathroom. Given your current size, do you think you can fit into those clothes? This is a 3XL. And it's a particularly popular style that is running low on stock, Zhang Fengmei replied. She then leaned in closer, whispering conspiratorially, your aunt had someone check the fortune, today. Our southern side is auspicious, and your bedroom happens to be facing south. If you heed your mother's advice and wear this dress, I assure you it will bring good fortune. Sheng Xia longed to rebel against the suggestion but feared what Li Xingyan might think. Just as she was deliberating, Li Xingyan emerged from the bathroom, and Zhang Fengmei, relishing the drama, pushed her daughter toward the bathroom. Xia, Mr. Li has a penchant for cleanliness. And the floral shower gel in there smells delightful. Don't forget to apply a generous amount. Sheng Xia. Half an hour later. Sheng Xia emerged from the bathroom, reluctantly clad in the black lace nightgown, her hands clasped over her chest, her face as crimson as a ripe tomato. She felt too shy to venture into the bedroom. Li Xingyan has always possessed a refined taste. Her intention was glaringly apparent as she donned such an unflattering outfit. Her figure rather ample, and yet she still sought to entice him, which would only provoke his disdain. In her previous life, even in the sweltering summer, weighing 180 pounds, Li Xingyan would have a designer craft custom garments for her, elegantly tailored to accentuate her figure while showcasing her taste. Alas, those well-meaning efforts were squandered with ease. Xia, once you're done washing up, take a moment to rest. This is the first time Mr. Li has come to our home since your marriage. Do spend some time with him, Zhang Fengmei remarked, deliberately raising her voice to leave Sheng Xia with no room for retreat. As Sheng Xia mustered the courage to approach the bedroom, Zhang Fengmei tugged down one of her shoulder straps. So alluring. Good child, go on, she urged. Sheng Xia felt as though she had been thrust back into an ancient era, akin to a courtesan being sent to entertain guests by her mother. A wave of humiliation washing over her. Upon reaching the threshold of the bedroom, she inhaled deeply before pushing the door open. Inside, the room was dimly lit. And Li Xingyan reclined against the headboard, engrossed in a thick book. Sheng Xia approached hesitantly, and her heart plummeted upon glimpsing the title of the book in his hands. It was a romance novel she adored during her school days, In a World Ruled by Women, All Men Love Me. Though the specific details of the story eluded her, she recalled it revolved around a female protagonist who, upon entering a matriarchal world, leveraged her status and beauty to amass numerous male consorts. Noticing Li Xingyan's furrowed brows as he read, alarm bells rang in her mind, and her adrenaline surged. In a flurry, she leapt onto the bed, intent on seizing the book from his grasp. As she lunged towards him, Li Xingyan raised his hand, and she unexpectedly fell into his embrace. Ah! She exclaimed, her scantily clad form pressing against his chest, her face nestled against him. Thump thump, how peculiar, was it his heartbeat or hers that raced so fervently? The thought of multiple men orbiting around her, was this a hidden facet of her psyche? Li Xingyan narrowed his elongated eyes. What are you doing? Did you not seek my permission to peruse my book? In the sweltering summer, her breath became labored. In such close proximity, Li Xingyan's handsome yet infuriated visage was strikingly captivating, and she braced herself against his solid chest to maintain her balance. Do I need your approval to read your book? Li Xingyan scoffed dismissively, a low hum escaping his throat. Sheng Xia, do I need to remind you? Last time, when I was preoccupied, did you not casually access my computer? That was. Sheng Xia hesitated, unable to continue. The previous occasion had seen Li Xingyan occupied in his study, stepping out briefly to answer a call. Seizing the moment, Sheng Xia had stealthily entered. Discovering his social media was active, she had targeted a user with a striking profile picture and typed, "It's late, and I feel so lonely." The response was almost instantaneous. Lonely? Why would Mr. Li say such a thing? Sheng Xia typed rapidly. My marriage is unfulfilling. Why is it unfulfilling? There are hidden ailments in that regard, persistent and untreatable. The one at home is tempted to stray. Sheng Xia found the exchange increasingly intriguing, until Li Xingyan, with a darkened expression, forcibly removed her from the study. She found it strange. Upon hearing his footsteps, she hastily deleted the chat history. How did he know? Li Xingyan gritted his teeth and confronted her, revealing that the person she had been chatting with so animatedly was none other than himself, using a secondary account. As for the alluring profile picture, it was merely her appearance before marriage, a detail she failed to discern in her moment of guilt. Distracted again. The man playfully flicked her forehead. Ouch. Li Xingyan, could you not show a little tenderness? Sheng Xia lamented, cradling her head. Outside the door. Zhang Fengmei smiled as she retreated, returning to her room to give Xing Wenbin an approving thumbs up. I told you, that outfit would undoubtedly have an effect. Although Xia has gained a bit of weight, President Li is youthful and vigorous, the earlier commotion was quite significant. In the softly illuminated bedroom, Sheng Xia's plump figure leaned against Li Xingyan, her cheeks flushed. During their earlier tussle for the book, she had felt no discomfort, but now, when her hands grazed his heated body, her thoughts began to wander. Despite their lackluster relationship in a previous life, they had been married for several years. And the physical memories lingered, stirring her imagination. The atmosphere grew somewhat intimate, with Li Xingyan's intense gaze fixed upon her face, making her too timid to meet his eyes. Just as she attempted to pull away, Li Xingyan mischievously drew her closer, causing them to press against each other seamlessly, their bodies' warmth palpable through their clothes. Li Xingyan. Let me go. As she spoke, she became acutely aware of the softness of her voice, a sound that felt almost flirtatious, as if she were playfully teasing him. His arms encircled her firmly, and she wondered if her weight would not leave him breathless. Li Xingyan, I said let go of me, didn't you hear? She pushed against his chest, yet her demeanor lacked the firmness she once possessed, starkly contrasting with her previous assertive resistance. He showed no sign of relenting. His large hand gently patting her back, reminiscent of a parent soothing a child to sleep. Within his embrace, she found that Li Xingyan was not as fearsome as she had imagined, at least, his current demeanor was somewhat comforting. The man playfully pinched her chubby cheek and tenderly caressed the nape of her neck. Heaven knows, in the sweltering summer, she was not afraid of his aggression, but rather feared his gentleness, for she lacked the fortitude to resist it. You need to calm down, Li Xingyan. Impulsiveness is a devil. A person as wise and composed as you should never make hasty mistakes. Look at me. I'm so fat, so plump, with your refined taste. You must find it hard to act. She exerted herself to ensure her voice did not tremble. In the realm of beauty. How do you know I don't prefer a fuller figure? His voice, devilishly charming, whispered in her ear, both a threat and an allure. But to act upon someone devoid of love, there can be no sense of fulfillment, can there? It's akin to being lifeless. A soft chuckle escaped Li Xingyan. And she dreaded his laughter, knowing it often heralded his impending fury. As for fulfillment, that is for me to determine. His scalding breath caressed her nape, igniting a feverish blush upon her skin. It wasn't that Sheng Xia feared intimacy with Li Xingyan. After all, during that incident in the bathroom in their past life, Li Xingyan had a fever, and after kissing her, he had no strength and rested on her. Who knew that she was drunk and acted crazy? And she took Li Xingyan to bed, and then she did Li Xingyan, who had a high fever and no resistance. Speaking of which, she was the one who was sorry for him. Even if he wanted her this time, she had nothing to say, it was a kind of compensation. But looking at the pile of fat on her body, she really couldn't convince herself, and she resisted having a relationship without feelings. Li Xingyan. You also know that when we got married, I was unwilling, so in the year after the wedding, I have been fighting against you, we are half wrong. Sheng Xia calmed herself down and said earnestly to Li Xingyan's eyes. I just suddenly figured it out, I want to manage our relationship well. Can you give me some time? Maybe we can start from the relationship of ordinary friends. Sheng Xia waited for Li Xingyan's response. But after waiting for a long time, the man's temperature became lower and lower, until the chill made her unable to ignore. She had to raise her head to look at him again. The man lowered his head and bit her shoulder as a punishment. Ah! Sheng Xia exclaimed. Li Xingyan, are you a dog? Why do you bite? It hurts. Sheng Xia. Married for a year, you are telling me now that we are not even ordinary friends? The man's eyes were red, obviously he was very angry. No wonder Lu Mubai claimed that Sheng Xia was preparing to elope with Ji Jiaming. It turns out they have been married for a year, and in Sheng Xia's eyes, their relationship is perceived in this manner. Li Xingyan was thoroughly exasperated. He pushed Sheng Xia away and remained silent, his demeanor cold and unyielding. Are you a fool? After a prolonged silence, he couldn't contain his anger any longer. Li Xingyan is utterly ridiculous. The parrot on the balcony, audaciously squawking, seemed to engage in a verbal spat with Li Xingyan. Truly. One's character reflects in their choice of pets. The man scoffed disdainfully, his contempt palpable. Sheng Xia found herself at a loss, unable to advance or retreat. She tentatively approached, spreading the blanket and carefully draping it over Li Xingyan. Ah Yan, the air conditioning is on in the room. You'll catch a chill if you don't cover up, she spoke softly. Even if she were to be dense, she understood that when he was angry, confronting him directly would be futile. She had to adopt a gentler approach. Almost immediately after she called him Ah Yan, Li Xingyan's throat slightly moved. And his gaze seemed to soften. Seizing the moment, Sheng Xia placed her small hand on his back, leaning closer as she whispered, "We have plenty of time. Let us take it slow, shall we? I know you aren't as indifferent and heartless as others claim, on the contrary, you are a person of great responsibility. In the days to come, let us coexist harmoniously. I acknowledge my flaws, which you find intolerable, and I will strive to improve. Please don't be angry with me. All right?" The young girl persistently poked his back with her finger, whispering sweetly by his ear, "Ah Yan, please don't ignore me." Just when she believed her efforts at appeasement had proven futile, the man suddenly grasped her index finger and spoke in a hushed voice, "Enough. Are all women like this? After marriage, the chatter only increases." Sheng Xia was so startled that she dared not utter a sound. Nonetheless, she blinked innocently before him. Li Xingyan pulled up the blanket. Sharing the same cover, and despite their attempts to maintain distance on the small bed, it was inevitable that they would brush against each other. Especially since Li Xingyan was accustomed to sprawling on a larger bed, he occupied more than half the space, forcing her to sleep pressed against his back. Which felt quite petty of him. After a short while, the man could no longer contain himself and turned to face her. "Who permitted you to wear such attire?" My mother," Sheng Xia explained. "I haven't been back for a long time, and I've gained quite a bit of weight. I couldn't fit into my old clothes. And this outfit was hastily bought by my mother. I suppose I shall just make do with it. I apologize if it offends your eyes. Wearing such unrefined clothing in my presence is one thing, but if you dare to wear it outside." The look in his eyes was perilously intense. "I promise. I will never wear such vulgar clothing again," she asserted. Curiously, despite her assurances, Li Xingyan's expression grew increasingly displeased. She wished to comprehend the situation clearly. But fatigue overwhelmed her. For the past few days, she had intensified her workouts and restricted her diet, rendering her easily fatigued. Before long, her eyelids began to droop. And she could no longer resist the pull of slumber. Beside her, Li Xingyan gazed at the sleeping woman with a complex expression. She had changed significantly over the past few days. Beneath this transformation lies a reason that diverges from his expectations. A message arrived on Lumubai's phone. "Boss. Ji Jiaming has booked 2 tickets to the border, registered under his and Sheng Xia's identities, set for a week from now. He will undoubtedly take action in the coming days. Please exercise caution regarding Sheng Xia, should she manage to escape." Lumubai secretly hoped for Sheng Xia's flight, sparing the boss unnecessary worry. Yet, without Sheng Xia, the boss would also be at a loss, truly tormented by the situation. Li Xingyan slowly closed his troubled eyes, seemingly weary of battling such a fate. As she lay on the bed she had known since childhood, Sheng Xia felt as though she were sinking into a cloud, enveloped in a soft embrace. She must be exhausted. A familiar scent washed over her, and she felt a gentle kiss upon her eyelids. Chapter 22, Saving the Wayward Girl. Early in the morning, when Sheng Xia awoke, Li Xingyan was no longer by her side. Rubbing her eyes, she rose to find a brand new dress, still adorned with its price tag, hanging on the nearby rack. The black design was indeed flattering. As she casually glanced at the tag, her eyes widened in shock. This dress cost 30,000 yuan? How had she squandered so much in her past life? Ruining countless garments and wasting untold wealth? Even if she didn't wear it, selling it at a bargain price on a second-hand website would still yield a significant return. After freshening up, Sheng Xia donned her clothes and stepped out of her room, only to be greeted by a commotion in the bedroom, where a few workers were finishing their tasks, bowing respectfully to Xing Wenbin. "Mr. Sheng, the furniture and appliances have all been replaced. When you have a moment, Please contact us, and we will promptly come to refresh Madame Li's bedroom. Thank you, thank you. Xing Wenbin and Zhang Fengmei expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Once the workers departed, Sheng Xia, appearing somewhat perplexed, inquired, Mom and Dad, what is going on? It's simply that Mr. Li is fond of you and has replaced all the furniture and appliances in the house. My goodness, these items are even more expensive than our home. Your father and I have never used anything so fine in our lives, Zhang Fengmei sighed. Li Xingyan? He had this done? Sheng Xia glanced around, failing to spot Li Xingyan's presence. Indeed. Stop looking, Mr. Li left for the office early this morning and instructed us not to disturb your rest, Zhang Fengmei replied. Rearranging furniture and appliances is his way of showing care for me? Perhaps it is merely because he finds the previous items unsuitable, Sheng Xia remarked, though a faint smile lingered on her face. My dear child, how can you speak such words? A man's true feelings for his wife are evident through his actions. Mother. You always speak favorably of Li Xingyan, to put it plainly, you have been won over by him, Sheng Xia pouted. Xia. Your mother and I have never been people to seek indulgence. When Mr. Li provided a substantial dowry, your mother and I never touched a single cent. We have saved it all for you. As long as you are well, we truly desire nothing else, Xing Wenbin said, patting his daughter's shoulder. I understand. I was merely jesting, Sheng Xia replied, a weight settling heavily in her heart. It is uncertain what fortune our dear Xia possesses. To encounter a man as extraordinary as Li Xingyan, a true gem among men. This morning, as I was preparing to awaken you, do you know what I chanced upon? Zhang Fengmei was beaming with delight. What did you see? Asked Sheng Xia. Before he departed, Li Xingyan lingered by your bedside for quite some time, reluctant to leave. Is that so? Sheng Xia pondered. Indeed, Xia, it is evident that Li Xingyan holds you in high regard, do not let his affections go unreciprocated. Zhang Fengmei urged earnestly. Does he truly like her? Sheng Xia recoiled slightly at the thought, recalling the awkwardness of the previous evening. It was fortunate he had not lost his temper. Perhaps he was standing there contemplating how he had ended up marrying someone like her, regretting his choice. Witnessing her parents' joy, Sheng Xia decided against offering any clarifications. It was better to let them revel in their happiness, considering how much they had worried over her in the past. Mom, Dad. Please do not fret over my affairs any longer. I am now married, and I believe you should focus on enjoying life. I promise to be obedient and will no longer cause you distress. Ah, our Xia is so sensible, with your words, we can rest easy, they replied. The three of them embraced, and Sheng Xia savored the warmth of familial love, resolute in her commitment to protect her family in the future. After enjoying breakfast at home, Sheng Xia received a call from Luo Yunchu, inviting her to meet in a private dining room, claiming there was an important matter to discuss. At 9 in the morning, Sheng Xia arrived punctually at room 008. Xiada, we've been dying to see you, exclaimed Luo Yunchu, her eyes sparkling as she rushed to her side. In the midst of summer, a mere glance revealed her vibrant tresses of red, yellow, blue, and green brushing against her neck. Xiada. In the private room, a dozen girls with similarly wild hairstyles sprang from their seats, bowing in unison to Sheng Xia. Their eye makeup was a kaleidoscope of colors, reds, oranges, greens, blues, and purples, depicting not stars but moons. Some clutched lollipops, while others held cigarettes, dressed in sleeveless tops paired with denim or punk-style trousers, creating a rather glaring spectacle. Xiada, is it because I did not perform well recently that you have been ignoring us? These past few days, we have been quite anxious. Also, when did you become so feminine? You are actually wearing a dress. Luo Yunchu exclaimed in astonishment. Sheng Xia, with her bare face adorned in a black dress, her long hair cascading down, her skin flawless and radiant, exuded an undeniable charm despite her plump visage, particularly accentuated by her large, expressive eyes. Of course. I am a woman. If I don't dress this way, should I resemble you all, adopting a delinquent appearance? Sheng Xia responded. Delinquent? Aren't we all like that? It was you, Xiada, who guided us to this style, Luo Yunchu replied, puzzled. Sheng Xia covered her face with one hand, pondering the weight of such a question. How many misdeeds must she have committed in her past life to meet such a tragic end? Perhaps it was a form of retribution. The past is the past. And the present is the present, she affirmed, as Luo Yunchu ushered her to the main seat. Surrounded by a circle of vibrant-haired girls, Sheng Xia suppressed the urge to sigh in exasperation. Yunchu, times have changed. The youth of the new era must embody the spirit of this new age. Our actions tarnish the image of society and bring disgrace to the new generation. We are the refuse of society, capable of leading the youth astray. What? Summer? Surely you cannot mean that. Your denial of us is truly disheartening. After our recent commendable performance, how about we gather tonight? I shall bring you a bottle of my grandfather's treasured vintage wine, aged for 80 years, so we may indulge together. What say you? Luo Yunchu proposed. Indulge in what? At your tender age, are you not concerned about the perils of alcohol poisoning? Why do you not strive for better? Sheng Xia pointed to Luo Yunchu's head and asserted, First, you must alter this appearance please. No. Summer, I still require this head of mine. Luo Yunchu gasped in alarm. Who mentioned anything about wanting your head? I meant to say, you should dye this hair black, and you all must change your appearances. If you lack the skills to adorn yourselves, I can arrange for a designer to assist you, Sheng Xia stated. What? Change to black? Did you not say that a multitude of colors enhances our distinctiveness? I had plans for a nose ring and lip piercing as well, Luo Yunchu replied. Please, reconsider. If you proceed in this manner, I shall sever all ties with you. Sheng Xia declared. Instantly, Luo Yunchu burst into tears, joined by the other girls who wept in despair. Summer is about to reshuffle the deck, Summer no longer desires us. What meaning does our existence hold now? Chapter 23, To be a beacon of positive energy. Sheng Xia rolled her eyes, as if to say, so your lives revolve solely around me? The ones who invest the most in you are your parents and relatives. Compared to them, what am I? Your perspectives are fundamentally flawed. And it is imperative that you undergo transformation, do you understand? Xiada, what are you saying? You are our spiritual and ideological leader, our rebirth parent. Luo Yunchu wept. A group of girls cried so much that their makeup became a mess, resembling a chaotic dance of spirits in broad daylight. Enough, enough. Your thoughts have spiraled to extremes. Who has claimed that I do not want you, that I have abandoned you? On the contrary, I am here to rescue you, do you not comprehend? Sheng Xia declared. Rescue us? The crowd echoed in disbelief. Indeed. Look at yourselves, you are all in your 20s. At this age, one should ideally be entering society, working, and supporting their families. Yet here you are, idling away your days under my influence, doing nothing productive, failing to honor the nurturing of your country, your school, and your parents, while also setting a poor example for the youth, tarnishing the image of the nation's blossoms. Sheng Xia took a sip of water and continued, observing the stunned expressions around her. You could easily disband and choose a life of delinquency, who knows, one day you might find yourselves behind bars, regretting it for a lifetime. Do you not possess any aspirations? Pursuing those aspirations with vigor should be the essence of your existence. Aspirations? We have none. Our only aspiration is to follow you, Luo Yunchu lamented. Sheng Xia. I recognize that reshaping your worldview is not an overnight endeavor. How about this, I will assign you a task. First, rectify your outward appearance, at the very least, aim to look presentable. No more impulsive haircuts or obscene gestures. As young women, you ought to embody the essence of femininity. Smoking must cease, and alcohol is strictly prohibited. Is that understood? We all exchanged glances, puzzled. What's going on? Have you all lost your senses? Now even I cannot rouse you? Sheng Xia's brow furrowed, her tone rising in pitch. No, Summer. I merely wished to inquire if you were unwell, as you seem to have suddenly transformed. Because I have had an epiphany and resolved to become a person of positivity, Sheng Xia proclaimed. You may simply decide whether to comply or not. We shall make the change immediately, Luo Yunchu declared first, and the other girls quickly echoed her sentiments. Very well, I give you 1 day to completely transform yourselves. After Sheng Xia had spoken, Luo Yunchu presented a feast. Summer, here are your favorite fried chicken and desserts, a special treat for you. I shall not partake. You may enjoy it, Sheng Xia replied. What? Summer, have you truly grown disdainful of us? Now you won't even eat what we offer? Do you not see my figure? I am a married woman now, I can no longer indulge whimsically. I cannot allow my brother-in-law to suffer such a sight any longer. One must possess a sense of shame, after all. I am on a diet, and these foods are far too calorific. You should also consume less, Sheng Xia stated. Luo Yunchu was taken aback. The transformation in Summer was astounding. What could have prompted such a change? Even the normally unmentionable Li Xingyan was affectionately referred to as her brother-in-law. Had Summer indeed fallen into the throes of love? And what of her ex-boyfriend, Ji Jiaming? Speaking of Ji Jiaming, Luo Yunchu suddenly recalled something and, with a furrowed brow, approached Sheng Xia to report, Summer, I was just about to inform you of something. What is it? Is this the matter you wished to discuss over the phone? Sheng Xia inquired. Indeed. But you must promise not to take offense at what I am about to reveal, came the reply. Sheng Xia rapped her fingers on the table, urging the other to continue. Yesterday, while perusing the shops, I spotted Ji Jiaming at Haodai Plaza. Sheng Xia squinted in curiosity. Isn't it quite ordinary to encounter him? A girl with green hair interjected. What do you know? I saw him enter a Patek Philippe boutique, and I followed him. Initially, I thought he was merely browsing, but to my astonishment, he made a purchase. Once he departed, I inquired at the front desk, and guess what? Ji Jiaming bought a pair of couples' watches. This raises a significant issue. Luo Yunchu expressed anxiously. Ji Jiaming was the apple of Xia Da's eye, and their conversations invariably revolved around two topics, critiquing Li Xingyan and extolling Ji Jiaming's virtues. What is the big deal? Perhaps he purchased the watches as a gift for Xia Da, someone suggested. You all know very well that Xia Da has no fondness for Patek Philippe. She prefers the inexpensive plastic watches from street vendors. A watch is merely a tool for telling time, Sheng Xia remarked with a smirk. Clearing her throat, she added, this is indeed a serious matter. The most pressing question is, where did he procure the funds? A wave of laughter erupted around the table. Shouldn't Xia Da first question for whom he bought the watches? In the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia disdainfully remarked, what is he worth? He can give it to whoever he pleases, it's merely a watch. And I have no desire for it. The gold card Li Xingyan gave me has never even been touched. Luo Yunchu gasped in astonishment, nearly hiding beneath the table. How could Sheng Xia make such a remark about Ji Jiaming? She seriously suspected that Sheng Xia might have been possessed by someone from a novel. The Patek Philippe brand is not inexpensive, purchasing two would certainly amount to hundreds of thousands. Sheng Xia commented, a mere few $100,000 is hardly significant. Luo Yunchu dismissed her concern, saying, Ji Jiaming comes from an ordinary background. I haven't given him any money, how could he afford couple watches? Luo Yunchu. You are a wealthy second generation, do not compare the common folk to your lineage, Sheng Xia countered. I know Ji Jiaming well. He is not one to squander money recklessly, unless he possesses far more than just a few $100,000, and even after buying the watches. He must be confident in his ability to continue earning substantial wealth. Don't you find this suspicious? Sheng Xia analyzed. Perhaps he won the lottery, someone interjected. Sheng Xia shook her head, asserting, there is likely only one truth, the money Ji Jiaming has comes from a benefactor behind the scenes. A benefactor capable of casually providing hundreds of thousands, undoubtedly someone of considerable influence. Never mind, you wouldn't understand even if I explained. In any case, if you find yourselves with nothing to do lately, keep an eye on Ji Jiaming for me, especially regarding where he goes and whom he associates with. The moment you detect any suspicious activity, report back to me immediately. Understood. Sheng Xia, we will handle this, following someone is our forte, Luo Yunchu replied. In the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia rested her forehead and declared, tomorrow, each of you must send me a selfie. If anyone fails to alter their attire or hairstyle, consider our friendship severed. Indeed, we shall all change. Does Sheng Xia have any other tasks for us? Just as Sheng Xia was about to respond in the negative, a public service announcement flickered through her mind. Clearing her throat, she continued, actually, there is one task, contingent upon your obedience and loyalty to me. We will certainly comply. Came the unanimous reply. Exactly. As long as it is a directive from Sheng Xia, when have we ever failed to follow through? Sheng Xia smiled faintly and said, very well. Upon your return home today, each of you shall wash your parents' feet and share a video in the group chat. I will inspect each one. What? Wash our parents' feet? Luo Yunchu dug at her ears, almost convinced she had misheard. Yes, you heard correctly. We all owe our existence to our parents. Those who are unfilial do not deserve to be considered human. Do you understand? She continued, regardless of how you present yourselves to the world. You must exhibit patience towards your parents at home. Alright, this concludes today's activities. Everyone is dismissed. This Saturday, at the same time. Bring your laptops and identification cards to gather here. I have matters to assign you. Understood. The group responded in unison. With a beaming smile, Sheng Xia nodded approvingly. Excellent. It seems everyone possesses great potential. I shall guide you all along the righteous path. As the other girls departed, only Luo Yunqiu remained, awaiting further words from Sheng Xia. What is it? Do you have something to discuss? In the sweltering summer, Luo Yunqiu inquired, Summer, why have you undergone such a sudden transformation? Have you experienced some form of setback? Certainly not. Are you insinuating that I am mentally deficient? I would never entertain such a thought. Luo Yunqiu quickly clarified. However, Su Yanyan mentioned that you have not been in high spirits lately and suggested that I spend more time with you, encouraging you to indulge with us. Su Yanyan? What else did she say? A glimmer of cold light flickered in Sheng Xia's eyes. She mentioned that the ambience at Nightshade is quite pleasant and urged us to frequent that venue. She is well acquainted with the bartender, which would afford us some discounts. Furthermore, she assured me that should we engage in activities there, her connections would ensure that we would not be easily apprehended by Li Xingyan. Sheng Xia let out a cold snort. Having momentarily forgotten that Nightshade had indeed caused her considerable trouble. Su Yanyan's intentions were certainly suspect. In that case, let us relocate Saturday's gathering to the private room at Nightshade. Please inform the group. Understood, Luo Yunqiu replied, following Sheng Xia out of the private room. Although Sheng Xia had always possessed formidable leadership qualities, Luo Yunqiu sensed a significant change in her demeanor, particularly the aura emanating from her eyes. Summer. It has been quite some time since you ventured out. Earlier, you asked me to purchase clothing. Why don't we visit the mall together and you can assist me in selecting some styles? Luo Yunqiu suggested. Sheng Xia glanced at her watch and replied, No. I have to meet someone. Is it truly necessary for you to go shopping in person? Yunqiu, heed your sister's advice, humble yourself before your grandfather. The elderly have their own burdens, and every family wrestles with its own challenges. Your grandfather, concerned for you day in and day out, has endured countless years of life. Do not leave regrets in your wake. Luo Yunqiu watched as Sheng Xia drove off in her luxurious Maybach, swiftly disappearing from view, leaving her momentarily stunned. Sheng Xia had indeed transformed significantly, it was as if she had matured overnight, and her aura had shifted remarkably. This presence was difficult to articulate. Something about Sheng Xia bore a slight resemblance to Li Xingyan. After 10 minutes of driving, Sheng Xia parked the car in a secluded spot near a park, surrounded by large trees and dense shrubbery. From her vantage point inside the vehicle, she noticed Ji Jiaming seated on a bench in the distance, glancing anxiously around and checking his watch intermittently. Before long, Sheng Xia's phone chimed with a message. With a leisurely demeanor, she opened the text, undoubtedly from Ji Jiaming. Xia, where are you? I've been waiting at the designated spot for ages. A sardonic smile crept across Sheng Xia's face. How dare he address her with such a nickname? She replied nonchalantly, I got caught in traffic. I didn't want Li Xingyan's people to follow me. Jiaming. You must remain where you are. The reason she chose to drive this particular car today was not only for its discreet nature but also because it was a vehicle she had not previously used. Thus Ji Jiaming would not recognize the license plate. Furthermore, given the distance of over 100 meters, how could he possibly notice? Relaxing against her seat, she observed the shifting weather outside, her lips curling into a cold smirk. If he enjoyed waiting, then let him wait to his heart's content. Suddenly, a notification sound emanated from the phone, prompting Sheng Xia to glance at her device. It was an email from the testing agency. Previously, she had enlisted Xia Bo's assistance to analyze the weight gain pills given to her by Su Yanyan, as she harbored suspicions about their legitimacy. Upon reviewing the test results, a dangerous glint flickered in her eyes. Ah, Su Yanyan, you are quite something. Li Xingyan was returning from a ribbon-cutting ceremony. At the entrance of the president's office, Leng Zhan paced back and forth with a look of distress. Feeling an oppressive gaze upon him, he nervously lifted his head, only to meet the eyes of Li Xingyan. Li sir, you're back. Leng Zhan stuttered as he assisted in opening the door, allowing Li Xingyan to step into the office. What is the reason for such alarm? Leng Zhan, trained by Li Xingyan and well acquainted with the world, felt discontent with his subordinate's performance today. It's like this, Sheng. No, Madame Li has gone out too. The atmosphere within the room abruptly shifted, growing as frigid as a crypt. A shadow enveloped Li Xingyan, and his dark eyes became too daunting to meet. An ominous aura surrounded him, akin to the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Speak, what has happened to her? Li Xingyan methodically lifted a cup, savoring a sip of tea at the perfect temperature, his lips curling into a sinister smile. Leng Zhan was drenched in cold sweat. It is known that Li Si's fury is not the most terrifying aspect, his current demeanor is what truly instills fear. This indicated that Li Si was quite enraged. And the consequences would be severe. Madam Li has arranged to meet Ji Jiaming in the park. Oh, is that so? Li Xingyan chuckled lightly. It seems that in recent days, she has been feigning innocence, which compelled her to secretly meet with Ji Jiaming. The duration of this escapade was indeed brief. Has she grown so indifferent that even her pretense of affection has become half-hearted? Master Li, should we now intervene and bring Mrs. Li back home? Leng Zhan dared not lift his gaze. In his professional life, he adeptly handled any issues that arose, utilizing his seasoned experience to prevent Li Xingyan from finding fault with him. However, when it came to matters concerning Sheng Xia, he found himself utterly at a loss. This was beyond the realm of mere experience. Leng Zhan could not fathom the extent of Sheng Xia's significance in Master Li's heart. Yet it was evident that any matter relating to her was treated with utmost seriousness by Master Li. It seemed that in Master Li's eyes, the Li family might not even surpass Sheng Xia in importance. Huh. Li Xingyan chuckled softly. At that moment, with a sharp crack, the Parker pen held tightly in his left hand snapped in two. The weather outside seemed to sense the strange atmosphere, and suddenly, torrential rain poured down, with raindrops pelting against the glass, reminiscent of a man, akin to a devil, whose long-buried disappointments were on the verge of eruption. Leng Zhan's legs trembled. It appeared that Sheng Xia's flight would incite a tempest. Once ignited, Master Li's temper was not so easily extinguished. Chapter 25, Playing the scoundrel like a fiddle in the park. As heavy rain fell outside, Sheng Xia comfortably stretched her limbs in the car. Just 10 minutes ago, Ji Jiaming had bombarded her with a flurry of messages. Sheng Xia replied to only one, "What's the rush? Am I not stuck in traffic? I'm more anxious than you, so please wait for me right there." During those 10 minutes, Sheng Xia had certainly witnessed a splendid drama unfold. Ji Jiaming was drenched by the torrential rain, his arms wrapped around himself as he awkwardly sought shelter. The sweltering summer compelled him to remain in place. Yet he dared not leave. Was this woman out of her mind? How could she make him wait for so long, soaked to the bone? In the past, it was always Summer who awaited him, and now he found himself in such a disheveled state. Were it not for the task assigned by his benefactor, and his reluctance to part with Summer's utilitarian value, he would not be foolishly standing here waiting. Li Si, enveloped in a somber atmosphere, bore the weight of unexpressed fury. A profound sense of betrayal lingered in his brow, leaving him with an icy demeanor devoid of an outlet. Suddenly, a phone call shattered the silence. Leng Zhan stood nearby, acutely aware that this call heralded no good news. Just moments ago, Master Li had issued a directive: as soon as Summer and Ji Jiaming met, she was to be brought back. It appeared that the encounter had indeed occurred. Li Xingyan approached the expansive glass wall, his gaze fixed on the iconic architecture of Jincheng, a deep abyss reflecting his tumultuous emotions. No one could fathom his current state of mind, nor could they anticipate the repercussions he might unleash upon his ineffectual subordinates in his wrath. Leng Zhan answered the call, activating the speakerphone to ensure that Li Xingyan remained informed throughout the conversation. "Brother Leng, I am uncertain whether we should proceed or hold back. You know Master Li's temperament, I beg you to assist me in navigating this situation." "What is there to be uncertain about?" Leng Zhan responded, as if standing on the edge of a precipice. "The angrier Master Li becomes, the more crucial it is to avoid provoking him further. It was agreed that once Mrs. Li met with Ji Jiaming, I would escort her away, yet Mrs. Li has yet to exit the vehicle and has already been seated for 20 minutes. In the car? Are you certain?" Leng Zhan was taken aback. What on earth was happening in this sweltering summer? He boldly glanced in the direction of Li Xingyan, who merely left him with the sight of a refined silhouette. "Indeed, I am certain. She is in the car." chewing bubblegum one moment and donning headphones to listen to music the next, seemingly rather bored. Chewing bubblegum and listening to music? Lung Zhan inquired in confusion. What about Ji Jiaming? Is it because he has yet to arrive that Mrs. Li is waiting for him? Not at all, that is precisely the peculiar aspect. Ji Jiaming has been waiting for half an hour, and the recent downpour has left him utterly drenched. During that time, Mrs. Li. When the rain was pouring hardest, she was in the car laughing, her laughter ringing out loudly enough that I could hear it from the bushes, even through the rain. What is going on? Lung Zhan was filled with questions, utterly baffled. The summer weather, with its swift onset and equally rapid cessation of torrential rain, seemed to lift the stagnant air indoors as the clouds gradually dispersed. Li Xingyan turned around, and the previously fearsome expression appeared to soften somewhat as he approached Lung Zhan. After Li Xingyan took the call, Lung Zhan let out a sigh of relief. It seemed this matter required the authority of the esteemed Mr. Li. For now, observe the situation closely, and report back to me immediately should anything arise. In recent days, the little one's behavior has been out of the ordinary. Is this merely a trick she is playing, or something else entirely? Until the truth is unveiled, it remains shrouded in mystery. However, Li Xingyan was already weary. He did not regard this as a budding hope, for in the realm of marriage, the notion of hope had never belonged to him. In the park. During the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia leisurely set off in her car. Ji Jiaming was curled up on a lounge chair, looking utterly disheveled. Not far from the chair, a puddle had formed. Sheng Xia's lips curled into a devilish smile as she pressed the accelerator with fervor. The moment the tires rolled through the water, splashes erupted, and muddy water sprayed Ji Jiaming's face. At that moment, Sheng Xia felt nothing but exhilaration. Ji Jiaming, drenched like a drenched chicken, sprang up from his lounge chair. Who are you? Are you blind? Can't you see there's someone here? Sheng Xia dialed a number, her cold gaze retracting to a facade of innocence. As she opened the car door and stepped out, she feigned panic and approached Ji Jiaming. Oh dear, Jiaming, how did you get all muddy? It's my fault. I was stuck in traffic for too long, and I worried you would be anxious, so I sped up. Are you all right? It's all my fault. Ji Jiaming, seething with anger, found himself utterly repulsed by the sight of the plump Sheng Xia attempting to be friendly, feeling as if his insides were twisting in discomfort. In the office of the CEO at Li Corporation, Li Xingyan's phone had just received a call from Sheng Xia, and her voice echoed through the line. The anger, which had begun to simmer down, flared back to life. Was she deliberately calling him to flaunt her rendezvous with Ji Jiaming behind his back? In the park, Ji Jiaming glanced at the hefty Sheng Xia, suppressing his disgust. This woman had lost all shape. Li Xingyan must truly have a strong stomach. Even if such a woman were given to him for free, he would decline. The disdain in his eyes did not escape Sheng Xia's notice. In a previous life, I was not only as corpulent as a pig, but my intelligence was also comparable to that of one. I was utterly infatuated with love. Yet woefully inept at discerning character, mistaking a wolf for a true heart, truly blinding myself. Never mind, considering your urgency, I shall refrain from harboring any resentment. Have you been stuck in traffic for so long? It's not merely the traffic, it's also due to Li Xingyan's incessant dispatching of individuals to shadow me. You can't fathom how bothersome he is. By day, he has people tailing my every move, and by night. On the other end of the line. Li Xingyan's expression froze upon hearing these words. What kind of scheme is this woman concocting? What else happens at night? Ji Jiaming inquired. He insists on holding me while we sleep and constantly attempts to kiss me, gazing at me with lecherous eyes. I perceive his ulterior motives. Jiaming, what should I do? Sheng Xia feigned indignation, tears welling in her eyes. Ji Jiaming's innermost thoughts were tumultuous. Could you please cease your chatter? This conversation is stirring my stomach. If one were to comment on Li Xingyan's peculiar tastes, it would indeed be astonishing. How could he cherish such a person? Are all the women in the world deceased? Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, a dark line appeared on Li Xingyan's forehead. Holding you while sleeping, constantly wanting to kiss, and leering? Xia. You must remain vigilant. Li Xingyan is no benevolent figure. Do not be deceived by his wealth. He is a ruthless tyrant responsible for countless lives lost. Ji Jiaming cautioned her. In contrast to Sheng Xia, Su Yingyan's alluring figure and her delicate coquetry rendered one utterly weak. Last night, they had shared a marvelous evening. The experience was undoubtedly. Of course, rest assured, I shall remember. By the way, Jiaming, when you asked to meet, was it to inquire about Li Xingyan? Is there anything I can assist you with? I am more than willing to help. In the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia smiled innocently. While Ji Jiaming likely perceived her as a fool, however, this so-called fool was about to ensnare him in a web of her design. Chapter 26, Playing the Fool to Catch the Wise. Returning to the matter at hand, Ji Jiaming emerged from his reverie and cleared his throat. Sheng Xia. Do you wish to topple Li Xingyan? This would enable us to be together completely. Sheng Xia scoffed internally, with his limited intellect. How could he ever hope to bring down Li Xingyan? Ji Jiaming was nothing but a trivial figure, unworthy even to carry Li Xingyan's shoes. Think. Jiaming. Please tell me, what should I do? I truly wish to know. You have no idea how much Li Xingyan trusts me. I can extract his secrets more easily than anyone else. Ji Jiaming gazed at the seemingly naive Sheng Xia, deeming her utterly brainless, truly foolish. On the other end of the line, Li Xingyan sensed a betrayal more ferocious than a hurricane. Sheng Xia not only betrayed him emotionally but also sought to conspire with outsiders to bring him down. Very well. Xia. In order to protect more individuals from Li Xingyan's harm, and for all the unjustly deceased souls, you must follow my instructions meticulously. Start with the basics. I need to know Li Xingyan's phone, computer passwords, and all his affairs. You must provide me with every detail, as it will aid in gathering evidence to bring him to justice. Sheng Xia nodded vigorously. Understood. I shall begin reporting right away. The mobile password of Li Xingyan is SX5201314, where SX represents the initials of my name, and 5201314 signifies his eternal love for me. This password was concocted by Sheng Xia in a moment of whimsy, as she herself is unaware of Li Xingyan's actual phone password. Ji Jiaming furrowed his brows. Resembling a caterpillar, this password surely wasn't merely an affectionate gesture. Li Xingyan genuinely loved Sheng Xia, promising a lifetime of devotion. How utterly incomprehensible. How revolting, isn't it? Ji Jiaming shivered and inquired, what about the computer password? The computer password? I believe it's my birthday. He always sets every password to my birthday, which annoys me to no end. This password was also fabricated by her, merely a ruse to deceive. Ji Jiaming continued, what does he usually do at home? Well, what else could he do? His sole interest is me. As soon as he returns home, he clings to me and even insists on kisses, which has profoundly impacted my psyche, you know? Ji Jiaming gazed at the plump Sheng Xia. Although her attire this year was no longer garish, her skin had improved significantly, and her makeup appeared more natural. This foolish girl clearly lacked self-awareness. In the office of the CEO of the Li Corporation, Li Xingyan listened intently to the conversation on the other end, his brow gradually relaxing. Soon, he comprehended the situation. Sheng Xia was not merely flaunting their affection. She was subtly signaling to him. Xia, the information you provided is quite valuable, yet it is insufficient. Ji Jiaming handed Sheng Xia a small black device, stating, this is a listening device. Since Li Xingyan trusts you so much, you should install it in the study. Is this a listening device? Quite impressive, isn't it? Why not use a pinhole camera? Sheng Xia inquired. I would like to, but the installation of a pinhole camera makes it susceptible to detection. And we would be in dire straits if that happens. This listening device can be easily destroyed and flushed down the toilet if necessary, you see? Sheng Xia feigned deep contemplation and nodded, I understand. Very well, I shall install it upon my return. Jiaming, I admire you so much, your intelligence astounds me. I feel so inadequate with my figure. Xia, dear, your weight gain is merely a testament to your dedication to preserving your virtue for me. In my eyes, you are the epitome of beauty. Sheng Xia pretended to be shy, her gaze momentarily flashing with a cold glimmer. Jiaming, I am concerned. What if your strength is insufficient? If only someone could assist you, how could you possibly contend with Li Xingyan alone? Alone, I certainly cannot. Jiaming began, only to abruptly halt, nearly revealing his secret. What about behind you? Sheng Xia blinked innocently. It's nothing, Xia. Just follow my instructions, Jiaming assured her, patting her shoulder. Very well. Sheng Xia grimaced at the spot he had touched, finding it distasteful. I shall take my leave now, goodbye. She returned to her vehicle, waving innocently at Jiaming. Goodbye. Remember. The first thing you must do upon returning is install the listening device. I will think of you each day. All right. Jiaming watched as Sheng Xia drove away. His smile swiftly replaced by disgust. Having to feign affection with this foolish, overweight woman daily is utterly revolting. However, the mere thought that the listening device could be successfully installed filled him with a sense of elation. For it meant he would receive a handsome reward of 1 million from his benefactor. With this lucrative opportunity at hand, coupled with the assistance of the foolish woman, Sheng Xia, he believed he would soon ascend to wealth. The benefactor had promised that if he could bring down Li Xingyan, he would be showered with boundless riches, enabling him to transcend his social class. Inside the vehicle, Sheng Xia donned her sunglasses and swiftly departed from the park. After all, she had a task entrusted to her by Ji Jiaming, and she was determined to execute it with utmost quality. 10 minutes later, Leng Zhan entered Li Xingyan's office. His expression peculiar as he knocked on the door. Master Li, Madam Li has left the park and gone to another location. What location? Li Xingyan's thoughts were pulled from the recent phone call. Leng Zhan's expression grew even more odd. The place Sheng Xia had chosen was rather unusual, was it not? Could it be that she had lost her senses? Speak. Li Xingyan commanded coldly. Upon hearing the name of the location from Leng Zhan, the corners of Li Xingyan's lips twitched, and 3 dark lines appeared on his forehead. In a dim hotel room, where not even a hand could be seen in front of one's face, Ji Jiaming, as was his custom, came to claim credit. Though he had never laid eyes on the benefactor, and the benefactor's voice had been altered. The mere thought of the digits in his bank account made him overlook such trivialities. Are you certain that Sheng Xia installed the listening device in Li Xingyan's study? Indeed. I recently inquired via WeChat, and she confirmed that the installation was successful. Coincidentally, this is precisely when Li Xingyan is in his study. She will soon guide him to articulate more. It is said that he frequently conducts high-level video conferences for his company in that very room. Over time, one could undoubtedly glean valuable information from these discussions, perhaps even internal secrets. Ji Jiaming expressed his exhilaration. Excellent. Judging by the tone of our mysterious benefactor, he seems quite satisfied this time. It appears the financial reward will be substantial. Ji Jiaming rubbed his hands together. Shall we listen to the audio now? Let us assess the quality, he proposed. Very well. The benefactor was known for his succinctness. Ji Jiaming, brimming with excitement, activated the device, and indeed, sounds began to emanate from it. The benefactor was generous, and the quality of the listening device was exceptional. It was reported to have been procured from abroad, capable of capturing even the faintest of sounds. Ji Jiaming held his breath, listening intently. If Li Xingyan spoke at this moment, the benefactor would surely be pleased, likely increasing the financial incentive. Although the benefactor remained non-committal, it was evident that he too anticipated the efficacy of this eavesdropping endeavor. Suddenly, loud noises reverberated from the device. Gurgle. Chapter 27, No Betrayal. Is this the voice of a human? Or perhaps Li Xingyan has some peculiar inclinations. After all, he could very well have a fondness for someone as corpulent as Sheng Xia. Benefactor, shall we listen a little longer? Ji Jiaming suggested. One more opportunity, but I hope you do not disappoint me, the benefactor replied, somewhat displeased. Oink oink. For the next half hour, only these 2 sounds emanated from the listening device, and the financier was seething with fury. Is this what you call a successful mission? What are these noises? This. Sir, Sheng Xia assured me she had installed it, so it must be true. She is too foolish to lie. Perhaps the equipment malfunctioned, or there was an issue during installation? Did Jin Yuan install a jammer or something similar? Ji Jiaming was in a state of panic. Suddenly, the financier's phone rang, and a hesitant voice emerged from the other end. Boss, after investigation, we have discovered that the strange sounds you heard from the listening device were actually the sounds of pigs. Pigs? Yes, indeed. We just located the listening device, and it is installed at a pig farm on the outskirts of the city. The oink-oink sounds are from hungry pigs, and the rumbling noises are from them eating. A pig farm? The financier furiously hung up the phone and kicked Ji Jiaming. Ouch! Ji Jiaming cried out in pain as he was struck in the chest. Sir, I provided you with ample funds to handle this minor task, yet you fail miserably and still have the audacity to claim success. The listening device was found at a pig farm. How do you explain this? The financier was beside himself with rage. A pig farm? What on earth happened? However, that foolish woman, Sheng Xia. Ji Jiaming was utterly perplexed. You call her foolish? I believe the foolish one here is you. There is certainly something suspicious about this matter. I shall investigate immediately. Please do not forsake me for my momentary shortcomings. For I have previously executed my tasks with exceptional prowess. Moreover, Sheng Xia trusts me profoundly. I can undoubtedly acquire more valuable information from Li Xingyan. It is quite possible that your reckless actions have already alarmed the serpent in the grass, resulting in more harm than good, you incompetent fool. Begone. Yes, yes. I shall depart at once. Ji Jiaming, terrified and disheveled, fled, disregarding the sharp pain in his chest caused by a kick, all thanks to that foolish Sheng Xia. In Jinyuan, upon returning from her outing, Sheng Xia retreated to the gym, where she exercised for 2 hours, perspiring profusely. Stepping onto the scale, it indicated 73 kilograms, signifying a loss of 2 pounds for the day. With a significant starting weight, coupled with a balanced diet and exercise, shedding pounds occurs rapidly. After her workout, drenched in sweat and feeling quite uncomfortable, she promptly headed to the bathroom for a shower. At this hour, Ji Jiaming should be busy seeking accolades from their benefactor. That scoundrel wishes to use me to harm Li Xingyan, how naive. Draped in a bathrobe, with her hair damp from the shower, Sheng Xia emerged from the bathroom. One hand wielding a large towel to dry her hair while the other casually perused a fashion magazine laid before her. TSK, TSK. No wonder this magazine is a perennial favorite in the fashion world, it utterly understands the psyche of women. The model's figure is undeniably captivating, evoking an irresistible desire to touch. Speaking of which, I once caught a glimpse of Li Xingyan while he was bathing. It seems his physique is quite commendable. Sheng Xia, feeling elated, reveled in the delightful thoughts. A low, heavy footfall echoed from behind, instantly enveloping the room with the unique aura of that individual, sending a chill down her spine. Curious? The man's voice was deep and resonant. Sheng Xia turned abruptly, only to be met with the penetrating gaze of Li Xingyan, filled with barely contained anger. When had he returned home? Had he come through the balcony? Had he been watching her bathe? His tone seemed to carry a hint of amusement, more pronounced than before. Sheng Xia's expression became rigid, caught between tears and laughter. Her embarrassment so palpable that she felt as if her toes were digging into the ground. I was merely curious, she stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. In the next moment, the man snatched the magazine from her hands, lifting it with a cold authority reminiscent of a strict teacher catching a student reading during class. It seems your curiosity is ever growing. Or is there something you desire that I have not fulfilled? With his tall stature, the man loomed over her as she sat, his gaze casting her into a diminished state. A need? She faltered. Li Xingyan, I assure you, I have no needs, truly. In her awkwardness, she found herself speaking more than intended, her voice barely above a whisper. Unless you mean to say, if I had a need, you would fulfill it? Ugh. What absurd words had she just uttered? After a prolonged silence, Li Xingyan remained unresponsive. When Sheng Xia finally mustered the courage to meet his gaze, she found his handsome face etched with confusion, as if her reaction had birthed a mystery in his mind. He regarded her with a calm intensity, as if attempting to unravel the true thoughts hidden within her expression. At this moment, he did not smile. Yet what lingered in Sheng Xia's mind was the image of him, his body cloaked in dust, yet a smile gracing his lips. From her understanding of Li Xingyan, this man before her was undoubtedly ambitious, harboring ideals that soared above the ordinary. To perish at such a young age, his eyes should have reflected a sense of unwillingness, a cynical defiance against fate. Yet, he was untroubled, as if he had fulfilled a significant mission, departing with a sense of release, despite the regrets. Sheng Xia believed she understood Li Xingyan well, but in that moment, she realized she had never truly comprehended this man. Why? The tranquil room was pierced by the man's magnetic voice, shattering the silence. Huh? She absent-mindedly responded. How could she answer him? Should she confess her needs? Should she admit that even devoid of love, she would willingly surrender herself to him? It felt too abrupt. Besides, although she possessed a thick skin, she still desired to maintain her dignity in his presence. Why did you call me at that time? He continued to inquire. It turned out he was referring to this matter. Regardless, we are husband and wife. I must inform you in advance if I am to meet with another man. Yet. He was aware that had she known he was to meet Ji Jiaming, she would have surely objected, which is why he chose to act first and explain later. When I called you then, it was merely to assure you that I had not betrayed you, Sheng Xia replied, speaking her heartfelt truth. Yearning to cultivate a deeper connection with Li Xingyan and dispel any misunderstandings he held against her. The tale of the boy who cried wolf is well known. She no longer wished to remain that deceitful child, reluctant to continually squander his trust, uncertain if her actions might alleviate his anger. In her previous life, each encounter with Ji Jiaming would ignite Li Xingyan's fury, gradually eroding their feelings for one another and causing them both emotional turmoil. Chapter 28, The President's heart is as deep as the sea. Would Li Xingyan believe her words? After she spoke, he offered no response, though his piercing gaze seemed to soften. Sheng Xia thrust the towel into Li Xingyan's hands, tilting her head up to bestow upon him a radiant smile. Ah Yan. Would you dry my hair for me, please? The man maintained a stern expression yet unfolded the towel, awkwardly attempting to dry her hair, his movements clumsy. As Sheng Xia gazed into the vanity mirror, her long hair cascading over her shoulders and her bathrobe enveloping her fuller figure, she couldn't help but feel overshadowed by Li Xingyan's striking features, prompting her to lower her head in self-doubt. Had she misinterpreted the moment? In the mirror, it seemed as though she had glimpsed warmth in Li Xingyan's eyes. Surely, she was merely being overly anxious. How could he possibly be gentle with her? He must regret marrying someone like her. Li Xingyan, I was foolish in the past. Ji Jiaming never truly cared for me. His approach was merely a means to exploit me. I promised to sever ties with Ji Jiaming and then to live a good life with you. At the mention of living well together, Sheng Xia felt a sudden tightness in her breath, her face instantaneously flushed. The man's hand paused in its task before returning to its previous rhythm after a brief moment. Such words are not new to her. She had believed them the first time she heard them from Li Xingyan. However, as time revealed, greater hope only led to greater disappointment. She always behaved in this manner. By the way, Li Xingyan, did you hear on the phone? Ji Jiaming nearly let something slip. It seems he has some benefactor pulling the strings behind him. Indeed. It is hard to believe he would have the audacity to act alone. Li Xingyan replied unhurriedly, seemingly indifferent to Ji Jiaming's relevance. But who could it be? Who wishes to harm you through my means? Is he attempting to have me install a listening device in your study to steal trade secrets? A business rival, perhaps? Or a dispute over interests? Surely it cannot be a matter of unrequited love. A man of Li Xingyan's caliber, as mother said, could be divorced 1,000 times and still have suitors lining up to marry him. It is all possible. The man spoke lightly. All possible? Li Xingyan. How many enemies do you have out there? Sheng Xia could not help but gasp. Her damp hair exuded a delightful fragrance, and Li Xingyan's fingers wove through her tresses. She had never allowed him to dry her hair before. This time, her sacrifice was considerable. Countless, he replied, his voice resonating like a whisper from the depths of hell. What, are you afraid? Afraid? Of what? Are you implying that I fear your many adversaries might implicate me? Sheng Xia shrugged and said, I married you. Having enjoyed luxurious conditions and various privileges, I must also bear some risks, right? I am not afraid at all. Is that so? It seems Mrs. Li is quite content with the family's wealth. In the sultry summer, she playfully stuck out her tongue at him, conceding that it is only human nature to be avaricious. After a brief silence, she gazed at him earnestly, expressing her genuine concern. However, Li Xingyan, my greater worry lies with your safety. Her brows furrowed deeply as she continued. In Jincheng, your prowess is well known. A tall tree attracts the wind. There are many who covet your position, so you must exercise utmost caution. Should you misjudge someone? She faltered, reflecting on the past. Li Xingyan's most glaring misjudgment had been his unwavering trust in her. Despite her shameless deceit on numerous occasions, he had consistently chosen to rescue her in times of peril. If she were in his shoes, she mused, her heart would surely swell with frustration. Those individuals are merely my defeated adversaries, not worthy of fear, he replied coldly, a chilling intensity emanating from his gaze. You are indeed formidable, yet you must remain vigilant. For this world is rife with nefarious characters. She bit her lip and added, you are a married man with a family, you ought to consider others as well. The implication was clear, that others referred to her. The man's heart quaked at her words. For a fleeting moment, his eyes sparkled like stars, only to dim swiftly thereafter. I understand, he affirmed. You must investigate further. I have instructed Luo Yunchu to follow Ji Jiaming, who has been frequenting the Xingyun Hotel to meet with a mysterious benefactor. Li Xingyan, that benefactor seems to harbor significant hostility towards you, and I am genuinely concerned for your well-being. In recent days, her words had been as sweet as honey, leaving Li Xingyan momentarily bewildered, unable to discern the truth from the fabrication. Do you not trust me? Seeing his lack of response, Sheng Xia remarked. I consider you a friend, which is why I worry about you. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense, as Li Xingyan's expression resembled that of a poker face. A friend? After all this time, she still merely regarded him as a friend? Indeed, among friends, one ought to be candid. Much like when I conversed with Ji Jiaming today and allowed you to overhear our dialogue, it is an act of trust. Unperturbed by the frostiness etched on the man's face, Sheng Xia continued, prompting a surge of heated blood to rush to Li Xingyan's head, compelling him to loosen his tie in irritation. You are not to see Ji Jiaming again. As for the benefactor behind this, I shall investigate. You are still young. Do not attempt to wade through these murky waters alone. Some matters cannot be resolved by your efforts alone, do you understand? I just wanted to help you. Sheng Xia replied, feeling somewhat wronged. I have always been very. Enough. You are speaking too much today. Dry your hair and come downstairs for dinner. With an expression of displeasure, the man exited the room. Sheng Xia, frustrated, gazed at her plump reflection in the mirror, utterly bewildered about how to interact with Li Xingyan. She had been so gentle, refraining from confrontation, she had clearly been trying to appease him, yet he was still angry. Why was his temperament so peculiar? Or perhaps he preferred opposition, finding individuality in defiance, while obedience left him indifferent? Alas, the mind of a CEO is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. 10 minutes later, Sheng Xia dried her hair and donned a loose-fitting athletic ensemble before heading downstairs. Li Xingyan was seated on the sofa, a laptop resting on his lap, presumably engrossed in reviewing company reports or documents. Indeed, a man diligently working exudes an undeniable charm. At this moment, he was clad in a crisp white shirt paired with black suit trousers, presenting an image of professionalism. Sheng Xia noticed a subtle detail. The man's shoulders twitched slightly on several occasions. Could it be discomfort in his cervical spine? It is a common affliction among those who spend prolonged hours at a desk, especially for a workaholic like Li Xingyan. Reflecting on the sacrifices he had made in his previous life, she approached him. The man was deeply focused on the screen before him when a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Suddenly, she placed her hands gently on his shoulders, beginning to massage him. Initially, he stiffened, but after a few moments, he acclimated to her touch and began to relax. How does that feel? Sheng Xia inquired. Li Xingyan remained silent. It's my first time doing this, is it comfortable? She continued. Li Xingyan, why aren't you responding? Don't you like this? A wave of unease washed over her as he still did not reply. Then tell me, should I apply more pressure or be gentler? I can learn for next time. The meeting was drawing to a close. Suddenly, Li Xingyan spoke while tapping on the laptop's screen, which displayed bold letters, Li Corporation Senior Management Video Conference. Sheng Xia distinctly noticed the astonishment on the faces of the employees on the other end of the screen as Li Xingyan shut it down, as if they had uncovered something significant. Watching him remove his headset, she felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Li Xingyan, you were in a meeting. Why didn't you say anything? When you arrived, I had already turned off my video. The meeting was nearing its conclusion, and I had just subtly hinted at that. When did you hint at me? I gave you a meaningful glance. Was that truly a glance directed at me? Sheng Xia pouted. Thinking you were signaling me to come over. Li Xingyan, what should we do? This is utterly embarrassing. I hope the senior staff of the Li Corporation did not hear everything. It is unlikely that everyone heard it. Li Xingyan closed his laptop, seemingly in good spirits. Not everyone, which implies that nearly everyone must have heard it. My reputation has been tarnished across the Pacific. At that moment, the Li Corporation's conference room erupted in chaos. Did I mishear something from the video just now? An employee inquired. I too wish to know. I saw that the video from President Li's side suddenly went dark, and then a woman's voice emerged, asking if President Li was comfortable. Another employee added. I heard it too. She even asked if he preferred it harder or softer, and presently a third employee chimed in. We are all adults here. It's nothing scandalous, remarked a fourth employee cheekily. That voice sounds familiar, it's Mrs. Li's voice. Yes, when Mrs. Li visited the company last time. I recognized her voice, and it was identical to what we heard in the meeting. A fifth employee stated. TSK TSK TSK, it seems Mrs. Li indeed possesses extraordinary qualities. Who would have thought that President Li enjoyed such antics? Cough, cough. Lung Zhan cleared his throat. He had just overheard the conversation, although he was quite curious. Maintaining order at the scene was paramount. Everyone should refrain from discussing Mr. Li's private matters behind his back, and the meeting would conclude once everyone had departed. Once the room was empty, Lung Zhan let out a sigh. Judging by Sheng Xia's provocative demeanor towards Mr. Li, it seemed her addiction was quite profound. Unfortunately, Mr. Li's health. At Jinyuan, seated at the dining table, Sheng Xia had nibbled on a few vegetables, a couple of pieces of beef, and some rice before laying down her chopsticks. She noticed Li Xingyan's brow furrowed. Typically, Sheng Xia devoured her meals hungrily, often needing 3 bowls of rice. Today, however, she was picking at her food. Lacking in appetite? Or was it the chef's skills that didn't suit her palate? The man inquired with a frosty tone. Neither. She replied, wiping her mouth. I said I want to lose weight, and I am serious about it. Despite her lingering cravings, she understood that to shed pounds, she must exercise restraint in her eating habits and be diligent in her efforts, lest she falter midway. What prompted this sudden desire to lose weight? Did someone say something in front of you? Are you still dwelling on what Lu Mubai said last time? The man's aura shifted to one of palpable coldness. No. I simply feel I am too heavy and unattractive. I don't feel I am a good match standing next to you. Who said you are not a good match? The man abruptly set down his chopsticks, a shadow enveloping him. It's just how I feel, Sheng Xia shrugged. Why didn't you think about losing weight before? Didn't you enjoy your meals back then? That was intentional. I thought if I gained weight, you would find me repulsive and distance yourself from me. So I deliberately tried to annoy you. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room turned frigid, akin to being trapped in an ice cellar. Standing to the side, Xiaobo was utterly astonished. In her advanced years, her heart could hardly endure the shock. Sheng Xia boldly confessed to Li Yi, stating that she had intentionally gained weight to irk him. As Sheng Xia awaited a response from the man, she finally raised her gaze, only to find Li Xingyan's expression as frigid as ice. Is this marriage truly so dissatisfactory to you? Sheng Xia, I often ponder how deeply you harbor your disdain for me. The man's tone was laced not only with anger but also with a sense of helplessness and resignation. Observing the furrowed brows of the man, gazing upon his handsome visage, and the cloud of rage and discontent enveloping him, Sheng Xia declared, Indeed, I am not satisfied with this marriage, nor with you as a person. Xiaobo gasped, sensing that the end was nigh, for upon hearing these words, Li Ye's countenance shifted dramatically, as if he were on the verge of an outburst. However, that was a notion from the past. My current perspective has evolved. Xiaobo suddenly awakened from his stupor, ignited by a flicker of hope. With a single utterance, Sheng Xia transformed despair into magic. As he observed the ominous clouds surrounding Li Yi gradually dissipating. Given the circumstances life has presented me, I shall confront them with vigor. Li Xingyan. My decision to lose weight is not merely to cater to you. I seek to embrace a renewed self through this journey, reflecting my attitude towards life. Furthermore, the recent health report indicated the emergence of adverse symptoms in my body. If I do not act to prevent it, it may soon be too late. You desire for me to maintain good health, do you not? Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, I shall rise punctually. Li Xingyan stood up from his seat. And what shall I do at 6 in the morning? In the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia questioned the retreating figure of Li Xingyan as he ascended the stairs. Morning run? Morning run? Did he thus acknowledge her actions, supervising her in the process? Oh, very well, Sheng Xia replied. It was still early. Li Xingyan must have gone to his study. Turning to the still racing heart of the elder Xia, she inquired, Elder Xia, do I appear overweight? Elder Xia hesitated. Feeling compelled to shake his head, yet fearing that such kindness might dissuade her from her weight loss resolve, he reluctantly nodded instead. Then, a man like Li Xingyan, who pursues perfection, must find my figure rather unappealing, correct? Elder Xia shook his head resolutely, and Sheng Xia was taken aback by his response. I believe that Master Li holds a considerable interest. What? Sheng Xia pinched the flab around her waist in disbelief. Could it be that he has a preference for the plump? Elder Xia shook his head vigorously. Not at all. He likely feels this way only towards you. Why might that be? Sheng Xia mused. Li Xingyan is truly a good man, perhaps it is out of a sense of responsibility. To have such a friend is indeed my fortune. Elder Xia, feeling his heart race even faster, advised, Madam Li, it would be best if you refrain from speculation. If you genuinely harbor feelings for Master Li, treat him well, and do not inflict upon him the heartache you have caused in the past. My aging body cannot withstand the tumult of your youthful escapades. Sheng Xia chuckled awkwardly. I will treat Li Xingyan well, Elder Xia, I assure you. Let us hope you follow through, Elder Xia thought to himself, harboring doubts about Sheng Xia's sincerity, for her words often lacked truth. In previous instances, her performances had been so convincing that he had fallen for her ruse, but now, much like Li Xingyan, he had learned to remain unfazed upon witnessing her shift in attitude. Let us observe how long she can maintain this performance. Though it is indeed a trial for Master Li. Chapter 30, the prescient summer within the confines of her chamber. Sheng Xia had just emerged from her bath when she received a message from Ji Jiaming. Sheng Xia, what have you done regarding the installation of the surveillance? I have sent you several messages, yet you have not responded. I demand an explanation at once. An explanation? How audacious of this man to request such a despicable act from her, attempting to use her to harm Li Xingyan. And now he dares to send such a message. Who does he think he is? As she exercised on the elliptical machine, Sheng Xia lazily replied, Jiaming, you misunderstand me. I was indeed following your instructions, but alas. Li Xingyan's associates discovered my intentions. Upon receiving Sheng Xia's message, Ji Jiaming's complexion turned pale with fear. Could it be? I have been exposed? Did you inform Li Xingyan that I instructed you to do this? Sheng Xia shrugged, finding his cowardice amusing. He was utterly inept yet harbored aspirations to bring down Li Xingyan. You may as well eat dirt. I assure you, even in death, I would never expose you. I claimed that I wished to monitor him to uncover his weaknesses for the sake of divorce, for now, he has yet to suspect you. Upon reading this, Ji Jiaming breathed a sigh of relief, though envy for Sheng Xia began to brew within him. It was all due to this foolish woman. She couldn't even manage such a simple task, jeopardizing his financial gain and incurring the wrath of his benefactor. That is reassuring, Xia Xia. You must be exceedingly discreet about this matter. Of course, Jiaming. Rest assured, I fear that Li Xingyan may have grown wary of me in recent days. Once the storm passes, I shall assist you in monitoring him. After the summer, I truly wished to refrain from engaging in further conversation with Ji Jiaming, that fool. Jiaming. I shall not converse with you for the moment. Li Xingyan is quite irate and will undoubtedly interrogate me further. Ji Jiaming's heart quivered. Li Xingyan was a formidable figure in Jincheng, and who would dare offend him without facing dire consequences? Very well, then do not respond for now. But you must promise to keep this confidential. Sheng Xia rolled her eyes and immediately dialed Luo Yunqiu. Hello, Yunqiu. Have you uncovered anything while keeping watch at Ji Jiaming's residence? Summer, I have found nothing at all. After Ji Jiaming returned home, he has not emerged, nor has anyone sought him out. Is that so? No suspicious occurrences? Luo Yunqiu's response did not take Sheng Xia by surprise. Nothing else, but Ji Jiaming seemed to clutch his chest upon returning home and appeared rather unwell. As if he had been beaten. Beaten? Sheng Xia descended from her elliptical machine, her spirits lifted. Clearly, someone had been ineffective and had received a severe thrashing from the benefactor. No wonder he had been so irate when he texted her today, he deserved it. I'm not certain, Summer. What precisely are we waiting for? It is getting late. Should I retreat? Why the haste? Let us wait another 10 minutes. I refuse to believe that the old fox will not reveal his true colors. Sheng Xia scoffed. Waiting another 10 minutes? What exactly is your game, Summer? Before Luo Yunqiu could ponder further, she suddenly spotted a somewhat familiar figure. Hey, who is that? Why does he seem so familiar? And wearing a cap, that physique resembles Su Yinyan's quite a bit. As the fervor of midsummer arose, I was certain she would make an appearance today. Xiade, you are remarkable, you possess the gift of foresight. How did you know that Su Yanyan would show up at this precise moment? However, what does it mean for her to seek out Ji Jiaming behind her back? What else could it signify but an illicit affair? Midsummer continued, she wouldn't dare during the day, but at night. Does she think that donning a hat and changing her outfit will render her unrecognizable? This Su Yanyan is utterly shameless. How could she betray the trust of someone like you, Xiada? She truly deserves her fate. Luo Yunchu spat in disdain. Let us not resort to such extreme language. Though she is indeed quite brazen. Midsummer replied, didn't I instruct you to adopt a more refined demeanor? Young ladies ought not to be so coarse. Then how should I express my disdain, Xiada? I simply cannot abide this green tea btch. Just say that she won't survive the year. One mustn't be excessively cruel in their words, Midsummer advised, her tone decidedly audacious. Luo Yunchu remarked, indeed, Xiada is truly impressive, maintaining such high standards. Xiada. Are you planning to catch her in the act? Luo Yunchu inquired. What catching in the act? I already have your brother-in-law, he amounts to nothing in my eyes. I would not sully myself with him even as a mere placeholder. Midsummer continued, let the cameras capture her, and take plenty of photos. There's no need for you to handle everything personally, after all, you are a lady. What would you do if danger arose? I have long disdained this scoundrel. If we could rid ourselves of him, it would sever the ties of this entanglement. No. What ties? This person has nothing to do with me. Indeed. Such a scoundrel is unworthy of Xiada. In this world, no one is worthy of Summer's greatness. You are talking nonsense. Summer. What have I said wrong this time? Do you not believe that I am well suited for Li Xingyan? Sheng Xia reclined on her bed, crossing her legs, leisurely shaking them. The delayed response from the other party irked her. Did it imply that she was unworthy of Li Xingyan? Enough of this, you should carry on with your tasks. Have someone wait to capture photos of the two of them leaving together tomorrow morning and send them directly to my email. Certainly. The sisters are gathering for a soiree on Saturday night, do not forget to rally everyone. Rest assured, my leader. The thought of Ji Jiaming and Su Yanyan treating her like a fool filled her with frustration. Her suspicion that Su Yanyan would arrive at this precise moment was based on sound reasoning. Su Yanyan, with her lofty ambitions, was drawn to Ji Jiaming primarily due to his handsome appearance, further enhanced by his newfound wealth. As for why tonight was the chosen occasion, Ji Jiaming was meeting with a benefactor, and Su Yanyan naturally believed he would be flush with cash, likely to present her with gifts such as bags or jewelry. Thus, she had Luo Yunchu dispatch someone to keep watch, confident in their ability to predict the outcome. After a day filled with exercise and dieting, the contest of wits against a scoundrel had proven quite exhausting, and Sheng Xia stifled several yawns. It was already 11 o'clock. Why had Li Xingyan not yet retired for the night? With heavy eyelids, she urged herself to wait until he returned to his room before she succumbed to sleep. She was eager to witness his reaction to the changes in their room. Would it be one of joy or indifference? At midnight, the clock struck punctually. Li Xingyan had just completed his work, unaware of how time had slipped away. Upon returning from the study to the bedroom, he found Sheng Xia reclining against the headboard, her head tilted in slumber. It seemed she had been waiting for someone before succumbing to sleep. As he stepped into the room, Li Xingyan quickly noticed the change that had occurred. His gaze momentarily froze on a large wedding photograph displayed prominently on the wall. After Sheng Xia had smashed the wedding photo in a drunken rage, he had instructed the maid to put it away, never to be framed or hung again. Now, it had been reinstated, and its placement was even more conspicuous than before, centered directly above the head of the bed, making it impossible to overlook upon entering the room. In the photograph, Sheng Xia frowned, deliberately maintaining distance from Li Xingyan. This wedding portrait had been taken under the duress of her parents' intervention and insistence. Clad in a pristine white wedding gown, her ethereal beauty had made her the center of attention on their wedding day, yet she appeared utterly indifferent to it all. Everything that Li Xingyan prided himself on, wealth, lineage, social standing, was of no consequence to her. After a tumultuous year of marriage, an unexpected shift had recently occurred. What was she scheming? Having faced disappointment numerous times, Li Xingyan had learned to relinquish hope, his gaze laden with complexity as it fell upon the slumbering woman. In her drowsiness, Sheng Xia hazily sensed a strong arm enveloping her waist, lifting her effortlessly. Subsequently, she sank entirely into the soft embrace of the mattress. A sensation of exquisite comfort enveloping her. Was she dreaming? The person holding her exuded a delightful, refreshing fragrance that inexplicably instilled a sense of security within her. Suddenly, the arm that had encircled her loosened, as if preparing to depart. Frowning, Sheng Xia extended her arm, ensnaring that individual. "Ah Yan, please hold me a little longer." Li Xingyan shuddered, her delicate voice and the fragile touch of her arm around his neck instantly filling his senses with her intoxicating scent, causing every pore of his skin to awaken. Almost immediately, a faint blush spread across him, accompanied by a rising warmth throughout his body. This was utterly overwhelming. She was never this compliant during the day, why was she so? In the depths of night, within the apartment where Ji Jiaming resided, Su Yanyan had placed some late-night snacks on Ji Jiaming's table. The moment they arrived at the apartment, the two became entwined. Afterward, Su Yanyan leaned in, wrapping her arms around Ji Jiaming's neck and planting a couple of kisses on his cheek. "Jiaming, did you meet with Sheng Xia today? Nothing happened between you two, right?" "Of course not. She's as plump as a pig, how could I possibly be interested in her? Even 10 of her wouldn't compare to you in my heart." "Sweetheart. You were quite enthusiastic just now." Su Yanyan chuckled as she playfully punched Ji Jiaming's chest. "That's a relief, I was worried you might be swayed by her charm." "Just like Li Xingyan." "Li Xingyan is probably the one with issues, I'm nothing like him," Ji Jiaming remarked, tapping his head. "Haha." Su Yanyan's laughter was vibrant and lively. "Jiaming, I've recently set my sights on a handbag, the new Hermes collection. I truly desire it." Upon hearing this, Ji Jiaming's expression momentarily stiffened. Su Yanyan was attractive and exuded warmth, yet her spending habits were rather extravagant. Nevertheless, a man should cater to his woman's desires, after all. Which woman is devoid of vanity? "Let's take it slow. This time may not be feasible, but I'll buy it for you next time, alright?" Ji Jiaming gently pinched Su Yanyan's cheek. Upon hearing that he wouldn't buy it for her, her expression shifted dramatically as she recoiled from his touch. "I merely want a bag. You've earned so much, yet you refuse to buy it for me? Jiaming. They say a man's love for a woman is reflected in how willing he is to spend on her. Are you truly reluctant to purchase a gift that I long for?" Su Yanyan had been coveting the Hermes bag for quite some time, having visited the boutique several times. Initially, the sales associate was quite enthusiastic, but upon realizing that she was merely browsing without purchasing, the associate dismissed her, convinced she couldn't afford it. How contemptuous. She was determined to prove them wrong. "It's not that I am unwilling to buy you a gift. It's just that I'm a bit financially constrained at the moment. The last payment from my benefactor was used to buy you a new outfit, costing several tens of thousands. And I also purchased a Patek Philippe watch for you, which set me back hundreds of thousands. Have you forgotten? But you completed your task. And didn't your benefactor send you money afterward? Are you hiding something from me?" Whenever Ji Jiaming mentions this matter, he becomes infuriated. It's all because of that foolish woman, Sheng Xia, whose inefficacy has led to this predicament. I instructed her to install a listening device in Li Xingyan's study, but it was discovered by Li Xingyan's people. In a fit of rage, the financier provided me with nothing, leaving me empty-handed upon my return. "What? Li Xingyan discovered it?" Su Yanyan inquired. "Could it have been Sheng Xia's deliberate sabotage? I have my suspicions, yet upon reflection, I doubt she possesses the intellect for such cunning." Ji Jiaming replied, "Yan. We have acquired a property with the financier's funds, which is sufficient for our marriage. Should we not cease our endeavors now? If we attract Li Xingyan's attention, we may find ourselves in grave trouble." Upon hearing this, Su Yanyan's gaze sharpened, but it softened almost immediately. "Brother Jiaming, that simply cannot be. How can we relinquish such a lucrative opportunity? Moreover, even if you withdraw, will the financier allow you to escape unscathed? Besides, given Li Xingyan's unwavering trust in Sheng Xia, it would be prudent to bide our time until the situation calms before we act. And if you abandon this line of work, what else could you possibly pursue that would yield such swift financial returns?" Ji Jiaming contemplated this, acknowledging that his ultimate aim is to fulfill the financier's tasks and achieve financial independence. After all, one cannot expect to earn money without taking risks. "You make a valid point, Yan. I apologize for the hardship this has caused you, I promise to make it up to you next time." Su Yanyan, placated by his words, finally revealed a smile. "Brother Jiaming, I knew you cared for me. Indeed, but you must also work to manipulate Sheng Xia, ensnaring her in your schemes to aid me in successfully completing this task. We must collaborate effectively. Indeed, I will. Su Yanyan exclaimed. And then she shamelessly resumed her flirtation with Ji Jiaming. As dawn broke, the alarm clock rang several times. Sheng Xia slowly opened her eyes. Having enjoyed a particularly restful night, and now felt invigorated. Her gaze drifted to the other side of the bed, where Li Xingyan was conspicuously absent. How could he rise so early? She wandered through the room and finally spotted his familiar silhouette on the balcony. Li Xingyan stood by the railing, gazing into the distance, where the morning glow painted the sky. She wondered what thoughts occupied his mind, recalling their agreement from the previous night to go for a morning run together. She distinctly remembered intending to wait for him to return before sleeping, yet somehow she had drifted off alone. Li Xingyan was always brimming with energy. Despite the late hour at which he had retired, he was up at the break of day. Sheng Xia donned her clothes and made her way to the bathroom to freshen up. Upon unlocking her phone, she discovered a photo sent by Luo Yunqiu, taken just an hour prior. It depicted a series of images of Su Yanyan leaving Ji Jiaming's apartment. Last night, Su Yanyan had donned a white dress, while this morning she appeared in a pomegranate red gown. Her change of attire left little to the imagination regarding their activities. Chapter 32, Afraid of Cultured Rascals. It appeared that Luo Yunqiu had long harbored disdain for the two of them, rising even earlier than the roosters. After rinsing her mouth, Sheng Xia immediately called. Hello, Yunqiu. I received the photo, well done. Thank you for the compliment, Xia. That Su Yanyan is utterly shameless. When I enlarged the photo, I could even see the marks on her neck. Xia, how can you possibly tolerate such indignation? Luo Yunqiu could no longer contain her frustration. One must endure minor grievances to safeguard grand ambitions. Where are we heading? Not only must I remain composed, but I also need to assist her. Assist her? My dear. Have you lost your senses? You are the one who has lost your senses. With your abundant leisure. Why not recharge my beauty salon gold card with a few thousand yuan? I suspect Su Yanyan will be heading there shortly. What? You want me to recharge your beauty card with a few thousand for that insufferable Su Yanyan? Luo Yunqiu was nearly exasperated. It's not that you are recharging it for me, rather, it's my card number, using my funds, and please send over some luxury skincare products. But remember to remove the labels. Xiada, are you being excessively altruistic? Your actions truly leave me. What's the rush? Simply follow my instructions. The luxury products can be collected at the store around the corner of Scenic Avenue. Just mention my name, and the attendant will provide them. Very well. Luo Yunqiu found the situation utterly tedious, eagerly anticipating how Xiada would make Su Yanyan weep. By the way, once you obtain the luxury products, place them directly into the beauty salon's small box, and emphasize to the beautician that these items are exceedingly valuable, specially crafted by the skincare team, and extremely precious. They shall not be offered unless Su Yanyan persistently demands them. Understood, Xiada. After hanging up, one of her friends inquired, so, Luo Jia, did Xiada come up with a brilliant plan to make Su Yanyan cry? Get lost. I cannot fathom Xiada's thoughts. That wretched woman infuriates me. She dares to impose upon Xiada, placing such a burden upon her, yet Xiada remains so magnanimous. I can't comprehend what sort of madness she has succumbed to. Ah? How has Xia turned into this? Sister Luo, should we proceed as planned? Of course, Xia saved my life back then. And I vowed to follow him to the ends of the earth. Let us go and take care of this matter. Luo Yunqiu arrived at the beauty salon mentioned by Sheng Xia and obtained the luxurious products. Upon glancing at the labels, a spark of realization ignited within her. How to articulate that Xia remains Xia? That is true skill. TSK, in this day and age, one fears the educated rogue. Luo Yunqiu and her companions simultaneously revealed mischievous smiles, chuckling, now it is time for Su Yanyan to shine. In the garden path of Jin Yuan, two figures emerged. Xia Bo, peering through the glass doors of the living room, rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. No, it was indeed. There was Li Xingyan, clad in athletic attire, jogging leisurely, while behind him, Sheng Xia struggled with her heavier physique, panting heavily. Clearly, Sheng Xia's stamina was wholly incomparable to Li Xingyan's. When did this couple's relationship grow so affectionate? Xiaobo pondered, perhaps there was something amiss here. On the road, Sheng Xia's pace diminished with each stride, her body feeling increasingly cumbersome. Huffing, Li Xingyan, could you wait for me? I can't keep up. Sheng Xia gasped for air. Her cheeks flushed. In contrast, Li Xingyan appeared unfazed, having jogged for half an hour without so much as breaking a sweat. Though it was evident he deliberately slowed his pace to accommodate her endurance, she still found it arduous. Feeling tired? Li Xingyan inquired, halting his steps. Having often seen him in formal attire, his athletic look was quite pleasing to the eye at this moment. He is clad in a vibrant Chinese red sports outfit, exuding both vigor and brightness. The Li family has experienced rapid growth in recent years. Li Xingyan has established various foundations that contribute to the development of regional sports. This year, the local sports event provides all athletes with their food, accommodation, and bonuses. All funded by the Li family. Indeed, I realize I have not engaged in sufficient exercise. Sheng Xia lamented. It is easy to indulge in this layer of fat, but shedding it is a formidable challenge. Oh, Li Xingyan, what is that red mark on your neck? Were you bitten by some pesky bug last night? Sheng Xia inquired. The man's expression suddenly turned peculiar, his gaze fixated on her, as if he hesitated to speak. Why are you looking at me? I didn't bite you. I sleep quite soundly, he retorted. Li Xingyan, he hardly slept well last night. This woman, is she a dog? Once I've rested. Let us continue our run, Sheng Xia declared. However, Li Xingyan furrowed his brow, halting her progress. To achieve a balanced weight loss, swimming is a gentler option for the body. Prolonged running with a significant weight can damage the knees, do not rush into it. But I still have energy. I just want to slim down quickly. It's exhausting to constantly see this excess fat on my body, she protested. When contemplating weight loss, one must consider their physical condition. Do you wish to overexert yourself? Li Xingyan's stern demeanor silenced Sheng Xia. You are still young. What do you know about beauty and ugliness? As long as you are healthy, why pursue a figure resembling a mere stick? But I am overweight. It must be displeasing to your eyes. Li Xingyan, do you truly believe I am the type to prioritize appearance? Li Xingyan directly left her with a fleeting silhouette, distancing himself by several meters. In the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia observed the reddened ears of the other party, pondering what he was truly saying. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Su Yanyan arrived at the beauty salon. Good day, Miss Su. You've arrived. I was just about to give you a call, the beautician greeted her with enthusiasm. Why the sudden warmth today? Su Yanyan asked, somewhat taken aback by the cordiality. You are indeed one of our esteemed guests, how could I not extend my hospitality? The beautician replied with a welcoming smile. Though Su Yanyan enjoyed high-end services, she was using Mrs. Li's card, which felt quite shameless. Mr. Li was known for his lavish spending. Yet since discovering that Su Yanyan was the one utilizing the beauty card, the top-ups had dwindled. The card was nearing its limit, but Mrs. Li had arranged for another recharge. How curious it was that she never used it for herself, always offering it to her friends. Miss Su. Shall we proceed as usual today? A facial, followed by a warm compress, and then a full-body massage for relaxation? Su Yanyan elegantly assumed her posture and replied. Let us proceed with that. With that, she removed her outer garment, which the beautician took with care. Su Yanyan glanced at her watch and the exquisite ring on her finger, contemplating for a moment before removing it to place in her private locker. Both items held significant value, gifted to her by Ji Jiaming. As she opened the locker, Su Yanyan noticed a blue-purple box, beautifully designed. What is this? She wondered, preparing to open it, but was halted by the beautician. Miss Su, that one is off limits. However, that is Mrs. Li's exclusive, bespoke luxury skincare product, worth an astronomical sum. And it remains unopened. Just one box costs over 100,000, and that is merely a single usage. Chapter 33, Thicker than a city wall. Upon hearing the server's introduction, Su Yanyan's eyes instantly gleamed with avarice. Over 100,000? Is it truly worth such a fortune? Indeed, skincare products vary in quality, and bespoke items can far exceed even the most prestigious brands available on the market. These skincare establishments gather the world's foremost talents. And there are certainly valid reasons for their exorbitant prices. It is not easy to earn the money of the affluent. After listening, Su Yanyan yearned even more for this skincare product. She attempted to seize it, but was stopped by the beautician. "I'm sorry, Miss Su. But this bottle of skincare is not only expensive but also exclusively for Mrs. Li's use, so we must exercise utmost caution. It cannot be handled casually," the beautician explained. "Handled casually? That may apply to others, but who am I? I am the best friend of Sheng Xia. She even allows me to use her beauty card. Let alone skincare products. Have I not spent enough at your establishment?" Su Yanyan retorted arrogantly. "However, Miss Su, the individual who delivered the skincare specifically stated that it is solely for Mrs. Li. Furthermore, the effects of skincare products can vary from person to person. Should Miss Su have an allergic reaction to the ingredients, our salon would not be able to bear the consequences," the beautician implored earnestly. The more the other party insisted, the more Su Yanyan craved to use it. The skincare product must possess remarkable qualities. How outrageous of Sheng Xia to keep such treasures for herself while denying her use. As for the allergens, given the exorbitant price of several $100,000 per bottle, how could there possibly be any risk of allergies? This is merely an excuse to obstruct her. I can bear the responsibility myself, can't I? In the warm summer, Sheng Xia treats me as her closest confidant. What harm is there in using her belongings? Perhaps this item was specifically prepared for me, and she simply hadn't had the chance to inform me. Su Yanyan scoffed. After her words, she boldly seized the skincare product from behind the beautician and unceremoniously opened it. The cream was a pure white, and upon closer inspection, it emitted a distinct fragrance that quickly filled the air. Su Yanyan concluded that this must be an extraordinarily exquisite product. Perhaps just one application would significantly enhance her skin. Why is there no label on this? Su Yanyan noticed a peculiar detail. "Miss Su, I am not privy to that information. It was delivered by Mr. Li's instructions. And we dared not inquire further. However, it is common for affluent ladies to be reluctant to share their bespoke products, preferring to maintain their youthful allure exclusively for themselves. I have heard that this skincare product contains anti-aging components, which might explain its exorbitant cost." At this point, Su Yanyan's final reservations dissipated. She scooped a generous amount of the white cream and applied it to her face, experiencing an indescribable cool sensation that was, above all, quite pleasant. The beautician sighed. She had encountered many shameless individuals, but someone as audacious as Su Yanyan was a rarity. Her audacity rivaled that of a fortress. Surely, Mr. Li must harbor disdain for her. For all the thoughtful intentions he had meticulously prepared for Mrs. Li were now squandered by Su Yanyan, who had taken undue advantage. Su Yanyan reclined comfortably on the bed, relishing the pampering while exclaiming, "Apply more, this little bit is of no use." However, the quantity was limited to a single application. "Layer it on. I need 3 coats on my face, and don't forget my neck, it is the area most susceptible to aging. I want to apply the skincare product to every visible part of my body." "Very well," the beautician responded, not delaying this time. Especially since Miss Luo had explicitly instructed her to provide a comprehensive introduction about the exorbitance of this skincare product as soon as Su Yanyan arrived. She was to pique Su Yanyan's curiosity, and after several requests from her, she would apply it while feigning reluctance regarding the amount used. Following Miss Luo's directions, she proceeded accordingly, though she was uncertain of Miss Luo's intentions. When Miss Luo departed, she bore an oddly mischievous expression. Su Yanyan felt utterly at ease, enveloped in the soothing application of the skincare product while listening to music. How delightful it was to possess wealth, allowing her to indulge in superior services wherever she went. Unlike the common folk who toiled for housing, vehicles, and marriage. Summer was indeed a fortunate season for her, and she had been enjoying such days for an entire year. That gluttonous fool would inevitably fall from grace under her orchestration, and she would be left to weep. Su Yanyan finished an entire bottle of skincare product, leaving no remnants behind, and exited the beauty salon with satisfaction. Thankfully, her timing was impeccable today, otherwise, she might have missed out. Yet, did Sheng Xia also visit the beauty salon? Hadn't she never even set foot through its doors? Su Yanyan pondered this with curiosity. But considering she had just depleted an entire bottle of Sheng Xia's specially crafted skincare product, it seemed inappropriate to inquire at this moment. In the vibrant summer, Jin Yuan received a call from Liu Yangqiu. The excitement in the other person's voice was almost explosive, as if they were ready to blow Jin Yuan away. "Haha, Xiada. The mission has been perfectly accomplished." Su Yanyan has indeed fallen into the trap. She eagerly used up that skincare product. Used up? But that was a 500 milliliter bottle. Sheng Xia exclaimed in astonishment. Well, who can blame her? She was afraid she wouldn't get to use such excellent skincare again, so she applied it all over. The thought of how startled Su Yanyan would be 2 days later upon discovering the changes in her skin brought a knowing smile to Sheng Xia's face. This was entirely Su Yanyan's doing. Yunchu, this isn't right. One shouldn't wear their emotions so openly, Sheng Xia remarked. Xiada, just thinking about it excites me. Why shouldn't I smile? I've been laughing for ages. Xiada, so how should I conduct myself? This is merely the beginning. Once we gradually lead our adversaries into our trap, we will strike decisively, leaving them with no chance of resistance. The one who laughs last is the true victor. Sheng Xia stated with an air of indifference. Su Yanyan's hands were now stained with blood. If she chose to remain passive, she would only be a fool. Sheng Xia intended to commence with the simplest of pranks, allowing Su Yanyan to witness her aspirations crumble, sending her crashing down, for she was meant to belong to the dust. On the other end of the line, Li Xingyan felt a chill. When Xiada spoke those words, they were imbued with boundless animosity. Yet, it was this shrewd and ruthless leader that made her admire her even more. The previous Xiada, who was once easily manipulated, had only caused concern. Enough of this idle chatter. How is the task I assigned to you coming along? Have the young ladies in the group reached a decision? Upon reflecting on another scheme orchestrated by Luo Yunchu, a sense of difficulty washed over her. I am only looking out for your best interests. What is there to hesitate about? How about this, make your decision promptly, and before doing so, consult with your parents, for this matter pertains to your future. Tomorrow is Saturday, and I will guide you on what to do then. As the conversation shifted towards scheming, Luo Yunchu felt invigorated. Yet when the topic turned to this particular issue, her demeanor noticeably drooped. She could not comprehend why Xiada had recently become so peculiar. Yet perhaps Xiada was indeed correct. After all, she had grown increasingly astute and wise. Listening to her was undoubtedly wise. Chapter 34, all because of Sheng Xia Corporation, President's Office. Lu Mubai arrived at the company early, awaiting Li Xingyan. As Li Xingyan entered clad in a tailored suit, it was evident that his spirits were notably high today. As he drew near, Lu Mubai's gaze fell upon a conspicuous red mark on Li Xingyan's neck. Ahem, boss. You have finally arrived. You are an entire hour later than usual today, Lu Mubai inquired with an air of speculation. Li Xingyan proceeded directly to his desk, taking a seat with an abruptness that commanded attention. His penetrating gaze fixated on Lu Mubai, seated on the opposite sofa. The unspoken intensity in the air diminishing Lu Mubai's presence. Lu Mubai, did you come early merely to gossip about my private affairs? The man's voice carried a hint of coldness. Lu Mubai involuntarily shrank his neck, for the leader had always been averse to any intrusion into his personal affairs, particularly those concerning Sheng Xia. His demeanor resembled that of a hen fiercely protecting her chicks. The mere thought of the leader standing before Sheng Xia, shielding her, yet still unable to conceal her ample form, was quite amusing. Furthermore, the image of Sheng Xia devouring a colossal bucket of fried chicken, while Li Xingyan affectionately urged her to pace herself, saying, "Darling, take your time, there are still 3 buckets left," was rather disconcerting. Yet, it was not that. It had simply been too long since the group had gathered, prompting me to arrange a banquet and extend an invitation to the leader. Not interested. Li Xingyan curtly declined without a shred of consideration. Rest assured, leader, I am aware that you dislike noisy venues. Thus I have secured a thoroughly reliable private club for our gathering. You need not worry. Li Xingyan raised his dark eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within them. I shall not attend. Oh, come now, leader. It has been such a challenge to convene. You are the centerpiece of our gathering. Without you, it would lack any charm. I have sworn off alcohol, Li Xingyan stated lightly. Sworn off alcohol? But leader, you used to revel with us weekly until inebriation claimed you. What has changed? Sheng Xia has given up drinking. I must set a commendable example for her. Alcohol is detrimental to both body and mind, Li Xingyan replied placidly. Sheng Xia giving up drinking? She becomes utterly unwell if she abstains for a day. It is inconceivable. Do not heed her deceptive words. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lu Mubai felt a chilling glare directed at him, as if he were to be dismembered repeatedly. She has not consumed alcohol for several days. I believe she has genuine determination this time, Li Xingyan remarked, his fingers lightly tapping the table. My esteemed leader. Do not let the sweet allure of summer distract you, remain steadfast and composed. Li Xingyan scoffed, asserting that remaining composed is easier said than done. How can one attempt it when I lack a woman in my life? Lu Mubai replied with a dismissive pout. Then explain, if it has been 2 years. Why do you persist in searching for that person? After a moment of silence, Lu Mubai responded, I merely wish to uncover the long-held truth behind my doubts. Do you believe that? Li Xingyan pressed further, I certainly do not. Alas, my leader has once again succumbed to the whirlpool of summer. This summer truly possesses remarkable influence. How has she managed to discover my leader's vulnerabilities? For in Lu Mubai's eyes, the leader is nothing short of perfect. By the way, my leader. The old master's birthday is approaching. You did not return last year, surely, you must this time. Lu Mubai attempted to shift the topic. What? Has the Li family sent you to persuade me? Li Xingyan scribbled his name across the documents. Though his tone was indifferent, Lu Mubai sensed an undercurrent of tension. It could be interpreted as such. Last year, you did not attend, and the old master did not celebrate his birthday well. This year marks his 60th, a significant occasion. If you choose not to participate again, it may be somewhat. Lu Mubai hesitated, for matters concerning the Li family are anything but simple. Were it not for the old master personally calling him, he would have found it difficult to voice such sentiments. They say accompanying a ruler is akin to walking with a tiger. Although he is a friend of the leader's boundaries are not to be trifled with. It was just after the leader had recently married Sheng Xia that year. Old Master Li forbade the eldest son from bringing Sheng Xia to the birthday celebration, deeming her unworthy of such an occasion. Consequently, the eldest son opted not to attend, incensing the old man to the brink of fury. However, this year, the old man relented, stating that Sheng Xia could accompany them. Lu Mubai interjected, remarking that if it is permissible, then Sheng Xia must indeed go. Li Xingyan scoffed dismissively. The authority to decide this matter had never resided within the Li family, but rather lay firmly in Sheng Xia's own hands. Lu Mubai gasped in astonishment, realizing the significant position the eldest son had accorded to Sheng Xia. Despite her humble origins, the Li family dismissed her, which was to be expected. It is often said that a wife standing at home is dictated by her husband's attitude, and in this regard, the eldest son consistently sided with Sheng Xia, even when she was being unreasonable. Moreover, Li Xingyan remarked nonchalantly, Sheng Xia has been dieting recently and dislikes greasy food. I have to accompany her for exercise every day. Whether I can spare time for the old man remains uncertain. Sheng Xia on a diet? Lu Mubai nearly burst into laughter. The notion was absurd. When it came to food, her gaze was sharper than that of a pig spotting its feed. He contemplated further commentary, yet noticing Li Xingyan's evident impatience, he wisely refrained, aware that continuing would surely provoke displeasure from the eldest son. The issue extended beyond Sheng Xia. Ever since that incident, the eldest son had developed a certain wariness towards specific members of the Li family. The intricacies of high society are indeed profound. With a sense of defeat, Lu Mubai exited the CEO's office and sent a few messages to friends. The eldest son had given up drinking, all for Sheng Xia. He also found himself unable to spare time, once again due to her. The leader bore a red mark upon his neck, a testament to the sweltering summer. Several companions were momentarily taken aback by the initial lines, but upon reaching the final sentence, they could only exclaim in disbelief, goodness, summer is indeed ferocious. In the study, Sheng Xia let out a sneeze. Who was it that dared to speak ill of her? As Xiaobo passed by the study, he was astounded to find a mountain of books stacked before Sheng Xia. He had never witnessed her engrossed in reading and might have assumed she was illiterate had he not seen this scene. Yet now, she was diligently poring over the pages, meticulously examining each word and occasionally jotting down notes. In the tranquil study, the only sound was the rhythmic scratching of her pen on paper. To contend with the leader, Sheng Xia had truly committed herself. It was remarkable that Jimu was diligently tackling his homework. Clearly, he needed to report this development to Master Li without delay for the sake of preparedness. In the study, resting her chin on her hand, Sheng Xia acknowledged that although these books were quite unappealing, if she focused, she could still glean a wealth of knowledge. In truth, she had never been dull-witted. During her school days, her academic performance was consistently exemplary. It was merely after marrying Li Xingyan that she had faltered and resigned herself to mediocrity. Chapter 35, Su Yanyan's unspoken struggles. On a bright and breezy Saturday, Su Yanyan sat before her vanity, meticulously applying her makeup. She was eager to accompany Su Jiaming on an outing to the outskirts. Ever since her recent beauty treatment, her skin had become increasingly radiant, feeling as smooth as a freshly shelled egg. After finishing her eyebrows, she paused, struck by the thought that her brows appeared significantly thicker and darker than before. It was well known that her facial flaw lay in her sparse eyebrows, which lacked definition, thus, she had invested considerable effort in enhancing them. Could it be that the skincare products possessed some extraordinary effect? Before Su Yanyan could savor her moment of joy, a piercing scream echoed from the room as she leaned closer to the mirror. Ah! 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 How could this happen? Upon hearing her daughter's cries, Su's mother hurriedly burst through the door, anxiety written across her face. Yanyan, what is the matter? Why are you screaming so loudly? Mom! Look at my face. Have I grown hair? Su Yanyan's expression was one of despair, her entire demeanor fraught with confusion. Oh dear, Yanyan, what on earth is happening? This hair is so conspicuous. And it's black. It's not just on your face, it's on your neck and arms as well. Have you been using some sort of substandard product? Substandard product? Ever since I obtained that beauty card from Sheng Xia, I have been visiting high-end beauty salons for skincare, using only expensive products. How could I possibly have used anything substandard? The last product I used was a specialized skincare item that cost over 100,000. As Su Yanyan spoke, a sudden realization struck her. Could the issue stem from that exorbitantly priced skincare item? Yanyan, where exactly did you apply it? I used it all. All over my body. Su Yanyan sank to the floor in despair. What could possibly be in that skincare product? Could Li Xingyan have given Sheng Xia a problematic product to use? Logically, that seemed implausible. Could it be Sheng Xia's doing? How insidious of her to present her products as benevolent while secretly sabotaging. Unable to contain her anger any longer, Su Yanyan shoved her mother out of the room and immediately dialed Sheng Xia's number. After a few rings, the call was answered. Su Yanyan could not contain her frustration and complained, Sheng Xia, what on earth is going on? Ever since I used the products from your beauty salon, hair has sprouted all over my body. You must compensate me. Sheng Xia lifted her head from her sea of books, appalled by Su Yanyan's audacious tone. Feeling her values crumble. How much had Su Yanyan spent on her services, and yet she had the audacity to demand compensation? Who gave her such courage? Hair all over your body? Is that so? Sheng Xia replied, feigning innocence. Yanyan, have you not been sleeping well, or are you perhaps indulging too much in supernatural tales? If Su Yanyan were before her, she would blink her large, sparkling eyes. Sheng Xia, stop playing coy. Tell me, do you have a special skincare product at your salon? One that is rather expensive? Sheng Xia remained silent for a few moments, pretending to ponder, before responding, expensive? Aren't all my skincare products quite costly? Su Yanyan felt as though she might cough up blood. This was an outrageous display of vanity. Wait, I just remembered, Yanyan. You must be referring to a hair growth product, right? What? A hair growth product? Su Yanyan was utterly astonished, her world spinning. Indeed. You have no idea how it feels to be in the presence of a tyrant like Li Xingyan, whose temper is notoriously foul. The pressure I endure is immense. My hair has been falling out significantly as of late, and if this continues, I shall be bald. I heard there is a hair growth product that works wonders when applied to the scalp, so I had a special formulation made. A hair growth product? Do you know that I? Su Yanyan was wiping her tears and nose in exasperation. What's wrong? Yanyan. Could it be that the staff at the salon are not meticulous enough? I repeatedly emphasized before them that this product must not be used by anyone else. Did they truly bring it out for you? Su Yanyan found herself at a loss for words. How could she explain that it was her insistence that the beautician use the skincare product for her? If it is a hair growth product, then why did you tear off the label? Su Yanyan couldn't help but feel an urge to lash out at Sheng Xia. She never considered herself at fault. The blame lay squarely on that foolish Sheng Xia. As the wife of Li Xingyan, and a member of the elite circle, the thought of others discovering her hair loss was utterly humiliating. Thus, she kept it a secret. Yanyan, what's wrong? Did you use that product and end up sprouting hair all over? Woo-woo. Su Yanyan cried, her nose running. Yan. You definitely didn't use that skincare product. Even if you did, it would only be applied to your face. How could it possibly cover your entire body? Such wastefulness is not like you, I know you well. Sheng Xia chuckled mischievously. Su Yanyan felt wronged and asked, Sheng Xia, what would happen if that product was applied all over? What would happen? Haha, naturally, it would give Su Yanyan quite the experience. And this is merely the beginning. The effects of that expensive skincare product are remarkably enduring. After a while, Su Yanyan's hair will become even more luxuriant. Especially since Su Yanyan, in her greed, used it all over her body. Who else can she blame? She had insisted to the beautician time and again that this product must not be used casually by others. Unbeknownst to me, I have never utilized it before. It was custom-made for me by Li Xingyan, intended solely for localized use. It should suffice for hair removal treatment. As such services are readily available at beauty salons and are not exorbitantly priced. In the heat of summer, a glimmer of hope ignited in Su Yanyan's eyes. She realized she must promptly undergo hair removal, otherwise, she would resemble a primate. After ending the call, she sent a text message to Ji Jiaming, informing him of her prior engagement, thus canceling their date. Meanwhile, Sheng Xia wore a cold, amused smile, finding the situation increasingly entertaining. Just moments ago, she had placed a call to the beauty salon. 2 hours later, Su Yanyan was causing a scene at the reception of the salon. You say this card is unusable? How could that be? The receptionist replied, Miss Su, the funds on this beauty card have dwindled to a mere few thousand from your last visit. The full-body hair removal procedure costs 30,000, thus, the balance is insufficient, and you must cover the difference. 30,000? How exorbitant. Is your salon extorting money? Su Yanyan, who typically used Sheng Xia's card, was oblivious to the concept of financial restraint. Now, faced with the prospect of paying 30,000 herself, her heart ached. Miss Su, our salon has always catered to high-end clientele, specifically serving the elite. Even if you report us to the Market Regulatory Authority, our pricing remains unchanged. Is it not possible to extend credit? Sheng Xia will surely recharge my card next time. Su Yanyan was resolute in her reluctance to part with her money. Chapter 36, A Scheme Within a Scheme. Apologies, Miss Su, we are not acquainted with Sheng Xia, we have only heard of Madame Li, the receptionist remarked. Madame Li is their esteemed guest, how could one dare to address her by her name? Are you implying that credit cannot be extended? Miss Su, we do not accept credit here. As for Madame Li, if you call her now and she is able to recharge, that could be arranged. Undeterred, Su Yanyan took out her phone and called Sheng Xia in front of them, activating the speakerphone. Let these employees with their narrow-minded views listen closely to the relationship she shares with Madame Li. Hello, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. A recorded voice replied. Miss Su, please make the payment, there are others waiting behind you, the front desk staff stated bluntly. 30,000 yuan, that was the price of a designer handbag, and Su Yanyan felt a pang of anguish. Yet, she had no other choice. She could not simply walk away and risk detention. After swiping her card, Su Yanyan trembled with anger. Curse it all, it was all Sheng Xia's fault. Why did those hair products have to be placed where she could see them? She had just refused to answer her call, causing her to spend 30,000. Upon exiting the beauty salon, Su Yanyan made a phone call. Hello, is the bartender there? Did Sheng Xia reserve a private room with you? No, however. All the private rooms have already been booked, reserved by Luo Yunqiu. Luo Yunqiu and Sheng Xia were inseparable, they would undoubtedly be together tonight. Su Yanyan seethed with frustration. There's a drinking event tonight, you understand what needs to be done, right? She added. I will proceed as Miss Su instructed, came the reply. Excellent. After giving the instructions, Su Yanyan's mood began to improve. As long as everything goes smoothly tonight, Sheng Xia can anticipate her downfall, we shall see if Li Xingyan will still want her then. In the Jin garden, Sheng Xia stretched languidly in her study. She realized she needed to rest for a while, after reading all morning, fatigue began to set in. She had pressing matters to attend to this evening and needed to rejuvenate her energy. This very night in her past life was one that Sheng Xia could never forget. It was a night etched in her memory, a night that marked her with disgrace. This time, she would not be fooled. Perhaps overwhelmed by exhaustion, she fell asleep as soon as she touched the bed. Downstairs, Uncle Xia secretly made a call to Li Xingyan. Sir. What is it? It concerns Madam. What has happened to her? Li Xingyan lifted his gaze from the documents, his brow furrowing slightly. Receiving a call from Jean Garden always brought him a headache, without exception. It signaled some trouble caused by Sheng Xia. Upon receiving such a call, Li Xingyan inevitably felt a slight tension in his nerves. Resting his forehead with one hand in resignation. She is well. Uncle Xia hesitated. It is precisely because she is so well that I sense something amiss. Sir. She either locks herself in the study diligently studying or is exercising. Her diet has become so sparse that she seems like a different person. Uncle Xia. What are you trying to imply? Li Xingyan pressed his forehead. I see ulterior motives at play and wish to caution you to be vigilant. Li Xingyan, I observe that Madam's fervent dedication to her studies might be her way of plotting an escape from you. Her weight loss is merely a pretext. For in truth, she is preparing to enhance her physical abilities to evade capture. Her recent attitude towards you is merely a fade, designed to lull you into complacency. Enough. The moment Li Xingyan heard these reminders, his spirits plummeted to the depths. Everyone emphasized to him that Sheng Xia's heart was no longer with him and that she would inevitably depart. Li Xingyan had never felt such defeat. Just 10 minutes prior, Leng Zhan had come to report. Sheng Xia had reserved a private room at Yisei for tonight, intending to host a gathering. All those chaotic sisters from before were eagerly participating. The promise to abstain from alcohol and transform herself seemed to have become a mere jest. Time and again, Li Xingyan endeavored to convince himself to trust Sheng Xia, yet he was met with a cold reality each time. The cycle of disappointment had repeated so often that he had lost count. That evening, Sheng Xia drove and arrived punctually at Yisei Xiada. We're over here. Let us head to the private room together. Luo Yunchu called out from a distance. All right, have you all prepared? Don't cause me any trouble later, Sheng Xia replied. Of course. We know what's at stake, and we've informed our families, who are very supportive, Luo Yunchu assured her. Sheng Xia nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Inside the private room, the once unruly sisters had all dyed their hair back to black and donned stylish outfits, showcasing a significant transformation from their previous disarray. What had once appeared as a gang of delinquents now resembled a gathering of beautiful young ladies. Xiada. Sit here. Everyone exclaimed, getting up to offer her a seat. However, Sheng Xia did not sit down. Instead, she first retrieved an item from her bag and discreetly set it up. Xiada, what are you doing? What is that dark object? Everyone inquired. You will soon find out, it will prove quite useful. Shing she settled down, ready to speak. When a knock echoed from outside. Come in, she beckoned. A waiter entered, inquiring, Excuse me, esteemed guests, how may I assist you? Shing she feigned contemplation before replying. We require nothing at the moment. Actually, we are currently hosting a promotion, with all beverages at a significant discount. Are you not inclined to consider it? The waiter persisted. Alcohol? We intend to abstain, it would be unwise to break our resolve, Shing she responded, feigning difficulty. Oh, Shing D. It would be rather dull not to indulge in a drink now that night has fallen. Just a little sip, for the sake of atmosphere, would truly enhance the evening. Furthermore, with such advantageous offers, it is worth a try. Lynch, catching Shing she's glance, immediately understood. Prior to this, Shing D had shared her entire plan, ensuring their seamless cooperation. Well, perhaps we shall try. Bring me a drink for each person present, Shing she commanded. Understood. The waiter replied, departing contentedly. Within the private room, voices rose in a cacophony. Shing D, did you not assert our commitment to sobriety? Indeed, Shing D. I assured my family that I would refrain from alcohol henceforth. It appears that even after so many days of abstinence, Shing D is finding it hard to resist? Indeed, the allure of alcohol is formidable, quitting is truly a challenge. Lynch, adhering to Shing she's directive, took charge, urging. Let us all speak a little less. Xiada instructs us to follow her directives, we shall comply with her arrangements. There are important matters to attend to shortly. Sheng Xia smiles brightly, nodding in agreement. Today, she dons a white silk blouse paired with black tailored trousers, her hair neatly tied back in a ponytail, embodying the image of an educator. Her recent fitness regimen has yielded noticeable results, she appears less corpulent than before, and her complexion has improved significantly. Presenting a youthful demeanor reminiscent of her earlier years, subtly reflecting the innocence of youth. In Chapter 37, the strict father in class, the tender mother after class. Within the dim confines of the Su residence, Su Yanyan lies on her bed, feeling quite unwell. After undergoing hair removal treatment at a beauty salon, her entire body is inflamed, resembling a severe allergic reaction. The most alarming aspect is that while the previous hair has diminished, new growth has emerged. And her pores have become noticeably enlarged. What on earth does this hair growth product contain, to have such a potent after effect? She is too embarrassed to venture outside. It is all Sheng Xia's fault, leading her to this current state. Su Yanyan wishes fervently to strip Sheng Xia of her skin. Suddenly, her phone buzzes. A message from Yisei appears. Miss Su, I have followed your instructions as you requested. Good, splendid. Su Yanyan quickly changes into more discreet attire. Donning a hat and mask, and inconspicuously dials the police from a public phone booth on the street. She also seizes the opportunity to contact every media outlet in the city to leak information. Isn't Sheng Xia so boastful? Let her face public humiliation. Allowing the media to report extensively, thereby tarnishing Li Xingyan's reputation and ensuring the demise of their marriage. She eagerly awaits the good news, chuckling to herself. At that moment, on Jinjiang Avenue, a sleek black luxury car speeds down the road. Just moments ago, Li Xingyan received a call, indicating that Sheng Xia might be in peril. The night bar, already a hub of chaos and intrigue, presented a precarious environment. Although Li Xingyan had arranged for personnel to discreetly safeguard Sheng Xia, his unease compelled him to abandon his duties and hasten to her side. Such unforeseen events had become a frequent occurrence since their marriage. Sheng Xia had never conformed to a demure image, and Li Xingyan often found himself in the role of a rescuer, frequently at odds with her. Nonetheless, he consistently emerged at critical junctures. At the night bar, Sheng Xia rested her chin on her hands, occasionally glancing at her wrist, aware that time was slipping away. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door was violently kicked open. Don't move. Stand still. A contingent of police officers stormed in, their commanding voices echoing through the establishment. The sheer force of their entrance amused Sheng Xia. The officers, taken aback, had received reports of a group of unruly youths engaging in excessive drinking at the night bar. However, the core of the matter was far more serious. They were alleged to be in possession of illicit substances. Upon entering, the officers were met with a surprising sight. The so-called delinquents were dressed impeccably, each seated before a laptop, surrounded by an array of substantial books. Sheng Xia exchanged a knowing glance with her companions, who complied and rose from their seats. Officers, are you here for a routine inspection? We have done nothing wrong. Feel free to examine us, she replied, adopting the demeanor of a diligent student. We received a report indicating that you were using drugs. Please cooperate with our inspection. The officer stated, adhering to the formalities of his duty. The police, with society's safety in mind, are merely conducting their duty. We maintain our innocence. And the truth will ultimately vindicate us. After a thorough inspection, the officers found nothing amiss, save for a row of meticulously prepared cocktails on the bar. One officer, approaching the drinks, furrowed his brow and remarked, Su, there seems to be something off with this liquor. Sheng Xia then stepped closer to the array of beverages, asserting, Officer, I suspect someone has made a false report. We came here with no intention of consuming alcohol, and I cannot fathom why someone would insist on promoting it to us. I have reason to believe that these drinks may be tainted, and I urge the police to have them tested. Are you suggesting that illegal substances have been mixed into the drinks? The officer inquired. Consuming such illicit drugs is against the law. We would never engage in such behavior. Sheng Xia produced an item previously installed on the wall, stating, Officer, it appears we may have incurred someone's wrath, as we are often set up. Today, at Nightshade, we took the precaution of installing surveillance cameras, providing complete evidence that we have not tampered with these drinks. If the tests reveal any harmful substances, I would be at a loss to identify the culprit, and I would need your assistance to uncover the truth. After reviewing the footage, the officers discovered that aside from the staff of Nightshade, the beverages had remained untouched, confirming that Sheng Xia and her companions were truthful. What are you doing here at such a late hour, shrouded in secrecy? Surely, you aren't involved in any illicit activities? The police queried. Not at all. replied Luo Yunqiu, lifting the book before her. "We are here to register for the adult college entrance examination." The book bore the title Adult Higher Education Examination Registration Manual. The idea of registering for the adult examination in a bar? The police were even more astonished. For the youth, a legitimate bar is not an unusual venue. Our knowledge and cultural understanding are somewhat limited. Which is why Sister Sheng Xia has tirelessly urged us to reattempt the college entrance examination, striving for a commendable education to benefit society, serve our nation, and become responsible new era individuals. Luo Yunqiu recited verbatim what Sheng Xia had taught her. Indeed, we had even invited a training instructor, and behold, it is this teacher clad in black, who possesses considerable experience. Another friend remarked. Just then, the door to the private room was forcefully opened, and a throng of media personnel surged in, accompanied by a flurry of flashing lights. Everyone began to photograph Sheng Xia fervently. Not only is Sheng Xia the wife of Li Xingyan, but her involvement in unlawful activities would undoubtedly spark significant controversy, even if Li Xingyan intervenes to settle the matter. Possessing crucial photographs could yield him a substantial sum in hush money. Yet, as they continued to snap photos, it soon became apparent that the situation was not as the informant had claimed. In the private room, each individual had an adult higher education examination registration manual before them, and the computer screens displayed registration pages. Moreover, they were dressed appropriately, with not a single drink in sight. Could it be that this was a false alarm? "Everyone, please step aside, let us in," came the clamorous voices from outside. Soon, a group of middle-aged and elderly individuals surged in, each clutching a banner. Upon entering, they enthusiastically approached Sheng Xia, shaking her hand and presenting her with the banners. The inscriptions on the banners read, "Do not forget the well-digger when drinking water. The spirit of the teacher moves the heavens, devoted and selfless, their contributions endure through the ages. A strict father in class, a compassionate mother outside of it." Sheng Xia gazed at the banners, her lips twitching in surprise. This was truly unexpected. "Oh, Mrs. Li, we are immensely grateful to you. If it weren't for your earnest guidance of my daughter, she might still be wandering aimlessly outside, neglecting home. Ever since your teachings, just a few days ago, my daughter washed my feet and expressed her desire to take the adult college entrance examination, aiming to study business management to eventually inherit the family business." One mother spoke, her eyes glistening with tears of gratitude. Another elder, filled with emotion, grasped Sheng Xia's hand tightly. "Mrs. Li is indeed a gentle and virtuous woman. Our little Hui has been at home these days, poring over books and contemplating which major to pursue, a thought that had never crossed my mind before." Chapter 38, Ayin. "Thank you, my child previously had no aspirations. This time, upon returning, she declared that her ambition is to study diligently and no longer lead a chaotic life, but to become a person of value to society, something I never dared to hope for. Her transformation is truly remarkable." Thus, after much deliberation, we decided to present the banners to Mrs. Li in person, as a token of our heartfelt appreciation. Once the sentiments were expressed, everyone promptly ushered their children behind them, standing in a row with the banners in hand alongside Sheng Xia. It remains unclear which journalist initiated the spectacle, yet the flashes of cameras incessantly illuminate the scene. In the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia wears a professional smile, posing with a ceremonial banner. It appears that Mrs. Li is indeed a commendable individual, passionately devoted to philanthropic endeavors. Whoever reported that Mrs. Li was gathering a crowd to indulge in illicit substances is surely slandering her character. Her low-profile altruism might have gone unnoticed had it not been for a whistleblower. We would have missed witnessing such an uplifting moment. As night descended, Li Xingyan entered the Nightshade Hotel with a stern expression. Upon seeing the bodyguard stationed next to Sheng Xia, his icy demeanor cast a chilling atmosphere over the entire venue. A forbidding aura enveloped him. "What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be safeguarding Sheng Xia's well-being?" That. Mrs. Li is inside the private room." The bodyguard trembled, feeling the weight of Li Xingyan's silent authority, rendering him incapable of articulating his thoughts. Moments later, Li Xingyan stormed toward the entrance of the private room. In the face of perilous situations, he typically remained unflappable, yet now he felt an inexplicable anxiety. What if something were to happen to Sheng Xia? With a simple push of the door, Li Xingyan's gaze fell upon a room crammed with people, police officers, media representatives, and flashing lights that made it difficult to see. Sheng Xia occupied the central position, surrounded by a throng brandishing a ceremonial banner. soul engineering, diligent horticulture. Cherish life as one's own, balance virtue and talent. Care for the next generation, watering the seeds of the future. Facing the media's inquiries, Sheng Xia stood tall, her posture unwavering, and wore a smile reminiscent of a press spokesperson. Dear esteemed members of the press, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your enthusiastic interviews. As the wife of Li Xingyan, I am acutely aware of my numerous shortcomings. At home, I am often influenced by his teachings. He frequently reminds me that it takes 10 years to grow trees and 100 years to cultivate people, emphasizing that education is fundamental to our nation. In the future, I aspire to follow in his footsteps, willing to become an ardent advocate for public welfare, which aligns with our shared ideals and aspirations. Luo Yunchu and the other sisters looked on with wide, astonished eyes, while Xia De maintained her composure amidst the throng of reporters, speaking with fluidity and coherence, exuding the aura of a formidable woman. One might wonder if Xia De possesses an extraordinary gift for social interaction. Meanwhile, Li Xingyan appeared momentarily taken aback. Was this the report he received about Sheng Xia facing danger? Moreover, when had he ever uttered such sentiments to her? Nevertheless, under his stewardship, the Li family established a dedicated educational foundation to assist underprivileged students in completing their studies. Li Yi has actually arrived. My goodness! How could Li Yi be present in a bar like you say? His commanding presence is utterly overwhelming. Upon hearing the commotion, Sheng Xia's gaze met that of the man at the entrance. She had not disclosed her plans to Li Xingyan in advance, so was his appearance a rescue operation? In her past life, Sheng Xia had fallen victim to Su Yinyan's scheme, unwittingly consuming a cocktail laced with prohibited substances, resulting in her capture by the police and an embarrassing media spectacle. Although the news was subsequently suppressed, the information spread like wildfire, causing a significant drop in Li Corporation's stock for 3 consecutive months. Ultimately, Li Xingyan expended considerable effort to restore the company's reputation. In the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia will forever remember the moment Li Xingyan entered the private room, the disappointment evident in his gaze. Nevertheless, later on, as she underwent gastric lavage in the hospital, he remained by her side, never once blaming her for anything. Having been granted a second chance at life, she hoped her actions would not disappoint him this time. Yet, at that moment, his eyes revealed no joy. They met hers with a piercing intensity, oppressive as dark clouds looming over a city, stifling and heavy. When he appeared, the crowd instinctively parted to grant him passage. Li Xingyan approached Sheng Xia with an icy demeanor, wordlessly grasping her hand and leading her away from the scene. Dear sisters, please continue with your registrations. I must take my leave, she called out, bidding farewell to the media and her friends as she departed. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers at the sight of Li Xingyan escorting Sheng Xia away, reminiscent of a protective hen shielding her chick. Outside, Sheng Xia felt the hot wind swirling around her. Li Xingyan walked briskly, his presence exuding a chill. With his grip firm around her hand, she had no choice but to follow his pace until they reached the parking lot, where he ushered her into the car. Ah Yen, you're hurting my hand, she remarked, rubbing her reddened wrist as she settled into her seat. Li Xingyan slid in beside her, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Visibly displeased as he loosened his tie, a clear sign of his mounting frustration. Ah Yen, what's wrong? I haven't done anything wrong, why are you so angry? Sheng Xia spoke softly. Don't call me that, it won't work anymore. Li Xingyan retorted, his vexation palpable, an unsettling fire igniting within him. Particularly at the sound of her addressing him in such an intimate manner. It seemed as though she had uncovered the deeply hidden secret within him. Did she really believe that merely calling out to him would quell his anger? She distinctly regarded this endearing appellation as a new tactic to deal with him. What's the matter? I haven't done anything, she retorted, a hint of defiance in her tone, utterly perplexed by his temperament. Haven't done anything? Do you have any idea how perilous that was? He replied coldly. What danger? I was well aware that it was merely Su Yinyan's machinations. And thus I devised a plan in advance, rendering her schemes futile, she declared with satisfaction. What if she possesses even more formidable tactics? When confronted by the multitude of media and police, do you believe you could elucidate the situation? Once a person's reputation is tarnished, how much time and effort is required to restore it? Do you grasp the gravity of this? He admonished in rapid succession. With a hint of dissatisfaction, she pouted slightly. Having experienced rebirth, there was no way she would allow Su Yanyan to prevail. She was no fool. Yet, this was not the moment for anger. Observing the faint flush of irritation on Li Xingyan's handsome face, her eyes narrowed cunningly like a fox. Li Xingyan, why are you so upset? Are you perhaps worried about me? She inquired with a playful smile. The man remained unresponsive, his expression still cold and distant. Are you afraid that I might fall into Su Yanyan's trap, concerned for my reputation? You're worried about my safety, which is why you arrived just in time. Am I right? The atmosphere within the cramped car suddenly shifted, becoming subtly ambiguous. Tilting her head, she wore a gentle smile, and though he did not respond, she playfully poked his chest with her finger. Come on, admit it, you clearly care about me but refuse to acknowledge it. Remove your hand from me. As the height of summer approached, Li Xingyan's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Truly, this man possessed no sense of humor. No way. Sheng Xia exclaimed. Her playful spirit ignited as she leaned closer to Li Xingyan's ear and softly uttered, Ian, thank you. The air inside the car felt stifling. And the sweetness of the young girl's voice resonated within. With a sudden rush, a wave of sweetness exploded in Li Xingyan's chest. Chapter 39, Marrying Li Xingyan is truly delightful. Sheng Xia beamed radiantly, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. She knew that Li Xingyan had come out of concern for her. Each time she found herself in peril, he would appear just in time. An elusive fragrance enveloped her, and a shimmer danced in her eyes. I promise I will act with caution to ensure my safety, all right? She mischievously tugged at his sleeve. Please don't be angry with me, okay? The playful Sheng Xia was utterly beguiling. Her proximity warmed the air, prompting Li Xingyan to withdraw his sleeve and coldly declare, this shall not happen again. Understood. Seeing her objective achieved, Sheng Xia immediately flashed him a smile, now that's more like it. The driver in the front seat couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Everyone knew that Li Yi was a figure that inspired fear throughout Jincheng, who would dare to call him good in his presence? Such a term was utterly incongruous with his persona. Now, explain to me what transpired tonight. Li Xingyan leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. Sheng Xia continued to flit about within his line of sight, causing him a headache. Especially her spirited gaze, which remained fixed upon him, evoking an unexpected sense of unease within him. I had long suspected that Su Yanyan was not a woman of good character. Despite my clear intentions to abstain from alcohol, she persistently urged me to visit the nightlife, while she herself refrained from doing so, raising my suspicions. Consequently, I arranged for her to be discreetly followed. To my astonishment, she audaciously attempted to drug my drink, subsequently contacting the police and the media in a bid to ruin my reputation. How could I allow her to succeed in her malicious scheme? When Sheng Xia learned of Su Yanyan's plan, a chill ran down her spine. The human heart is indeed inscrutable. Thus, you took the initiative to infiltrate the nightlife, turning the tables on her. Li Xingyan remarked. Sheng Xia nodded, her eyes narrowing as she replied, as soon as I entered the private room, I installed a pinhole camera, fearing she might concoct another scheme. I had long resolved to guide my friends towards a more righteous path, encouraging them to participate in the adult college entrance examination for their own benefit. As for the unexpected appearance of parents, that was not part of my plan. I am not so arrogant as to boast about myself in front of the media. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyan let out a barely audible scoff. Have you forgotten who was just espousing grand ideals before the media? It takes a decade to nurture a tree, and a century to cultivate a person. Huh. Sheng Xia's face flushed with embarrassment at the remark, teasingly retorted, I merely wished to attribute the credit to you. I often spoke ill of you before. This is my way of atoning for my past wrongs. Frequently maligning someone, does that not amount to a confession? Li Xingyan replied with a hint of sarcasm. At that time I was merely young and naive, unaware of the treachery of society, completely oblivious to the fortune I possessed in marrying you, Li Xingyan. How delightful. In summary, whether it is purchasing online slander against you, orchestrating disturbances outside your company's entrance, or unfurling banners during corporate events. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere grew increasingly ominous, with the muscles in Li Xingyan's face tightening, his expression darkening. The driver, feeling a jolt of apprehension, was well aware of this enigmatic organization, known for its notorious reputation. Their primary activity involved disseminating unfounded rumors about Li Xingyan online, engaging in relentless defamation with no regard for decency. Although Li Xingyan remained unfazed by such antics, this organization remained a forbidden topic of discussion. now, as the summer heat revealed truths. It turned out that the founder of this peculiar group was none other than Mrs. Li, who slept beside the esteemed Mr. Li each night. Unaware of the impending danger, Sheng Xia regarded Li Xingyan as a confidant to whom she could speak her unfiltered truth, eager to recount her past misdeeds and seek atonement for her previous actions. Ahem. Mr. Li, are we returning to Jingyuan now? Driver Lao Chen cleared his throat, realizing that interrupting Sheng Xia's flow of words might lead to unforeseen consequences. However, within the vehicle, there was no response from Li Xingyan. With a menacing grin, he grasped Sheng Xia's chin, inquiring, "What undisclosed activities have you been engaged in behind my back?" A chill radiated from the man, causing every hair on Sheng Xia's body to stand on end. She curled up, nervously pinching her thumb and forefinger together, indicating, just a little bit, merely a trifle. "Is that how you refer to me in secret?" Li Xingyan's tone turned icy. Sheng Xia fell silent, realizing that her mysterious organization had vowed never to coexist with the Li dog. She reluctantly shook her head, murmuring, No. I was merely caught up in the moment back then. I have truly changed. The heavens can bear witness, if I utter a single lie. May I be struck down." The man silenced her with a firm grip on her lips, forbidding her from uttering that ominous word. "Your mouth is always running without restraint. Think before you speak." After his warning, he released her. Despite graduating from a prestigious institution, Li Xingyan seemed oddly superstitious. Yet, if he disapproved, she would refrain from mentioning it. After all, invoking such a word felt rather inauspicious, considering they had both faced death once. "From now on, I will keep you informed about my whereabouts. Is that acceptable?" Sheng Xia stepped back, adding, "That peculiar organization, I disbanded it a few days ago. I swear I will never cause you harm again." Although Li Xingyan did not respond, the tension in his features seemed to ease slightly. Sheng Xia continued, "This time, Su Yanyan had someone spike our cocktails with illicit substances, aiming to tarnish my reputation and incite your disdain toward me, hoping to sabotage our relationship. How naive of her." In the front seat, the driver caught a glimpse of the rearview mirror and noted a faint smirk at the corner of Li Ye's lips as Sheng Xia spoke of Su Yanyan's intentions. However, upon realizing he had been observed, a chill flickered in Li Ye's gaze, prompting Lao Chen to straighten his posture and focus ahead. He had just received a text from Ling Zhan, informing him that the police had taken the cocktails for testing, with results expected later. And they were also investigating the individual who made the false report. The Night Color bar had been temporarily shut down. Li Xingyan remarked coldly. Had it not been for Sheng Xia's astuteness and vigilance, Su Yanyan might have succeeded in her schemes. From the outset, Li Xingyan had vehemently opposed her interactions with Su Yanyan, yet Sheng Xia remained resolute in her choices. However, this time, if such establishments continue to operate unchecked, who knows how many lives they may ruin? The consumption of illicit substances can severely impair neural functions, and once addiction takes hold, the path to recovery becomes arduous. Such nefarious tactics are truly insidious. A chill tinged Sheng Xia's voice. "When did you start harboring doubts about Su Yanyan?" Li Xingyan inquired. Previously, he had subtly hinted on numerous occasions that Su Yanyan was not to be trusted, yet Sheng Xia had remained oblivious to these warnings. Recently, she replied. "Why?" he pressed. "She constantly speaks ill of you in my presence, urging me to distance myself from you. From this, I concluded that she is far from virtuous." Chapter 40, Will you always treat me this way? Li Xingyan's profound gaze seemed to ripple like a stone cast into still waters. Had she not consistently engaged in such behavior? Implicitly, Sheng Xia questioned how she could suddenly become so aware. "I am not foolish, we have spent a year together. And throughout this time, you have always cared for me with meticulous attention. Whenever I err, you show me great tolerance. We share meals, and we—" Sheng Xia abruptly halted. What had she just said? Share a bed? The driver in the front seat cleared his throat twice, causing Sheng Xia to flush with embarrassment. As if her words held a double meaning. "In any case, I am well aware of your kindness. Whoever speaks ill of you in my presence surely harbors ill intentions. I shall not be easily deceived." A faint blush crept upon Sheng Xia's cheeks. "Li Xingyan, you will continue to treat me kindly, will you not?" Although Li Xingyan was quite tolerant towards her, the bond they shared was merely familial. Inevitably, there would come a time when circumstances might change. After all, Unlike other couples whose unions are founded on love, they lacked any romantic foundation. How could such a marriage endure? If one can wed, one can also divorce, cannot they? In a past life, death had severed their ties, but in this life, could Li Xingyan accompany her through year after year? The thought of their marital relationship potentially faltering one day stirred an inexplicable unease within her. Had she already developed a semblance of dependence on him? Was this reliance born from his selfless act of saving her? Sheng Xia was uncertain and preferred not to delve deeper. Since her rebirth, she had been racking her brain to find ways to repay Li Xingyan. "Let us see how you perform," the man murmured. The vehicle came to a steady halt at the entrance of Jinyuan, the reflection of Sheng Xia's displeased pout visible on the window. Li Xingyan's lips curled into a faint smile as he exited the car, with Sheng Xia trailing behind like a devoted shadow. Li Xingyan. Will Su Yanyan end up in jail this time? Sheng Xia inquired. Are you seeking to plead her case? Li Xingyan's tone turned icy. Plead for her? In my dreams. A person like her deserves to perish 100 times, and I would not feel the slightest regret. Not only do I not wish to easily forgive her, but I also intend to reclaim what she deceitfully took from me. In the sweltering summer, Su Yanyan's tolerance towards Sheng Xia was remarkably high. Previously, Li Xingyan had bestowed upon Sheng Xia numerous gifts, all of which Su Yanyan deceitfully appropriated under various pretenses, including a handcrafted present from Li Xingyan himself. This situation felt rather ominous. It could be said that within the marriage between Li Xingyan and Sheng Xia, not only was there the interference of Ji Jiaming, but also the unscrupulous meddling of Su Yanyan, their close friend. Sheng Xia was incessantly provoked into opposition against Li Xingyan. This time, she had already ventured into the realm of legal transgressions. She had best prepare for the consequences. As Li Xingyan stepped into the living room, Sheng Xia followed closely behind, pouring a glass of water which she dutifully presented to his lips. Ah Yan, you must be thirsty. Have a sip to soothe your throat. The sight left Uncle Xia utterly flabbergasted. Sheng Xia actively serving water to Master Li was utterly inconceivable. One might wonder if it was laced with poison. Perhaps arsenic or something equally sinister. Noticing Li Xingyan's lack of response, Sheng Xia took a sip herself, then offered the cup again. I drank it, there's no poison. Uncle Xia noticed a faint lipstick mark on the glass, convinced that Master Li would surely disdain it and refuse to drink. To his astonishment, he witnessed Li Xingyan, unperturbed, accept the water and moisten his throat, remarking, Speak, what do you wish to request of me this time? Sheng Xia leaned closer, earnestly massaging Li Xingyan's shoulders. Su Yanyan is a crucial pawn, she cannot be taken off the board just yet. Don't you find it suspicious that she is entangled with Ji Jiaming? Let me analyze this for you. Given their capabilities, what audacity would they have to disturb things in your domain? It would be tantamount to courting death. Xiaobo discerned that Sheng Xia, this little girl, possessed a way with words, managing to endear herself to Master Li. Yet, what strength could her petite fists possibly convey? The force behind her playful punches lacked any semblance of technique, yet Master Li appeared quite pleased. Ah, as the saying goes, every creature has its match. Could it be that Sheng Xia, against all odds, has finally blossomed? Setting aside such musings, let us delve into the core of the matter. Li Xingyan did not even lift his eyelids, fully aware that Sheng Xia's actions were not without purpose and bore some hidden intricacies. If Su Yanyan were to meet her demise this time, it would surely alert the serpent in the grass. I still wish to trace the roots and uncover the shadowy figure behind it. Li Xingyan slowly opened his eyes, revealing depths within his gaze that hinted at an uncharted chill. You seldom concern yourself with such matters. When did you begin to harbor such suspicions? Who has whispered in your ear? Sheng Xia felt a shiver under his scrutiny. And no, nothing of the sort. I merely grasped a fundamental truth: when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Beside her, Xiaobo stood agape, realizing that Sheng Xia was essentially reprimanding herself, implying that Li Xingyan was the sturdy tree while she was but a monkey. Oh dear, this child is quite amusing. She continued, I've come to understand, Li Xingyan, that people often say it is advantageous to lean against a strong tree for shade. You are that tree for me. If you were to falter, my prospects would surely diminish, thus I must cling to you tightly. Wherever you go, I shall follow, never straying an inch. Those who wish to use me to undermine you shall find no success. As she spoke, Sheng Xia took hold of Li Xingyan's cup. Thus, you merely regard me as your support. Li Xingyan has never felt this stifled before, to be precise. The last time he was astonished was when Sheng Xia referred to him as a friend. Ironically, Sheng Xia wore an innocent and earnest expression, as if she would swear to the heavens should he doubt her sincerity. The man's face was as rigid as a playing card, his elongated eyes glimmering with a mysterious light. Although Sheng Xia instinctively felt fear, her greatest dread being Li Xingyan's wrath, this apprehension vanished entirely when she recalled his dust-covered, statue-like form. Slowly, she leaned her head against his shoulder. Li Xingyan froze. It was the first time this little one had leaned on him so dependently. Isn't it a good thing to be regarded as a pillar of support? Li Xingyan, in truth, your image in my heart is immensely grand. You are handsome, mature, composed, and deeply perceptive, capable of protecting those around you. I harbor no doubts that should danger arise, you would instinctively rush to my aid. I consider you both a friend and a partner. I am uncertain of what love truly is, it seems too ethereal and elusive for my grasp. Nevertheless, I shall endeavor to understand it. There's a saying, isn't there? Where there's a will, there's a way. Nearby. Xiaobo wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, realizing that the girl had begun to awaken. The issue, however, was that she had only grasped half of it. Why mention the latter part when the first half sufficed? Love is not akin to completing a task. It is a matter of feelings, not something attainable merely through effort. His gaze upon Mr. Li was tinged with a hint of desolation. How long must Sheng Xia endure waiting for him alone? Chapter 41, Darling, my hand aches. She remained perplexed about Li Xingyan's true feelings. Despite her fervent commitment, her words were nearly exhausted, yet he offered not a single response. Moreover, his demeanor towards her was tepid at best. The more indifferent he became, the more determined Sheng Xia was to follow him. She could not believe that Li Xingyan would willingly keep her at bay. In the study, Li Xingyan's voice resonated with an icy clarity. Outside, Sheng Xia lingered at the doorway, holding a steaming cup of tea. Pleading? By what right could he plead? She intended to make it clear that there was no room for negotiation in this matter. He should be grateful that nothing untoward had befallen her today. Otherwise, merely shutting down the establishment of Nightshade would not suffice as a consequence he could bear. Who was pleading, the owner of Nightshade? Li Xingyan's anger remained unquenched. He had always detested entreaties, particularly when the other party had committed unforgivable acts. Was his ire directed at her? A warmth spread within Sheng Xia, she could sense that. Deep down, Li Xingyan genuinely cared for her. Yet, she remained baffled as to the source of his concern. One thing was certain, however, when he showed her that care, her heart soared with joy. Especially from a man like Li Xingyan, whose exterior was so frigid, it was almost unfathomable that he could possess such tenderness. She felt as though she were an extraordinary presence in his life. Let it be familial affection, many women yearn for such special treatment, yet find it elusive. In the present moment, this lukewarm treatment was, in fact, beneficial for both. She would find it easier to navigate their relationship, would she not? In the midst of summer, Sheng Xia entered the study with a smile, placing a cup of tea on the desk before Li Xingyan, who had just concluded a phone call. Do not presume this matter does not concern you. Tonight, you are to transcribe this agreement 100 times, he remarked, casting her a sidelong glance. His tone less than amiable. What contract? And 100 times? Sheng Xia replied, her voice tinged with despair. How could this man be so unreasonable? Just a moment ago, downstairs, she had poured him water and massaged his shoulders. Why was he still clinging to this issue? Li Xingyan's fingers lightly tapped the contract on the table, producing a rhythmic sound that echoed in the quiet room. As Sheng Xia focused her gaze, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Suddenly, she recalled that this was the very contract she had hastily penned to quell Li Xingyan's fury when she had been caught sneaking out to meet Ji Jiaming. One of the stipulations read, I, Sheng Xia, hereby guarantee that I will no longer visit bars, consume any alcoholic beverages, or engage in activities unbecoming of a respectable young person. Should I need to go out, I must return to Jingyuan by 8 o'clock each evening. Any violation of this provision will result in penalties as determined by Mr. Li Xingyan. It is worth noting that she had drafted this when she was inebriated, and it did not reflect her true sentiments at all. At that time, she had not yet been reborn. Writing this agreement had merely been a ruse to placate Li Xingyan, with no intention of taking responsibility for the aftermath. Had she foreseen that one day she would unwittingly undermine herself, she would never have penned such extensive terms. Returning home at 8:30, she had, of course, exceeded the time limit, thereby breaching the agreement. Now, being required to transcribe it 100 times, she wondered if she would even get to sleep that night. Ah Yen. May I not copy anymore? I am exhausted and wish to retire early for the night, Sheng Xia pouted, biting her lip. No, Li Xingyan replied curtly, leaving no room for negotiation. Sheng Xia inwardly cursed, regretting her persistence in following him to the study. Once Li Xingyan made a decision, it was immutable and unquestionable. Reluctantly, she settled down, grasped her fountain pen, and diligently began to transcribe. Li Xingyan, seated nearby, took out an economic treatise to read, occasionally casting a watchful eye to ensure she did not slack off. In the hushed study, the only sound was the scratch of her pen against paper. An hour had passed, yet she had only written 20 copies. How long would it take to reach 100? Why was Li Xingyan's heart so unyielding? Did he not care that her hand was aching? By the time she reached the 30th iteration, Sheng Xia felt deflated. It was not merely the fatigue in her hand. It was also the fact that Li Xingyan sat so close to her right, rendering her unable to concentrate on anything. The quieter the room became, the more she could hear his soft breaths and the rustle of pages turning. He exuded a pleasant scent that was uniquely his. So familiar that she could sense his presence even with her eyes closed. Stealing a glance from the corner of her eye, she observed Li Xingyan's profile, illuminated by the light, which accentuated his features. His deep gaze was fixed on the book, and his earnest demeanor was strikingly handsome. No wonder so many women were captivated by him, his looks rivaled those of any celebrity. Had she been struck by a fool's folly? In her previous life, she had been married to Li Xingyan for 5 years, yet she had the audacity to believe that Ji Jiaming was more handsome. Now, having removed the artificial filters of perception, she had taken a serious look at Ji Jiaming the last time, and while he initially seemed somewhat like a delicate young man, his appearance paled in comparison to the grandeur and enduring charm of Li Xingyan. A man with a malicious heart, lacking depth and responsibility, who merely exploits women to ascend the social ladder, could hardly be deemed a man at all. In stark contrast, regardless of the initial motives behind his decision to marry her, Li Xingyan had chosen her and dutifully fulfilled the responsibilities expected of a husband towards both their marriage and her well-being. When danger loomed, he displayed remarkable fortitude. In truth, he possessed all admirable qualities, it was her own blindness that clouded her judgment. As Sheng Xia turned to speak to Li Xingyan, he simultaneously turned towards her. The woman found herself unable to evade, her soft lips unexpectedly brushing against the side of his face. An indescribable tension ignited in the air, leaving Li Xingyan momentarily stunned by the sudden kiss, while Sheng Xia's flustered and blushing face filled his vision. Those few seconds felt like an eternity. A mortifying moment that seemed to stretch endlessly. Sheng Xia stammered, desperately trying to clarify the situation, yet her usually eloquent speech failed her at this critical juncture. Husband. Her innocent eyes were filled with a mix of grievance and helplessness. My hand hurts. Had she lost her mind? Why did her tendency to babble under pressure have to manifest at such an inopportune moment? She felt so embarrassed that her toes curled. Wishing to bury her face in the notebook, and dared not lift her gaze to meet Li Xingyan's expression. How could she appear so much like a teasing seductress? Surely, Li Xingyan wouldn't think she was intentionally trying to entice him, would he? Sheng Xia could almost perceive the tumult within Li Xingyan's heart. Woman. You cannot escape from my grasp. The room was enveloped in an oppressive silence. Li Xingyan, could you at least provide some response? This is exceedingly awkward. It seemed absurd that writing a few characters could cause him such distress. When did he become so delicate? When Li Xingyan uttered those words, he was rather blunt, revealing his straightforward nature. Sheng Xia, feeling aggrieved, lifted her head, only to catch a glimpse of Li Xingyan's back and ears that appeared as crimson as if they would bleed. All she had done was call him husband. Was he so innocent? Chapter 42, His unique indulgence towards her. Hey, Li Xingyan, don't go. Have you agreed or not? Should I continue copying? Sheng Xia called out to Li Xingyan's retreating figure. Since he did not respond, it implied he had no objections. With that thought, she set down her pen, closed the study door, and followed him into the bedroom. A narrow gap in the bedroom door revealed Li Xingyan removing his shirt. Under the dim yellow light, his physique was robust and healthy, with well-defined and harmonious muscle lines. Sheng Xia suddenly found it difficult to breathe, as if an enchanting force held her gaze captive. And she swallowed hard. Suddenly, the man paused, his eyes seemingly drifting towards the door. Had he noticed her? Sheng Xia quickly recoiled, pressing against the wall, her breath quickening. Oh my, what has she just done? She actually spied on Li Xingyan. Reflecting on his past life, it seems that Li Xingyan lived quite a constrained existence. Marrying a woman as troublesome as her was one thing, but enduring her cold words after their marriage was another. The most humiliating part was that he lost his first time to a hefty individual, ultimately paying the price with his life for that betrayal. The sound of a door closing echoed from the bedroom. It must be Li Xingyan heading to the bathroom for his morning routine. And only then did Sheng Xia venture inside. She settled into a chair, listening to the sound of water from the bathroom, her thoughts drifting back to the past. Upon reflection, she found it difficult to recall any significant gestures made on his behalf. However, she seemed to have prepared food for him at some point. In her previous life, after a night of drunken revelry, she was terrified upon waking up next to Li Xingyan the following morning. Those fragmented memories were sufficient to confirm that he had been coerced by her. Otherwise, why would a man with such an array of beautiful women choose to be with a greasy, overweight person like herself? When Li Xingyan eventually awoke, he would likely feel tremendous humiliation and a strong sense of disgust, wouldn't he? Oh no. Sheng Xia was terrified that in a fit of anger, Li Xingyan might strangle her on the spot. Glancing at the man asleep beside her, she realized that if she wished to survive, she needed to appease him while he was still in a relatively good mood, perhaps by softening her demeanor and winning his favor, pleading for mercy to spare her life. Thus, she dragged her aching body down to the kitchen. When Li Xingyan opened his eyes, Sheng Xia's figure had already vanished from his side. Heavy footsteps sounded outside. And soon the bedroom door swung open, revealing Sheng Xia approaching the bed with a tray in hand. She could not recall the expression on Li Xingyan's face at that moment. She felt too embarrassed to look, let alone meet his gaze. Li Xingyan. Are you tired? This is the brown sugar poached egg I made for you, personally cooked by me. Sheng Xia stammered. Li Xingyan's eyes were bloodshot. His demeanor distinctly weary. It seemed she had indulged excessively the previous night. The man cast a fleeting glance at the bowl of poached eggs, his brow furrowing slightly. I heard from my mother that in our hometown, the morning after, one would typically prepare a bowl of brown sugar poached eggs to restore one's strength. Without waiting for Li Xingyan's response, Sheng Xia continued, stammering, last night. I truly made things difficult for you. It was entirely my fault, and I promise I will never act so foolishly again. I implore you, spare my life. The temperature in the room plummeted suddenly as Li Xingyan wore a sullen expression, rising silently from the bed. Sheng Xia stood frozen in place, trembling with fear. After all, her transgression this time was far more serious than before. Li Xingyan was genuinely angry. When he changed his clothes and reappeared before her, she felt his gaze linger on her for an extended moment, perhaps incensed that he had been so compromised by someone as hefty as her, and yet he found himself unable to resist. I was truly wrong, Li Xingyan. I swear I will never dare to do this again. Sheng Xia felt tears welling up. In truth, she was quite distressed. She had initially planned to wait until Li Xingyan despised her, then hastily divorce him to be with Ji Jiaming. She understood that after what transpired last night, there was no returning to the past with Ji Jiaming. Get out. The more she spoke, the angrier Li Xingyan became. Until he ultimately commanded her to leave. Naturally, she hurriedly complied, prioritizing her own safety above all else. Yet, she could not fathom why. If Li Xingyan was so troubled by her involvement, he would subsequently, he would frequently, at intervals, approach her. Emerging from the shower, Li Xingyan found Sheng Xia seated in a chair, one hand propping her head as she nibbled her finger, lost in thought, her face tinged with a rosy hue. This time, it could be overlooked. Next time, her coquettishness would be of no avail. There was no need for her to feign innocence before him. Clad in a white bathrobe, Li Xingyan walked past her. Only then did Sheng Xia snap back to reality, realizing she had been lost in reverie for a solid half hour. If she was hungry, she could simply have the kitchen send up some late-night snacks. Huh? Hungry? I'm not hungry. Which of your eyes saw that I was? Sheng Xia replied, puzzled. If you're not hungry, why is your mouth watering? Li Xingyan's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Watering? Sheng Xia exclaimed in shock. Could it be that women also experienced such fiery cravings? I'm not. I'm going to take a shower. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. With that, she clutched her change of clothes and entered the bathroom. Her breath quickened as her mind was flooded with memories of how Li Xingyan had bullied her in the past. Only then did she realize that he had just accused her of feigning innocence. What? It was truly a revelation. This man was the very epitome of a typical obstinate man. On the balcony, Li Xingyan suppressed the smile threatening to escape his lips. His gaze profound as it melded with the night outside. Li Xingyan, have you gathered the information? Indeed, Master Li, as you have surmised. It is indeed that individual who has been meddling. The police have conveyed alarming news. The cocktail contained a substantial amount of illicit substances. Should Madame Li inadvertently consume it, she could suffer from chapped lips, gastrointestinal distress, and a sore throat. In severe cases, it may lead to dizziness, headaches, neurological damage, and addiction. Once ensnared in addiction, they would possess numerous means to manipulate Madame Li into serving their interests. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere around Li Xingyan grew increasingly ominous. The audacity of those who dared to extend their grasp to Sheng Xia was remarkable. Just a few words sent a shiver down Li Xingyan's spine. He was acutely aware that if anything were to befall Sheng Xia tonight, not only would the Nightshade Bar be obliterated, but Su Yanyan and her hidden backers would face Li Xingyan's merciless retribution, even if it jeopardized his entire subsequent plan. Li Xingyan understood well that Li Xingyan's vulnerability was never his own self but rather Sheng Xia. Anyone who dared to harm her had already trespassed upon Li Xingyan's ultimate boundary. Master Li, shall we not take action against Su Yanyan first? There is ample evidence proving that tonight's incident was orchestrated by her. If we present the evidence. Not for now, Li Xingyan replied, slightly raising an eyebrow as the muscles in his face tightened with cruel resolve, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Why not? Are we truly to let this slide? This is certainly not your character, Master Li. Let us not rush, allow Sheng Xia to play her game at her own pace. Li Xingyan inhaled sharply, his mind conjuring the whimsical visage of Sheng Xia. Master Li's affection for her was truly unparalleled. Chapter 43, She aspires to be a good assistant to Li Xingyan in the Xu family. At the stroke of midnight, Su Yanyan paced anxiously in her bedroom. She had orchestrated a plan to drug Sheng Xia at a summer gathering, yet as the hours passed, the individual responsible for the operation had yet to make an appearance. Despite numerous attempts to contact him, her calls went unanswered. Moreover, there had been no significant developments from the media. Ordinarily, the scandal surrounding Sheng Xia's drug use would have sparked widespread gossip, even if Li Xingyan's people attempted to suppress the news. Yet, at this hour, searching for Sheng Xia's name online yielded nothing. What could possibly be amiss? With each passing moment, Su Yanyan's unease grew. Could it be that something unfortunate had transpired? She had not received any replies to the messages she sent to Sheng Xia. Was it conceivable that Sheng Xia had been apprehended by the authorities due to the drug incident, with all involved parties currently undergoing investigation at the police station? Perhaps the media, lacking concrete information, refrained from reporting on the matter. The thought brought a triumphant smile to Su Yanyan's face. She decided to settle in for the night, confident that by morning, the scandal would have spread like wildfire. And she would relish the sight of how Li Xingyan would regard her thereafter. The following morning, Sheng Xia and Li Xingyan commenced their customary morning jog. After a brief meal, Li Xingyan departed for the office. Meanwhile, Sheng Xia lounged on the sofa, sipping her coffee while perusing messages from her sister's group chat. Dear Xia, we have all registered as you instructed. My parents, thrilled with the news, signed me up for a training course. I must devote myself to my studies during this period and will be unable to participate in the group's activities. Last night was truly exhilarating, Xiada. I am immensely impressed by your uncanny foresight in sensing the issues with the cocktails served at the bar. Sheng Xia replied, it's quite simple. The Nightshade is not a reputable establishment. They collaborate with unsavory characters, aiming to extort more money from customers. I had heard whispers about this before I arrived. And this place was repeatedly recommended to me by Su Yanyan, who surely had ulterior motives. Ladies, you are still young, and society is fraught with complexities. By immersing yourselves in literature and culture, you can circumvent many pitfalls. Surely, she cannot attribute her prescience to being reborn, for that notion is far too bizarre. To safeguard herself, she ought to keep this secret. Should it ever be revealed, it could invite a deluge of trouble. Xiada, you are remarkable. Speaking of which, yesterday, Li Jiafu was indeed intimidating. When he entered the private room, his countenance was as dark as a storm cloud. He whisked you away without any harm, I hope? Indeed. Xiada, we were quite concerned for your safety. Were you in any peril? Sheng Xia rubbed her nose and replied, nonsense, what threat could I possibly face? Your brother-in-law was merely worried about me, fearful that someone might take advantage of me, which is why he escorted me from the nightshade. Matters of the Qing family are beyond your youthful comprehension. The group erupted in chatter. Xiada, with your stature, it would be quite difficult for anyone to bully you. Wouldn't it? Just like when Luo Jia was attacked, you sat down and frightened that group into retreat. Xiada not only intimidates her enemies with her formidable presence but also harbors a cunning intellect. Who could possibly dare to bully her? Those who confront Xiada should first seek their own fortune. One must ponder, does Xiada truly require protection? The one deserving concern is perhaps her brother-in-law, Li Xingyan. Whether I can safeguard myself is one matter, but the anxiety of your brother-in-law for my well-being is another. Everyone, kindly hold your tongues. Indeed. Xiada has spoken wisely. By the way, has Xiada seen the news we circulated in the group? Have we managed to enhance her reputation? A subtle smile graced Sheng Xia's lips. Of course, the transformation in you all is evident to everyone. Speaking of which, who was responsible for drugging us at the bar? Was it Su Yanyan who orchestrated this? I suspect it is largely linked to her, as she was the one who introduced us to the night color bar. Thankfully, Xiada's brilliance allowed her to uncover this treachery in advance. However, upon mentioning this, Sheng Xia's smile faded. Please refrain from unfounded speculation, the authorities are involved. And they will provide us with a satisfactory resolution. I will also be heading to the police station this morning to assist in their investigation. In the meantime, focus on your studies and await favorable news. Xiada, rest assured. Su Yanyan is likely seething at home right now. A cold glimmer ignited in Sheng Xia's dark eyes. Just wait and see, she would gradually reclaim everything she endured in her past life. Su Yanyan and Ji Jiaming may seem to collaborate seamlessly, but Sheng Xia is adept at countering their moves, and thus far, progress has been smooth. Last time, she had warned Li Xingyan twice about the possibility of someone manipulating these two, yet he appeared unfazed. Does he truly regard no one with any significance? Or has he already taken notice of this matter? In her previous life, she not only failed to assist Li Xingyan but also caused him various troubles, hindering his progress. Now, armed with the memories of her past existence, she vows to become an invaluable ally to Li Xingyan, determined to navigate through their challenges together and rewrite their destinies. At the Jincheng First People's Hospital, the psychological consultation room is under the vigilant watch of Ling Zhan. Since Li Xingyan's return to the Li family over a decade ago, he has made secret visits to the hospital every 2 months. The facility has now dedicated a VIP consultation room specifically for him, a privilege earned due to his generous contributions. 70% of the hospital's medical equipment has been donated by the Li Corporation. Li Xingyan is currently resting with his eyes closed, an unusual state of weariness for him. Master Li, did you not mention that your spirits had improved recently? Your sleep has increased as well, and I have already reduced your dosage of sleeping pills. Why does it seem that your condition has worsened today? The doctor inquired with concern. I did not sleep well last night, Li Xingyan replied calmly. Did you not sleep at all throughout the night? Yes, Li Xingyan acknowledged without denial. He had indeed spent the entire night awake, leading to his current fatigue. For many years, I have been diagnosing you. The events from over a decade ago have indeed left a significant impact. However, as time passes, the adverse effects of those memories diminish. Nonetheless, the discord in your marital relationship has exacerbated this response. You mentioned that things have improved recently. Suggesting that your relationship has indeed progressed, would my deduction be correct? This time, Li Xingyan remained silent, the sky outside overcast, mirroring his current expression, steeped in shadows. Despite the doctor's accustomed demeanor, a profound sense of oppression lingered within. Please respond directly, Master Li, such engagement would greatly assist in your recovery. The doctor observed for a moment before sighing. From my earlier observations, it appears your mind may be temporarily ensnared by anxiety. Anxiety? Li Xingyan narrowed his slanted eyes, clearly in denial. Chapter 44, Emotional anxiety. The term anxiety may pertain to professional matters or personal relationships. From my observations, it seems that Master Li may be experiencing the latter. Emotionally. Li Xingyan furrowed his brow. During this period, Sheng Xia's behavior had been exemplary, and their relationship had seen some alleviation. The notion of anxiety should not apply to him. I understand this may be difficult for you to accept. Trust between spouses is essential in fostering a healthy marital bond. You have mentioned that during your most challenging and darkest times, it was your wife who supported you through it, correct? The doctor endeavored to soften his tone to avoid provoking the formidable presence before him. At the mention of Sheng Xia, Li Xingyan's cold demeanor softened slightly. Let's set my concerns aside. I have a question for the doctor. What is it, Master Li? Please, speak. The doctor replied, sensing that Li Xingyan seemed preoccupied today. I have a friend who previously enjoyed restful sleep, yet recently has been plagued by terror, night sweats, and sleep talking. What could be the cause? Typically, when one mentions a friend, it often indicates a reflection of oneself. The doctor thoughtfully contemplated the situation, realizing that successfully evading the first trap did not guarantee passage through the second. Could it be that your friend has endured some form of trauma? For instance, a significant psychological injury? Psychological trauma? She has always been well protected. Where could such trauma originate? The doctor's assertion failed to convince Li Xingyan, whose brow furrowed even deeper. After half an hour, the psychological consultation concluded. As he watched Li Xingyan depart, the doctor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Based on what Li Xingyan had just disclosed, could it be that he himself harbored a dual personality? Yet, the image of Master Li did not align with one who experiences nighttime terror, profuse sweating, nightmares, or sleep talking. It was evidently inconsistent with his persona. At 8 in the morning, Su Yanyan was roused from her slumber by a phone call. Hello, who is this? I'm trying to sleep, how bothersome. Su Yanyan replied irritably. Su Yanyan, why are you still asleep? Haven't you seen the news about Sheng Xia? The mention of Sheng Xia instantly jolted Su Yanyan awake, excitement coursing through her veins. After a night of investigation, had the news about Sheng Xia finally reached the media? This time, even Li Xingyan would be powerless to intervene. The media must have widely disseminated this story, generating immense buzz. Trembling, Su Yanyan opened her computer, envisioning how the news would be reported. She had pondered it all night. And the headline would undoubtedly be attention-grabbing: Madame Sheng Xia, wife of Li Xingyan from the Li Corporation, apprehended at a bar for drug use. With investigations revealing the presence of a prohibited substance in her bloodstream, testing positive. She could easily imagine that beneath the news article, numerous citizens were vehemently attacking Sheng Xia with various expressions of outrage. Sheng Xia was likely at the police station, weeping. Perhaps even having received a few slaps from Li Xingyan due to the embarrassment. Amused, Su Yanyan eagerly opened her browser and typed Sheng Xia into the search bar, resulting in a plethora of entries. She was exhilarated, having not scrutinized them closely, yet she was certain that this time, Sheng Xia was doomed. The home internet was somewhat sluggish, but perhaps it was merely the second possibility, that the news had garnered immense attention, causing the entire network to crash. The anticipation was thrilling. Until the web page finally loaded before her. Su Yanyan squinted at the screen, perplexed as it differed from her expectations. Mrs. Li had been maliciously reported for consuming illicit substances. Yet the media inadvertently uncovered a scandalous secret. This headline was undoubtedly captivating, even drawing Su Yanyan's attention. Could it be that fate was aiding her in exposing Sheng Xia's other misdeeds? After all, it was hardly surprising that calamity befell such a foolish woman. With growing impatience, she clicked to read further, only to be infuriated. Someone had maliciously reported Mrs. Li for drug use, but the reporters dispatched to the scene discovered a different reality. Mrs. Li was assisting a group of misguided young women in finding their way back to righteousness, guiding them to participate in adult college entrance examinations. Parents were present, presenting banners in gratitude for Mrs. Li's contributions. Additionally, the police were on site, taking away untouched cocktails for testing, while the night bar was shut down. And the personnel associated with it were taken by the police for further investigation. Mrs. Li expressed that she frequently falls victim to malicious reports but remains unfazed by such matters. She will continue to tirelessly serve as a spokesperson for charitable endeavors alongside Mr. Li. Beneath this news, a plethora of admirations from the public is evident. Truly, these are the individuals deserving of our applause, had it not been for the unwarranted accusations. We might never have discovered Mrs. Li's admirable character. With such a benevolent heart, it is no wonder she has captured Mr. Li's affection. Although Mrs. Li may carry a few extra pounds, her portliness possesses a certain charm, as it is often said that fuller-figured women bring prosperity to their husbands. Indeed, following such publicity, Li Corporation's stock surged by 10 points overnight. Who is this malicious accuser? The authorities ought to investigate whether there has been foul play involved. We must not wrong an innocent person, nor should we allow a wrongdoer to escape justice. The actions of this slanderer are utterly contemptible. May your future be devoid of joy. Su Yinyan's face turned pale with indignation as she observed the netizens unanimously lauding Sheng Xia while simultaneously deriding her. This is simply outrageous. What on earth is happening? After a bout of anger, Su Yinyan began to feel trepidation. With the personnel from the night establishment taken away and the venue sealed, could the police trace the matter back to her? Su Yinyan understood all too well that orchestrating drugging someone's drink is a criminal offense, should she be caught. It would leave a permanent stain on her record, potentially leading to imprisonment. She is still so young and has no desire to face incarceration. That fool, Sheng Xia, is known for her dependency on alcohol, unable to function without it for even a day. How is it that this time she refrained from drinking and instead accompanied Luo Yunqiu and others to the bar to apply for schools? What could possibly be going on? The more Su Yanyan gazed at the smiling Sheng Xia on the news, the more her irritation grew, intensifying the itchiness of her allergic skin. What was she to do? Su Yanyan found herself trapped in a state of anxiety. The news also featured Li Xingyan. If she angered him, he would undoubtedly keep a close watch on the developments of the case, and should he trace it back to her, it would spell disaster. In the gym at Jingyuan, the fitness instructor remarked, "Madam Li, your movements are already quite standard. Swimming expends a significant amount of energy and is remarkably effective in eliminating body fat, while also being gentle on the body. After these few days of training, you have grasped the techniques well, and I can see you have slimmed down a bit." Sheng Xia pinched her waist, questioning whether she truly appeared slimmer. She couldn't discern any difference herself, but the scale indicated she had lost 8 pounds. Perhaps her initial weight had simply been too high. "You are managing quite well. Given time, you will soon shed more weight," the instructor continued. "Time is not what I seek. I must lose weight within 2 months. I am aware that rapid weight loss can result in sagging skin. So I kindly ask for your assistance with some skin-tightening exercises," Sheng Xia replied. "Isn't aiming to lose weight in 2 months a bit too ambitious?" Sheng Xia smiled faintly. For there was a significant event occurring in 2 months, and she did not wish to bring shame upon Li Xingyan in public. "Not at all. I find it rather tardy. Please arrange my regimen with double the usual workload, as I shall be quite disciplined." "Very well, but Madam Li, do pay attention to maintaining balance in your health." "Understood." In the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia nodded before immersing herself in exercise once more. The fitness trainer, observing her swimming with impeccable technique, could hardly fathom how such a diligent and determined woman could permit herself to gain so much weight. Among all the overweight individuals she had encountered, Sheng Xia stood out as the most resolute. After her workout, she took a refreshing shower, changed into casual attire, and descended the stairs while performing some relaxation exercises. Just then, the telephone rang downstairs. On the second ring, Xiaobo answered, "Hello, esteemed matron, are you seeking Master Li? He has already left for the office and is not at home." The esteemed matron? The only person who could elicit such a respectful address from Xiaobo was none other than the matriarch of the Li family, Li Xingyan's stepmother. "If you are not looking for Master Li, then you are inquiring about." Xiaobo appeared quite troubled, unsure of the response from the other end of the line. "Madam Li, she." Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind him, prompting Xiaobo to glance toward the source of the sound. Master Li had instructed that whenever someone from the Li family called seeking Sheng Xia, he should first ascertain his intentions. Furthermore, Sheng Xia detested engaging with anyone from the Li family. Even if she were home, she would refuse to answer. To his surprise, Sheng Xia flashed a smile at Xiaobo and gestured that she wished to take the call. Xiaobo, hesitant to disobey, reluctantly handed the phone to her. "Hello. Who is seeking me?" Sheng Xia inquired, fully aware of the caller's identity yet feigning ignorance. "Sheng Xia, it is I. Thank heavens you finally answered." The voice of the elder matron was gentle and exuded an air of sophistication. This matron had always treated Sheng Xia with unparalleled kindness, being the sole member of the Li family who genuinely cherished her. In her previous life, Sheng Xia had always treated the old lady Li with the utmost respect, particularly upon realizing the strained and distant relationship between Li Xingyan and his grandmother. However, subsequent events revealed that the seemingly amiable old lady was not as kind-hearted as she appeared, especially after learning of Li Xingyan's cancer diagnosis. Her actions indicated a much darker nature. "Oh, it's you, mother. What brings you to call today?" Sheng Xia inquired, already counting the days and understanding the reason behind the old lady's call. It was said that one does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without cause. As the stepmother of Li Xingyan, how could the old lady genuinely concern herself with her daughter-in-law? The old man's 60th birthday was approaching, and last year's celebration had ended in misunderstandings due to the old man's inability to express himself, resulting in a rather unfortunate soiree. "Sheng Xia, you are a good girl. Please persuade Xingyan to make the old man happy for once. If you truly do not wish to attend, I shall not impose upon you," the old lady implored. Xiaobo glanced at Sheng Xia, well aware of what the old lady was truly requesting after serving in the Li household for so long. However, Sheng Xia was resolute in her refusal. With her dark eyes glinting, she replied, "It is a small matter. I will certainly talk to Li Xingyan, after all. It is father's birthday and a significant milestone at that. Rest assured, I shall take care of it." At these words, Xiaobo's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Sheng Xia have agreed to such a thing? It was well known that during their marriage, she had established clear boundaries, vowing not to frequent the Li family after their union. It has been a year since Sheng Xia last crossed the threshold of the Li family's home. Now, however. "Oh, Sheng Xia, how wonderful it is. I am genuinely grateful to you. It is indeed a blessing for Xingyan to marry such a fine young lady like you." Sheng Xia merely perceived the other's words as pleasantries, offering a faint smile before ending the call. "Uncle Xia, I will jot down my current measurements shortly. Please have someone prepare a suitable outfit for me." "Prepare an outfit? What kind of clothing, and for what occasion?" It is essential to recognize that there are various types of attire, each tailored to different events and requiring appropriate accessories to adhere to social etiquette. "Did you not hear? I am going to the Li family." Sheng Xia playfully stuck out her tongue. "To the Li family? Did you not vow never to?" Uncle Xia hesitated to finish his sentence. "That was my sentiment a year ago, which does not reflect my current feelings. Besides, I am now the wife of Li Xingyan, his family is my family. While I may evade certain matters, this one is unavoidable. It has been a year since I visited the Li family. It is time I personally pay my respects to the elders. This is not an act of ingratiation, I am going because of Li Xingyan. I respect him, and thus I am willing to attend such mundane family gatherings." Sheng Xia candidly confessed to Uncle Xia. "Is it for Master Li?" Uncle Xia voiced his confusion. "Madam Li, your recent shift in attitude is quite pronounced. What has transpired to bring about this change?" "Indeed, a significant change is warranted." Sheng Xia narrowed her eyes and broke into a radiant smile. "Because he is worth it." Xiaobo's confusion deepened as he pointed to his head, wondering if Mrs. Li was even aware of the predicament she currently faced. In the Li household, at 11 o'clock in the morning, the venerable patriarch, Li Xingyan, sat upright on the sofa, cradling a cup of green tea, gently blowing on it before taking a sip. What did they say? Without a moment's thought, they must have outright declined, right? Humph. A wild girl lacking in decorum. Mrs. Li, Han Peiyun, approached and gently massaged Li Xingyan's shoulders, speaking soothingly, "Old master, do not be so angered. Sheng Xia has agreed this time, I believe she will persuade Xingyan." "She agreed? Could there be some trickery involved?" Li Xingyan scoffed. This girl harbored a heart full of mischief. He could not fathom what had initially drawn Xingyan to her, as if he were ensnared by a spell. In the past, her appearance could have sufficed to take her out in public, but now, should he dare to do so, it would undoubtedly bring disgrace to the Li family. Every mention of Sheng Xia filled Li Xingyan with disdain. "Perhaps this girl has changed?" Han Peiyun suggested. "Have you seen the recent news? Isn't Sheng Xia doing good deeds?" "Doing good deeds? Humph, the sun must be rising in the west," he retorted. "Good deeds in a bar? I suspect that was all premeditated by this wild girl. those parents could very well be actors she hired. I have consumed more salt than she has rice, so do not try to fool me. Chapter 46, The Art of Flattering Men. Han Peiyun urged. A scholar should be regarded with new eyes after 3 days apart. Old master, grant her this chance, she was young and reckless before. You are magnanimous. Why stoop to the level of a mere girl? It seems that Xingyan is still harboring resentment towards his family regarding past grievances. And his subsequent marriage to Sheng Xia appears to be a means of defiance against the Li family's honor. As for this birthday banquet, whether he chooses to attend or not is of no consequence to me. Must I, an elder, implore a younger individual to grace us with his presence? Seeing Li Xingyan in a foul mood, Han Peiyun hastily sought to soothe him. Old master, it is unwise to let a young man ruffle your feathers. If your health deteriorates, who will bear the burden? Regardless of the circumstances, Xingyan took over the company during your ill health, and he has managed it remarkably well. I ask for nothing, merely that once he has found his wings, he might remember my past kindness and extend a hand to Xijin, who is growing up and still lacks experience. Li Xijin is the youngest son of the Li family, the sole offspring of Li Xingyan and Han Peiyun. The Li enterprise does not belong solely to him, no matter how capable he may be. It is only fair that Xijin receives his share. Rest assured. Li Xingyan replied. Old master, that is not my intention. Your health is still robust, and Xijin is my son. I am well aware of his intentions. He harbors no ill thoughts, but as he matures, he must establish a career to uphold the family's dignity. Li Xingyan nodded thoughtfully. I shall speak to Xingyan regarding this birthday banquet. Han Peiyun continued to knead Li Xingyan's shoulders, her lips curling into a smile, her eyes glinting with unspoken meaning. In the Jin garden, Sheng Xia lay exhausted on the sofa, not forgetting to apply a facial mask. With a visit to the Li family approaching, she felt compelled to accelerate her weight loss regimen, pushing herself harder in training, to the point where her legs threatened to cramp. Lately, however, the corpulence around her abdomen had visibly diminished, and her face had also slimmed down. A testament to her diligent efforts. Abruptly, the chime of her mobile phone echoed, and upon recognizing the caller ID, Sheng Xia promptly answered. Hello, Mom. Didn't I mention that I'm occupied during the day and would call you this evening? It's rather inconvenient to converse with you when CEO Li is at home. Whether he's present or not, what bearing does it have on our conversation? Just tell me, is CEO Li away at the company right now? Zhang Fengmei inquired cryptically. Yes. He departs for work quite early each day, Sheng Xia responded. Excellent. Xia, your mother wishes to have a private discussion with you. About what? Mom. Why do you only reveal half of your thoughts? I can't possibly decipher what you're trying to convey. What do I mean? Your mother intends to impart some wisdom to you. What kind of wisdom? Sheng Xia sensed an unprecedented air of mystery surrounding her mother. How to appease a man. Cough. Cough. Sheng Xia nearly choked on her saliva. Mom, what are you saying in broad daylight? Silly child, you've been married for a year now. Yet your complexion is still as delicate as paper? No wonder there's still no news of a child. Are you perhaps not affording CEO Li any opportunities? What's the frequency of your intimate moments per week? Mom, what are you talking about? This is a private matter between my husband and me. Why are you inquiring about this? Sheng Xia's face flushed crimson. Her mother's ardor was such that, were she to discover that nothing had transpired between herself and Li Xingyan, she would likely explode with fury. What do you mean, privacy? Mother, being an experienced individual, observes that you have indeed gained a bit of weight and appear somewhat greasy. It is no easy feat to win over Mr. Li's approval. In the sweltering summer. What kind of mother is this? Is it not said that every mother thinks their child is flawless? I knew all along that you were incapable of anything, merely boasting with your words. I sent you a package, you are clever enough to figure out what to do upon receiving it. Mother is indifferent, your parents are still youthful. And if we have you early, we can help take care of you. What package? I didn't see anything. Furthermore, do not send me any nonsensical items. What if they are discovered? Did you not see? A local courier should be quite swift, it has been 2 days since I sent it. Where did you send it? To the Li Corporation, but rest assured, I addressed it to Li Xingyan. He will bring it back to you. What? At that moment, Sheng Xia felt overwhelmed. At noon, in the office of the CEO of Li Corporation, Leng Zhan knocked on the office door. "Mr. Li, enter." The indifferent voice of Li Xingyan echoed from within. Leng Zhan entered, holding a box, and said, "Mr. Li, your package." "Package?" Li Xingyan glanced at the delivery box. He had not purchased anything online. Usually, he would instruct his subordinates to procure what he needed. And any deficiencies in the gene garden were noted by the butler for replenishment. Indeed. Leng Zhan placed the package on Li Xingyan's desk and added, "This is addressed to you," with a note in parentheses stating Sheng Xia. "I believe it was ordered online by Mrs. Li. What is she lacking? Just inform the servant. What is it that cannot be procured?" Li Xingyan harbors a profound indifference towards online shopping. "Ah, you do not comprehend, do you, sir? The joy of purchasing for oneself is incomparable to having someone else do it. Moreover, it is entirely normal for Mrs. Li, who spends her days at Jinyuan, to feel a sense of ennui. Additionally, one must not underestimate the power of the internet. There exists a plethora of items online that are rather inconvenient to acquire in real life, making it exceedingly convenient." In conclusion, Leng Zhan added, "Perhaps it is Mrs. Li who has prepared a delightful surprise for you, a gift chosen specifically for you." Upon hearing this, Li Xingyan, who had previously shown little interest in the parcel, raised an eyebrow, his gaze now imbued with intrigue. Leng Zhan could not help but feel a surge of curiosity regarding the contents of that package. He had just weighed it and found it to be quite light. "You may leave," Li Xingyan said, casting a sidelong glance at Leng Zhan, his expression exuding authority. "Understood." Despite his curiosity, Leng Zhan dared not linger, for that would be akin to courting disaster. In the secretary's office, Leng Zhan received a call from Sheng Xia, her tone indicating urgency and distress. "Leng Zhan, did a package arrive at Li's company?" "Yes, what about it?" "I retrieved it personally." "That's good. Make sure it doesn't reach Li Xingyan. It should be delivered directly to me, or I can come to collect it myself." "It's too late." "What do you mean it's too late?" "I have already handed the package directly to Master Li. He should have opened it by now." Sheng Xia. In the president's office, Li Xingyan delicately lifted the contents of the parcel with a fountain pen. The minuscule fabric of her shorts and the Playboy bunny uniform, these are mere trifles. At this moment, Leng Zhan's words lingered in his ears. Do not underestimate the power of the internet. It now offers many conveniences for items that are not easily obtainable in real life. Li Xingyan's profound gaze narrowed slightly. This girl is blatantly playing with fire? Chapter 47, A stone dropped into the Heart Lake in Jinyuan, at 7 in the evening. Upon returning home, Li Xingyan found no trace of Sheng Xia on the sofa. The furrow in his brow deepened instinctively. He had grown accustomed to seeing her nestled on the first-floor couch waiting for him every day. This sudden change ignited a wave of discomfort within him. Seeing this, Butler Xia promptly approached. "Sir, Madam mentioned that she is too exhausted from her workout today to eat and wishes to retire early. Asking you not to concern yourself with her. She has been exercising for several hours?" The man cast a glance upstairs toward the bedroom. "I am not certain. But it seems Madam's workout sessions are quite lengthy. She usually spends 2 to 3 hours at the gym." Butler Xia explained. "Nonsense. If she is reckless, must you all indulge her? Such excessive training will impose undue strain on her body." Li Xingyan loosened his tie, disregarding dinner, and ascended the stairs with purpose. Upon entering the bedroom, he found only the soft glow of a bedside lamp illuminating the room. Sheng Xia lay on the bed, seemingly fast asleep. Li Xingyan settled at the edge of the bed. Under the light, her doll-like face was revealed. Recently, due to her rigorous training, her visage had slimmed down, hinting at the beauty she once possessed. Her long eyelashes resembled those of a doll. Her hair fell messily across her shoulders, and Li Xingyan extended his large hand to gently gather her strands, tenderly tucking in the blanket around her. His movements were soft and indulgent. It was not until the sound of his footsteps gradually faded from the bedroom, followed by the soft click of the closing door, that Sheng Xia finally opened her eyes. She was startled. Ever since she learned that her mother had sent that kind of package to the Li family, which Li Xingyan had opened, Sheng Xia felt utterly mortified. The only solution she could conceive was to pretend to sleep, hoping to last until the next morning, thus avoiding any accidental discussions on the topic with Li Xingyan. Those unaware might think she was eager for something more with him, while she did not entirely dismiss the idea. Being perceived by Li Xingyan as a frivolous woman was an entirely different matter. Downstairs, Li Xingyan casually had a bit of dinner. Uncle Xia noticed that without Sheng Xia's company, no matter how lavish the meal, Master Li seemed disinterested. Master Li, there was a call from the Li family today. Uncle Xia reported. At this, Li Xingyan set down his chopsticks and wiped the corner of his mouth with a warm towel, a fleeting chill passing through his gaze. Who called? It was old Madame Li. I answered the phone, and she mentioned she was looking for Madame Li, who happened to be present, so she took the call. Is it again about the birthday banquet? Upon seeing Uncle Xia's expression, Li Xingyan understood the situation was not far from that. Huh. She dares not call me directly but has managed to ring everyone around me. Old Master Li likely finds it beneath him to reach out directly. Probably hoping to persuade you to return and celebrate his birthday in this manner, Uncle Xia remarked. The relationship between this father and son was already tenuous. Exacerbated by the fact that the old matriarch is not the biological mother of Master Li, which inevitably led to misunderstandings. Initially, both parties managed to maintain a superficial rapport until a year ago. On the day of Master Li and Sheng Xia's wedding, only the old matriarch from the Li family made an appearance, while the elderly, citing illness, did not attend. Consequently, Master Li felt that the Li family had shown a lack of respect towards Sheng Xia, thus failing her. However, without a moment's hesitation, Mrs. Li agreed. And after hanging up the phone, she asked me to help her prepare an outfit for the banquet. Upon hearing this, the depths of Li Xingyan's eyes rippled like a serene lake disturbed by a single stone. Xingba continued, stating, I inquired why Mrs. Li consented to attend. She mentioned that in the past, she lacked understanding. Now that she is Mrs. Li, she cannot avoid interactions with Master Li's family. She also emphasized that she is not trying to curry favor with the Li family, but is willing to participate for your sake. Li Xingyan's heart sank as if it had plummeted into the abyss. She said it was because you are worthy. After Xingba spoke, he cautiously raised his gaze to observe Li Xingyan's expression. Good heavens, had he misjudged? How could he perceive a faint smile gracing Master Li's lips? Xingba rubbed his eyes and looked again, only to see Li Xingyan's indifferent silhouette retreating up the stairs. The night had deepened, and at the Su residence, Su Yanyan gazed at her reflection in the mirror. It had barely been a few days since she had undergone hair removal, yet how could dark hair be sprouting again? While she could shave the hair on her arms and legs, the unsightly growth on her face and neck was simply unbearable. Not long ago, she underwent a photorejuvenation and whitening treatment at a beauty salon, which instantaneously brightened her complexion. However, this also accentuated the visibility of her body hair, leaving her distressed about facing the world. In a fit of rage, Su Yanyan smashed objects onto the floor, scattering them everywhere. Yanyan, what is wrong? My darling. Please do not entertain any harmful thoughts, her mother cried from the doorway. Indeed, Yanyan, whatever troubles you have, share them with us. It is merely a little hair growth. After all, in our eyes, you remain our most beautiful little princess. With a loud crash, Su Yanyan hurled another item within the room. I do not care what you think, I want the entire world to see me as beautiful. I don't care. You must quickly gather money. I need to return to the beauty salon tomorrow and seek a solution. I require laser hair removal. Su Yanyan exclaimed in frustration. My dear, we will raise the funds immediately. How much do you need? At least 100,000. I refuse to go to a mediocre salon that could ruin my appearance. Su Yanyan shouted. 100,000? That is no small amount. Where do you expect your parents to find such money? How can you be such ineffective parents? I don't care, you must have the money for me by tonight. Otherwise, I will resort to extreme measures. Su Yanyan demanded obstinately. All right, we will gather it. My dear, please do not despair. Her mother promised, unconditionally accommodating her daughter's wishes. Feeling somewhat appeased, Su Yanyan's mood lifted slightly when a video call from Ji Jiaming chimed on her phone. Initially inclined to accept, she reconsidered upon realizing that even with a beauty filter, her excessive body hair was undeniable, and opted for a voice call instead. Yan, why haven't you answered my video call? Ji Jiaming inquired. I'm applying a facial mask, a rather frightening deep-sea mud one. I didn't want to scare you, Su Yanyan fabricated. Yan, you are beautiful in any circumstance. How could you possibly frighten me? You haven't allowed me to see you for several days. Are you not worried that I miss you? Su Yanyan playfully pouted, jamming. I miss you too. Once we finish dealing with Sheng Xia, we can be together openly. Yanyan, you have worked hard during this time. The mention of Sheng Xia made Su Yanyan's teeth grind in frustration. Unable to contain herself, she divulged the matter concerning the Nightshade Bar to Ji Jiaming. For they were now in the same boat, and there was no way to keep it hidden. Yanyan, since you have a plan, why didn't you discuss it with me? Ji Jiaming's tone bore a hint of reproach. I was merely trying to spare you worry. Last time, Sheng Xia caused you to fail your task. And I was eager to avenge you. Who knew that instead of harming her, I inadvertently promoted her? Jiaming. The reason I hesitated to meet you was to avoid involving you. If anything happens, I'll bear it alone, I would never implicate you. Su Yanyan's heartfelt declaration deeply moved Ji Jiaming. Yanyan, have you noticed that Sheng Xia seems different lately? With the last eavesdropping incident and this Nightshade Bar affair. She always manages to evade responsibility. Moreover, she has even defended Li Xingyan in front of the media. Su Yanyan, upon hearing this, recalled her own experiences at the beauty salon and couldn't help but feel a twinge of suspicion. Jiaming. I believe it is imperative for us to summon Sheng Xia for a meeting, to discern whether this is merely a coincidence or if she has indeed become more cunning. Very well, let us also subtly gauge her stance and ascertain the progress of the investigation on the police's side. Do not allow yourself to become flustered. Should they truly uncover the truth, do you think you could remain unscathed in the comfort of your home? The more Su Yanyan pondered, the more she felt that Jiaming's words held considerable weight, and her heart gradually began to ease. Brother Jiaming, I am fortunate to have you. You cannot fathom how utterly detestable that wretched Sheng Xia is. Yanyan, endure a little longer, soon we shall ensure that Sheng Xia is left with nothing but regret. Indeed. Su Yanyan's eyes glinted with a cruel brilliance, she would not permit Sheng Xia to enjoy a moment of tranquility. At Jinyuan, the clock struck 10. Li Xingyan concluded his work prematurely, with a certain someone present, he appeared increasingly distracted. The man sighed and pushed open the bedroom door, moving with measured steps to the bedside. Upon seeing the woman lying there, her forehead glistening with beads of perspiration, occasionally whimpering in her slumber, his expression shifted dramatically. It seemed the urgency of the situation had escalated once more. Ah Yen, ah Yen. In her dreams, Sheng Xia contorted her face in anguish, her brow furrowed as if enduring immense suffering. Li Xingyan leaned down, clasping her delicate hand. I am here. Li Xingyan, no, I do not want. Sheng Xia frantically shook her head, seemingly trapped in an endless nightmare. In the enveloping darkness of the night, a heart-wrenching sensation overwhelmed her entire being. Li Xingyan, drenched in blood, stood right before her, yet she could never grasp him, she could only seize the elusive phantoms that danced just out of reach. Is that the ghost of Li Xingyan? His eyes, deep as a well, were filled with emotions she could not fathom. He uttered not a word, merely gazing at her in silence, as if this alone sufficed. That person's gentle visage gradually faded, his gaze drifting further away from her. Li Xingyan. I do not want you to die. Sheng Xia's complexion was pale, her entire being drenched in cold sweat. This dream was terrifying. Yet she could not escape this haunting nightmare, which tormented her incessantly, like maggots clinging to her bones. Death? Li Xingyan's profound gaze landed sorrowfully upon her ashen face. Did she dream of his demise, thus revealing such profound anguish? No matter how skilled her acting, Li Xingyan was certain that such expressions could not be feigned. Her nails dug deeply into the sheets, and Sheng Xia clenched her teeth, regardless of how Li Xingyan called to her, she remained ensnared in the nightmare, unable to awaken. Her pained murmurs intensifying. Li Xingyan, I beg I implore you, do not die, please do not die, is that all right? Sheng Xia pleaded with a heart-rending desperation. A single crystalline tear slipped from her eye, splashing onto the sheets and creating a small pool. Sheng Xia. Awaken. Li Xingyan's eyes were bloodshot. Sheng Xia gritted her teeth, trembling uncontrollably. What kind of nightmare could invoke such fear in her? Undoubtedly, this dream was intertwined with him. She had changed so much lately. Could this transformation be linked to the eerie dream? The situation had become dire, if this continued, she might bite her own tongue. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xingyan forcefully pried open her jaw, offering his wrist. A sharp, acute pain emanated from his arm. Someone, come quickly. Li Xingyan pressed the red button on the wall. Within moments, a young man in a white coat, carrying a medical kit, rushed in. And Chuyo, the private physician assigned to Jean Garden, was there to provide exclusive medical care for Li Xingyan. Inside the room, on the bed, Sheng Xia leaned against Li Xingyan, emitting agonizing cries. Her forehead was covered in beads of sweat, her hair plastered to her skin, and her entire being trembled as if she were on the precipice of collapse. Sheng Xia tenaciously bit down on Li Xingyan's wrist, her anguished state almost causing her to tear away his flesh. Li Xingyan's brow furrowed into a deep frown. Undoubtedly enduring immense pain, both physical and emotional. And Chuyo quickly approached. "Mr. Li, you're risking your life. She's on the verge of a breakdown. For you to thrust your arm at her like that, you'll be injured. The human bite force is formidable, especially during such intense outbursts. Disregard me, ascertain what's afflicting her. She's been having nightmares for days, and today's reaction is the most severe. Ensure she doesn't harm herself." Li Xingyan embraced the person in his arms, as if he were experiencing her torment firsthand. "Li Xingyan, please don't die," Sheng Xia murmured in anguish, her expression suggesting that nothing in the world could elicit any attachment from her. "I implore you, don't die. I'll give you my life, all right?" Li Xingyan's body stiffened. Simultaneously, an even more excruciating pain surged through his arm, the bones audibly creaking from the force of the bite. And Chuyu was equally astonished. What kind of dream had this woman experienced? As a frequent visitor here, he was all too familiar with the chaos that Sheng Xia would often bring upon herself or to Lord Li during her more reckless moments. While other family doctors enjoyed a leisurely practice, he found himself unable to turn off his phone for fear of her antics. Just the other night, he had received a call at 2 in the morning, only to learn that Sheng Xia was suffering from unbearable abdominal pain. Upon examination, he had concluded, somewhat exasperatedly, that she had simply overindulged in food and drink. Now, she was speaking of dreams, declaring that she did not wish for Lord Li to perish and even offered her own life in exchange. Even if this plump woman were to meet her demise, Lord Li would certainly not follow suit. Who would dare to bring harm to him? Moreover, with Lord Li's capabilities, who could possibly scheme against him? And Chuyu administered a muscle relaxant to Sheng Xia and, upon observing her body gradually relax, he felt a momentary sense of relief. "Lord Li, I have administered the muscle relaxant, you may now remove your arm." At this, Li Xingyan finally withdrew his arm, prompting gasps of shock from both Chuyu and Shabui nearby. The man's arm was a gruesome sight, blood and flesh mangled, with blood seeping from the wounds, indicating that the injuries were indeed severe. Yet, he remained silent, willingly enduring the pain. Chapter 49, enough. A cold glimmer flickered across Li Xingyan's face, clearly indicating his dissatisfaction with Chuyu's leisurely demeanor. "Master Li, I am not a divine healer, I must observe before drawing any conclusions," Chuyu explained, a chill running down her spine. Each medical visit is a battle for survival. With such a corpulent figure as Sheng Xia's, indulging in every delight without a care in the world, what could possibly be amiss? To be ensnared in a nightmarish reverie that is simply unscientific. "How long has she been in this state?" Chuyu inquired. 5 days, Li Xingyan replied, his brow furrowed with concern. 5 days? So you, too, have scarcely slept for 5 days? Chuyu exclaimed in astonishment, noting Li Xingyan's tacit acknowledgement. She gazed at the drenched Sheng Xia and found it incomprehensible how such a person could capture Li Xingyan's heart to the extent that he was resolute in marrying her, allowing her to indulge in her weight gain, and still hold her in such high regard. Did her nightmares bear the same torment as today? Or were they of a different nature? "The same," came the reply. "The same content? Has she endured some psychological trauma?" "Psychological trauma? What kind of trauma?" Li Xingyan countered. Although Sheng Xia hailed from humble beginnings, she had been spoiled by her parents since childhood, and since their marriage, he had never been harsh with her. "How should I know? Has there been any unusual behavior lately? Particularly in her thoughts and actions?" At this moment, Xiaobo interjected, "Recently, Madame Li has become gentler, no longer prone to anger, and she shows less resistance towards Master Li. She even expresses a desire to live harmoniously with him. Indeed, there has been a significant change." Chuyu fell into deep contemplation and remarked, "This ailment cannot arise without reason, it is likely linked to psychological stimuli. For now, let me observe for a while. If necessary, we may have to resort to medical interventions and seek specialized hospitals." Psychological stimuli. This explanation did little to convince Li Xingyan. For it was evident that the only person capable of causing Sheng Xia psychological distress was himself. After a year of marital life, not only had she failed to develop any affection towards him, but she had also suffered considerable upheaval, to the point of manifesting mental health issues. However, if it were indeed a mental issue, one would expect Mrs. Li to distance herself further from Mr. Li. Yet, that was not the case. She was fervently attempting to lose weight and expressed a desire to strengthen her ties with the Li family. Xiaobo found Dr. An's analysis rather perplexing. It was indeed curious, the symptoms and the reactions displayed were conspicuously incongruous. Nonetheless, psychological issues often defy logic. In the coming days, I shall continue my observations and provide a conclusive assessment, and Qiyu stated. Then, Dr. An, what should we do now? Xiaobo inquired anxiously. First, I will attend to Mr. Li's injuries. Mrs. Li's condition is not life-threatening at this moment, but if Mr. Li continues to exhaust himself without rest, he may fall ill. And Qiyu advised earnestly. This couple, married for a year, seemed intent on hastening each other's demise. One was in turmoil, while the other passively endured. He could not help but wonder if some malevolent force was at play, for no matter how much Sheng Xia acted out, Li Xingyan continued to cherish her as his treasured gem. In the stillness of night, the beloved child was tormented by nightmares, and with a heart full of compassion, he cradled her in his embrace, a figure weighing perhaps 150 pounds. Yet, it seemed that Sheng Xia had lost considerable weight. Her delicate face glistened with a radiant sheen, imbued with a soft luster. And Chu Yao had diligently dressed Li Xingyan's wounds and remarked, should a similar situation arise, simply insert a silver chopstick, I assure you, she will not bite her tongue. If everyone were to act as you do, countless arms would be rendered useless. Enough of your prattling, you have 3 days to ascertain the cause of Sheng Xia's ailment. Li Xingyan commanded coldly. Why yes. And Chu Yao felt a deep turmoil within. For who could deny that he was indeed masterly? His life had been saved by this man, who had generously supported him, sending him to the finest medical school in Europe. Upon graduation, he naturally remained in Jinyuan, seeking to repay his benefactor's kindness. However, this Sheng Xia was truly a source of calamity. Ever since Master Li encountered her, everything had changed. If he continued to indulge her without restraint, it would not be long before Jinyuan faced ruin. Although I cannot ascertain the efficacy of this approach, should she utter your name again, perhaps a few whispered words from you at her ear might serve to soothe her troubled spirit, and Chu Yao concluded before hastily departing. His actions hardly resembled a medical diagnosis. Rather, they felt akin to hastening his own demise. Awakened from a near-death experience, he realized with a jolt that the true fool lay within himself. Just moments ago, as he exited the room, Master Li had been tenderly patting Sheng Xia's heart area, offering her gentle reassurances. What a peculiar situation this was. This couple, one in the throes of a nightmare pleading for the other's life, vowing to sacrifice their own. An individual thrusting their arm into another's mouth, fearful of having their tongue bitten, while embracing a hefty figure as though it were a treasure. This feast of dog food is quite suffocating. Upon realizing that the situation had stabilized, Xiaobo quietly retreated from the room. Alas, it seems that Lord Li is unwilling to accept the reality. In truth, it is evident that Sheng Xia's mind has been disturbed, rendering her somewhat unhinged. If this continues, it is not merely her own descent into madness that is worrisome, but the potential drag of Lord Li into the abyss alongside her. Within the confines of the bedroom, Li Xingyan gently laid Sheng Xia down, fetched a basin of warm water, dampened a towel, and meticulously wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. The visage that typically defied obedience now bore an expression of sorrow that stirred deep compassion in the heart. Ah Yan, I know I am in the wrong, but I never intended for you to perish, she murmured in anguish. Li Xingyan pinched her cheek lightly, his gaze blending with the shadows of the night. I am aware, he replied softly, patting her back with a gentle yet affirming tone. Sheng Xia curled up like a shrimp, instinctively gravitating towards the warmth. Li Xingyan set the towel aside, leaning by her side and observing her expression in that moment. Unexpectedly, her small hand reached out, encircling his waist, and she nestled comfortably against him. The man inhaled sharply, despite her cold sweat rendering her icy to the core. The sensation ignited an intense heat within him. Then, he heard her steady breathing, her brows gradually unfurling into tranquility. After an hour of turmoil, she finally succumbed to slumber. Tell me, what on earth has transpired to you? Li Xingyan inquired gravely. Sheng Xia dreamt of him awakening amidst ruins, imploring her to return his wedding ring. Ian. She murmured unconsciously, tightening her embrace around his waist, a faint smile gracing her lips. Chapter 50. It seems the condition is quite serious. The next morning, when Sheng Xia awoke, she felt utterly fatigued, her head heavy. Li Xingyan was no longer by her side. She pouted, recalling how she had feigned sleep the previous night to avoid an awkward situation regarding the delivery, not anticipating that she would sleep until dawn. She had intended to discuss matters with him. In the washroom, Sheng Xia glanced at her reflection and her eyes widened in shock. What had transpired? Her lips were noticeably swollen, and there was a distinct mark at the corner of her mouth, resembling a bite. The garments she wore were not the black lace nightgown she remembered donning before sleep. Instead, she was clad in a pink nightgown. Who had changed her? What on earth had happened last night? After a moment of contemplation, Sheng Xia pieced together the events. Upon seeing the delivery, Li Xingyan must have been significantly affected. Mistakenly believing she was quite forward, and had taken the opportunity to change her clothes while she slept? A blush crept onto her cheeks. How could she have missed such an exhilarating moment simply because she was asleep? Ugh, as if she had been eagerly anticipating it. After finishing her morning routine, she pressed her forehead as she descended the stairs, feeling a lingering lethargy. Perhaps her excessive slumber had been detrimental? While ample sleep is beneficial for health, overindulgence can have an adverse effect on one's spirit. As she descended, she stifled a yawn, feeling utterly weak and drained. As she reached the final step, darkness suddenly enveloped her, causing her foot to slip. Ah! In the swift descent of her body, a strong arm securely caught her. Sheng Xia gradually opened her eyes, only to find herself gazing into the deep, dark pools of the man's eyes. His eyelids bore a faint hue of blue, indicating a restless night. Sheng Xia's thoughts immediately drifted to the bite mark at the corner of her mouth and the fact that her clothes had been changed. Why can't you be more careful while walking? What if you fall? Who will take responsibility for that? The man's tone was slightly stern. I didn't do it on purpose. Who would willingly trip themselves? Sheng Xia murmured, who was it last night that engaged in some unspeakable activities, thinking I was unaware? Li Xingyan furrowed his brow. What unspeakable activities? Meanwhile, Uncle Xia slapped his forehead, realizing the gravity of the situation. Oh no, Dr. An has hit the nail on the head. Sheng Xia. This is a classic sign of a troubled mind. What a pity. What did that peculiar expression of his signify? Was he embarrassed to have his misconduct publicly acknowledged? However, was it truly misconduct? As her mother often said, it is normal for youth to be somewhat headstrong and impulsive. Besides, she was indeed his lawfully wedded wife, with a marriage certificate to prove it. What harm was there in sharing a few affectionate gestures? It wouldn't cost him a piece of flesh. Sheng Xia nestled in Li Xingyan's embrace. His hold was strong and reassuring, akin to falling into a warm harbor. This reminded her of the time during the earthquake when he had pushed her into a safe zone. He always did this, placing the dangers upon himself while ensuring her safety. In moments of peril, an individual's true character is revealed, and in this regard, he is beyond reproach. To steady herself, Sheng Xia instinctively grasped the arm of her companion. Upon hearing the sharp intake of breath from behind, she realized the unusual sensation beneath her fingers. Oh, Li Xingyan. What on earth happened to your arm? Sheng Xia exclaimed, tugging at his sleeve, but he was already too late to stop her. As she rolled up his sleeve, she discovered his wrist was tightly bound with bandages, seeping with blood. How did you manage to injure yourself? Are you hurt? A wave of concern washed over her as she instinctively expressed her dismay. Last night, she had feigned sleep and had been entirely unaware of when he had sustained his injury. She could hardly recall if he had ever experienced a wrist injury in her past life. Had he encountered some form of danger? It's just a minor wound. Nothing to worry about, he replied nonchalantly, as if the injury were of no consequence. A minor wound? She retorted, it's bandaged up and bleeding through several layers. What on earth happened? Noticing his silence, she puffed out her cheeks, her expression earnest. If you don't tell me, I'll be truly upset. It was just an accident, Li Xingyan said, diverting his gaze as he moved toward the dining table. However, Sheng Xia was relentless. following closely behind and snatching the chopsticks from his hands. You are always so cautious, how could it possibly be an accident? Did someone harm you? Speak. If you remain silent, I'll only grow more anxious, while you seem perfectly fine with it. Her genuine concern was palpable. And her heart-wrenching expression was one that would evoke sympathy from anyone who beheld it. In his heart, Xiaobo silently murmured, Sheng Xia, spare Lord Li. For he cannot possibly claim that it was you who bit him last night, can he? Who would dare to harm Lord Li? Moreover, it is inconceivable that he could be so easily ensnared by anyone. Natural disasters, human misfortunes, is this not merely an accident? Xiaobo endeavored to justify the situation for Li Xingyan. Yet, it was evident that when he spoke of human misfortune, Li Xingyan cast a sharp and frosty glance in his direction. Indeed, it was a human misfortune, and Lord Li was excessively partial towards Sheng Xia. Such matters should not be left unaddressed. How could one be so careless, particularly injuring the wrist? Could it possibly be a dog bite? Sheng Xia's features contorted in worry, only to observe Li Xingyan's expression stiffen. Was it truly a dog bite? Sheng Xia was taken aback. Stop speculating, it was merely a careless bump. And in a few days, it shall heal. I am not as delicate as you, with your tender skin that cries out at the slightest pain. Li Xingyan withdrew his arm, a faint blush gracing his cheeks. Xiaobo was well aware of the previous incident when Sheng Xia had suffered a small cut on her arm, wailing and proclaiming that her hand would be ruined, which had caused Lord Li considerable anxiety. Fortunately, Chuyu arrived in time, and after a thorough examination, was left astonished. Is that so? Li Xingyan asked, visibly anxious. Had I arrived any later, the wound would have begun to heal. Chuyu's words made Sheng Xia feel utterly mortified. At this moment, with the past being invoked, her face flushed with embarrassment, her overt concern had inadvertently been a kind gesture gone awry. Nevertheless, noticing the severity of his injury, Sheng Xia still offered him chopsticks. Thoughtfully shifting the cup filled with milk closer to him, her hands propped up as she gazed intently at Li Xingyan. You are not eating. What do you expect me to do? Li Xingyan cast a fleeting glance at her. Summer rested her chin on her hands, tilting her head as she looked at Li Xingyan and remarked, It's fine, I'm just watching you eat. Aren't you hungry? Don't let dieting become an obsession. One must cultivate a proper dietary perspective. Li Xingyan, with a serious demeanor, imparted this advice. Summer replied softly, My mouth hurts a bit, especially after brushing my teeth. I'll wait a while before eating. Hearing this, Li Xingyan's brow furrowed in concern, had he not concluded work early the previous day? One could only wonder how much damage she would have inflicted upon herself, leaving him somewhat apprehensive. After finishing his meal, Summer stood at the door and waved at him. Once the car vanished from sight, she brushed her finger across her injured lip, a faint blush blooming on her cheeks. Clearly harboring intentions towards me, yet still pretending otherwise. A smile tugged at her lips, her eyes sparkling. Uncle Xia shivered slightly. It appeared that the girl's condition was far more serious than it seemed. Chapter 51, An intriguing performance awaits at the beauty salon. Han Peiyun was indulging in VIP services alongside several affluent ladies. Madam Han. With the upcoming birthday of old Master Li, will Li Xingyan and his wife be attending this time? They did not attend last year, why didn't you remind us? Inquired Lady A. It's not that Madam Han forgot to remind us, they never intended to come at all. Li Xingyan possesses considerable talents, but in the Li family, he is still but a junior. Were it not for Madam Han's kindness, would he be where he is today? Whether they will attend this time remains uncertain. Lady B commented. With such significant capabilities, Madam Han, have you considered Li Xingyan's feelings? To be honest, one cannot rely on other sons. As one ages, when challenges arise, it is one's own son who proves dependable, remarked Madam C. Han Peiyun maintained her composure while listening. Once the discussions concluded, she cleared her throat and inquired. What are you all discussing? We are all family here, whether it be Xingyan or Xijin, they are both children of the Li family. Furthermore, Xingyan has been wise and sensible since childhood, the Li family currently relies heavily on him. Madam Han, you possess a kind heart and do not harbor ulterior motives. While Li Xingyan is indeed remarkable, it is precisely because of his capabilities that we must also consider Li Xijin. Is it not true that Li Xijin has also received numerous awards at school? Who among them is inferior? Interjected Madam A. Indeed, Madam Han. Your favorable view of him does not guarantee that he shares the same sentiment towards you. As long as the old master is around, he shows such disregard. What would happen if the old master were? Added Madame B. Oh, if you cannot speak wisely, it is better to remain silent. Although Li Xingyan is impressive, he is married a shrew. If this couple fails to attend the birthday banquet, it would be quite embarrassing in front of relatives and friends. And the rumors would be even more scandalous, remarked Madame C. Han Peiyun listened to their animated chatter without feeling angered, smiling as she responded. Every family has its own difficulties, which family is without its troubles? Moreover, there were some misunderstandings between Xingyan and the family previously. This time, Sheng Xia has promised to persuade him, so they will likely attend the old master's birthday banquet together. As long as the old master is happy, that is what truly matters. Oh, Madame Han, you truly embody the qualities of a virtuous wife and devoted mother. However, this time, their participation is nothing short of a farce. In the sweltering summer, there is no decorum, as they rush about with the intent to embarrass Li Xingyan. Madame Han, do not be overly kind. Seize this opportunity to reveal to the elder who truly deserves to be the heir of the Li family. Indeed, it is time for you to step forward after enduring for over a decade. Han Peiyun, applying a facial mask, leisurely replied, please refrain from speaking, after all. We are still family. I do not mind enduring a little discomfort as long as our family remains united. Madame Han, your composure is truly remarkable. Indeed. How else could one manage the affairs of a prestigious family? This time, let us wait and witness the embarrassment that will befall Sheng Xia. True. No matter how formidable Li Xingyan may be, he has wed the wrong woman, and many are likely dissatisfied with this situation. If the elder becomes angry, the opportunity may very well shift to Li Xijin. Enveloped in flattery, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in Han Peiyun's eyes, only to vanish swiftly. At 10 o'clock in the morning, a blue Lamborghini came to a halt in the VIP parking lot of Wanguli, a street that boasts a collection of all international top-tier brands, thus serving as a landmark of the city and a popular spot for social media influencers. Those who frequent this street are either affluent or noble, not to mention Li Xingyan, who possesses multiple exclusive VIP parking spaces. Just as Sheng Xia was preparing to exit the vehicle, her phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Su Yanyan. Sheng Xia, do you have time for lunch? I would like to treat you at Wanguli. I have already made a reservation at the restaurant. And it would be wonderful if you and Jiaming could join me. Dining at Wanguli is certainly not a trivial matter. Could it be that she is up to her old tricks again? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Sheng Xia spotted two familiar figures at the entrance of the nearby Hermès boutique through the car window. What a coincidence! Among the bustling crowd on the street, she happened to catch sight of Su Yanyan and Ji Jiaming. Su Yanyan, donning a hat and mask, and Ji Jiaming, similarly disguised, appeared anxious to avoid recognition, clearly displaying a guilty conscience. This pair of scoundrels, even if transformed into ashes, would not escape her recognition. Has Su Yanyan's fur miraculously shed clean? It seems her abilities have grown. Su Yanyan claimed to be treating, prompting Sheng Xia to invite Ji Jiaming, yet in reality, the two were already entangled, making a fool of her. Sheng Xia replied to Su Yanyan, affirming her participation, while simultaneously extending an invitation to Ji Jiaming, who quickly acquiesced. Sheng Xia observed Su Yanyan snapping several selfies in front of the Hermès logo, then standing outside, gazing longingly at the window display for an extended period. Su Yanyan has always harbored a deep admiration for luxury goods. It appeared she yearned to enter the store without needing to glance inside. Sheng Xia knew that Su Yanyan would undoubtedly coax Ji Jiaming into the boutique to purchase a handbag for her. Reflecting on the past, Sheng Xia recalled that Su Yanyan possessed several classic Hermès bags. She had never given it much thought before, but now, considering Su Yanyan's meager income, how could she afford such luxuries? As Sheng Xia sat in the car, waiting, she observed Su Yanyan shifting her attention from one bag to another, finally settling on a pink bag that caught her eye, a classic Birkin. Su Yanyan stood transfixed, her gaze greedily affixed to the bag, whispering conspiratorially with Ji Jiaming. Without the need for conjecture, it is evident that Sheng Xia is undoubtedly employing her charms on Ji Jiaming. As Sheng Xia glanced at her watch, she realized that the time was nearly upon them. An intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. Inside the Hermès store, Su Yanyan playfully tugged at Ji Jiaming's arm, her voice dripping with sweetness. Jiaming, this bag is quite affordable, merely 135,000. Please buy it for me, won't you? I truly adore it. Ji Jiaming was taken aback by the exorbitant figure. It seemed astonishing that a single bag could command such a price. Yet, considering the sales assistant's watchful gaze, outright refusal was not an option. In the past, he would have acquiesced without hesitation, but after failing to complete his last assignment, he had not received his commission from the sponsor. Having recently purchased a house, funds were now scarce. Yen. Did you not promise me that you would refrain from buying any bags this time? Moreover, my account balance is insufficient, Ji Jiaming murmured. This bag is truly not expensive. Look at the women on this street, who among them does not own an Hermes? Jiaming, I am aware that finances are tight for you at the moment. But consider this, we are about to dine with Sheng Xia. If we uncover her secrets, we need not worry about failing to fulfill the sponsor's tasks in the future. Su Yinyan's reasoning was compelling, and sensing his wavering resolve, she leaned closer, her voice sultry and enticing. Jiaming, please purchase it for me. And I assure you I will reward you handsomely when we return tonight. Ji Jiaming found himself swayed, observing his indecisive demeanor. Su Yinyan proceeded to the counter. Please wrap this bag for me, my boyfriend will be handling the payment. Chapter 52, the intent to thwart your purchase. Although Ji Jiaming felt a slight dissatisfaction with her unilateral decision, he found himself unable to refuse payment now. 135,000. Is it? Ji Jiaming inquired. I apologize, sir, but the price of this bag is indeed 135,000. However, to purchase this bag from our store, one must fulfill a requisite spending quota within a month to qualify for the purchase, the sales associate explained. Requisite spending quota? Ji Jiaming was taken aback. Yes. You must purchase Hermes' daily essentials, clothing, shoes, and other items equivalent to or double the value of the bag before you can acquire it. This Birkin is exceedingly sought after, and we have only just received a limited stock, the associate elaborated. In other words, I have to spend an additional 200,000 to 300,000 yuan just to buy this bag? Ji Jiaming winced at the thought. Brother Jiaming, Hermes has always had this unwritten rule. Surely, you were aware of it? 200,000 to 300,000 isn't excessive, is it? The items you purchase can also be gifted to your family, she added. Ji Jiaming furrowed his brows, in the gentle embrace of Su Yinyan. He had always found her to be delightful. Yet now, facing financial constraints, he wondered why she could not empathize with his predicament. Su Yinyan pulled Ji Jiaming aside and said, Brother Jiaming, I genuinely desire that Hermes bag. I realize I may be a bit thoughtless. Would it be acceptable if I took a step back? You could charge it to your credit card, and I would help you repay it, all right? After all, her monthly salary was just over 10,000, yet the allure of the Hermes bag and its accompanying purchases would certainly bring prestige. Amidst a tug-of-war, Ji Jiaming steeled himself against the immense pressure of several 100,000, knowing he must complete the financier's tasks within a month to have any hope of settling his debts. The burden weighed heavily upon him. He requested the sales assistant to help him procure sufficient merchandise. Upon hearing this, Su Yinyan's face brightened with delight. Certainly. The sales assistant replied. At that moment, the store manager's phone rang, prompting her to step into the break room to answer the call. Hello, Mrs. Li. How may I assist you? I'm currently near your store, and as you know, I prefer not to have others present while I am inside. Yes, Mrs. Li. I will ensure the premises are cleared immediately. By the way, which bag did the woman who just entered the store take a liking to? Sheng Xia inquired casually. It is the classic Hermes Birkin in pink, a very popular choice. I will take this one. I dislike sharing the same color with others, henceforth. This style and color should not be sold in Jincheng, Sheng Xia declared coldly. Sheng Xia had never been enthusiastic about luxury goods and did not become overbearing towards ordinary people simply because she married Li Xingyan. However, Su Yinyan was hardly worthy of consideration as a person. If she were not human, why should her feelings matter? Understood, the manager concluded, hastily making her way to the front desk, addressing Su Yinyan and Ji Jiaming. I apologize, but we need to clear the store and unfortunately cannot accommodate you at this time. Clear the store? But we still need to procure goods. Why the sudden need to clear the premises? Su Yinyan's expression changed abruptly. Our esteemed client is about to arrive. She is the most significant patron of the Jincheng establishment, a regular at the entire Wanguli. She is just called to confirm her desire for this particular handbag. Even if you have arranged the stock, we cannot sell it to you. This handbag was clearly my first choice, and I intend to purchase it. Su Yanyan exclaimed in frustration. I apologize, but until you have made payment. The bag belongs to whoever pays first. However, that individual has yet to appear and has made no arrangements for the stock. How can you assert that she has already paid? Su Yanyan argued passionately. The sales associate interjected, I regret to inform you, miss, that our elite clients regularly spend millions and possess the privilege of priority selection. I overheard your boyfriend has even overdrawn his bank card to purchase this bag for you. I urge you to consider your boyfriend's situation with compassion. This remark struck a chord with Ji Jiaming. Had Su Yanyan not clung to him so tightly, he would have had no intention of buying it. Why must I yield to an elite client simply because she has arrived? The law states that all individuals are equal. Why do you view people through a biased lens? My boyfriend has ample funds. Which of your ears heard that we overdrawn our bank card? What is your name? I shall file a complaint against you. Su Yanyan retorted, her expression stormy. As the exchange escalated, a crowd gathered outside the Hermes store. All eyes drawn to the scene. The store manager, wearing a conciliatory smile, stated, yes, every customer is esteemed. However, miss, we truly must clear the area now, please. On what grounds do you have to expel me? Su Yanyan was about to erupt in anger when Ji Jiaming managed to calm her down. Yanyan. Since a distinguished guest has arrived, it would be prudent for us to depart early. As for the bag, we can always purchase it another time. Should we inadvertently offend this eminent individual, it could lead to complications. The mere thought of dining with Sheng Xia later filled Su Yanyan with trepidation. If a quarrel were to ensue, and the crowd were to grow, her affair with Ji Jiaming would inevitably be exposed, forcing her to leave in frustration. Ji Jiaming, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he hadn't made a purchase this time. He resolved that if Su Yanyan were to return to this street, he would not accompany her under any circumstances. Once they had departed, the store manager and sales staff tidied up, preparing to welcome their esteemed client. Mrs. Li is indeed our most valued patron. If she wishes for someone not to make a purchase, we must comply. Indeed, that woman was merely putting on a facade. Attempting to buy what she could not afford, her boyfriend seemed rather pitiable. Pitiable? Observing their interaction revealed a peculiar dynamic, not typical of an ordinary couple. Regardless, our priority is to please Mrs. Li. Her satisfaction could easily translate to sales in the millions, while serving casual customers requires exhausting effort with little reward. Sheng Xia watched as Su Yanyan emerged from the Hermes store, visibly displeased, with Ji Jiaming trailing behind her. Apologies, Su Yanyan, but I intend to ensure you are unable to make that purchase. Once the two had moved far enough away, Sheng Xia finally exited her vehicle. There, a woman clad in a sleek black dress alighted from a dazzling sports car. Though slightly plump, her figure was elegantly accentuated through a well-considered ensemble and appropriate makeup, revealing her alluring and sensual femininity. Upon the arrival of the guest, the Hermes store attendant promptly stepped forward to greet her. Madam Li, welcome. We have cleared the store today to provide you with exclusive service. Sheng Xia smiled gently as she was ushered into the Hermes boutique. Here are our new bags and clothing available in store. Which items would you like to see? The attendant inquired eagerly. Please assist me in selecting a few new bags and some formal attire suitable for an upcoming banquet. It is essential that they are elegant and appropriate. Additionally, I would like to purchase a briefcase that would be fitting for an elderly gentleman as a gift. Please wrap it nicely, Sheng Xia requested. She was soon to attend the birthday celebration of Mr. Li and could not afford to appear too casual, lest she draw criticism. Certainly, the attendant replied professionally. Sheng Xia settled into a cozy tea area, where an array of beverages and desserts awaited her. Before long, she had chosen her purchases but did not leave. Instead, she wandered over to the men's section. The store manager seemed to sense Sheng Xia's intentions and inquired, Madam Li, the items you are purchasing are for yourself and your elders, correct? Would you like to procure something for Mr. Li as well? I have never bought him a gift before and am unsure of his preferences, Sheng Xia admitted, feeling slightly awkward. Given Mr. Li's fine physique, he would look splendid in anything, such as this white shirt, simple yet refined, an excellent choice for business outings, the manager responded with a warm smile. As she listened to the description, images of Li Xingyan's usual attire surfaced in Sheng Xia's mind. When he dons a white shirt, he exudes an extraordinary vitality. His physique is impeccably maintained, rendering him akin to a living mannequin, capable of effortlessly showcasing any attire. The manager remarked that with Mr. Li's splendid demeanor, should he wear a white shirt, he would undoubtedly captivate hearts. Upon hearing this, Sheng Xia's expression soured. With so many female employees at Li Corporation, what was the purpose of dressing Li Xingyan so attractively? They already possessed an abundance of white shirts at home, rendering further consideration unnecessary. Moreover, white was too youthful. And he needed to establish authority within the company. A more mature and composed style would be preferable, such as. Sheng Xia twirled around, her finger pointing towards a particular t-shirt. The black t-shirt showcased a fierce leopard design, exuding a primal essence. The manager was taken aback, while the design was indeed striking. It was utterly incompatible with Mr. Li's persona. This style seemed far more suited for older gentlemen with a nouveau riche flair. Mr. Li had always eschewed vibrant colors, favoring simplicity in his wardrobe. Even if this shirt were purchased, he would likely disdain it. Just as the sales assistant was about to voice her thoughts, she was silenced by the manager. Sheng Xia selected dozens of items in one breath and stated, "Please wrap these up for me, thank you." "Certainly, Mrs. Li. We shall prepare your items promptly and have them delivered to your residence shortly." Sheng Xia departed contentedly, leaving with naught but a single bag. Once she was gone, the sales assistant inquired of the manager, "Manager, you are well aware that the items Mrs. Li purchased are not to Mr. Li's taste. Why did you not advise her otherwise?" The manager replied, "The customer is paramount, their preferences take precedence above all. You did not observe Mrs. Li's astute selection of items when she was browsing. Her choices were remarkably well coordinated. However, when it came to picking items for Mr. Li, her judgment seemed conspicuously lacking. Why might that be? It is best not to pry too deeply into our client's affairs. In any case, Mrs. Li is a woman of considerable intelligence, not easily misled. Likewise, her decisions are beyond reproach, and our role is to provide exemplary service that ensures client satisfaction. Now, may I inquire why Mrs. Li chose to leave with the less expensive pink bag, rather than the more luxurious one she had initially carried? Perhaps Mrs. Li simply prefers to maintain a low profile. Who can truly say? At 11:30, in the private dining room of a quaint Chinese restaurant within Taikoo Li, the ambience is steeped in traditional charm. As summer arrives, the number of patrons dining inside is rather sparse. A text message from Luo Yunqiu arrives on my phone. "Xiada, this Chinese-style restaurant has only recently opened. Despite being a new establishment, the prices are quite steep, but the flavors are, in my experience, rather satisfactory. After all, real estate in Wanguli is as precious as gold, and naturally, the expenses here reflect that. I cannot help but scoff at the thought of Su Yanyan being so generous as to treat you to a meal. Dear guest, you are assigned to private room 888. 2 patrons have been waiting there for a while, the server informs me." "Is that so? Did they arrive together?" I casually inquire. "Not exactly, however, they arrived almost simultaneously." "Allow me to escort you," the server replies politely. "There's no need, I can find my way," I respond. Just as a message from Ji Jiaming chimes in on my phone. "Xia, both Su Yanyan and I arrived almost simultaneously. And we are currently awaiting your arrival in the private room. Please remember to call me when you arrive, so I can come out to escort you. This place resembles a labyrinth, and I fear you might struggle to locate us." The timing of our arrivals? It is amusing how the two of us clearly came together. As Sheng Xia reminisced about her past life, where every outing with Ji Jiaming included Su Yanyan, she realized that it was Su Yanyan who had been the unwelcome third wheel. Following the layout of the restaurant sent by Luo Yunqiu, she discreetly made her way to the adjacent private room. "Yan, why did you order so many dishes for just the 3 of us? And they're all so expensive?" Ji Jiaming inquired. Su Yanyan replied, "What do you know? It's a rare occasion to dine in such an upscale establishment, we must indulge. Besides, whenever we travel, it's always Sheng Xia who insists on footing the bill. This amount is hardly a concern for her." "Then feel free to order as you wish," Ji Jiaming said, his spirits lifting at the thought that Sheng Xia would be the one to pay. I must express my gratitude towards that generous soul. Every time we go out and wish to avoid the bill, we simply call her, and with a few flattering words, she will discreetly slip away to settle it. Su Yanyan chuckled with pride. Outside the private room, a cold glint flickered in Sheng Xia's eyes, realizing that she had been the unwitting benefactor for so long. Deliberately distancing herself by 100 meters, she called Ji Jiaming. Jiaming, where is the private room? I seem to have taken a wrong turn and am rather lost. Weren't you supposed to call me when you arrived, so I could come to get you? I just stepped outside, Ji Jiaming responded, quickly locating Sheng Xia by following her voice. Not wishing to trouble you any further, Sheng Xia remarked with a feigned smile, Jiaming. What is the nature of our relationship that necessitates such formality? As she spoke, Ji Jiaming reached out to grasp Sheng Xia's hand, only to have her inadvertently evade his touch. This unexpected maneuver left Ji Jiaming feeling perplexed, given that it was typically Sheng Xia who clung to him, eager for his affection. Upon noticing his reaction, a fleeting look of disdain crossed Sheng Xia's eyes as she supported her forehead with one hand. Ah. I must have indulged a bit too much yesterday, my head is spinning. Indulged? How much did you drink, Xia Xia? Did you not vow to abstain from alcohol? Ji Jiaming inquired, his spirits lifted at the mention of her drinking. How could I possibly give up such a delightful indulgence? I consumed 3 or 4 bottles of red wine last night, vomiting profusely, nearly expelling my bile, leaving my home reeking abominably, Sheng Xia exaggeratedly recounted. Since her declaration to abstain from alcohol, she had indeed remained sober, committed to her health and resolute in her decision. The vivid imagery she evoked sent a shiver down Ji Jiaming's spine. He was relieved he had not taken her hand earlier. The thought of her being so indisposed after drinking was utterly repulsive. Sheng Xia keenly observed his subtle reactions as she followed closely behind him, her dark eyes glinting with a cold intensity. Those scoundrels, just wait and see how I shall deal with you. Chapter 54, Sheng Xia. The object of envy. Upon overhearing Sheng Xia's phone conversation, Su Yanyan immediately straightened her posture at her desk, mindful of the fact that she had just been seated on Ji Jiaming's lap. What a close call. Fortunately, Sheng Xia was sufficiently oblivious, unable to locate the place despite the plethora of signs. How foolish. Shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed from outside, and the door swung open, revealing Ji Jiaming and Sheng Xia entering in succession. Xia Xia, it has been quite a while. Su Yanyan greeted with a beaming smile. But upon noticing the bag in Sheng Xia's hand, envy ignited in her eyes. There it was, the very bag Su Yanyan had admired earlier at the Hermes store but failed to purchase. The pink Birkin, a particularly coveted item. The more unattainable it became, the more it gnawed at her. For a shopping enthusiast, the disappointment of being unable to acquire something due to its price is naturally disheartening. Witnessing someone else possess it only amplifies the frustration. At this moment, the expression on Su Yanyan's face grew rigid, her gaze flitting back and forth over Sheng Xia's bag. Not only was the bag striking, but Sheng Xia's attire was also impeccably elegant. Dressed in black, she appeared to weigh no more than 120 pounds. Her makeup was understated, yet it accentuated her fair complexion. Though she was plump, her features were undeniably exquisite. Su Yanyan's eyes ultimately fixated on the ruby necklace adorning Sheng Xia's neck. The pink diamond, no less than 10 carats, was encircled by a ring of white diamonds, exuding an air of opulence and sophistication. In comparison to the bag, the price of this necklace was unfathomable, often reaching millions, and for a piece of high quality, it could even soar into the tens of millions. Xia Xia, what's with your ensemble? Su Yanyan masked her inner jealousy, remarking. How did you come to dress like this? In the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia discerned her jealousy but feigned ignorance, asking, what's wrong with this outfit? It was utterly unattractive, exuding the air of a nouveau riche, a stark contrast to her pure image. Why have you adopted such a garish style recently? Is this what you call garish? Has Su Yanyan truly mistaken her intelligence for a negative value? Sheng Xia sighed, I also find it unappealing. However, Li Xingyan has been constantly buying clothes for me. Our wardrobe can scarcely accommodate them all. This particular bag, what brand is it? I wouldn't even know, we must have at least 180 of them. 180? Su Yanyan felt a pang of envy. While she was striving to win over Ji Jiaming for the sake of acquiring a single bag, Sheng Xia was surrounded by an abundance of bags, all of which she didn't desire, yet Li Xingyan delighted in purchasing for her. Indeed, the same applied to jewelry. I casually selected from the boxes, and this string is merely the most understated among them. Sheng Xia's expression shifted to one of distress, but after a moment, she smiled innocently. Saying, however, dressed this way, Li Xingyan won't suspect that I came out to meet you all. I'll just tell him I'm shopping in this vicinity. Alright. But you mustn't dress like this again. Wearing such attire is a concession to Li Xingyan, and he won't easily give up. Su Yanyan replied reluctantly. Understood, Yanyan. You're so astute, I almost fell into a trap without realizing it. I'll heed your advice. Sheng Xia flashed a charming smile at Su Yanyan, who felt somewhat appeased. After all, this scatterbrain would do anything she said. Who could blame Sheng Xia for lacking sense? Yanyan, why have you invited me to such an upscale place for dinner today? Has the company given you a raise? Sheng Xia inquired deliberately. No, there hasn't been any raise. Su Yanyan feigned a pitiful expression. My monthly salary is barely sufficient for one meal here. I still have rent, utilities, and various expenses related to socializing within the company. However, Xia, you have been so kind to me, I would willingly part with my entire fortune just to treat you to this meal. Yanyan, you are being overly polite. We are good friends, there is no need for such formality. How could I allow you to bear such a cost? Let me take care of the bill later. Sheng Xia replied, playing along with her words. How can that be? I insist on paying. We agreed that I would handle it, Su Yanyan thought to herself. Her heart brimming with joy. This fool is truly easy to deceive. Once Sheng Xia speaks up, this meal is undoubtedly on her tab. Not spending a single penny while having Sheng Xia cover the expenses for her and Ji Jiaming's romantic outing, what a delightful feeling. At that very moment, Li Xingyan was in another city, negotiating a collaboration with a company. Mr. Li, your presence at our humble company truly elevates our status. We are immensely honored by your regard. The company's president fidgeted nervously, realizing that with Li Xingyan's visit and their pleasant conversation, the collaboration was surely secured. Although the company was small, it boasted numerous patents, indicating that your esteemed company had invested considerable effort in research and talent cultivation. I foresee considerable market potential for your company's recent patent invention. I am quite optimistic about it, Li Xingyan remarked, his fingers lightly tapping the table. His gaze sharp and astute. Young Master Li is truly remarkable. Despite his tender years, he exhibits a perspective that rivals even the most seasoned veterans of the industry. Will this collaboration with the Li family be finalized? Inquired the other party with utmost caution. Securing a partnership with the Li family would undoubtedly propel the company into a promising future, riding the fast track of the business realm. Everything hinges on the decisive word from this young prodigy before them. Li Xingyan appeared to be deep in contemplation, seemingly weighing the gravity of such a decision. He possesses an uncanny ability to pique the interest of others, yet in moments of high anticipation, he often allows his thoughts to wander, inadvertently unsettling his potential collaborators. Just as Li Xingyan was about to articulate his thoughts, the opposing CEO's gaze grew weary from anticipation. At that moment, Leng Zhan hurriedly entered the meeting room. Approaching Li Xingyan and whispering something in his ear. Suddenly, the previously jovial and strategic Li Xingyan's demeanor darkened as if a storm cloud had enveloped him. The atmosphere in the room turned oppressive and cold, his expression hardened with frost as he shot a sidelong glance at Leng Zhan. Instantly understanding the gravity of the situation, Leng Zhan broke into a cold sweat and exited the room. Sheng Xia was not one to be trifled with, taking advantage of young Master Li's absence. She had arranged a secret meeting with Ji Jiaming. Who did she think young Master Li was? In a private booth at Wanguli, 3 individuals sat around a table laden with dishes sufficient for 10. Sheng Xia observed the extravagant spread, reminiscent of past experiences when Su Yanyan would insist she eat more, claiming it was necessary for her to maintain her strength. Xia, let me serve you some of this rich pork knuckle. You've lost weight recently. Indulging in these hearty dishes will surely capture Li Xingyan's attention. Only by savoring these decadent meals can you hope to gain weight and fortitude. In the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia sat motionless, frequently grimacing in disgust. I'm truly sorry, Yan, for wasting your kindness. I overindulged last night and consumed a substantial amount this morning, 4 or 5 steamed buns and 2 bowls of noodles, followed by chocolate and cake. My stomach must be in turmoil, I feel utterly miserable and cannot eat another bite. Upon hearing Sheng Xia's lament, Ji Jiaming felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Was she a pig? How could anyone eat so much? It was simply revolting. Chapter 55, a scheme in mind, but all these delicious dishes were ordered for you. How can you refuse to eat? Su Yanyan protested. I apologize, before I arrived, I had a few bowls of instant noodles. Perhaps after a bit of movement, I might be able to eat again. I promise to indulge heartily when I return and continue to gain weight, Sheng Xia replied, feigning innocence. But why do you seem to have lost weight? Su Yanyan remarked, increasingly convinced that Sheng Xia's face appeared smaller. That's impossible. It's merely the effect of this outfit I'm wearing today. I've actually gained several pounds recently, Sheng Xia asserted, confident in her acting prowess. Honed from her past experiences before Li Xingyan. As she observed Ji Jiaming and Su Yanyan performing their little charade, she felt an overwhelming urge to rip apart the facade of these deceitful individuals, were it not for her desire to uncover the identity of the elusive benefactor behind them. Noticing Ji Jiaming's phone lying nearby, a cunning thought struck her, and she squinted as she sent a text to Luo Yunqiu. So, how would you describe your relationship with Li Xingyan? Ji Jiaming inquired, his expression revealing a keen interest. The relationship is hardly promising, I hear you. At home, it's either a ruckus or a quarrel, creating a tumultuous atmosphere. I have now separated from Li Xingyan, he sleeps in the study. I anticipate that after a while, he will reach his limit with me and, in a fit of anger, seek divorce. Sheng Xia speaks with an air of seriousness. Upon hearing this, Ji Jiaming and Su Yanyan exchanged glances, their faces reflecting amusement and disdain towards Sheng Xia. What a foolish girl Sheng Xia is. Starting with such a favorable hand and yet managing to squander it, truly, ignorance is bliss. Oh dear, my stomach hurts quite a bit. Excuse me, please continue your meal. I need to use the restroom, Sheng Xia said while clutching her abdomen. Then do hurry, Su Yanyan replied with a gentle smile. As Sheng Xia exited the private room, the smile on her face vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. In the restroom, Luo Yunqiu was already waiting, displaying remarkable efficiency. Did you bring the items? Sheng Xia inquired. Of course I did, Luo Yunqiu proudly presented a box to Sheng Xia, stating, I knew that these two lovebirds would dine here, so I arrived early and waited nearby, anticipating that Miss Xia would require my assistance. Sheng Xia affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Miss Xia, why the rush to have me deliver the new phone? I just had someone queue up to purchase it, and it hasn't even been unwrapped yet. What, are you reluctant? It's not like I'm giving it away for free, I'll pay double the price, how about that? Sheng Xia replied as she opened the phone and began to operate it. What is there to hold back? As long as Xiada is fond of it, I would willingly part with any phone, no matter how difficult it is to procure. Is that so? A sly glimmer danced in Sheng Xia's eyes. What if I were to say this phone is intended for Ji Jiaming? What? Xiada, you can't be serious. Have you let the fog of foolishness cloud your judgment yet again, seeking to curry favor with Ji Jiaming using my phone? And what of Li Jiefu? Have you abandoned him? Luo Yunqiu's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Huh. Do you truly believe I am that kind of person? I have my own reasons for taking the phone, and they are of utmost importance, Sheng Xia declared with unwavering confidence. What reasons? Luo Yunqiu pressed, determined to uncover the truth. That is not for you to concern yourself with, simply wait for me outside. If you happen to observe anyone lurking suspiciously nearby, be sure to capture a photograph and send it to me, understood? Sheng Xia instructed. Luo Yunqiu was left in a haze, bewildered by Sheng Xia's intentions. Could it be that she was rekindling her relationship with Ji Jiaming? This was her newly acquired phone, and before even using it, she was ready to offer it to a scoundrel. How infuriating. Very well then. I truly wish to witness the day Xiada awakens from this delusion and rids herself of these two scoundrels. That would be quite satisfying. With her phone in hand, Sheng Xia made her way toward the private room, where the sound of Su Yanyan's delicate laughter wafted through the air. Ah, it appeared that in her absence, the two were indulging in their antics without restraint. As Sheng Xia pushed the door open, she beheld Su Yanyan stifling her laughter, while Ji Jiaming across the table gazed at her with an ambiguous expression. She certainly did not miss the subtle dynamics at play, underneath the table. Su Yanyan's foot was intentionally brushing against Ji Jiaming's leg, sending flirtatious glances his way. Even with Sheng Xia's arrival, the two continued their flirtation, clearly underestimating her perceptiveness. Xia, you have finally arrived, we have all been eagerly awaiting your presence. Su Yanyan, attempting to cultivate a sense of camaraderie, addressed Sheng Xia. Indeed, Xia. What do you hold in your hand? Ji Jiaming's keen eyes spotted the box in Sheng Xia's grasp. It contained the newly launched HP phone, the most basic model of which retails for 31,000, and is exceedingly difficult to procure. Jiaming, I was merely jesting, I did not go to the restroom. Sheng Xia tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, feigning shyness as she continued, I noticed your phone screen was shattered yet you still used it. So I arranged for a new model to be purchased for you. With your talents, how could you possibly use a broken device? This phone is truly worthy of you. With that, Sheng Xia presented the phone to Ji Jiaming. Observing the glint of avarice in his eyes, she silently scoffed. To put it plainly, Ji Jiaming was a man who coveted wealth. Such an expensive phone, how could I possibly accept it? He protested verbally. Yet he took the box and opened the phone, unable to resist playing with it. Jiaming, what are you saying? After all, it is still Li Xingyan's money. He coerced me to remain in the Li household, so using his funds is hardly a transgression. As Sheng Xia spoke, she wore a sweet, innocent smile. Indeed, brother Jiaming. Li Xingyan has more than enough money, 30,000 is but a trifling sum. Furthermore, this is not merely about the phone. It is a token of Xia's heartfelt intentions. How could you bear to decline such a sincere gesture? Su Yanyan chimed in. The duet of these two schemers was rather well rehearsed, and Sheng Xia nodded in agreement. Yes, Jiaming, you should accept it. To refuse would imply a lack of respect for me. Don't. Xia, I'll accept it. Ji Jiaming took the phone, feeling a surge of delight. He never expected that Sheng Xia would play the fool and spend her money on such an expensive device. However, with her ample figure, even if she offered him 3 million, he would never marry her. At most, he would drain her finances and then cast her aside. Seeing Ji Jiaming accept the phone, the corners of Sheng Xia's lips curled slightly, her objective had been achieved. Just then, her phone rang. Hello. As soon as Sheng Xia answered, her expression changed dramatically. And she nearly collapsed. What did you say? Li Xingyan called for me? After he found out I wasn't home, he flew into a rage and threatened my life. Su Yanyan set down her chopsticks and exchanged a glance with Ji Jiaming. It seemed that Sheng Xia was in serious trouble. In his fury, Li Xingyan might resort to violence, especially since he had forbidden this pig from seeing them, yet she had never once complied. If Sheng Xia continued her reckless behavior, Li Xingyan would undoubtedly sever ties with her, leaving her to fend for herself on the streets. Chapter 56, How can a scoundrel compare to your brother-in-law? Tears welled in Sheng Xia's eyes, and she appeared utterly terrified, her hands trembling uncontrollably. After hanging up the call, she wiped her tears and choked out to the two of them, Jiaming, Yan, I'm so sorry, but I must take my leave. Li Xingyan is extremely angry this time. And we are bound to have a fierce argument. I can't endure this life for even a single day, sob. Xia, you must be strong. You have to protect yourself. It's all my fault, don't worry, once I become stronger, I will help you escape this inferno, and we will be together forever. Ji Jiaming feigned deep sympathy as he consoled, indeed, Xia, you must hurry. If Li Xingyan were to act in a fit of rage, it could spell disaster for you. Follow the course we discussed, and you shall soon be free from him. Brother Jiaming and I will always stand as your unwavering support. Su Yanyan added. Regardless of the circumstances, I will never yield to Li Xingyan. Rest assured. Sheng Xia nodded, tears welling in her eyes. Clutching her bag, her body trembled as she hurriedly exited the private room. Observing Sheng Xia's retreating figure, Su Yanyan promptly settled beside Ji Jiaming. Brother Jiaming, Sheng Xia gifted you such an expensive phone, while I have yet to present you with anything of that value. Are you not moved? Moved? That pig doesn't deserve such sentiments. Her mere presence beside me is utterly revolting. He retorted. Really? Yet, I perceive that Sheng Xia appears more beautiful. Su Yanyan remarked with a hint of jealousy. More beautiful? She remains as plump as ever, consuming far too much. The thought of it makes me nauseous. It's just a phone, it pales in comparison to your thoughtfulness, Ji Jiaming replied, pinching Su Yanyan's waist playfully. His words elicited a peal of laughter from Su Yanyan. Yan, did Sheng Xia leave just now without settling the bill? Ji Jiaming inquired, a flicker of concern in his voice. How could that be? Did you not notice her stepping out briefly? Besides purchasing your phone, she surely took care of the bill for us. Think back to all our outings. Has she ever failed to do so? Su Yanyan declared with a sense of pride. Reassured by her words, Ji Jiaming felt a wave of relief wash over him. In the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia departed from Mo village, her previously aggrieved expression transforming into one of indifference in an instant. A silver Bentley halted before her. And she entered the vehicle with determination, driving away without a backward glance. As for the two individuals inside, they ought to prepare for a significant reckoning. In H City. Within a conference room, Li Xingyan had remained silent for 20 minutes. The CEO of the opposing company anxiously awaited his response, having consumed 4 cups of water in vain. Still no word from Li Xingyan. The conversation had initially flowed smoothly, yet they now found themselves at this critical juncture, the tension palpable. Each passing moment in this agonizing wait was a trial, particularly given Li's stormy countenance, as if a tempest were brewing. Had he inadvertently uttered something offensive? Before long, Leng Zhan re-entered, approaching Li Xingyan and whispering something. Li's brow furrowed tightly, then relaxed momentarily, only to furrow once more. Meanwhile, Sheng Xia and Ji Jiaming were dining at Mo village, accompanied by Su Yanyan. During the meal, Sheng Xia had given Luo Yunqiu a mobile phone, which she promptly gifted to Ji Jiaming. As Sheng Xia's husband, he had yet to receive a gift from her. Leng Zhan reported that Sheng Xia had eaten nothing, leaving immediately after delivering the phone and getting into Luo Yunqiu's car. Li Xingyan struck the table with his hand, his lips parting to issue a frigid command. The CEO seated opposite him remained utterly oblivious to the nature of Li's words. The exchange between master and servant was eerily silent. With cold sweat beading on his brow, Leng Zhan exited, tasked by Li to send someone to continue tracking Sheng Xia and discover her destination with Luo Yunqiu. This is truly perilous. Master Li has never invested such effort into anyone before. If someone disappoints him even once, they are promptly placed on his blacklist. Yet, Sheng Xia is a complete exception. Hasn't Master Li already endured enough slaps to the face? Not only does he demand to know Sheng Xia's whereabouts, but he also insists on receiving reports of their conversations. Sheng Xia has always been rather candid, who knows what shocking events might unfold when Master Li hears her words in a fit of rage. In Jincheng, inside a Bentley, Luo Yunqiu glanced at the rearview mirror and immediately pressed down on the accelerator, increasing their speed. Xiada, we are being followed. Being followed? Sheng Xia also stole a glance at the rearview mirror and indeed spotted a car tailing them. Initially, she felt a twinge of anxiety, but after a moment's reflection, a smile crept onto her lips. She crossed her arms and crossed her legs, no longer feeling tense, her face adorned with a hint of nonchalance. Seeing this expression on Sheng Xia, Luo Yunqiu realized she was undoubtedly plotting something. She had always thought of herself as rather cunning, but compared to Xiada, she was merely a novice. Relax, drive normally, don't accelerate. I'm hungry, and isn't there a light meal restaurant ahead? Let us stop and grab a bite. Xiada, are you out of your mind? We are being followed. Besides, didn't you just eat? Luo Yunqiu inquired. Su Yanyan ordered nothing but greasy dishes. Hoping to make me gain weight. Dream on, I didn't eat a single bite. That light meal restaurant caters to those who are fitness conscious, with low oil, low salt, and low calories, perfect for me, Sheng Xia replied. But Xiada, we are being pursued. Luo Yunqiu emphasized, it's nothing. Sheng Xia smiled, I intend to let them follow us. What? Luo Yunqiu was utterly bewildered, yet since Xia had assured her, it must indeed be harmless. As the vehicle came to a halt, the two entered the private room. And Sheng Xia switched off her phone. Xia, what are you scheming? Luo Yunqiu inquired, just moments ago, you asked me to deliver the phone to Ji Jiaming. You nearly drove me to exasperation. Didn't you say that Li Jiefu treated you well and that you wanted to turn over a new leaf? Or have you had a change of heart? Once seated, Luo Yunqiu's questions erupted like a rapid-fire barrage. Sheng Xia, having caught a glimpse of someone appearing at the door of the private room, deliberately raised her voice, you think delivering the phone to Ji Jiaming is a simple task? I installed a tracker on his phone so I can monitor his movements. He has been flirting with Su Yanyan right under my nose. Am I foolish enough to pursue a scoundrel? Ah, I see now, Xia. I thought you genuinely intended to please Ji Jiaming by giving him the phone. Luo Yunqiu replied with delight. Sheng Xia cleared her throat and, with a deliberately exaggerated and coy tone, said, please, I'm not blind. That scoundrel Ji Jiaming pales in comparison to your brother-in-law. In terms of looks alone, Ji Jiaming is nothing more than a pretty boy. far from the striking visage of your brother-in-law. The captivating figure of Li Xingyan resembles the exquisite craftsmanship of nature, exuding an overwhelming presence of hormones that is simply off the charts. His 8-pack abs are akin to 2 neatly arranged fields, and his flawless muscular lines effortlessly captivate individuals of all ages. Luo Yunchu was taken aback by such a description, immediately giving a thumbs up, truly deserving of a perfect score in the college entrance examination. Summer University's eloquence and flattery is unparalleled. Outside, the person responsible for surveillance smirked as they sent this segment of recording directly to Ling Zhan. Chapter 57, Master Li's heart yearns like an arrow. In the conference room of H City, Ling Zhan meticulously transcribed the recording into text messages for Li Xingyan's phone. As the phone's indicator light flickered repeatedly, messages flooded Li Xingyan's view. What can that scoundrel Ji Jiaming compare to your brother-in-law? Ji Jiaming looks like a mere pretty boy, he cannot hold a candle to your brother-in-law's striking visage. Li Xingyan's enchanting appearance is akin to the divine artistry of nature. He radiates an intense hormonal allure that is simply unparalleled. His 8-pack abs resemble 2 orderly fields. His perfect musculature obliterates all competition, regardless of age. Ling Zhan took the liberty of punctuating each sentence with an exclamation mark. Reflecting his current state of excitement, this was indeed exhilarating. Summer had a way with words, skillfully praising Master Li without repetition. However, Li Xingyan despised attention to his appearance, particularly when it came to comments about his physique. The anxious CEO awaiting a response noticed a remarkable phenomenon. The furrowed brow of Li Xingyan had relaxed, and for several seconds a glimmer of light danced in his eyes, his entire demeanor softening unexpectedly. It seems that all these changes transpired after Master Li glanced at his phone. In the restaurant, Luo Yunchu was so astonished that she forgot to eat, continuing to gaze in awe at Sheng Xia's performance. Earlier, the discussion revolved around appearances, but now let us compare careers. Ji Jiaming is merely an ordinary employee in the company, whereas Li Xingyan is the actual power holder of the Li family, possessing immense strength and a brilliant mind, akin to a divine being descended from the heavens, with profound depths that render him unparalleled. Finally, let us examine their personalities. No matter how I behave at home, your brother-in-law consistently exhibits forbearance, never daring to harm even a single hair on my body. Yet Ji Jiaming is nothing but a piece of filth, evidently a despicable character, potentially capable of domestic violence. Even a fool would know how to make the right choice, wouldn't he they? After listening to Sheng Xia's remarks, Luo Yunchu nodded and inquired. What is the nature of your relationship? How do you address each other at home? Now that I have turned over a new leaf, our relationship has naturally improved. At home, I am his little magpie, little pumpkin, little rascal, and little lazy pig. Luo Yunchu shivered and exclaimed, Xia, you can't possibly be. You speak of Li Xingyan? He is undoubtedly my heart, my liver, my treasure, my sweet candied fruit. In H City, within the conference room, Li Xingyan's phone was inundated with messages at an alarming rate of 1 every 3 seconds. Sheng Xia declared Ji Jiaming to be worthless, while praising Master Li as if he were a celestial being. She referred to herself as Master Li's little magpie, little pumpkin, little rascal, and little lazy pig, and proclaimed that Master Li is her heart, her liver, her treasure, and her sweet candied fruit. Outside the conference room, Ling Zhan stood with his arms crossed, feeling numb all over. He had not anticipated such unpleasantness during the sweltering summer. Surely, Mr. Li must have been thoroughly disgusted. However, upon re-entering the conference room, he was taken aback by the reality that unfolded before him. The situation was not as he had imagined. It appeared that the CEO of the opposing company had also sensed the shift. The CEO increasingly felt that something was amiss, as Mr. Li's demeanor had not only softened but his lips had unconsciously curved into a faint smile. It was worth noting that since Mr. Li had entered their company, he had not smiled even once. At this moment, not only was Mr. Li smiling, but a delicate blush adorned his face, extending to the nape of his neck. The opposing CEO was keenly curious to discover who had sent Mr. Li a message and what its contents might be. Capable of eliciting such a significant change in the usually stoic Mr. Li, undoubtedly, this individual held a profoundly significant place in Mr. Li's heart, able to command the winds and rains of his emotions. A captivating glimmer appeared in Li Xingyan's deep-set eyes, as his long, well-defined fingers lightly tapped on the table. Ling Zhan cleared his throat and inquired, Mr. Chen, where is the contract? What contract? Mr. Chen, whose legs had grown numb from sitting, experienced a momentary lapse in thought. After a few seconds, he regained his composure and called to his secretary behind him. "Hurry and bring the contract to present it to Mr. Li." The contract soon appeared before Li Xingyan, who promptly signed it, seemingly in good spirits. Thank heavens. The contract was signed, and everything could finally come to rest. The burden on his heart could now be lifted. After signing, Li Xingyan rose from his seat, and Mr. Chen immediately followed suit, greeting him with a beaming smile. "Master Li, the sightseeing tour has been arranged, and dinner has been booked. I wonder if you would do us the honor of attending." Li Xingyan cast a fleeting glance at General Chen and declined, "No. I have other matters to attend to. It is rare for Master Li to visit. How can he arrive only to leave? If you are willing to grace our modest company with your presence, I must express my gratitude." Cold John intercepted the enthusiastic General Chen, while Li Xingyan continued to stride away without pause. "General Chen, you may not be aware, but Master Li seldom dines out. Is Master Li concerned about our safety? Rest assured, it is absolutely secure. I would never jeopardize the future of the company." "General Chen, I have hinted at this numerous times. Do you still not understand?" Cold John remarked, "Master Li wishes to return home early." General Chen inquired, "I heard Master Li has been married for a year. The young couple must have a wonderful relationship?" "General Chen, I must say this up front, since Master Li has granted you this opportunity to expand your business, you should cherish it. He does not appreciate others prying into his private affairs, so please refrain from actions that might evoke his displeasure." Upon hearing Cold John's reminder, General Chen felt a shiver run down his spine and promptly apologized. Yes, I should not concern myself with Master Li's private matters. This was my mistake. Thank you for the reminder, Secretary Cold. I will keep it in mind." Cold John, sensing the moment was right, hurriedly caught up with Li Xingyan. From the pace of Master Li, it was evident that he was eager to return home. Ah, the summer, so intoxicating and reckless, Master Li, so innocent, has likely never encountered such lowly tactics. Nature is simply irresistible. After all, Master Li is not young, yet his romantic experiences are non-existent. On the journey back, Leng Zhan received another message and promptly reported to the dozing Li Xingyan in the back seat. "Master Li, the reports from Jincheng indicate that Mrs. Li visited the Hermes store before heading to Moxonkin today. I received a transaction notification. She purchased quite a few items. As long as it brings her joy, money is no object." Li Xingyan was more than pleased to see the enhancement of Sheng Xia's taste, especially since she had previously heeded Su Yanyan's advice, resulting in some rather garish outfits. Naturally, the Hermes store mentioned that Mrs. Li acquired several women's bags and clothing, as well as a briefcase suitable for the elderly. Presumably to gift to an elder, I surmise it is intended for Master Li's father. I also heard that Mrs. Li specifically selected some items for Master Li. Upon hearing that Sheng Xia had purchased things for him, Li Xingyan's ink-black eyes fluttered open. Chapter 58, A Loss of Face Within Those Dark Depths, Something Stirred, emanating a faint glimmer. Is that so? What does our home lack that she feels the need to add unnecessary items? Her selections may not even align with my tastes. Li Xingyan's tone bore a hint of sarcasm. Indeed, after all, Mrs. Li's taste has always been rather questionable. As Leng Zhan spoke, he felt a chilling glare from the back seat, akin to a blade glistening with cold light, piercing through his back. Leng Zhan finally understood. Master Li's tone was not merely sarcastic, it was unmistakably a display of Versailles. The fool was I, he thought, feeling abandoned in the icy wasteland of Antarctica. His heart tortured beyond measure. Moxonkin. Su Yanyan and Ji Jiaming emerged from the private room, having enjoyed a delightful meal. Their faces radiant with satisfaction as they exchanged jibes about Sheng Xia. It remained a mystery whether Sheng Xia faced any repercussions upon her return for venturing out unaccompanied. Yet, they felt no remorse. After all, it was her own folly. Could they be held accountable? Ji Jiaming remarked with a sardonic tone, as the two continued their light-hearted banter. Preparing to exit Emotion-ju, they were halted by a voice from the front desk. "Excuse me, sir and madam, please do not leave. You have yet to settle your bill." "Who are you calling out?" Su Yanyan turned sharply, only to find the server directing her attention towards both herself and Ji Jiaming. Annoyed, she retorted, "What are you babbling about? Who hasn't paid? Are you blind?" "Madam, may I inquire if you are a guest of room 888? The server asked politely. Yes, and what of it? Su Yanyan placed her hands on her hips, feeling a surge of embarrassment as other patrons exited their rooms. You better check properly. That plump woman who left our room before us has already settled the bill, understand? Ji Jiaming chimed in, yes, the one dressed in black. Carrying a Hermes bag, make sure you remember. I apologize, but that lady hurriedly left to take a phone call and has not paid, the server replied assertively. What kind of Chinese restaurant is this? Clearly, you are taking advantage of us. She has paid, yet you insist she hasn't. Everyone, come see. The owner of this establishment must be desperate for money. Su Yanyan exclaimed, her tone aggressive. Whenever we dine, our friends always settle the bill first. Are you attempting to deceive us and collect twice? As Su Yanyan raised her voice, a crowd began to gather around, drawn by the commotion. Ji Jiaming urged, Yanyan. Please remain calm. Is it even possible that Sheng Xia did not settle the bill? Impossible. Sheng Xia has already stated that she would pay. When she stepped out briefly, she must have taken care of it, as she has always done in the past. There is no way she could have made a mistake. Su Yanyan continued to shout, clutching the waitress's arm tightly. Madam, please refrain from pulling and tugging. If the bill remains unpaid, then it is indeed unpaid. How can you behave in such a manner? The waitress felt a wave of humiliation, having never encountered such a troublesome customer before. Who is pulling and tugging at you? It is merely your baseless accusations. In front of all these witnesses, I demand an apology and compensation for my emotional distress. Su Yanyan raised the waitress's hand for all to see. This is how this establishment treats its patrons. Madam, we are in the business of serving customers. I kindly ask you to lower your voice. Such outbursts can lead to misunderstandings, the waitress implored, not wishing to escalate the situation further. Tears nearly welled in her eyes as Su Yanyan's loud outcry persisted. The onlookers, oblivious to the background of the incident, assumed from Su Yanyan's fervent indignation that the fault lay with the restaurant. How can your establishment treat customers in this manner? You cannot simply accuse someone of not paying without evidence. Indeed, if you are mistaken, an apology is in order, otherwise, we may hesitate to dine here again. Exactly. You must provide an explanation to your customers. As the patrons vocally supported her, Su Yanyan felt a surge of satisfaction. Determined not to let the restaurant off the hook so easily. The restaurant is situated in Wanguli. If the other party wishes to avoid further conflict, they must either offer meal vouchers or provide compensation. In any case, she stands to gain without loss. Oh dear, must I not even be allowed to apologize? I am merely a summer intern, can you not show some leniency? The waitress was so frightened that she burst into tears. Su Yanyan felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. Dealing with such a child was a trivial matter for her. At that moment, a composed voice of a middle-aged woman resonated from the front desk. Xiao Jia. Why are you crying? What on earth has transpired? The manager responded, this customer insists that her table has already settled the bill, but I have not received any payment. She demands an apology from me. An apology? The manager cast a glance at Su Yanyan and remarked, Madam, whether the bill has been paid or not. Our establishment is equipped with surveillance. A quick review will clarify the matter. Very well, review it. You are the manager here, yet your service attitude is appalling. If it turns out that we have indeed paid, you shall kneel before me in the hall and publicly admit your mistake. Moreover, this girl must kneel alongside you. Su Yanyan was relentless in her taunts. Silently, the restaurant manager retrieved the footage and inquired, Madam, who is the person you claim has settled the bill? Is it this elegantly dressed lady in black? Upon hearing the description of Sheng Xia as a lady of elegance, Su Yanyan felt an immense displeasure. Yet she reluctantly glanced at the monitor and replied, yes, who else could it be? After observing the footage for a moment, the manager's furrowed brow was replaced by a glimmer of clarity. She brought out the surveillance footage and addressed the gathering guests, saying, Please witness this, here is the footage of the noblewoman's arrival, and this is her departure a mere 10 minutes later. I will fast forward 5 times. And you will see how this noblewoman hastily left to take a phone call, without settling her bill. What? Su Yanyan's expression changed instantly. That foolish Sheng Xia had actually forgotten to pay. At that moment, the previously uninformed customers turned against Su Yanyan, accusing her. After all this. It turns out these two had dined and dashed, yet remained so audacious. Perhaps they simply could not afford the meal and thought to escape the bill. Clearly, their lack of refinement allowed them to have the server kneel and apologize. From her tone, it seemed she typically relied on noble women to cover her expenses. Could she not graciously treat someone to a meal just once? Meanwhile, Ji Jiaming was also flustered. Sheng Xia not paying meant that they would be responsible for the bill. Show me the receipt, Su Yanyan scoffed, maintaining an air of arrogance. However, when the server presented the bill, Su Yanyan was taken aback. The meal had cost over 10,000, such an amount could rival that of a basic LV bag. Madam, please settle the bill, the restaurant manager said, pulling the bullied server to his side. It was utterly pathetic for someone who had reserved the restaurant under the pretense of treating friends to insist that her friends pay instead. Chapter 59, Mr. Li is angry again. It must be that Sheng Xia has forgotten. I shall call her immediately. She is not someone you can afford to offend. Given your atrocious attitude towards me, you will surely regret this later. Su Yanyan, furious and embarrassed, dialed Sheng Xia's number. To instill a sense of intimidation among the onlookers, she activated the speakerphone, ensuring that everyone could hear her conversation with Sheng Xia. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang once. And suddenly a voice echoed, "Hello, the number you have dialed is switched off." Behind her, the spectators erupted in derisive laughter. Huh. Even your friend 1T take your call, perhaps you've scammed her more than once? I've seen this type before, they only seek to exploit their wealthy friends. Indeed. Just moments ago, she was demanding the server kneel before her. It's she who ought to be on her knees, having frightened the poor staff to tears. Such behavior is utterly uncouth and disgraceful. Will she even settle the bill? We have queued for ages. If she cannot afford it, we shall have to pay ourselves. Su Yanyan had never endured such humiliation before. She looked to Ji Jiaming for help. Brother Jiaming, why are you just standing there? I feel as though I am drowning in their spittle. Su Yanyan stamped her foot in frustration, realizing too late that she should have insisted that Sheng Xia cover the bill. Why is it that every time a crucial moment arises, Sheng Xia's phone becomes unreachable? It was the same incident at the beauty salon. I can't expect her to foot the bill every time. Especially since she has yet to repay the credit card debt incurred from her last visit. Under the gaze of onlookers and the urging of Su Yanyan, Ji Jiaming trudged to the cashier, reluctantly handing over his bank card, entering his password, and signing the receipt with a heavy heart. This meal felt like a stab to his wallet. Previously, he had always dined at Sheng Xia's expense without a second thought, but this time, it was his treat. A single meal costing 10,000 yuan was an exorbitant sum, considering his usual monthly food budget barely reached 2,000. This meal had consumed nearly half of his food allowance for the next 6 months. Emerging from the restaurant with disheveled appearances, Ji Jiaming wore a grim expression, uncharacteristically neglecting to comfort Su Yanyan. What kind of meal was that? 10,000 yuan, utterly outrageous. Su Yanyan exclaimed. I told you not to eat here. Yet you insisted on this place. You ordered enough for 10 people when there were just 3 of us, claiming Sheng Xia would cover the bill. Yan. You were too willful this time. Willful? It was clearly Sheng Xia's fault, the pig. I'm beginning to suspect she did this on purpose. Ji Jiaming replied. Can you please consider my feelings? Sheng Xia noticed my phone screen was shattered and promptly bought me a new phone. And you? Can you justify the expense of this meal? For some reason, Ji Jiaming felt that Su Yanyan appeared less radiant today than before. Her complexion lacked its usual luster. And beneath the thick layer of makeup, he could see patches of redness on her skin. Before leaving today, Su Yanyan mentioned that her skin had developed an allergic reaction. Now, it does indeed appear somewhat irritated, which has considerably marred her previously radiant complexion. The thought of the cost of this meal weighed heavily on Ji Jiaming, who attributed the bill entirely to Su Yanyan. Brother Jiaming, have you truly lost your heart? Just because Sheng Xia gifted you a shabby phone, have you been swayed by her? And what of me? I have followed you blindly. Had I not sacrificed my own feelings to introduce you to Sheng Xia? Could you have so easily ascended to your affluent patron? Su Yanyan confronted Ji Jiaming, revisiting old grievances. What has been troubling her lately, leading to such misfortunes? Last time, she mistakenly used hair growth serum at the beauty salon and found herself covered in fine hair, and now, after undergoing full-body hair removal, she finally dared to present herself. Who said I was swayed by her? We were not even discussing the same matter. Ji Jiaming, noticing Su Yanyan's tears, felt a twinge of regret for his earlier brusqueness and softly reassured her, "All right, since I have already paid, let us put this matter to rest." Su Yanyan wiped her tears away, gazing at Ji Jiaming, feeling embarrassed by her earlier display in the restaurant. Had she been involved with a wealthy heir, she would have effortlessly paid the bill without a second thought. Why should she have to justify herself? Just look at Sheng Xia, who, despite her ample figure, was still showered with lavish gifts, including a gold card and numerous Hermes bags and luxurious jewelry from Li Xingyan. If Sheng Xia could have such fortune, why not her? She believed she was far better cared for than Sheng Xia. By 3 in the afternoon, Sheng Xia was enjoying a meal and chatting with Luo Yunqiu at the restaurant. The time slipping by swiftly. When Sheng Xia returned to Jingyuan, it was already 3:30. Upon entering the hall, she immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. A chilling aura surged through the living room. Despite it being midsummer, she was overwhelmed by a penetrating coldness. "Mrs. Li, Mr. Li has returned before you," kindly reminded Xiaobo. It was then that Sheng Xia noticed a familiar figure on the sofa, Li Xingyan, whose icy gaze was directed towards her, causing her heart to skip a beat. Oh no! Why had Li Xingyan returned at this hour? Did he know about her meeting with Ji Jiaming and the others, and was he angry? No, that couldn't be right. During their time in the restaurant, she had not. Li Xingyan, good morning, Sheng Xia awkwardly chuckled while mustering the courage to approach him. Since evasion was not an option, she might as well greet him openly, hoping to deftly navigate the situation. "Are you thirsty? Shall I fetch you a glass of water?" However, as soon as she met Li Xingyan's gaze, her resolve began to waver. Why did this man's eyes appear so intimidating? With that thought, Sheng Xia turned to leave. "Stop right there." Li Xingyan's chilling voice echoed from behind, causing her to halt abruptly. "Come here." He issued a second command. With a bitter smile directed at the frowning Xiaobo, Sheng Xia turned around and reluctantly moved closer to Li Xingyan, eventually taking a seat beside him. "Where have you been today?" Li Xingyan asked, his legs crossed, his gaze casually drifting towards her, yet it felt as oppressive as high-tension wires, making it hard for her to breathe. I went to Wanguli. After all, isn't the old man's birthday approaching? I selected a commendable birthday gift for the elder, which, in its essence, symbolizes my heartfelt intentions." In the sweltering summer, Li Xingyan, who was intent on pleasing, smiled. Was it solely about purchasing an item? Li Xia, involuntarily turning away, sought to avoid his gaze, only to have her arm grasped by Li Xingyan, compelling her to face him. Slightly resisting, she inadvertently allowed him to seize her other arm, igniting her temper. "Since you are aware of whom I met, why do you inquire further?" She pouted. "Was it not you who stated previously that I should be informed in advance of any meetings with the opposite sex? Have you so easily forgotten?" Li Xingyan's tone was aggressive, clearly indicating his unwillingness to let the matter rest. Chapter 60, A surge of jealousy indeed. I encountered Ji Jiaming. But Su Yanyan was also present. I did not meet him alone, and besides, I lingered at the restaurant for merely 10 minutes before departing. Nothing significant transpired. Li Xia patiently elaborated, recalling that Li Xingyan's associates had been shadowing her, accompanying her to the CAF. Why, then, was he still irate? Was this man's heart so small? It was merely a 10-minute meeting, after all. Yes, I currently hold him in the lowest regard. What could possibly occur between us? Why do you doubt me? Li Xia murmured. Li Xingyan was enveloped in a cloud of gloom, seemingly overshadowed by a wave of melancholy. Why are you silent? Li Xingyan. If you have grievances, please express them directly. I possess a forthright nature and cannot discern your thoughts. Could you refrain from leaving me in suspense? With that, she tugged at his collar. Her pitch-black eyes suddenly locked onto his without a hint of hesitation, filled with a sense of unrepentant innocence and a trace of grievance. Beside them, Xiaobo inhaled sharply. Is this truly what Sheng Xia intended to convey? She claimed an inability to fathom Li Ye's thoughts and suggested that he was neglecting her. Good heavens, it has always been Sheng Xia who has overlooked Li Yi. He would never dream of ignoring her. This girl must be somewhat deluded. Li Xingyan furrowed his brow into a formidable mountain, reluctantly stating, "You should buy him a phone." Sheng Xia believed she must have misheard, pausing for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. "Haha, you. Li Xingyan, surely you jest. Haven't I clarified everything for you already?" Li Xingyan snorted coldly, "When exactly did you clarify anything to me? have you reached out to me today? I may not have contacted you directly, but your people followed me and Luo Yunchu to the light meal restaurant, did they not? Sheng Xia's eyes sparkled with determination. At that moment, I had already explained it clearly, that phone was not purchased by me but by Luo Yunchu. I merely intended to gift it to Ji Jiaming, embedding a tracking system within it. Since you are aware that I dispatched someone to follow you, why then did you deliberately utter those sarcastic remarks? Li Xingyan emanated an icy aura, as though he could freeze the entire hall, the atmosphere thick with an indelible tension. Sarcastic remarks? Sheng Xia was perplexed. When did I ever make such comments? After a brief moment of reflection, she earnestly declared, I did not utter any sarcastic remarks. I swear that every word I spoke to Luo Yunchu today was entirely truthful. Is that so? Li Xingyan leaned down, his thin lips curling into a cold smirk as he whispered in her ear, You are my little magpie, my little pumpkin, my little rascal, my little lazy pig. As he pressed closer, she instinctively recoiled. I am your heart, your liver, your treasure, your sweet candied fruit? The man's voice, rich with magnetism, enveloped her like a heady intoxication, drawing her deeper into his world. Behind them, the servants inhaled sharply. Everyone knew that Master Li despised women who fawned over him, let alone those who uttered such frivolous words. No wonder he had been so irate upon returning today. Earlier, while joking with Luo Yunchu at noon, Sheng Xia had found it amusing to playfully command and tease her pursuers. Yet now, as those very words escaped Li Xingyan's lips, a wave of intense embarrassment washed over her, igniting her cheeks in a fervent blush, especially with so many servants present. She wished she could dig a hole and hide. Her small hands pressed against his chest, brushing against his sculpted muscles, sending her heart racing. Why was this man so extraordinarily handsome? Although Xiaobo, at his age, felt a twinge of awkwardness, he inwardly cheered for Sheng Xia. This was precisely how it should be. Master Li was simple-minded, and it was only right for Sheng Xia to be a bit flirtatious. Ideally, her actions would be bolder, her words a touch more reckless. Li Xingyan. I truly did not mean to. In the sweltering summer, she lamented, I am unaware of your aversion to my words, I assure you. I shall never again refer to you as my heart, my soul, my darling, my sweet treat. Upon hearing this, the frost upon Li Xingyan's countenance did not thaw, rather, it intensified, enveloping him like an invisible net, rendering him breathless. Inside, Xiaobo felt a deep-seated resentment towards this summer, who was akin to a stubborn lump of clay that could not be molded. In critical moments, she only knew how to capitulate, utterly oblivious to what Li Yi truly desired. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, the voice of a maid resonated from outside. Madam Li, the items you purchased today from the Hermes store have been personally delivered by the manager. Xiaobo felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, instantly breaking free from Li Xingyan's grasp. She awkwardly rose and hurried to the door, accepting the shopping bags from the maid, raising an eyebrow in gratitude as if the maid had salvaged the situation. Li Xingyan, if you have matters to attend to, you may continue with your business. I shall take my purchases upstairs now. Without concern for Li Xingyan's potential busyness, she ascended to the bedroom, laden with bags. Upon entering the room, Xiaobo unceremoniously tossed the shopping bags onto the floor, closed the door, and leaned against it, her heart pounding fiercely like a war drum. She pressed the back of her hand against her cheek, which was flushed with heat. What was the matter with her? Wasn't she typically thick-skinned? Why could she not calmly address Li Xingyan as my heart, my soul, my darling, my sweet treat? Could it be that she still harbored some semblance of an idol's burden? In the living room, only Li Xingyan remained seated on the sofa, brooding in silence. Xiaobo sighed and stepped forward to advise, Master Li, please do not harbor anger towards Madam Li. Perhaps she has been experiencing some mental distress recently, leading to a lack of mental agility and an inability to comprehend your intentions effectively. In my humble opinion, you should candidly express your thoughts before her. Why not admit that you disapprove of her dining with that man surnamed Ji, and that you are displeased with her gift of a mobile phone to him? Upon hearing these words, Li Xingyan furrowed his brow deeply, crossing his arms and casting a cold gaze upon Xiaobo. Am I to quarrel with an ignorant girl? He retorted. If you had not wasted your time on such baseless conjectures, you would not have allowed Sheng Xia the liberty to go out today. Furthermore, has the garden been watered? Have the streetlight facilities been replaced? How is the training of the new security personnel progressing? Xiaobo, suddenly feeling anxious, replied, I shall go and check at once. As he exited the hall, Xiaobo wiped the sweat from his forehead. Why was Master Li so concerned about Sheng Xia yet unwilling to acknowledge it? Before Sheng Xia returned, he had been pacing in the hall, clearly waiting for her. Yet, once she arrived home, he took a stern attitude, reprimanding her without mercy. Xiaobo truly wished to remind Master Li that pursuing a girl is not conducted in this manner. In the bedroom, Sheng Xia opened her phone and indeed saw an unanswered call from Ji Jiaming. Dining at Wanguli is not inexpensive. And judging by the way Yan was eagerly ordering, it seemed her wallet would suffer a significant dent today. Oh, so you wish to compete with me? She thought. From now on, I shall never be a pushover again, otherwise, what was the point of my rebirth? As the summer heat enveloped me, my phone rang, revealing a call from Luo Yunqiu. Without a doubt, Sheng Xia knew that this girl had once again succumbed to impatience. Xiada, your recent maneuver was truly remarkable. I heard from the folks over at Wanguli that Su Yanyan and Ji Jiaming attempted to leave after their meal, only to be stopped by the waiter and surrounded by onlookers. How utterly embarrassing. They never anticipated that this time they wouldn't gain the upper hand, and instead, they would suffer a setback. It's simply delightful. Who told them to bring this upon themselves? I've long harbored disdain for them, and this serves as a fitting lesson. Sheng Xia scoffed. It was high time Xiada took such action. Those two have previously duped you countless times, treating you like an easy target. I can only lament that I wasn't there to witness their pained expressions as they forked over their money. It would have been immensely gratifying. You may find it amusing, but I am in quite the predicament here, Sheng Xia sighed. What predicament? Haven't you returned home already? Do you think those two would dare come to Jinyuan to confront you? I doubt they possess such audacity, just ignore them. They are insignificant. Their petty antics pose no real threat to me. But what kind of trouble could possibly cause Xiada such distress? Luo Yunqiu inquired with curiosity. Today, I encountered that scoundrel Ji Jiaming and the shameless Su Yanyan. Your brother-in-law was furious. If I hadn't been quick-witted and made my escape, his wrath would have surely been directed at me. I've explained everything I needed to, why is he still angry? Haha, no. It can't be. On the other end of the line, Luo Yunqiu suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Are you mocking me? How could I dare? Xiada, are you certain that Brotherly is not feeling jealous? Upon hearing this, Sheng Xia was momentarily taken aback, her eyelashes fluttering like the wings of a butterfly. The image of Li Xingyan's recently angered demeanor lingered in her mind. Jealous? Her face instantly flushed as if set ablaze, her breathing quickened, and she gently bit her lip, unaware of when her voice had transformed into something so affected and coy. What could he possibly be jealous of? I have already severed ties with Ji Jiaming. Moreover, I gave them quite a scolding today. If Li Xingyan were to inquire, he would surely know I was not secretly meeting him. Her marriage with Li Xingyan had commenced in a most bewildering manner. He was clearly not the type to fall head over heels for a woman at first sight. Furthermore, their initial meeting in the Maldives must have left a profound impression on him. Xiada, when it comes to pranks, you surpass me, but in the realm of men, I possess a deeper understanding than you do. Regardless of Ji Jiaming's faults, he remains your ex-boyfriend. Even if you have distanced yourself from him, that immutable fact cannot be altered. Of course, Brotherly would feel jealous. Judging by your earlier reaction, he might be even more upset. What reaction? I have already done what I needed to do. I even bought him clothes today. Why would he be angry with me? Did you present the clothes to Brotherly in person? Luo Yunqiu inquired. Sheng Xia paused for a moment before replying, no, I was scolded by him. So I lost the desire to give them to him. Luo Yunqiu cleared her throat and said, well, Xiada, men also require a bit of coaxing. Especially someone like Li Jiefu, who holds a high position. How do you coax him? Sheng Xia felt a flush of warmth on her face, realizing how audacious she had become to pose such a question. Just do as you usually do to comfort him, leverage your strengths and simply observe, handle it. After finishing her statement, Luo Yunqiu bid farewell and hung up the phone. Sheng Xia casually sent a message and tossed her phone aside. Jiaming, please refrain from contacting me for the next few days. Li Xingyan is quite upset, and I fear his wrath may extend to you. I will reach out once he calms down, alright? At this moment, she had no inclination to concern herself with the affairs of Ji Jiaming and Su Yanyan. Her mind was entirely preoccupied with how to soothe Li Xingyan. Surely, he could not be so petty? In her past life, she had deliberately provoked him by eloping with Ji Jiming and demanding a divorce, which had incited his fury. But now, she had learned her lesson. Moreover, there was no semblance of love between them. Was it mere possessiveness at play? Sheng Xia's gaze inadvertently fell upon the shopping bag she had recently brought into the bedroom. She had indeed purchased gifts for Li Xingyan, yet she had never genuinely presented him with anything. Suddenly, she found herself at a loss for words. After sitting in silence for half an hour, Sheng Xia raked her fingers through her hair in frustration, opened the door, and descended the stairs. The living room was devoid of Li Xingyan's presence. Where could he have gone? She did not hear the sound of the car starting earlier. He must still be at home. At this hour, he is likely in the study upstairs. After all, as the president of the Li family, he deals with numerous company affairs daily, and being busy is the norm. Mrs. Li? Are you looking for Mr. Li? Asked Xiaobo Mr. Li received a phone call and went to the study. Noticing that Sheng Xia's gaze lingered vacantly on the sofa, as if she had not seen Mr. Li. Her expression appeared somewhat dim. Indeed, he had gone to the study, which made it even more inappropriate for her to appear abruptly. Li Xingyan takes his work very seriously, clearly distinguishing between professional and personal matters. If she were to appear while he was working, it would undoubtedly disturb him and produce the opposite effect. Oh. Sheng Xia lowered her eyelids, lost in thought. Throughout her impressions of Jin Yuan, they had never truly coexisted peacefully, leading her subconscious to believe that this was the only mode of interaction they could have. Is Mrs. Li looking to speak with Mr. Li about something? Xiaobo inquired. A flush crept across Sheng Xia's face, and after a moment of hesitation, she vaguely asked, Xiaobo, do you know how to appease Li Xingyan? Coughing, Xiaobo nearly choked at her question, completely taken aback by the notion that Sheng Xia wished to placate Mr. Li. This was indeed monumental news. It is worth noting that Mr. Li had just waited in the living room for a full 20 minutes without seeing Sheng Xia before he angrily retreated to the study. Well. Xiaobo racked his brain, for Mr. Li was notoriously impervious to persuasion. He had pondered this conundrum for over 20 years without a solution. Sighing, he remarked, in a marriage, there are seldom deep-seated grievances. Couples may quarrel at the head of the bed but reconcile at its foot. At that moment, Aunt Lu interjected from the kitchen, Mrs. Li, if I may say, Mr. Li is merely stubborn. The person he cherishes most is indeed you. Me? Sheng Xia pointed to herself, incredulous, yet she dismissed the remark as mere banter. Aunt Lu leaned closer to Sheng Xia, whispering a few enigmatic words, and afterward, she cast a playful smile at Sheng Xia, whose face was flushed crimson. Mrs. Li, I can assure you, if you follow my advice, Mr. Li will certainly calm down. Chapter 62. Intertwined fingers. Sheng Xia's breath hitched, her brow furrowing in thought. To her surprise, Aunt Lu, who typically appeared so earnest, had concocted such a scheme. In the study, Li Xingyan was engrossed in electronic work on his computer, clearly in a foul mood. The man irritably tugged at his tie. Although recently, Sheng Xia had ceased to resist him, their relationship had indeed improved significantly, yet she still maintained contact with Ji Jiming, and occasionally, Sheng Xia exhibited evasive behavior towards him. Did he truly resemble a ferocious beast, inciting such fear that she would hide away in her room? Reflecting on the tumultuous journey taken just to return to Jin Yuan, only to find themselves in this stalemate, Li Xingyan felt both willing and powerless. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside. A cold voice resonated from the study. What is it? Sir, it's bad news. Mrs. Li has been injured. Came Aunt Lu's voice from the other side. What? Li Xingyan sprang up from his seat in alarm. In but a fleeting 2 seconds, the door swung open, revealing Li Xingyan, his countenance etched with anxiety and concern. His deep, ink-like eyes unveiled the care that was typically concealed within. Lu Ma was about to formulate her words, pondering how to convey the information to Master Li in a manner that would elicit concern without overwhelming him. It was a delicate balance she needed to maintain. However, Li Xingyan had no time to await her response, hastily descending the stairs. Master Li, Madam Li wished to prepare a delightful meal for you, hoping to reward you for your arduous journey. Alas, she accidentally scalded herself in the kitchen. It appears to be quite painful. She was in tears just moments ago, reported Lu Ma, trailing behind. A scald? With so many servants in the kitchen, why must she take it upon herself? Why did you not keep a closer watch? Allowing her to act recklessly? She has never cooked before, the kitchen is fraught with peril. Li Xingyan's tone was laden with reproach. Master Li. Madam insists that only a dish made by her own hands can truly convey her apologies. She mentioned that she upset you. And it weighs heavily on her heart, Lu Ma continued, casting a discreet glance at the butler. Xiaobo Li Xingyan stormed toward the kitchen, only to find shards of broken glass scattered across the floor. Sheng Xia knelt there, her hand marred by a sizable red mark. Her dark and expressive eyes shimmering with a sense of injustice, reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing. Who permitted you to enter the kitchen? Is the household not chaotic enough? Li Xingyan scolded, furrowing his brow in discontent. Nonetheless, despite his cold reprimand, he quickly closed the distance, kneeling before Sheng Xia to inspect her hand. Indeed, the burn was severe, a large patch of red marking her skin. I am sorry, Sheng Xia uttered, her voice barely above a whisper as she was gently pulled upright by the man. Li Xingyan swiftly turned on the faucet with one hand, while the other grasped her hand under the cascading water. A look of concern clouded the handsome features of the man, and in the sweltering summer, even she could sense the shift in his emotions. His obsidian eyes shimmered with pain, reminiscent of the expression he wore when he discovered her amidst the flames in a past life. His large hand radiated warmth, and as he held hers, she caught a glimpse of the wedding ring on his ring finger, which momentarily lifted her spirits. Truly, as Lu Ma had said, was she the one dearest to Li Xingyan's heart? The notion of dearest was debatable. If we set aside the superlative, did he care for her? Surely not. For he was obstinately determined to undertake tasks that were beyond his capabilities. Did he believe himself a genius, capable of excelling at everything with ease? Before acting, he ought to consider whether he possessed the requisite intelligence. The immediate response to a burn should be to cool it under running water, rather than foolishly crouching and shedding tears. Who would benefit from your grievances? The man's tone exhibited no signs of softening, instead, it grew increasingly severe. I truly did not mean to, she protested. I merely noticed your anger. I am quite foolish and do not understand why you are so upset. Sheng Xia displayed an expression of grievance, withdrawing her hand and concealing it behind her back. The redness on the back of her hand was merely a result of her blush, and what would happen to her makeup if she continued to rinse it? Are you still being stubborn with me? You had a perfectly good hand, yet you had to burn it to feel better? If you must suffer, do not involve me. Hearing this, Xiaobo covered his eyes, utterly bewildered by the scene. What was Master Li doing? Madame Li had already offered a way out. Why could he not take it? Alas, it was a source of great distress for him. In the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia feigned a burn, with Lu Ma having concocted a plausible explanation that it was an injury sustained while cooking for Li Xingyan. How could he remain utterly unmoved and scold her with such fervor? Lu Ma gestured soothingly towards Sheng Xia, placing one hand atop the other, silently urging her with suggestive glances. With a pout, Sheng Xia summoned her courage and reached out, taking his larger hand in her petite one. Initially, she had merely intended to hold his hand for a moment and express her affection, but to her surprise, Li Xingyan's hand twitched slightly, leading to their fingers intertwining. In that instant, both froze, and Sheng Xia's face flushed crimson, feeling as though the room had suddenly become unbearably warm. She anticipated that Li Xingyan would recoil in disgust. Yet he astonishingly remained still, rigidly holding her hand as if he were momentarily stunned, perhaps at a loss for how to react. Li Xingyan. I understand that I should not have met Ji Jiaming in secret, but I have taken measures to protect myself. I refrained from telling you because I did not wish to cause you worry. Sheng Xia inhaled deeply, her voice softening as she continued, I know you care for me deeply. And I promise never to provoke your anger again. Please do not ignore me, it pains my heart, and even food loses its flavor, while water tastes devoid of sweetness. In essence, I feel utterly unwell. With her hand still clasped in his, Sheng Xia offered her heartfelt apology. Li Xingyan felt the warmth emanating from the point where their fingers connected, and the fury that once consumed him began to dissipate. As if Lu Ma's advice truly held merit. In the sweltering summer, seizing the moment, I lament that time is fleeting and cannot retain too many fragments of you. Please forgive my negligence for overlooking the poignant moments we shared. Li Xing's expression stiffened, and in the next instant, I extended my index finger to silence his thin lips. Do not speak, allow me to express myself. I once believed that summoning the courage to propose a breakup would take a lifetime, yet today, I must concede that the bravery required to continue our journey together is indeed far greater. The man furrowed his brow, wishing to articulate something. But recalling Enchio's warning about my restless nights, he realized that my spirit had been profoundly shaken. So now, each rendezvous is exquisitely beautiful, transforming into eternal memories. Even though we are separated by vast distances, we are graced with shared recollections. Every moment spent with you is etched in my mind, replaying endlessly, haunting my sleepless nights when I have vexed you. I have scaled towering mountains, traversed muddy paths, lounged by tranquil rivers, and crossed thorny brambles. No matter how arduous the trials or tribulations, I remain undaunted and resolute, as long as your companionship endures. Nearby, the onlooking Xiaobo felt a wave of awkwardness so profound that he nearly wished to bury his toes deep into the ground. Chapter 63. I can no longer afford to be soft-hearted towards her. Lu Ma, covering her face with her hand, suggested that Sheng Xia utter something to amuse Master Li. Were her clumsy words merely dredged up from the depths of the internet? It was no wonder that Sheng Xia had spent several minutes preparing, reciting fervently to her phone. Would such trite sentiments truly resonate with Master Li? Sheng Xia's face flushed, and warmth surged through her entire being. What audacious words had she just uttered? Yet, when she felt nervous, not a single line faltered in her memory. What did it matter? As long as it was effective. The surroundings were enveloped in a profound silence. The air seemingly frozen in time, she could even hear the rhythmic thumping of her own heart. Couldn't Li Xingyan at least provide some response? Her mouth had become parched from speaking. Sheng Xia focused her gaze inward, waiting until her body felt as though it might stiffen with anticipation. Her hands still entwined with his, her breath stifled, and even her heartbeat lost its rhythm. What was wrong with her? She had previously felt less apprehensive towards Li Xingyan. Yet now, in his presence, anxiety gripped her. Summoning her courage, she lifted her gaze to meet his, only to find the man's brow furrowed. As if regarding a fool. You think your clumsy performance can deceive me? The man clenched his jaw, a surge of anger rising within him. His entire demeanor overshadowed by dark clouds, his eyes revealing a hint of resignation and pain from having been deceived. Performance? Deceit? Sheng Xia's expression suddenly turned vacant. This was what Lu Ma had taught her, but when she sought assistance, Lu Ma had long since vanished without a trace. The man pressed his thin lips together. His face cold and stern, retracting his hand from hers and firmly grasping her wrist. Hey, Li Xingyan, where are you taking me? Without uttering a word, Li Xingyan led her, carefully navigating around the shards of glass on the floor, until they reached the living room. Sheng Xia found herself seated on the sofa, which was soft and comfortable, alleviating any discomfort, yet he had indeed been rather fierce moments ago. Watching Li Xingyan's retreating figure, she rubbed her nose, pondering how exceptionally challenging it was to please him. She had exerted herself in vain, speaking extensively yet failing to please, only to end up humiliated, which was truly infuriating. As Li Xingyan re-entered the living room, he found the young girl curled up on the sofa, resembling a small creature that had inadvertently fallen into a trap. However, upon his return, the furrowed expression on her face transformed into one of surprise, her lively eyes sparkling with a glimmer akin to stars. When her gaze fell upon the medicine box he carried, her countenance shifted to one of astonishment. Her expressions were remarkably dynamic, changing in mere seconds, which perhaps explained why he had previously been so easily deceived by her. The servants of Jin Yuan were well aware that Sheng Xia's attempts to feign vulnerability were rather clumsy. Yet, curiously, Master Li, with his discerning eye for character, seemed oblivious when it came to her. Sheng Xia bore a barely noticeable wound. And the moment she cried out in pain, Master Li would take it seriously. Li Xingyan, it's merely a small burn on my hand. You helped me with hot water earlier, remember? It's already fine now, no need for further ointment, and truly, I don't feel any pain anymore, Sheng Xia stammered. Her burn was fabricated, and if Li Xingyan were to discover the truth, it would be troublesome. Yet, at this moment, she could not refuse. Li Xingyan had already grasped her hand, unhesitatingly taking out a cotton ball and gently dabbing it on the back of her hand. His touch was extraordinarily tender, as if any additional pressure might cause her harm. Strangely, as she gazed at the gentle and considerate Li Xingyan, her thoughts drifted back to her past life. At that time, in her defiance against Li Xingyan, she constantly inflicted upon herself a plethora of injuries, both grave and minor. Once, She deliberately brandished a shard of glass against her neck, threatening that if Li Xingyan did not grant her a divorce, she would use the glass to sever her own throat. She anticipated that this would instill fear in him. However, to her astonishment, Li Xingyan approached her with an icy demeanor, grasping the glass with his bare hands and gradually prying it from her grip. In that sweltering summer, she was rendered speechless. After all, it was broken glass, a sharp instrument, and the moment Li Xingyan held it without any discernible caution, she could already sense the metallic scent of blood, which grew increasingly pungent. The end she held was polished, ensuring it would not harm her. Witnessing his frenzied actions, she instinctively released her hold. Yet he, like a madman, tightened his grip even further until blood dripped from his hand onto the floor, forming a grotesquely beautiful bloom of crimson. Divorce? Only over my dead body, he bellowed, his voice laced with darkness, before storming out. That incident left her utterly petrified. For several days thereafter, she dared not provoke him again. Li Xingyan's hand was bandaged, and for an extended period, his wounds did not heal, yet she refrained from inquiring. In stark contrast, during those times when she embroiled herself in calamity, even the slightest scratch would compel her to provoke Li Xingyan, inciting his rage time and again. Yet, each time, it was he who tended to her injuries. Reflecting on her past self, she realized how inhuman she had been. In fact, in her previous life, there were moments she could sense Li Xingyan's kindness towards her. Yet she acted like a fool, waiting for Jijiaming, which led her to repeatedly wound Li Xingyan. Sheng Xia. Suddenly, she was jolted back to reality by Li Xingyan's furious voice echoing in her ears. In the sweltering summer, thoughts returned to reality, revealing the fury blazing in Li Xingyan's eyes. The blush on her hand had been wiped clean with a disinfecting cotton swab, exposing the fair and smooth skin beneath, devoid of any trace of burns. Li Xingyan, I truly did not mean to. She rose abruptly from her seat, eager to explain. Yet, the expression on Li Xingyan's face indicated he was not swayed by her words, leaving her at a loss. He detested being deceived, having experienced it countless times. This time, she seemed to have genuinely overstepped, especially given the flicker of concern that had briefly crossed his gaze. Do you think I would still believe you? The man coldly tossed the cotton swab onto the coffee table and turned to leave. Time and again, she had been fooled, time and again, she had placed her trust. Li Xingyan, listen to me, I truly did not intend for this to happen. I do not wish to see you angry, I swear. Sheng Xia rushed to stand before him, arms outstretched to block his path. Do you find it amusing every time I fall for your tricks? Li Xingyan's lips curled into a frosty smirk. I must admit, your acting skills have reached a remarkable level. Once impervious to such sentiments, Sheng Xia had relished his displeasure, fantasizing about being loathed by him sooner rather than later. Yet, hearing his words now filled her with an unfamiliar ache, a bittersweet sensation swelling within her. The young girl lowered her gaze, her small hands clasped tightly together, resembling a schoolchild punished for wrongdoing. It is this pitiful little expression that renders him perpetually anxious, leaving him unable to yield to his softer instincts any longer. Time and again, she tests his limits. This woman clearly finds amusement in his discomfort. Chapter 64, I adore holding you. Li Xingyan brusquely pushed her hand away, treating her as an obstacle to circumvent as he walked past. Sheng Xia, biting her lip in distress, pondered whether his recent reprimand signaled an intention to engage in a cold war, ignoring her entirely. Perhaps she had yet to fully comprehend the gravity of the situation. In their previous life, when she had angered Li Xingyan, his words had been far harsher than those uttered today. Yet, why did it feel so acutely painful now? As the man departed with an icy demeanor, a heavy sensation enveloped her heart, akin to a massive stone weighing her down. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past, carrying with it a familiar fragrance, her unique scent. She felt a firm grip around her waist, causing Li Xingyan to halt abruptly, his entire being tensing as her arms tightened around him. Li Xingyan, don't leave, she implored, having never uttered such words of entreaty before. The man remained silent, yearning to exhibit the decisive demeanor he typically displayed in the business realm, effortlessly wielding authority over anyone. Yet, confronted with the girl's plea, he found his steps weighed down, unable to move forward. Please don't be angry with me, she beseeched. The burn was feigned, but my desire to apologize is genuine. Sheng Xia spoke earnestly, her heart brimming with a tempest of emotions, both from her past life and this one. These conflicting feelings stirred her into confusion, leaving her momentarily unable to grasp their ultimate significance. "You are quite the silver-tongued charmer," he remarked. Li Xingyan, casting aside the tender feelings within, coldly spoke as he gradually pried her hands from around his waist. She had grown adept in employing various means to captivate him. Sheng Xia felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment at his indifferent demeanor. Witnessing his unapproachable attitude made her heart race with anxiety. It seemed he no longer treated her with the same warmth as in their past life. In the previous incarnation, with just a mere flick of her finger, Li Xingyan would never have been so unyielding. The moment he pushed her away, an immense void engulfed his entire being. Her sweetness was not innocent, akin to opium, quickly ensnaring one into an inescapable addiction. Once one has tasted such sweetness, enduring the stagnant waters of a mundane existence becomes unbearable. He could not allow himself to fall into that trap. Li Xingyan. Sheng Xia rushed before him, grasping his sleeve, her deep, dark eyes shimmering with sorrow. She stood on her toes, perhaps too anxious, only managing to reach his chin, yet without hesitation, pressed her lips against his. Where their skin met, a wave of warmth surged forth, a force potent enough to thaw even the most frigid of hearts. Did she truly comprehend the gravity of her actions? Cursed be it. He realized he could no longer maintain the facade. "Ah Yan, look, I've kissed you. If you continue to ignore me, I shall truly be angered." Sheng Xia lamented. This being her first kiss with him since the Maldives, and also her inaugural kiss since her rebirth. Although her heart still fluttered with trepidation, she felt no regret whatsoever. "Where did you learn all this?" Li Xingyan closed his eyes, seemingly in anguish, yet also in struggle. The traps set by others were always transparent to him, guiding him towards the right choices. However, her traps grew increasingly sophisticated, adorned with flowers, imbued with fragrance, and possessing a compelling force that stirred the depths of his heart. "Why do you incessantly claim that I am merely acting, that someone is instructing me behind the scenes? Could it not simply be my own desire to do so?" Sheng Xia grasped his sleeves tightly, imploring, "Li Xingyan, do you not perceive that I am attempting to draw closer to you?" Li Xingyan found himself increasingly enraptured by her allure, akin to a drowning man in the vast sea, who, despite seeing a rescue boat, is gradually overwhelmed by the waves, his strength waning until he is completely engulfed and dragged beneath the surface. Sheng Xia was at a loss regarding her own feelings. All she knew was that she did not want Li Xingyan to ignore her, nor did she wish to engage in a cold war with him, for it would leave her restless and tormented. She encircled his waist, finding solace in his warmth and the strength of his embrace. In a past life, during an earthquake, Li Xingyan had shielded her with his very flesh, a harrowing rescue that left her profoundly shaken. Yet, to be fair, his kindness towards her, like a gentle stream, had caused her great anxiety during his moments of peril. Now, as he prepared to leave once more, that familiar sensation surged back, occupying her mind. With her small face pressed against his chest, she implored, "Li Xingyan, could you refrain from always looking down upon me? I have stated that I have changed. Is that declaration merely a jest? I acknowledge that I have committed many unreliable acts, but cannot I start being dependable from this moment onward? We have only been married for a year, everything is merely beginning, is it not?" Previously, Lu Ma perceived the situation unfavorably and fled, but now, witnessing an improvement, she has returned to clandestinely observe the unfolding events. My goodness, Mrs. Li claims she cannot charm Mr. Li, yet is she not quite adept at it? Meanwhile, Xiao Bo, observing from the sidelines, is blushing furiously. No wonder Mr. Li is so thoroughly ensnared by Sheng Xia. With a girl as captivating as her, who could possibly resist? It seems that if Mr. Li were to reject her once more, she would undoubtedly dissolve into tears. Who is ignoring you? It is you who incessantly chatter, proving exceedingly bothersome. I have no time to perform for you all day. Though Li Xingyan's words are brusque, his hands do not push her away, allowing her to cling to him. Yet you were so fierce with me just now, I embraced and kissed you, and you. Sheng Xia falters. For while her confidence is generally unwavering, navigating interactions with the opposite sex remains her blind spot. Release me. Li Xingyan's lips pressed together, a hint of melancholy glimmering in his deep-set eyes. I will count to 3, 1. Sheng Xia pouts, this man seems to be invigorated. 2. She remains steadfast in her embrace. 3. The man mutters sternly, release me. Sheng Xia clings to his waist with reluctance. This is a complete and vibrant Li Xingyan. She has never been so close to him. If not for his notoriously irritable temperament, this embrace would indeed be quite intoxicating. I will not, I simply refuse. The scorching summer began to display its temper, tightening its embrace rather than loosening it, almost suffocating him with its fervor. After all, who could blame it for being so unrelenting towards him? I adore holding you, she murmured softly against his chest. The tranquil surface of Li Xingyan's heart was disturbed as if a stone had been cast into still waters, creating ripples of emotion. He let out a gentle sigh, ultimately. He was the one who succumbed to defeat in this predetermined contest, the loser was indeed him. In the living room, the young woman encircled the man's waist. Her cheek resting against his chest, a faint smile gracing her lips. The man caught in her embrace appeared to wrestle with myriad emotions, yet he seemed to surrender. Finally closing his eyes in resignation. Lu Ma reflected inwardly, what a perfect pair they made, a striking couple indeed. Previously, they had bickered incessantly, yet now. This seemed far more harmonious. It was said that Master Li doted on Sheng Xia, while she harbored an aversion towards him. But she couldn't shake the feeling that the reality was rather different. Just moments ago, when Master Li had ignored Sheng Xia, her expression had been one of profound grievance. As if she had been forsaken by the entire world. Chapter 65, preparing breakfast for him at 6 in the morning, the Li household was already bustling with activity. Li Xingyan, dressed in traditional Tang attire, had risen early. After all, today marked his 60th birthday. Despite the family's decision to limit the guest list, the presence of numerous relatives, friends, and business associates would still fill the day with visitors. Han Peiyun smoothed the edges of Li Xingjiang's garment and remarked, "Old master. This Tang suit that Si Juan chose for you suits you remarkably well." The fabric was an expedited order, personally crafted by a guardian of intangible cultural heritage. Tailored specifically for you. It makes you look vigorous and exceedingly dignified. As Si Jin has grown and become more thoughtful, it is ultimately your guidance as a mother that has shaped her well. Over the years, I have witnessed your tireless efforts in managing our household. Li Xingjiang, adorned with a jade ring on his thumb, gently patted Han Peiyun's hand. What could the old master be implying? After all, we are family. There is no need for such formality. My only wish is for Nianqing to marry into a well-matched family. And for Si Jin to establish a modest career and settle down soon, allowing me to rest easy. Upon finishing her thought, Han Peiyun noticed the old master raise an eyebrow slightly and quickly added, without revealing too much, that her greatest concern remains with Xingyan. This child has been without a mother since childhood and has always been so understanding. It has not been easy for him to reach this point. I hope for this young couple to start a family soon, for the Li family has long been devoid of joyous occasions. With this, the old master nodded and remarked, "There are so many matters at home, you needn't worry so much. Whether Xingyan will come to celebrate the birthday today is uncertain. After all, my son has grown up. Has gained his wings, and I am getting old, unable to manage everything." Han Peiyun, passing a cup of tea from a servant, replied, "Master, please refrain from such pessimistic talk. Xingyan has always kept his word. If he says he will come, he surely will." Li Xingjiang snorted, apprehensive that he might bring his inexperienced wife along, fearing it would be a source of embarrassment. Surely not, perhaps she has learned to behave lately. The old housekeeper, standing nearby, listened to Han Peiyun's response, her demeanor revealing an imperceptible mockery and superiority, discernible only to the discerning ear. After Han Peiyun finished speaking, she ascended to the room at the very end of the second floor and knocked on the door. "Nianqing, open the door." After several calls, Li Nianqing sluggishly opened the door, clad in a pink dress with her makeup only half done. "Nianqing, today marks your father's 60th birthday. Didn't I ask you to dress up nicely? Why are you dressed like this? Where's the outfit your mother bought for you?" Han Peiyun urged anxiously. "What's wrong with what I'm wearing? This dress is new as well. I have no interest in the clothes you chose for me. They are both conservative and lack vibrancy. I refuse to wear that in front of others. Many guests will be attending today, all of whom are either affluent or prominent figures. You're no longer a child, your mother is right to suggest you dress modestly. Those elders appreciate seeing the youth dressed accordingly. Perhaps today, a suitable match might be found for you. I must warn you in advance. Li Xingyan and Sheng Xia will also be coming. If you behave poorly..." "What? My brother and Sheng Xia are coming too? What does that country bumpkin want here?" My brother doesn't he care for her, she's the one who is shameless enough to show up. With her here. It will certainly be quite the spectacle. How could Dad possibly agree? Li Xingyan exclaimed, her brows furrowing at the mention of Sheng Xia. What could be done if he disagreed? Last year, when your father objected to Sheng Xia attending, Li Xingyan stubbornly refused to participate in your father's birthday celebration. Usually, my brother is quite principled, yet he seems to transform entirely in Sheng Xia's presence. Li Xingyan expressed her dissatisfaction. But the thought of Sheng Xia potentially embarrassing herself in front of everyone eased her irritation somewhat. Nianqing, regardless of the season. You must show the utmost respect to your sister-in-law in public. This is a requirement from Han Peiyun. It is contingent upon whether she is worthy of such respect. Mother. Please refrain from further comments and go check on your brother, I don't believe he is properly dressed either. Indeed, your brother possesses a sense of propriety that you lack. When the topic of Li Xingyan arises, Han Peiyun's demeanor softens. Over the years, through her guidance, Li Xingyan has considerably transformed his previously unruly disposition. With Li Xingyan flourishing in his career, the pressure on Li Xingyan has only intensified. Having recently completed his studies, today's banquet presents a splendid opportunity for him to re-establish his image. At Jinyuan, when Li Xingyan awakens, he finds that Sheng Xia is no longer by his side. The man glances at the alarm clock on the bedside table, noting it is already 7 in the morning, and upon closer inspection, he realizes that someone has turned it off ahead of schedule. Li Xingyan's expression momentarily falters. Downstairs, Xiaobo follows Sheng Xia, inquiring, Madam Li. Why hasn't he Master Li risen yet? Xiaobo, you have already asked 8 times, and I have responded 8 times. I have been quite clear, he is still asleep. That cannot be right. Master Li usually rises promptly at 6, it's already 7, and he still Xiaobo expresses his concern. Is it not quite normal? I turned off the alarm. Li Xingyan is often burdened with his work, and today, of all days, is his father's birthday. It is rare for him to have a free moment, let him rest a little longer. He can have breakfast before heading to the Li residence. Sheng Xia replies with a cheerful smile. But Xiaobo is filled with apprehension, eager to check on the master in the upstairs bedroom. Could it be that Sheng Xia has devised some sinister scheme to incapacitate Master Li, rendering him in a state of unconsciousness? After all, Master Li's insomnia has been quite severe. Although it has improved somewhat since Sheng Xia entered his life, allowing him a few more hours of slumber, he has never experienced a situation like today, where he has yet to rise even at 7 o'clock, which inevitably raises his suspicions. However, if Sheng Xia truly administered a sleeping aid to Master Li, why would she not seize the opportunity to flee? Those precious hours could have been her golden chance for escape, yet she leisurely arose at 4 o'clock, busied herself for quite a while, which seems rather exhausting. Xiaobo, in a state of urgency, suddenly caught sight of Li Xingyan appearing at the staircase on the 2nd floor. Master Li, you are awake. Li Xingyan replied. Already descending to the 1st floor. His gaze wandered as he inquired, what is the commotion down here so early in the morning? Being an experienced steward who has served the master for many years, Xiaobo quickly discerned the underlying implications in his words and promptly responded, Master Li. Madam Li rose at 4 o'clock, stating that today is old Master Li's birthday. She has been preparing in advance and mentioned that it is a rare occasion for you to be at home. So she personally went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for you. She has been busy ever since. The kitchen? Li Xingyan's brow furrowed instantly. Although Sheng Xia's hand injury from yesterday was feigned, it still left him with lingering apprehension. Rest assured, Master Li. Luma has been there the entire time to ensure that Madam Li remains safe, Xiaobo explained. As they spoke, Sheng Xia emerged from the kitchen. Her apron tied around her waist, carrying a bowl of noodles. Li Xingyan, you are awake. Come, taste the noodles I have prepared for you. She smiled at him with an effortless charm, her crescent-shaped grin reminiscent of a sprite frolicking freely through a sun-drenched meadow in summer. In the warmth of that morning smile, the icy corners of Li Xingyan's heart began to thaw. Not only had she made noodles, but she had also crafted several other delicacies, crystal dumplings, meat soup buns, and fried eggs. After her playful coaxing the previous day, Li Xingyan had finally set aside his irritation, however, he remained taciturn, dedicating several hours to work in his study. That night, they exchanged only a handful of words before drifting off to sleep. When she awoke, she found herself nestled in Li Xingyan's embrace. her limbs clinging to his waist like a playful monkey. Gazing at his face, which was so close, she felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. Fortunately, she had risen early. Had Li Xingyan witnessed this scene, he might have misconstrued her affection as desire. Although undeniably handsome, especially today in his formal suit, he exuded an air of sophistication and vitality. His physique resembled that of a living mannequin, effortlessly standing out in any crowd. While one's appearance can certainly enhance their allure, in Li Xingyan's case, it was not solely his outward appearance that captivated, rather, it was the amalgamation of his experiences, refinement, character, and presence that forged his distinctive charm. His exterior was impeccable, yet it was his inner essence that ignited a profound curiosity to delve deeper. Until Sheng Xia's gaze fell upon the gold belt cinching his waist. The resplendent belt, strikingly incongruous with the entirety of his suit, evoked an odd sensation, despite not detracting from his overall charisma. In the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia felt an urge to complain, yet the words remained unspoken. The reason being the belt that she had gifted him. Last night, just before slumber enveloped her, Sheng Xia, in a drowsy haze, pointed towards a shopping bag in the corner and vaguely mentioned that it was a present for him, before drifting off to sleep. To her astonishment, that very belt had indeed been put to use by Li Xingyan. Beside them, Xiaobo was equally taken aback, stammering, Li Yi, your belt. It's so dazzling. Li Xingyan, maintaining an impassive demeanor, took a seat and remarked nonchalantly, it was bought by Sheng Xia. Xiaobo's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Good heavens, not only did Sheng Xia find her own taste unbearable, but she also dared to extend her questionable choices towards Li Yi. In front of them, a large bowl contained perfectly cooked noodles, an exquisite dish of vegetable noodles garnished with a sprinkle of scallions and adorned with a heart-shaped fried egg. As Sheng Xia anxiously observed Li Xingyan, uncertain of his culinary preferences, she noticed him lift his gaze. His profound eyes lingered on her face for a brief 2 seconds before returning to normalcy. As Li Xingyan picked up his chopsticks, the movement caused his sleeves to subtly rise, revealing a sandalwood bracelet on his wrist. Sheng Xia was taken aback, her mind racing for a solid 10 seconds. The bracelet was one she had purchased following a meal with Luo Yunchu, who had mentioned buying one for her grandfather. Amused by the idea, Sheng Xia had whimsically bought a strand as well. It was intended as a gift for her father, who had a fondness for traditional Chinese artifacts. After purchasing it, she had carelessly placed it in the shopping bag meant for the clothes she bought for Li Xingyan, forgetting to retrieve it. Little did she know, Li Xingyan had mistakenly assumed it was his. This fragrant sandalwood bracelet appears to be suited for the age group of 40 to 50. Why does Mr. Li seem completely unbothered by it? Mr. Li, your bracelet is quite exquisite. Summerby was taken aback, yet having learned from past experiences, he refrained from speaking recklessly. Li Xingyan casually cast a glance at the bracelet and remarked nonchalantly, it was purchased by Summer. He had anticipated that it was indeed Summer who had bought it. Had it been a gift from anyone else, Mr. Li would have not only dismissed it with disdain but might have also reprimanded the giver, as he has always prided himself on his impeccable taste. Bai was tempted to pull Summer aside and implore her not to purchase such items for Mr. Li in the future. However, observing Mr. Li's content demeanor, he found himself thinking that perhaps it was just as well, at least Summer had succeeded in bringing joy to him. A joy that had been absent for quite some time. It seemed that the increasingly harmonious family dynamics had indeed alleviated some of Mr. Li's burdens, as evidenced by the fact that he had managed to sleep until 7 without the aid of sleeping pills today. Upon hearing Mr. Li acknowledge that it was Summer who bought it, her face flushed with embarrassment, so much so that her toes curled. As Mr. Li sampled the noodles with his chopsticks, there was no sign of appreciation nor any furrowing of his brow. It was unclear whether he found the dish satisfactory. Yet, he methodically finished the entire bowl without a trace of waste. Mr. Li, are the noodles delicious? This is my first attempt, so I cannot compare with a chef. But I will strive to refine my skills and improve. Mediocre, Mr. Li replied, wiping his hands with a nearby towel. Summer, remember your place. In the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia found herself immersed in the casual remark made by Li Xingyan, who, in a seemingly modest manner, referred to her culinary efforts as just average. Little did he realize that those noodles were painstakingly handcrafted by her own hands, yet he so casually dismissed them with that singular word. Later, His assertion that she should remember she was Mrs. Li, implying she ought to elevate her own standards and strive for excellence, left her bewildered. Why did he always sound as if he were instructing a subordinate? Not only did he indulge in the noodles she prepared with care, but he also had the audacity to critique them. Li Xingyan continued, "You are Mrs. Li, the affairs of Jin Yuan are managed by Uncle Xia. And you need not concern yourself with every trivial detail. Do you understand?" Ah, so that was what he meant. Initially, being addressed as Mrs. Li felt somewhat awkward. But she gradually grew accustomed to it. However, hearing those words from Li Xingyan himself evoked a wave of inexplicable embarrassment, causing her cheeks to flush. "Oh," she replied vaguely, adding, "Not everyone can bear the privilege of me cooking for them, it is because it's you that makes it different." After all, he was her savior and had been her husband, sharing the same bed for several years. Regardless of the circumstances, his stature in Sheng Xia's heart was unparalleled by anyone else. Li Xingyan nodded with a calm demeanor, yet as he turned to leave, Uncle Xia distinctly observed a fleeting smile on the usually aloof face of the esteemed Mr. Li. Sheng Xia fixated on the bowl that was now merely adorned with chopped green onions. Once Li Xingyan departed from the dining room, curiosity compelled her to take a taste. Ah, it was exceedingly salty. Just a single sip made her furrow her brows in displeasure. "Mrs. Li, I have just discovered that the chef who taught you to roll noodles added salt, unbeknownst to me, and I added another portion." Sheng Xia exclaimed in astonishment, "I too added another portion." Li Xingyan is usually quite discerning, how did he manage to consume such salty noodles? Chapter 67, Becoming his pride and support. Half an hour later, Li Xingyan emerged from his study. The man cast a glance at the first floor, seemingly not spotting the young lady's presence. He glanced at his wristwatch, it was nearly time to depart. After waiting for a few more minutes, footsteps echoed from the staircase as they descended. "Mrs. Li, you look truly beautiful today," praised Lu Ma. Li Xingyan turned his gaze toward the source of the voice and beheld Sheng Xia gracefully descending the stairs in a delicate, fitted French red dress. The knee-length gown, with its off-the-shoulder design, subtly revealed her fragrant shoulders. Sheng Xia's long hair was elegantly styled into a bun, and around her neck lay a slender diamond necklace adorned with a deep-sea black pearl. Her earrings mirrored the same black pearl design, accentuating her refined demeanor and highlighting her slender neck. Her makeup was understated yet exquisite, skillfully concealing any hint of plumpness while showcasing her fair skin, delicate features, and those captivating eyes. The overall appearance was strikingly elegant. Clutching a newly released Hermes handbag, she nervously glanced at Li Xingyan. Aware that this was her first time accompanying him to the Li family home, thus taking a step to integrate into his familial network. "Do I look strange in this attire? Does it make me appear heavier?" Sheng Xia inquired, somewhat self-consciously, to Lu Ma beside her. "How could it be? Mrs. Li has recently lost quite a bit of weight, and her figure has become more refined. With the enhancement of her makeup and attire, she exudes an aura of elegance and opulence." Standing beside Mr. Li, they truly complement each other, praised Lu Ma. Previously, Sheng Xia was rather plump and neglected her self-care and fitness. However, during this period, she has shed around 10 pounds, and her physique, post-exercise, does not appear cumbersome. Lu Ma had witnessed Sheng Xia's beauty in her slimmer days, it was nothing short of breathtaking. Like a raw gem that, with a little polishing, becomes an exquisite marvel. A touch of adornment transforms her from a disheveled image into one of striking contrast. Upon hearing Lu Ma remark about their compatibility, Sheng Xia felt a flush of warmth and gracefully approached Li Xingyan. "Li Xingyan, red is quite festive. Do you think your family will appreciate this attire?" Li Xingyan's thin lips parted slightly. As the girl drew near, her unique fragrance wafted through the air. Although she was not slender, her cherubic face and sparkling eyes rendered her appearance enchanting, far surpassing that of many. Do not overly concern yourself with the opinions of others, each person's aesthetic is distinct. Since it's impossible to please everyone, it is far better to find joy within oneself, Li Xingyan replied calmly. "Oh, I see," Sheng Xia responded somewhat dismissively before suddenly asking. "Could you possibly change this golden belt?" Li Xingyan possessed a refined taste, preferring a palette devoid of vibrant hues. His wardrobe predominantly consisted of shades of black, white, and gray. The dazzling golden belt he wore was indeed a stark contrast, almost blinding to the eye. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyan's brow furrowed slightly as he cast a glance at the belt around his waist, his tone tinged with displeasure as he let out a cold snort. What's this? Have you quickly come to regret gifting me something? Sheng Xia, eager to clarify, waved her hands in denial, exclaiming, No, truly not. I merely think. You think it does not suit me? The man's gaze narrowed, emanating an intense aura of pressure. How could that be? Sheng Xia hastily flattered. With your tall stature and perfect physique, even a simple robe could exude a sense of fashion, how could it possibly look bad? As she spoke, she retrieved a black belt from her bag, remarking, however, I believe this one would complement your aura much better. The man's brow furrowed. While her initial comment had eased his tension, the latter made him feel as though she indeed regretted her gift. Sheng Xia exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Ma, who promptly understood and took the bag from her hands. A faint cloud of discontent gradually enveloped Li Xingyan, yet Sheng Xia boldly reached for the belt at his waist, unfastening it before the eyes of the gathered servants. The moment her hand made contact with his waist, his body stiffened, and a flush crept across his handsome face. Her actions were devoid of hesitation, as if their relationship warranted such familiarity. She meticulously replaced his belt, and upon viewing the newly adorned accessory, she finally felt a sense of satisfaction. Li Xingyan, your waist is remarkably slender, devoid of any excess flesh, which explains why all the belts require an additional notch to be affixed. Sheng Xia, oblivious to the inappropriateness of her actions, clutched the golden belt and murmured to herself. This belt would suit my father perfectly, perhaps I should just wrap it up and gift it to him. It is quite expensive, after all. I cannot let it go to waste. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyan's brow furrowed deeply, resembling a small mountain, and it became evident that she regretted giving him a present. The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically as Sheng Xia, under the intense gaze of Xia Bo, finally realized that Li Xingyan was indeed upset. Li Xingyan, this golden belt doesn't seem to suit you, I'll give it to my father instead. You won't be angry, will you? She inquired. Xia Bo covered his face, sensing that the girl was unaware of Li Ye's true nature. How could someone so tough-talking and soft-hearted possibly not be upset? Li Xingyan replied. Yet the furrow in his brow remained, his tone laced with discontent. This golden belt truly does not suit you, I must have chosen poorly. It is not that I wish to reclaim the gift I bestowed upon you. Sheng Xia attempted to clarify, but her words seemed utterly ineffective. Typically, Li Xingyan was generous. Despite her past misdeeds toward him, he had never hesitated to spend lavishly on her, his golden card's limits never curtailed by anger. Why, then, had he become so petty? I understand that I lack experience in the art of gift-giving, yet I shall learn from my mistakes. Sheng Xia narrowed her eyes and offered Li Xingyan a smile, saying, As long as you are pleased, I shall bestow upon you countless gifts in the future. The furrowed brow of the man was instantly smoothed by a smile as radiant as sunlight, yet he maintained an air of indifference, disdainfully remarking, Do you think I eagerly anticipate your gifts? Sheng Xia shrugged, Well, if you do not cherish my offerings, then it is I who insist on bestowing them upon you. Is that acceptable? The man's gaze shifted momentarily, his thin lips pressed together as if about to explain, but he turned away with a frigid tone. After dawdling for so long, aren't you coming along? Oh. Sheng Xia intended to follow but was halted by Lu Ma and Uncle Xia, who earnestly advised her. Madam Li, this birthday banquet for the old master is of utmost importance, you must ensure to present yourself well. Indeed, no matter how much Master Li dotes on you, securing a foothold in the Li family necessitates unanimous approval from the elders. Sheng Xia signaled an okay gesture to Uncle Xia and Lu Ma, then quickened her pace to align with Li Xingyan's stride. From this moment forth, the humiliation and discomfort she once felt would be relegated to the past. She would strive to become his pride and support. Chapter 68, Together in advance and retreat in the car, Li Xingyan sat in the back seat, eyes closed, seemingly in a state of quiet contemplation. Since entering the vehicle, he had maintained this posture, his expression neither joyful nor angry. Although Sheng Xia felt a twinge of anxiety about dealing with the unknown Li family, she reassured herself that with Li Xingyan by her side, how much could she truly suffer? Moreover, she was not a fool to be easily manipulated. It is worth mentioning that Li Xingyan seemed to share a decent rapport with the old master, Li Xingyan, in Sheng Xia's memories from her previous life. Li Xingyan had not been particularly close to Li Xingyan. Li Xingyan, I apologize for my reckless behavior last year. You sacrificed your own wishes to honor me and did not even celebrate my father's birthday. Sheng Xia expressed her feelings of guilt. She wished to eliminate any barriers between herself and Li Xingyan. What is there to apologize for? Whether I go or not is not as crucial as you think. The man slowly opened his eyes, uttering those words before closing them once more. For some reason, Sheng Xia sensed a profound melancholy within Li Xingyan. As if he had been forgotten by time itself. It was said that his mother passed away when he was very young, and not long after. Li Xingyan married Han Peiyun, with whom he had 2 children, Li Xijin and Li Nianqing. Though Li Xingyan never voiced it. Surely he must have had his thoughts each time he returned to the Li family home. He always appeared cold and distant, perhaps due to his exceptional abilities, leading others to believe he required no one's concern or warmth. He seemed to exist as a solitary king. Yet, in a previous life, during the earthquake, he risked his life to rescue her, which led her to believe there must be a tender side hidden within him, restrained by his introverted nature and lack of expression. Regardless, you are still your father's child. Blood is thicker than water. An old man of your father's age is stubborn, he may say one thing but feel another. Perhaps he is still waiting for you to arrive. Sheng Xia offered her comfort. Li Xingyan remained silent, offering no reply. Sheng Xia chose not to speak further. Instead gazing out at the swiftly passing scenery, contemplating how she should conduct herself at the Li household later. Unbeknownst to them, the car had already entered a sumptuous villa. Its grandeur evident in the towering 10-meter-high marble walls that stretched for thousands of meters, a testament to the family's esteemed status. In a locale where every inch is precious. This estate boasted its own garden and leisure facilities. Rather than merely resembling a residence, it embodied the essence of a traditional Chinese manor. As the vehicle came to a halt, there were few parking spaces remaining, evident from the array of cars, each worth millions. Indicating that today's guests were either affluent or distinguished. The Li family, with their century-long legacy in Jincheng, had ascended to the status of a renowned aristocracy. An appellation not merely bestowed upon those with wealth. The driver opened the back door, and as Sheng Xia alighted in the sweltering summer heat, she instructed, "Uncle Chen. Please take the gifts from the trunk to the old master." "Yes," he replied. These presents were prepared by Li Xingyan. Along with some that she had personally selected, though not unique, they were certainly generous and tasteful. Li Xingyan's pace was measured today, and Sheng Xia, in her high heels, managed to keep up with ease. When she had purchased that golden belt, it was with the intention of not allowing Li Xingyan to appear overly dapper each day. Yet she ultimately succumbed to her own standards. Now, observing the man clad in a tailored suit, exuding an air of aloofness that distanced him from the world, added an element of intrigue. Li Xingyan, Sheng Xia called softly, extending her hand to link with his arm. As he glanced at her with a hint of surprise, she offered a smile, feeling that this was indeed more fitting. They matched each other's stride, and as they stepped forward in unison, an unusual sensation washed over her. In the elegant hall, Li Xingyan occupied the central position on the sofa, flanked by Li Xijun and Li Nianqing on either side. While Han Peiyun stood gracefully behind the elderly gentleman, engaging in conversation with the guests. Most attendees had arrived, yet the absence of the esteemed patriarch was notable. Could it be that company affairs have delayed him? Inquired Han Peiyun's brother, Han Zhenhua. Perhaps, Li Nianqing replied. My brother has always been busy. And with the added concern for his sister-in-law at home, it is understandable that he would take some time. While their exchange bore no trace of animosity, the subtle undertones revealed much to the attentive listeners. The fact that Li Xingyan had yet to arrive at the old gentleman's birthday celebration seemed to stem less from his busyness and more from a certain individual of lesser standing. Sheng Xia, who likely occupied a significant role in his delay. Initially, many had speculated that the esteemed patriarch would choose a celestial beauty for marriage, only to find him wed to Sheng Xia instead. My sister-in-law has always been somewhat frail, perhaps such gatherings are too taxing for her, mused Li Nianqing. However, this notion seemed more a convenient excuse, as it was widely known that, reportedly within a year of their marriage, Sheng Xia had transformed into quite a portly figure. It was hard to imagine her having the confidence to attend such an event, particularly in a world where few young women would allow themselves to attain such a physique. Even if the elderly were to permit her attendance, it was unlikely that Li Xingyan would allow it, fearing the disgrace it would bring upon him. Ah! Li Xingyan has arrived, announced a maid, drawing everyone's attention. Who is that pleasantly plump beauty by his side? Someone inquired. Is that not? Li Nianqing furrowed her brow. Today, Sheng Xiao's attire was not only appropriate but also perfectly in sync with the occasion, as she gracefully linked her arm with Li Xingyan's, maintaining a harmonious stride beside him. Had the sun risen in the west today? Typically, whenever her elder brother was present, Sheng Xia would go to great lengths to avoid him. How could she be so cooperative today? Could it be that Sheng Xia was under some form of duress from her brother, masquerading as docile in an attempt to deceive everyone? As Li Xingyan and Sheng Xia approached, all the guests rose to their feet, a courtesy not even afforded to the elder patriarch. The aura surrounding Li Xingyan was palpable, as was his undeniable stature. Who would dare to offend him? Father, I have brought Sheng Xia to wish you a happy birthday, Li Xingyan announced as he reached the sofa, where someone had already risen to reserve a seat for him. It is good that you have come. Please, take a seat. Li Xingyan cast a glance at Sheng Xia. She appeared somewhat diminished, her appearance elevated to a respectable standard, yet she remained an individual cloaked in superficial charm. Please, Mr. Li, have a seat, urged his business associate, Mr. Chen. Li Xingyan eyed the offered seat but did not settle immediately. Instead, he gently tapped Sheng Xia's hand, resting in the crook of his arm. Momentarily taken aback, she observed the swiftly vacated primary seat and understood Li Xingyan was choosing to share his position with her. As long as there was no seat reserved for her, he would not occupy it alone. This small gesture warmed her heart. Only then did Li Xingyan take his seat. With Sheng Xia positioned at his right hand, facing the elder patriarch, the matriarch, and Li Xijin and Li Nianqing, observing the expressions cast upon her, it seemed as though they were eagerly anticipating her embarrassment. In Chapter 69, when soldiers come, we stand firm, when water flows, we block it, Li Nianqing greeted. Ah, sister-in-law. You have arrived. We have been waiting for quite a while, thinking you might not make it today. As Sheng Xia settled into her seat, she could not help but notice Li Nianqing's smug demeanor. This young lady, being the sole heiress of the Li family, carried herself with an air of superiority, never hesitating to belittle Sheng Xia. In the presence of the crowd, Li Nianqing spoke as though Sheng Xia were a disrespectful junior, lacking in decorum towards her elders. Li Nianqing relished the sight of Sheng Xia's humiliation, while beside her, Li Xingyan's countenance darkened with unspoken ire, exuding a natural authority. Sheng Xia smiled at him, silently conveying her assurance that she possessed ample means to handle the situation. The Li family members instinctively aligned themselves against her. The elders were aware that Li Nianqing's remarks were inappropriate, yet chose to feign ignorance to assert their dominance, a tactic Sheng Xia would not tolerate. Oh. How could I possibly not come? As Li Xingyan's wife, I am eager to integrate into this family, provided that the Li family grants me that opportunity. Sheng Xia replied with a smile that did not quite reach her eyes. The earlier pleasantries were merely formalities, with the latter part subtly implying that the elders of the Li family did not welcome her as their daughter-in-law, thereby questioning her respect towards them. Li Nianqing was taken aback by Sheng Xia's retort. Today, her father had been gracious enough to allow her to visit, and yet here was Sheng Xia, daring to overstep. Nearby, Li Xingyan's eyes suddenly gleamed with intrigue. Indeed, father, my parents expressed their concern about not having made a prior appointment, fearing it might be too abrupt to visit unannounced. To convey their gratitude, they entrusted me with a gift to celebrate your longevity. And I sincerely hope you accept it graciously, said Sheng Xia with a smile, disregarding the ire in Li Nianqing's eyes. Sister-in-law, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that our Li family lacks courtesy by not inviting your parents? Li Nianqing retorted, visibly displeased, as Sheng Xia presumed herself to be of such stature that her presence here was a favor granted to her. With a look of innocence, Sheng Xia blinked her big eyes and replied, No, Nianqing, that was not my intention at all. My parents are acutely aware of their humble status and felt it inappropriate to impose themselves unexpectedly, which is why they instructed me to endure any slight and to conduct myself well, regardless of the circumstances. As she uttered those words, Li Xingyan's fingers lightly tapped a rhythm on the sofa, suggesting that his concerns had been unwarranted. Sheng Xia, a little imp, had mastered the art of feigning distress, deftly shifting the focus of contention onto Li Nianqing. You. Li Nianqing found herself at a loss for words, her frustration mounting. Nianqing. One must not be so impolite. Sheng Xia is your sister-in-law. This reflects poorly on our Li family's etiquette. I assumed that matters of longevity celebration were understood among us. As we wished to spare our in-laws any unnecessary expense, and given the multitude of guests, it is only natural that some oversights occur, causing us to appear foolish. explained Han Peiyun, casting a warning glance at Li Nianqing. Mother, I was merely joking with my sister-in-law. Isn't the kitchen quite busy at the moment? I prepared a handmade cake for my father. Sister-in-law, are you also going to show your culinary skills in the kitchen? Li Nianqing inquired persistently. Sheng Xia is quite inept. She knows nothing. If she were to cook, the kitchen would undoubtedly become a disaster zone, leading to a rather embarrassing situation. In truth, with so many servants in the Li household, there is no need for Sheng Xia to step into the kitchen. It merely serves to highlight her lowly status upon her arrival, being dispatched to the kitchen in front of everyone. Well, if you do not mind. I happen to have studied it during my university years, Sheng Xia replied, her demeanor cheerful. Did Mrs. Li study culinary arts in college? Someone asked. Not at all. Sheng Xia blinked innocently, but rather, I majored in animal husbandry. Amidst the crowd. Sheng Xia, as a daughter-in-law of the Li family. There is no need for you to cook, you can simply sit and engage in conversation with everyone, Han Peiyun interjected, attempting to smooth over the situation. At this juncture, insisting on having Sheng Xia cook would imply that she is merely a livestock farmer, while the other guests are. Oh, very well, thank you, mother. Sheng Xia responded politely, settling herself back into her seat. Li Xingyan watched with keen interest as a fleeting glimmer of pride danced in the girl's eyes. And he couldn't help but let a slight smile escape his lips. It appeared he had underestimated her, after deftly handling the previous exchanges. She was nothing short of a little demon. At some point, someone in the group initiated a conversation. Young Master Li has just returned from his studies. So talented and promising at such a young age. The old master must nurture him well, as he will surely contribute significantly to the future of the Li family, Mr. Chen complimented. Indeed, dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes. The offspring of the esteemed elder are all exceptional individuals. As for Master Li, his rapid ascendancy in the business realm speaks volumes. Even seasoned veterans like ourselves dare not exhibit any ambiguity in his presence. The younger generation is indeed surpassing the older. And Master Li's prowess is undeniable. Mrs. Huang, invited by Han Peiyun, remarked, "You flatter me, I have merely acquired some theoretical knowledge. Yet I have yet to apply it in practice. Ultimately, my elder brother is truly remarkable. He has stepped into the business world at such a young age. And his capabilities far exceed my own. I rely on his guidance." Li Xingyan, who shares the same father but has a different mother than Li Xingyan, is not lacking in appearance either. However, while Xingyan is indeed handsome, he lacks the calm and composed demeanor that characterizes Li Xingyan. His features are appealing. Yet he carries a hint of youthful naivety, reminiscent of someone just emerging from academia. Sister-in-law. I hope you can speak a few kind words on my behalf before my brother, Li Xingyan stated. Indeed, with such a high level of education, second brother will surely alleviate some of the burdens for elder brother in his business endeavors, Li Nianqing added. A chuckle escaped as the realization dawned that today, aside from being the elder's birthday banquet, it seemed to resemble a clandestine gathering. Ostensibly, it was a celebration for Li Xingyan, yet it appeared meticulously orchestrated in advance, deliberately steering conversations to promote Li Xingyan. Despite their shared paternity, Xingyan entered the world of commerce earlier, lacking maternal support during his formative years. His circumstances were not as favorable as Li Xingyan's. Why, then, should Li Xingyan, after toiling to achieve success, be obligated to elevate Li Xingyan? If she were to refuse, it would signify a lack of magnanimity on her part as the sister-in-law. Conversely, if Li Xingyan were to decline, it would imply that he holds little regard for Sheng Xia, leaving her ensnared in the whirlwind of public opinion. Observing the Li family, one cannot expect any goodwill from them. Li Xingyan, who could have directly responded, instead lifted his cup and, with an air of composure, took a sip, clearly intrigued to witness how the little devil would react. Li Xingyan, being excessively modest, should know that with her talents, opportunities for growth are abundant. However, since she has spoken up, coupled with Li Xingyan's strong sense of brotherly loyalty, there is no need for me to intervene, he will undoubtedly assist you. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyan was about to break into a smile when Sheng Xia continued to speak. In the previous years, the Li Corporation faced some minor issues. At that time, my father was in poor health, and Li Xingyan stepped up to shoulder the responsibility alone. I recall that you were studying abroad during that period. Li Xingyan worked tirelessly to shield this family from adversity. Once Sheng Xia finished her statement, it became evident to all that the issues faced by the Li Corporation were far from trivial. As the younger son, Li Xingyan was not significantly younger than Li Xingyan. Yet he had the privilege of studying abroad, living in a sheltered environment without a care in the world. In stark contrast, Li Xingyan had abruptly halted his studies to take the reins of the Li Corporation, implementing decisive reforms to rectify the company's shortcomings. Within just a few months, he transformed the precarious situation into stability and cultivated a loyal cadre of subordinates. With Sheng Xia's eloquent introduction, the disparity between the two brothers was clearly delineated. When Sheng Xia spoke of Li Xingyan, her lively eyes sparkled with pride, radiating an effervescent light. Is it not said that Sheng Xia harbors a profound disdain for Li Xingyan's unilateral decision regarding this marriage? How peculiar it is that today she seems to advocate for him, even standing up on his behalf. Indeed, this household relies heavily on Xingyan, who has shouldered responsibilities during difficult times. I often counsel Xijin to learn diligently from him. I harbor no grand ambitions. If Xijin could acquire even half of Xingyan's capabilities, I would find contentment. Han Peiyun expressed humbly. Though her words were delivered in a soft, gentle tone, Sheng Xia could not shake the impression that she held her own sentiments. After all, Li Xijin is her biological child, while Li Xingyan, despite his brilliance, is not of her blood. What mother does not scheme for her own offspring? Young Master Li is exceedingly astute. Given the right opportunities and under the personal guidance of Master Li, he is bound to flourish rapidly. Someone echoed this sentiment. Indeed, a suitable platform is crucial, as is having a knowledgeable mentor. Coupled with one's own diligence, the future holds limitless potential. Sheng Xia nodded vigorously, affirming, yes, Xijin. You must learn well from Li Xingyan. Much of the wisdom necessary for life cannot be gleaned from textbooks. Take, for instance, his impeccable conduct. He has never been embroiled in scandal. The Li family is grand and prosperous, should one stray from their principles. It is all too easy to become ensnared by temptations from the outside world. No sooner had she spoken than Li Xijin's expression soured. Just days prior, she had been embroiled in a scandal with a young model, the news of which had ignited fervent speculation online. It was only through Li Xingyan's intervention that the sensational headlines were quelled. Li Yanqing rose in defense of Li Xijin. Ergu has always been a person of integrity. The rumors propagated by those gossip-mongers are merely baseless fabrications. Speaking of which, isn't it true that someone has genuine scandals? Sheng Xia merely treated it as a jest. Without affirming any facts, yet Li Yanqing's words inadvertently solidified the matter. Ah, how amusing this situation is. Yanqing, you have yet to make any promises. So refrain from speaking of yourself in such a manner. Sheng Xia, with a grave demeanor, made a shushing gesture. Who speaks of themselves? I am not like you. Are you unaware of your own actions? Provoked by such words, Li Yanqing completely lost her sense of propriety. What is wrong with me? Li Xingyan and I lacked an emotional foundation previously, but after a year of companionship, our relationship has grown increasingly harmonious. Thus, I have come today with Li Xingyan to celebrate father's birthday. As she spoke, Sheng Xia embraced Li Xingyan's arm before resting her head affectionately on his shoulder in front of everyone. How shameless can this woman be? She has completely disregarded decorum. And having spoken so insolently multiple times, surely, my elder brother will discipline her properly, for with his character, he would not allow a woman to publicly flaunt affection in front of others. That unique fragrance of hers wafted through the air. The strands of her hair brushed against his neck, and with the gentle breeze, it stirred something within him, a ticklish sensation. Li Xingyan's distinctly knuckled hand reached out toward Sheng Xia. Li Yanqing displayed an expression of anticipation, thinking that her brother would surely give Sheng Xia a sharp reprimand, considering how the woman had embarrassed him moments ago. Yet, to her surprise, Li Xingyan's large hand merely grazed the top of Sheng Xia's head, giving it a gentle pat, while a subtle smile played at the corners of his lips. In the sweltering summer, akin to a languid cat nestled against Li Xingyan's shoulder. His movements resembled a gentle caress for the mischievous feline. When summer had spoken moments ago, Li Xingyan had shown no response. Now, however, his actions unmistakably conveyed to all present, this is my person, and I indulge them. Ahem. Han Peiyun appeared somewhat restless, covering her lips with a handkerchief and lightly coughing twice. Xingyan, Xijin is your younger brother, the Li family will belong to both of you in the future. Your father is aging, and I entrust Xijin to you. Please take care of him, Li Xingyan stated. Li Xingyan maintained a calm demeanor, yet his deep, dark eyes met Li Xingyan's gaze directly. He did not agree immediately. Instead, he lifted his cup and took a sip before leisurely responding, "Once Xijin returns. As his elder brother, I will certainly assist him, but his cultivation must rely on his own efforts." Though Li Xingyan was the father and Li Xingyan the son, the atmosphere of their conversation suggested that Li Xingyan's presence was far more commanding. Summer couldn't help but sense that Li Xingyan felt as though he were entrusting his legacy. Ahem. Han Peiyun coughed again, her gaze imploringly fixed on Li Xingyan, clearly urging him to continue, especially in front of so many guests on his birthday. Li Xingyan must surely uphold his word. "Oh dear, mother, are you perhaps coming down with a cold? Why do you keep coughing? Shall I send someone out to fetch some cold medicine for you?" "If it's a cough, a bit of syrup works wonders," Summer expressed with concern. Upon hearing this, Han Peiyun nearly lost her composure. She was not unwell at all. Mrs. Li is quite knowledgeable and presumably possesses a keen interest in medicine. She must have done her homework. Some have discerned Sheng Xia's significance in Li Xingyan's heart and have made deliberate attempts to curry favor. "Not really," Sheng Xia replied, tilting her head. "I hold dual degrees from university and have also studied veterinary medicine." The revelation of her veterinary background astonished everyone, as it implied that she had previously regarded Han Peiyun as an animal. "Thank you for your concern," Han Peiyun said, suppressing her irritation, and courteously expressed her gratitude to Sheng Xia. It was Sheng Xia's continuous interruptions that had diverted the conversation from its intended focus. They had pressing matters to discuss. "Xingyan, do you think it would be appropriate to arrange a position for Xijin at Li Corporation to provide her with some valuable experience?" Li Xingyan suggested. Li Xingyan pressed his lips together thoughtfully, pondering for a moment before lightly tapping his fingers on the sofa. After several seconds, he finally spoke in a measured tone. "I have noted this matter, and I will make a careful decision. I shall respond to Xijin later." Li Xijin was taken aback. She had probably expected her elder brother to readily agree in front of everyone, but to her surprise, despite their father's direct intervention, her brother offered a non-committal response. Chapter 71, She is a little demon. Xingyan, are you really disregarding our father's personal involvement? Li Xingyan felt his pride wounded, anger simmering beneath the surface. However, he also recognized that Li Corporation was now effectively under Li Xingyan's control. Considering Li Xingyan's perspective, it must be quite challenging for him at this moment. It seemed that the entire family was pressuring him to publicly declare his stance. When the company faced difficulties in the past, they had thrust Li Xingyan forward to resolve the crisis, shielding Li Xijin with unwavering protection. Now that the company has risen and further developed, why the haste to allow Li Xijin a share of the spoils? Even if Li Xijin remains silent, one can assume that Li Xingyan would not neglect to make arrangements. Yet their tone is so aggressive, as if they have ever considered Li Xingyan's circumstances and thoughts. Alas, father, you are overthinking. Although Li Xingyan is the president of the company, the inclusion of personnel requires a decision from the shareholders' meeting. Li Xingyan has always opposed his subordinates using their power for personal gain. He cannot be the one to breach this regulation first, as it would be detrimental to management. Sheng Xia remarked. Sheng Xia's words, laden with references to nepotism and the abuse of power, left everyone in the Li family feeling quite awkward. Has the eldest brother truly lost the authority to even bring his younger brother into the company? It is merely a matter of assigning a suitable position. There are tens of thousands of employees in the Li Corporation, yet only the younger brother faces such hurdles? Li Nianqing exclaimed in frustration. Nianqing? How can you say he's being obstructed? If it were a matter of placing him in a regular position, there would be no need for such extensive procedures. However, arranging for a significant role necessitates careful planning. After all, the Li Corporation has previously suffered losses from appointing candidates recommended by several major shareholders, all of whom were graduates from prestigious foreign universities, yet those individuals failed to perform effectively in their roles, hampering the company's progress. Academic credentials and actual capability are two distinct matters, and there is no shortage of inexperienced young individuals who can only engage in theoretical discussions, Sheng Xia elaborated, narrowing her eyes. Sister-in-law, are you implying that the younger brother possesses only academic qualifications but lacks true ability? Li Nianqing trembled with indignation. Without the elder brother, there would be no opportunity for Sheng Xia to speak here. She is merely wielding the authority of another, brandishing a feather as if it were a command. No, no. I truly did not mean it that way, I was referring to certain individuals, not to Xi Jin. How could I possibly know Xi Jin's capabilities? Just a few days ago, I implored Li Xingyan to secure a position for me within the Li family, yet he steadfastly refused. After several days of pleading, he finally conceded to arrange a modest role for me. Sheng Xia furrowed her brow, expressing her grievances. You are going to the Li family? On what grounds? Li Nianqing was about to continue when she heard Han Peiyun's discreet cough, which prompted her to pause. Nianqing, have you forgotten? I graduated from Dong University with distinction. And according to national rankings, your institution falls 2 places behind mine. But your major is? Li Nianqing persisted, unwilling to relent. What of my major? How many individuals today find their profession aligned with their studies? If we are to follow that logic, Xi Jin, having studied economics, ought to seek employment at a bank. Wouldn't you agree? Sheng Xia's smile was innocent and disarming. A soft chuckle escaped among the crowd at her remark, though they quickly stifled it. Ultimately, Li Xingyan must return and give this matter due consideration. He will undoubtedly secure an appropriate position for Xi Jin. Rest assured, parents, regardless of Xi Jin's capabilities, Li Xingyan will take full responsibility. Her words implied that Li Xijin, in comparison to Li Xingyan, was merely an empty vessel, entirely reliant on him. Do you all truly lack faith in Li Xingyan? Must he disclose the exact position he intends to arrange for Xi Jin at this very moment? Sheng Xia inquired. As Sheng Xia posed her question, it seemed to expose the Li family's folly to everyone. Naturally, this was not the case, with your comments. How could we not feel at ease? I must entrust this matter to you, Han Peiyun interjected diplomatically. After Sheng Xia's remarks, she felt a parched dryness in her throat. Meanwhile, Li Xingyan remained silent, and at that moment, she curiously glanced at him, noticing his left wrist exposed while his right hand absent-mindedly toyed with the sandalwood prayer beads. Mr. Li, have you recently developed an interest in sandalwood prayer beads? I have never seen you adorn yourself with any jewelry before, Sheng Xia inquired. Li Xingyan seemed to have been awaiting such a question. He languidly leaned back in his seat and replied with a hint of nonchalance, not particularly. Then why? Sheng Xia persisted. It's merely a casual gift, he stated, his tone revealing an imperceptible pride. Ms. Li certainly seems to care for Mr. Li. Thinking of presenting him with such trifles, someone broke the oppressive silence. Women are all the same. She even gifted me a belt and some knickknacks. But I don't necessarily wear them all. How fortunate it was that before leaving home today, Li Xingyan had changed out of his golden belt, otherwise. She imagined him adjusting his belt, proudly declaring, this was bought by Sheng Xia, and the imagery was simply too vivid. Excuse me for a moment. I need to visit the restroom, Sheng Xia said, her face turning crimson. Just moments ago, when confronting Li Nianqing and the others, she felt no embarrassment. But now she was engulfed in awkwardness. As she departed, they continued to extol how beautiful and sophisticated the prayer beads Mr. Li wore were. It is important to note that this was something casually purchased from a street vendor. Originally priced at 10 yuan for a string, after haggling with Luo Yunqiu, it was acquired for 15 yuan for 2 strings. The so-called sandalwood is nothing more than wooden beads that carry a hint of inferior sandalwood fragrance. The only reason for the compliments showered upon it is the person wearing it, Li Xingyan. In the sweltering summer, she excused herself to the restroom. Upon taking out her phone, she discovered missed calls and messages from Ji Jiaming and Su Yanyan. Xia Xia, what are you doing? That day, when you hastily left Mo village residence. Did Li Xingyan give you a hard time? If you are safe, please let me know. Ji Jiaming, Xia Xia, may I ask a favor of you? Last time, I treated you to dinner, but my bank card has been overdrawn. I just remembered that I have a payment due soon. Could you lend me 10,000 yuan? I will repay you promptly. Su Yanyan, each one with their own agenda, one attempting to ingratiate himself while the other ensnares her. Was it not a subtle reminder that Su Yanyan had covered the last meal herself? If she were to lend Su Yanyan that sum, would this venomous woman truly return it? After some contemplation, she replied to both messages. Jiaming, did I not ask you not to contact me for these few days? Li Xingyan is quite furious this time, he has even laid his hands on me. I believe our divorce will be imminent. Please bear with me a little longer. My current circumstances are not suitable for a meeting with you. Yan, it should have been my turn to pay last time. You are aware of how severe the consequences can be when Li Xingyan is angered. Not only has he laid hands on me, but he has also confiscated my card. I am currently without funds. I apologize, I truly wish to assist you, but I find myself powerless to do so. In the sweltering summer. Sheng Xia marvels at her improving storytelling skills, smirking as she prepares to step outside, only to be interrupted by a conversation that mentions Li Xingyan. Chapter 72, A Surge of Jealousy. The old man had been concerned that Master Li would not make an appearance today, but it seems his worries were unfounded. Master Li not only arrived but also brought Sheng Xia along. The voice seems to belong to the servant who had just poured her a glass of water. Indeed. You cannot imagine how thrilling it was. I heard that Sheng Xia confronted the old man and his associates quite boldly. With Master Li present. The old lady was so incensed that she did not dare to utter a word. Is that so? Nevertheless, that aligns with her usual demeanor. If it weren't for the old lady and the old man trying to secure a place for their young master in the Li family, they would not have tolerated it so patiently. Now that Master Li has gained considerable strength, who wouldn't he want to climb the ranks by associating with him? However, Master Li did not make any declarations at the moment. Such a stance may not satisfy the old man and the others. Over the years, Master Li must have felt the weight of his circumstances. When his mother passed away, he was merely 3 or 4 years old, observing the old Mr. Li, the old lady, and their children as a family while he felt like an outsider. Fortunately, Master Li has made a remarkable comeback, achieving great success. And now the old man and his wife find themselves in a position of seeking his favor, which could be seen as a way to repay the old couple for their nurturing. Nurturing? Perhaps Master Li does not perceive it that way. More than a decade ago, he mysteriously vanished for over half a month, and upon his return, he underwent a drastic change in temperament, reportedly leaving him with lasting ailments. Over a decade ago, he disappeared for half a month. Following that, his character transformed, and he was left with lingering health issues? In the sweltering summer. Sheng Xia had never heard of the incident involving Li Xingyan and was eager to learn more when suddenly, a sharp hiss interrupted her. Have you lost your minds? Are you unaware that this matter is a taboo in the Li family? If the old lady hears of it, each of you will be shown the door. Get out now, this is your first warning. If I catch you gossiping again, you know the consequences, a steward reprimanded in a low voice, plunging the surroundings into silence. Shortly thereafter, the few maids who had spoken dispersed like startled birds, restoring tranquility. Although Sheng Xia could not grasp the full extent of what had transpired, she sensed that the incident must have profoundly affected Li Xingyan. Reflecting on the fact that he had lost his mother at the tender age of 3 or 4, she felt a flicker of sympathy. It was evident that his subsequent personality was shaped by this loss, leading to an insatiable longing for familial warmth. He had invested considerable effort in her. Was it possible that he sought such warmth from her? Regrettably, in her previous life, she had never reciprocated and often found herself at odds with him. Was his choice of her perhaps influenced by a subtle resemblance to his mother? A quality he discerned in her? Upon exiting the restroom, Sheng Xia returned to the living room, only to find Li Xingyan surrounded by a throng of people, all vying for the opportunity to exchange a few words with him. Among the crowd, he stood out like a crane among chickens. His posture was neither slouched nor overly rigid, yet exuded an undeniable charisma. He occasionally responded to their inquiries, though he appeared distracted. His brow furrowed as he frequently glanced to the right, seemingly searching for something elusive. When she reappeared, the man's gaze merely flicked towards her before retracting, his attention no longer wavering. Was he searching for her just moments ago? Surely, he could not suspect that she would flee amidst a crowd. This man was indeed excessively suspicious. Lunch is prepared. I kindly invite all guests to proceed to the dining room, the butler announced. Only then did the guests rise. And Meng Xiao's gaze inadvertently fell upon Li Xijin. She reflected on how Li Xingyan had grown without the protection of his mother, while Li Xijin effortlessly acquired everything. A sense of injustice welled up within her for Li Xingyan. Had his mother not passed away in her prime, perhaps Li Xingyan would not bear such a gloomy disposition. In her previous life, after Li Xingyan was diagnosed with cancer, Li Xijin's position within the company had soared. It was certain that with Li Xingyan's death, the Li family enterprise would rest solely in Li Xijin's hands. Seemingly sensing Meng Xiao's scrutiny, Li Xijin offered her a friendly smile. Her extroverted nature radiated warmth, and Meng Xia shyly returned the gesture with a smile of her own. As Meng Xia pondered while following the crowd, she unexpectedly bumped her forehead against a wall of people. Looking up, she met the displeased gaze of Li Xingyan, his deep eyes reflecting irritation. What had incited his anger this time? Li Xingyan, what is troubling you? Who has upset you? She inquired softly. Could you perhaps walk with a bit more purpose? Li Xingyan retorted coldly. Was her elder brother truly so petty? She had merely exchanged a smile with his sister-in-law, and he could take issue with that? What? Li Xingyan was upset because she had just shared a laugh with Li Xijin? It is impossible, no matter how one perceives Li Xijin. He is still Li Xingyan's younger brother. There is nothing amiss in sharing a smile among relatives. Moreover, Li Xingyan's temperament is notoriously unpredictable. He is prone to anger over the slightest matters, and it is highly likely that he is still vexed over the arrangement regarding Li Xijin's position in the Li family, rather than being upset with her. After all, she possesses an air of confidence, having behaved impeccably today and supporting Li Xingyan throughout the event. He is not the sort to confuse friend with foe. With a smile, Li Xijin approached and remarked to Sheng Xia, sister-in-law, your eloquence is quite remarkable. It is no wonder that my elder brother is so fond of you. Li Xingyan's dark gaze, akin to a turbulent abyss, fell upon Li Xijin, exuding an undeniable aura of pressure. Sheng Xia laughed lightly, not at all. I often misbehave and provoke your brother's ire. It seems you are yet to comprehend your standing in his heart. After speaking, Li Xijin did not linger but joined the other guests, swiftly disappearing from sight. Sheng Xia observed Li Xijin's retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable strangeness about him. While he radiated a sunny disposition with his smile, he did not strike her as simple-minded. Could it be that all members of the Li family are equally enigmatic? What do you think of Li Xijin's looks? Li Xingyan inquired, furrowing his brow. He is quite handsome, with good skin and attractive features. His attire is casual, aligning well with the aesthetic preferences of contemporary youth. He also seems quite talented. He mentioned having published an article in an international journal, which is a rarity among young people, Sheng Xia replied. Li Xingyan's lips curled in a slight smirk as he cast a sidelong glance at Sheng Xia. You appear particularly attentive to him. With that, the man, cloaked in a shadow of discontent, promptly strode ahead. In the sweltering summer, she struggled to keep pace in her high heels, trailing behind with considerable effort. What could Li Xingyan possibly mean by his statements, which seemed utterly nonsensical? Clearly, she had no interest in Li Xijin, yet, when Li Xingyan insisted on questioning her, she had no choice but to respond in kind. Was it not an affront to Li Xingyan if she were to belittle Li Xijin in the presence of the numerous members of the Li family? Earlier, in the living room, she had been as astute as Zhuge Liang, adeptly engaging in verbal sparring with a multitude of guests, showcasing her impressive eloquence. However, when faced with Li Xingyan, she felt that even 10 of her could scarcely appease him. The heart of a man is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Chapter 73, His unique affection today. Approximately 20 guests were present, all pre-selected to celebrate the elder's birthday. Among them were direct relatives, business associates, and a few glamorous friends of Han Peiyun. They were all gathered around a long table, with Li Xingyan occupying the center position. The seating arrangement mirrored that of the earlier gathering in the living room, with the entire Li family seated closely beside Li Xingyan. Li Xingyan and Sheng Xia sat opposite, while the other guests were arranged according to their significance, flanking the table on either side. This arrangement was not dictated by the elder, rather. Sheng Xia had observed that when the elder first took his seat, the other places were vacant, and it was Li Xingyan who chose to sit directly opposite him, prompting the others to take their seats thereafter. The seating itself indicated Li Xingyan's esteemed position within the Li family. Now that the elder had stepped back to focus on his health, the only young person he could truly rely upon was Li Xingyan, naturally elevating his standing in the eyes of the family. Today marked the elder's birthday, and everyone raised their glasses in unison, wishing him good health and longevity akin to the southern mountains. As someone initiated the toast, the guests stood together to honor Li Xingyan. Thank you all for gracing me with your presence to celebrate my birthday. Please, make yourselves at home and indulge in the feast, remarked Li Xingyan with a smile. Sheng Xia settled into her seat, her gaze briefly drifting to the platter of shrimp that lay a bit out of reach. To ensure her outfit fit her figure impeccably, she had opted for a mere glass of milk for breakfast, and her stomach was already grumbling with hunger. However, adhering to the etiquette of the dining table, it would be rather embarrassing to rise and serve herself shrimp, as if she had never had the pleasure of eating it before. If only Li Xingyan were not upset, she might have dared to seek his assistance in a hushed tone. Yet, after their recent exchange, where he had ignored her in his annoyance, she was at a loss as to what she had said or done wrong. She was certainly not inclined to risk further humiliation by approaching him again. Out of the corner of his eye, Li Xingyan noticed Sheng Xia gazing longingly at the shrimp platter while pouting and nibbling on the nearest dish. However, he remained impassive, showing no inclination to assist her. If he wouldn't help, did he think she had no tricks up her sleeve? Just as everyone was engaged in their meal and conversation, Sheng Xia's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, cut through the air. Instantly, the attention of the guests turned to her, wondering if she was about to stir up trouble again. Could the platter of shrimp be placed before Li Xingyan? He enjoys eating shrimp, and given his hectic and exhausting work schedule, my culinary skills may not be the best, but these shrimp appear quite fresh. I thought to prepare them to nourish him. Would anyone mind? Beside her, Li Xingyan's body stiffened slightly. Did he truly enjoy them? How could anyone possibly mind? It was rare for her to show such thoughtfulness. Bring that platter to Xingyan, Han Peiyun instructed with a smile. As the servant placed the shrimp before Li Xingyan, Sheng Xia lowered her head, discreetly revealing a triumphant smile. Moments ago, the dish had been too distant for her to reach, but now, positioned right in front of Li Xingyan, it was within her grasp. She eagerly extended her chopsticks, delighted at the prospect of indulging in the succulent shrimp. However, just as her chopsticks clasped the shrimp, another pair reached out simultaneously, seizing the very same prawn. Li Xingyan deftly transferred it into his own bowl. Undeterred, Sheng Xia attempted once more, only to be outmaneuvered again by Li Xingyan. I can manage without your assistance, she retorted, though he merely offered her a smirk, his expression a blend of amusement and mockery. Were it not for the setting being the Li household, and the presence of so many onlookers, Sheng Xia would have been on the verge of exploding with indignation. It was evident that Li Xingyan was fully aware of her fondness for shrimp, and her desire to savor them was palpable. As she watched Li Xingyan's slender, deft fingers skillfully peel away the translucent pink shell, unveiling the plump, juicy shrimp meat, her cheeks puffed with frustration. One shrimp was insufficient. The platter originally contained only a dozen, and he had now claimed every single one. Initially, she had watched eagerly as he devoured the first few, but soon, she diverted her gaze, choosing instead to engage in a silent battle with the white rice in her bowl. It was no wonder that people spoke of Li Xingyan's penchant for vengeance. He truly lived up to that reputation. Oh dear sister-in-law, are the dishes not to your liking? Why are you not eating? Li Yanqing inquired with a smile from across the table. She had observed the earlier exchange between Li Xingyan and Sheng Xia, and now, witnessing Sheng Xia's glum demeanor brought her great delight. No, everything is quite delicious, Sheng Xia replied, mustering a smile, though her voice bore a profound sense of disillusionment. Nearby, a man's light laughter echoed, a derisive chuckle. What a display of cowardice, belittling women. He is destined to live a solitary life. With such venomous thoughts swirling within her. The very next moment, a pair of chopsticks extended toward her, transferring all the shrimp from the white porcelain bowl into her own. Sheng Xia's eyes brightened, her prior anger dissipating in an instant as she met Li Xingyan's gaze. Though his expression remained composed, lacking any overt tenderness, he was at least less aloof than before. Eagerly, Sheng Xia sampled a piece of shrimp, and to her delight, it was even more delectable than what the chef at Jinyuan had prepared. Beyond the inherent flavor of the shrimp, it seemed Li Xingyan had drizzled a spoonful of sauce atop it. The succulent, bouncy texture of the shrimp, complemented by the rich sauce, created an exquisite taste. So, all those shrimp he had just picked were meant for her. Your sister-in-law is truly fortunate. She doesn't even have to peel her own shrimp, merely waiting for her elder brother to do it for her, Li Yanqing remarked with a hint of envy. Relishing the shrimp, Sheng Xia felt a surge of contentment, reflecting on Li Xingyan's kindness. He indeed had a temper that flared quickly yet subsided just as fast. Just moments ago, he hadn't eaten a single bite, preferring to peel the shrimp for her before he began to eat. With so many eyes upon them, he showed no signs of hesitation, perhaps out of concern that she might appear ungraceful while eating, thus opting to assist her. Surely that was the case, though those witnessing the scene might interpret it differently. Peeling shrimp can be quite odorous. Perhaps Li Xingyan simply could not bear to let her do it herself. Savoring the shrimp, Sheng Xia couldn't help but lavish praise upon Li Xingyan, exclaiming, I adore shrimp, it is always Li Xingyan who peels them for me. You just said that this plate of shrimp was reserved for your elder brother, yet now you are indulging in it yourself, Li Xingyan remarked, her displeasure evident. I care for Li Xingyan, but he is far more concerned for my well-being. Nianqing, do not envy too much, if you desire. You may also seek a man who will peel shrimp for you, Sheng Xia said with an innocent smile. You. Sister-in-law. I am not in a hurry to marry, I am still young. Li Nianqing's cheeks flushed. You are now a young lady, it is time to consider such matters. Sheng Xia continued after finishing her shrimp. However, a man like your elder brother is truly one of a kind in this world. From the side, a soft chuckle arose. What does this man find amusing? Sheng Xia, thinking that Li Xingyan was mocking her again, glanced over only to find him holding a warm towel, gently bringing it to her lips. You eat like a little kitten, he remarked, his tone tinged with delight, his actions tender and careful, as if he were polishing a delicate masterpiece. Chapter 74, Master Li's affection for Sheng Xia. A collective gasp echoed around the dining table. The affection Master Li showed towards Sheng Xia was well known, yet witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. To be fair, Sheng Xia was not unattractive. Though she was a bit plump at present, she could be quite charming with the right attire. However, compared to the stunning daughters of wealthy families, Sheng Xia could hardly be deemed a beauty. Perhaps with a bit of weight loss, she could compete. It was truly puzzling what qualities Master Li saw in her. Willingly attending to her every need, peeling shrimp and wiping her mouth. Li Xingyan's demeanor was exceptionally gentle, to the point that even the oblivious Sheng Xia could perceive the warmth emanating from his obsidian eyes. Particularly when his cold fingers inadvertently brushed against the corner of her lips, an unfamiliar heat blossomed on her face. Sheng Xia instinctively swallowed, acknowledging that she could endure his bouts of anger and his sullen indifference. However, when he displayed tenderness towards her, she found herself utterly defenseless. Although it was likely that his behavior at the Li family residence today was intended to project an image of a loving and responsible family man, her heart raced uncontrollably, and her gaze unconsciously drifted to his delicate lips, recalling the chaotic moments from her past life. After consuming 10 large shrimp, Sheng Xia found herself unable to indulge in anything else. The recent period of dieting had considerably diminished her appetite, even a small amount made her feel overly full. The lunch was spent in a relatively harmonious atmosphere. After the meal, everyone gathered to chat for a while. But Sheng Xia found the conversation tedious and rose to request a glass of sour plum juice from a servant. The tart flavor of the juice brought instant refreshment, causing her to squint her eyes in delight as she escaped the crowded environment, feeling as though she had been revitalized by the drink. Sister-in-law. Do you not enjoy such gatherings? She heard footsteps approach from behind. Li Xingyan stood with arms crossed, leaning nonchalantly against the wall, flashing a grin at Sheng Xia. Seeing his smile, she was about to respond in kind but hesitated, pondering the possibility of Li Xingyan genuinely being upset. Consequently, she adopted a serious expression, assuming a posture befitting an elder as she cast a sidelong glance at him. It's not that I dislike it, I was merely feeling a bit thirsty. The sour plum juice is quite refreshing, Sheng Xia replied. In her past life, she was not well acquainted with Li Xingyan, and since this was her first visit to the Li residence, there was little to discuss. I see that my sister-in-law has changed quite a bit lately. Not only have her habits shifted, but she now consumes only low-calorie foods at lunch, and her manner of speaking and acting has transformed as well. Even her attitude towards my elder brother has altered, Li Xingyan remarked. How would you know if I have changed? Weren't you studying abroad all this time? Did you manage to keep tabs on my brother and sister-in-law's private lives while you were at it? Sheng Xia blinked innocently. Li Xingyan seemed taken aback by her question. His charming eyes widened for a moment before he smiled and replied, It is not that others are unaware. But your relationship with my brother is something I intentionally refrain from inquiring about, yet I have still heard numerous rumors. Is that so strange? The sudden transformation of my sister-in-law, on the other hand, piques my curiosity. It is quite normal for couples to bicker after a year of such quarrels. I have come to understand Li Xingyan more deeply, naturally recognizing his many virtues. Your words imply that I should be at odds with him. Xingyan. You have just returned from studying abroad, perhaps you should focus more on your career. Sheng Xia's demeanor mirrored that of Li Xingyan, inscrutable and devoid of overt emotion. She did not know Li Xingyan well, and her lack of familiarity prompted her to conceal her preferences, a trait she had learned from Li Xingyan. Who could discern friend from foe? Now, allied with Li Xingyan, she felt the necessity to present a united front, and as a married woman, She needed to maintain a certain distance from others. Is it that my sister-in-law harbors animosity towards me? Is this something my brother has taught you? Li Xingyan poured herself a glass of sour plum juice, took a sip, and furrowed her brows in discontent. It was astonishing that this woman relished such a tart concoction. Why must you coax me into speaking ill of Li Xingyan? You are both bound by blood, Sheng Xia remarked, her expression troubled. Ha ha ha. Li Xingyan suddenly clutched her belly in laughter. Sister-in-law, you are truly amusing. I was merely teasing you. Did you genuinely take it to heart? I have always grown up in my elder brother's radiance, and I admire him immensely. If anyone dares to slander him in my presence, I would never let it slide. Sheng Xia placed her hands on her hips. Your joke is far from humorous. A chill, oppressive atmosphere crept up from behind, prompting Li Xingyan to raise an eyebrow slightly. Her peach blossom eyes narrowing, exuding a sense of reckless charm. Hey, sister-in-law, may I request something from you? What is it? Sheng Xia took another sip of her sour plum juice. Where did you purchase that bracelet for my elder brother? Could you procure one for me as well? Li Xingyan inquired. Without warning, a wave of coldness washed over Sheng Xia, sending goosebumps cascading across her skin, in the sweltering summer heat. Such an intense chill made her feel as though she were in a frozen cave. Sure, that's simple enough, but that bracelet is quite inexpensive. I fear it may not meet your standards. At a distance, a man with obsidian eyes cast a frigid glance towards the two. Enveloped in an ominous aura that seemed to shroud him like dark clouds, emanating an unsettling gloom that was difficult to dispel. How could I possibly look down upon it? As long as it is a gift from sister-in-law, I would be elated to receive it. Li Xingyan possesses a beguiling charm, distinctly setting her apart from Li Xingyan. One is irreverent, while the other is profoundly inscrutable. Upon hearing Sheng Xia's candid agreement, Li Xingyan clasped a string of prayer beads tightly in his palm. The adjacent sandalwood beads collided softly, emitting an unsettling creak. Sheng Xia gestured, indicating that a single string of beads costs 10 yuan, while 2 would be 15. Li Xingyan appeared perplexed by Sheng Xia's reasoning. Are you suggesting I should purchase them without paying? Well, simply hand the money to Li Xingyan. I'll send him the address of the stall, and he can procure them for you. After all, men understand men better, his taste has always surpassed mine. And his selection should suit you far better. Li Xingyan. Li Xingyan's brow unfurled in response to Sheng Xia's playful tone. The clouds above dissipating as sunlight poured through. Observing the discomfited expression on Li Xingyan's face, Sheng Xia shrugged. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of Li Xingyan approaching, and she waved at him with a smile. Li Xingyan, I'm over here. The young woman squinted her eyes. Her smile reminiscent of a summer sunflower, radiating a brilliance that was utterly captivating. Li Xingyan's steps seemed enchanted as he gravitated toward her, until she seized his wrist. There's delicious sour plum juice, would you like some? It was as if she had donned a filter of enchantment. In that instant, the blush of spring peach blossoms, the vibrant summer sunflowers, the autumnal cosmos, and the winter's red plum blossoms all embodied her essence. Chapter 75, The affection of a young couple. Before Li Xingyan could respond, Sheng Xia had already raised her cup to his lips. The man frowned slightly, seemingly reluctant to sample the tart flavor of the plum juice. Just drink it, she urged, although it's a bit sour, it's quite refreshing in the summer. Clearly. You've never tried it, some experiences are essential for a fulfilling life. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she earnestly recommended it. Like a spellbound creature, Li Xingyan parted his lips, allowing the tangy liquid to flow onto his tongue and into his mouth. Indeed, it was as sour as he had anticipated. Yet not entirely unpleasant. Isn't it delightful? Sheng Xia inquired, her eyes narrowing in a radiant smile. Ordinary, he replied, his expression somewhat peculiar. Meanwhile, Li Xingyan gazed into the cup in his hand, his eyes lost in thought. Setting aside the fact that Sheng Xia appeared far from the disdainful image of a sister-in-law towards her elder brother, her affectionate demeanor towards him was quite evident. It was noteworthy that since his earliest memories, his brother had never consumed from a cup used by another, and yet Sheng Xia was an exception. Li Xingyan. Just now Li Xingyan mentioned wanting a sandalwood bracelet like yours. Would you consider purchasing one for him? Sheng Xia inquired. Though she was skeptical that Li Xingyan genuinely desired the bracelet, Li Xingyan cast a fleeting glance at Li Xingyan, who was nearby, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Is that so? The simplicity of the words belied an immense weight of pressure. Li Xingyan, however, did not exhibit the trepidation typical of others. Instead, he offered a smile. Never mind, I merely spoke in jest. It would be unfortunate if my words led to any misconceptions. Tomorrow, I shall personally select a skewer at the shop. Very well. It is your choice to decline, but do not blame me for being stingy. Sheng Xia finished the remaining sour plum juice in her cup in one gulp and placed the cup on the table beside her. How amusing, truly, sister-in-law. Li Xingyan observed the purity in Sheng Xia's eyes, her slightly plump face radiating innocence when she smiled. Was she merely pretending, or was this her genuine nature? Suddenly, a wave of sultry air enveloped the atmosphere. Sheng Xia glanced at Li Xingyan in confusion, yet his expression remained unchanged. He did not appear angry. But neither did he seem happy. The hour was growing late. I have a meeting this afternoon and must return early, Li Xingyan remarked coolly. Oh, very well. Sheng Xia replied, maintaining her composure while her heart soared with joy. She felt stifled here and longed to return to Jinyuan at the earliest opportunity. The small flicker of excitement in a woman's eyes did not escape the man's notice. A fleeting smile graced his lips. Ladies and gentlemen, there are matters to attend to at the company, so I shall take my leave, Li Xingyan announced as he approached the living room. Xingyan, so busy. And you must leave already? There are some organic fruits I had picked at the base. Please take a few boxes home with you, Han Peiyun suggested. Thank you. Sheng Xia replied politely. Since you are occupied, I shall not delay your work. As for Xijin's matters, do give them careful thought upon your return, Li Jingjing said, casting a meaningful glance at Li Xingyan. Indeed. Li Xingyan will consider it thoroughly, rest assured, Mom and Dad. In the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia offered a faint smile. However, she interrupted, seemingly inciting discontent in the elder, whose brows furrowed slightly. Unperturbed, Sheng Xia had no desire to linger. She yearned to escape this stifling environment. Any flicker of displeasure that Li Xingyan initially felt dissipated as Sheng Xia tugged at his sleeve, subtly urging him to move along. As they exited the Li residence together, Sheng Xia entwined her arm with Li Xingyan's, resting her head affectionately upon his shoulder, an endearing sight that drew admiration from those in the hall, who marveled at the couple's evident affection. Little did they know that once she settled into the car, her smile vanished. Her hands clenched into fists as she pounded her waist and shoulders. I'm utterly exhausted. I've been on display all day, wearing a mask of smiles until my face feels frozen. Next time I visit the Li family, I shall never wear high heels again. My entire body aches. Sheng Xia lamented dramatically, her expression contorted in grievance. Beside her, Li Xingyan, aloof and unconcerned, remarked, no one asked you to put on a show. Nor did anyone compel you to wear high heels. Hey, Li Xingyan, I endured this for the sake of making a good impression on your family. If you're not moved, that's one thing, but to mock me? Is that really necessary? Sheng Xia puffed out her cheeks, then, struck by a sudden insight, pointed accusingly at Li Xingyan's nose. Are you angry because you overheard my conversation with Li Xijin? Gazing into her wide eyes, which reflected his stern visage, Li Xingyan turned his face aside, offering no response. Does silence equate to acknowledgement? Surely not. I mentioned that the bracelet was purchased from a street vendor. Do you think it unworthy of you and are now upset? That's rather petty of you. In the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia murmured. Among the gifts I have given you, only this bracelet is inexpensive, the rest were rather costly. Should I only present you with extravagant items in the future? Yet. Did you not cherish these gifts before knowing their worth? Can a price truly encapsulate their entirety? I have never regarded value as a measure. Unable to withstand her incessant prattle, Li Xingyan finally interjected, then why were you upset today? After much contemplation, Sheng Xia could not discern an answer. Is it because I was overly affectionate in public? Upon hearing this, Li Xingyan's brow furrowed into a small mountain of concern. This only reinforced Sheng Xia's belief that she had hit the mark. I apologize, I prioritized projecting a harmonious relationship between us in front of others, disregarding your feelings. Today, I might have indeed overstepped. Just now, I offered you my cup, and in the presence of Li Xijin, you had no choice but to drink from it, did you? A dark cloud enveloped Li Xingyan, and an unspoken alarm resonated within the confined space of the vehicle. In the front seat, Uncle Chen drove the car away from the Li residence, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Was Mrs. Li out of her mind? It was evident that Master Li did not intend that at all. Master Li had a penchant for cleanliness and never used cups that others had touched. He would not compromise his principles for the sake of appearances, unless he held some regard for that individual. Li Xingyan, I am truly sorry. I shall refrain from being so indiscreetly close to you in the future, and I will no longer. Enough. Li Xingyan interjected coldly, I am weary. After speaking, the man closed his eyes, immersing himself in a moment of tranquility. Sheng Xia, upon hearing his tone, felt a chill run down her spine. It was evident that he was genuinely furious today. Yet, the subtle signs of anger gracing his otherwise composed and handsome visage, coupled with his slightly trembling eyelashes, struck her as remarkably intriguing. Reflecting on the words she had overheard in the restroom, an overwhelming sense of compassion for Li Xingyan welled up within her. Li Xingyan. May I inquire about something? She cautiously asked. Speak, he replied, still with his eyes shut. Did you go missing from the Li family over a decade ago? Chapter 76, a unique belonging. Almost immediately, his frosty gaze locked onto hers, unleashing a torrent of chilling intensity. Who told you this? Li Xingyan? The man's voice was icy enough to send shivers down her spine. What exactly is going on? When the servants spoke, someone had exclaimed that they were risking their lives. What had transpired in between? Sheng Xia, initially skeptical, now perceived the gravity of the situation through Li Xingyan's reaction, suggesting that there might indeed be some truth to it. Although she remained unaware of the specifics, his anger clearly indicated that it was something grave. It's not him, Sheng Xia murmured, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread at his demeanor. Then who is it? His piercing gaze bore into her, as if attempting to decipher her thoughts. In any case, I merely heard it through the grapevine, please don't press me for the source. I promise I won't ask again in the future, is that acceptable? She curled up slightly, her eyelashes fluttering nervously. You're frightening me like this. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyan's hostility diminished slightly. As for Li Xingyan, you ought to refrain from engaging in banter with him. The displeasure in the man's tone only intensified, and Sheng Xia felt an unsettling tension in the air. Why? You ask? He is, after all, my relative. It would be rather awkward to avoid him completely, don't you think? Moreover, I perceive that he does not seem inherently malevolent. Can one truly discern a person's character with just a fleeting glance? If you were as astute as you claim, you would have recognized Su Yanyan's true nature long ago. If memory serves, you have been her confidant since university, have you not? Li Xingyan's sardonic remarks left Sheng Xia blushing profusely, rendering her speechless. This man is insufferable. Since the moment she entered the car, he had been scrutinizing her every move, finding fault at every turn. Very well, who was afraid of whom? With her arms crossed defiantly, Sheng Xia retorted, I was young back then. Now that I have experienced the world alongside you, I am no longer the same. One could say I have adorned myself with a veneer of sophistication. A hint of sarcasm danced upon Li Xingyan's features. Suppressing her urge to erupt in anger, Sheng Xia exaggeratedly declared, but Li Xingyan is different. He hails from a prestigious lineage and was nurtured in a loving environment. He excels academically, and despite some rumors swirling around him, he has not neglected his studies, achieving straight A's. Indeed, as she extolled Li Xingyan's virtues, the clouds of discontent surrounding Li Xingyan thickened yet further. Today, despite my sharp retorts towards him, he remained unperturbed, displaying a commendable temperament. It is evident that his emotional intelligence is considerably high, otherwise, he would not have garnered such widespread admiration. Should the Li family assign him a position, it is likely he would excel swiftly. Have I said enough? If you hold him in such high regard, you ought not to have declined his earlier offer. The frigid aura exuded by Li Xingyan rendered the air within the vehicle sharp as a blade, as if it could pierce the skin. Declined him? When have I ever turned him down? Sheng Xia pondered for a moment, elongating her tone. Oh. You refer to the matter of the bracelet, do you? Although she felt a playful urge, she recognized that further provoking Li Xingyan could jeopardize her own safety. He averted his gaze, evidently irked and no longer looking in her direction. Yet, Sheng Xia chose to defy expectations, leaning in closer to him, offering a beguiling smile. No matter how admirable he may be, I shall not purchase him a bracelet. After all, he is your brother, our relationship is merely that of relatives, nothing more. While the bracelet I bought for you was of modest value, my sentiments are anything but cheap, it is a unique token meant solely for you. Something within her seemed to unfurl, akin to the gentle caress of spring, awakening all that lies dormant. A faint blush adorned Sheng Xia's cheeks as she shyly remarked. If he can smile and call me sister-in-law, he must not be all that bad. Having uttered her thoughts, she awaited his response, yet the man remained silent. His ears betraying a subtle flush of red. Stifling a yawn, Sheng Xia murmured, Li Xingyan, I am utterly exhausted and long to rest for a while. May I lean on your shoulder? Without waiting for Li Xingyan's response, she succumbed to her fatigue and, taking the liberty to lean on his shoulder, fell asleep. Her closeness felt so affectionate and natural that a warmth instantly spread across Li Xingyan's skin. The gentle breeze played with the strands of the young girl's hair, brushing against his neck. Everything that transpired at the Li residence today felt like a beautiful dream. It was the first time she had taken the initiative to visit the Li family, the first time she had linked her arm with his. The first time she had defended him in front of others, and the first time she declared that the gift was uniquely his. If all of this were merely a performance on her part, was it that her acting skills had reached an extraordinary level, or was he, under her enchanting influence, gradually losing his ability to discern right from wrong? Or perhaps he could clearly see through her intentions but willingly chose to lose himself in this sweetly tantalizing yet painfully torturous scenario? 2 hours later, Sheng Xia awoke in the large bedroom, assuming that Li Xingyan had left for the office, only to notice a crack of light coming from the study. She approached and pushed the door open, finding Li Xingyan seated at his desk. Upon hearing the sound, their eyes met. Oh. Didn't you say you had a busy afternoon at the company? Sheng Xia inquired, standing at the entrance. I mentioned this morning that I took the day off, he replied. Did you lie to them at the Li residence? Sheng Xia, still groggy from sleep, questioned, aren't you someone who never tells lies? Ah. So I was deceived all along. She paused, observing his expression that seemed to convey his reluctance to be there. Li Xingyan diverted his gaze back to the computer screen. In the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia sneezed, her skepticism evident as she dismissed the notion that everything was attributed to her. The air conditioning at home was sufficiently cool. Startled by her own sneeze, the man set aside his computer and approached with a furrowed brow. Sheng Xia glanced at herself, clad in a sheer nightgown. Having just awakened under the impression that he was absent, she had fallen asleep in the car and was perplexed by her current attire. Li Xingyan. Could you enlighten me on who changed my clothes? She inquired. In an instant, a warm suit jacket enveloped her shoulders. Before she could pose another question, he lifted her effortlessly into the air, prompting a startled gasp. To maintain her balance, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. The sight was captivating. Sending her heart racing, Li Xingyan was undeniably handsome from every angle. Are you foolish? Getting out of bed without shoes and wandering around barefoot, how could you not catch a cold? He reprimanded coldly, his features sharp and austere. Her scant attire, combined with his embrace, allowed her to feel the warmth radiating from him, as if she could sense the very temperature of the blood coursing through his veins. Overwhelmed, her mind went blank, rendering her momentarily incapacitated. Yet, not long after, that fluttering sensation in her heart quietly vanished. Surely, carrying a hefty figure like hers, 140 pounds, must be quite taxing for him. With her scant clothing, he must have a clear view of the flesh on her abdomen and arms. Ah. Chapter 77, Disobedience will be met with familial punishment. From this perspective, a different side of Li Xingyan emerged. His thin lips were pressed tightly together, although his demeanor exuded an air of coldness, his embrace was robust and powerful. Carrying a hefty individual weighing 140 pounds back to the bedroom, he exhibited no signs of fatigue, a testament to his extraordinary physical stamina. Sheng Xia felt a flush rise to her cheeks, as if the air conditioning in the room was not functioning, but rather, emanating warmth, otherwise. How could her palms be damp with perspiration? This intimate embrace with Li Xingyan was a novel experience, stirring feelings within her. It was worth noting that in her past life, she had also been held in such a manner by him, though those instances coincided with his fury, during which she had struggled against his grip, ultimately succumbing to her fate. Strangely enough, while Li Xingyan appeared aloof, he displayed an unexpected tenderness during their moments of closeness. Wake up. What was she thinking? Sheng Xia held her breath throughout, striving to conceal the flesh on her abdomen, enduring considerable discomfort in the process. Next time I see you walking barefoot, beware. Li Xingyan gently laid her down on the soft bed and leaned close, threatening her in a low, menacing tone. Familial punishment awaits. The phrase familial punishment momentarily plunged her into memories of her past life. On one occasion, upon hearing that Li Xingyan was working out at the gym, she had been tempted to cause some mischief. Li Xingyan, a man with a penchant for cleanliness, always brought several fresh towels and garments with him to the gym. If she were to take everything away, he would surely be drenched in sweat. Unable to find a towel or a change of clothes, and his anger would undoubtedly intensify, further fueling his disdain for her. Wouldn't divorce then become an inevitable outcome? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Sheng Xia stealthily made her way to the gym, only to find that Li Xingyan was not present on the treadmill. How curious. The servant had stated that he had come to the gym, so where could he be? Suddenly, the sound of splashing water reached her ears, and her gaze darted towards the nearby swimming pool. There, amidst the azure waters, she spotted Li Xingyan, donned in swimming goggles and bare-chested, gliding through the pool. Her keen eyes quickly identified his clothes and towel resting on a nearby lounge chair. What a stroke of luck. Patiently and cautiously, Sheng Xia waited until Li Xingyan swam to her end, turning his back to her as he changed direction. Seizing the moment, she dashed to the lounge chair, clutching the towel and clothes, ready to make her escape. In a moment of folly, she found herself inexplicably compelled to see if he had noticed her. As she turned, a beam of sunlight streamed through the expansive glass window, illuminating the scene. As the man moved his arms through the water, sending up splashes that danced in the sunlight, a delicate rainbow materialized within the room. With each stroke, the rainbow shifted, following his movements, a mesmerizing sight that left Sheng Xia entranced. It was only when Li Xingyan swam to the opposite side and turned around that she snapped back to reality, swiftly turning to flee. Oh no! Just as she lost her footing, with a resounding splash, Sheng Xia tumbled into the swimming pool, water immediately flooding her mouth and nose. She intended to swim, but her head and hands were ensnared by Li Xingyan's clothing, rendering her utterly immobile. Sheng Xia! A voice, tinged with urgency, called out from nearby. The sound of splashing grew ever closer until she was finally lifted from the depths by a pair of strong arms. The man swam her to the edge, removing the garment that had obscured her vision, allowing her to see the frantic glimmer in his eyes. Li Xingyan, could you please help me free my hands from this fabric? I cannot move them. She had always been adept at gauging his mood, especially when he was irate. Now was not the moment to provoke him further. After all, they were in a swimming pool, and should he become exceedingly furious and submerge her, her life would be in peril. Serves you right. Who told you to take my clothes? The man, unaware of his own fury, could not help but retort, a failed attempt at thievery only leads to self-inflicted harm. Do you not realize how foolish you are? If he harbored such disdain for her, considering her simple-minded, why then did this foolish woman compel him towards divorce? Yet he had never acquiesced? Yet, in that moment, her thoughts could not wander far. Li Xingyan was too close, their breaths synchronizing in a shared rhythm. Sunlight cascaded onto Li Xingyan's austere visage, the corners of his lips curling into a cold smirk, as his voice, both alluring and magnetic, resonated in her ear. If you are disobedient, only the family law awaits you. In the sweltering summer, it felt as though half of her life had been frightened away. For Li Xingyan's expression was nothing short of terrifying, reminiscent of a cinematic psychopath. Especially the sinister smile that curled at the corners of his mouth sent shivers of unease and dread deep into her soul. The punishment he was capable of must be horrifying. Had she been skinned or had her tendons removed? She anxiously awaited her fate, her heart racing to an unbearable rhythm. A surge of fear concerning death and suffering overwhelming her. When he pushed her against the wall of the pool, the terror reached its zenith. Yet, the anticipated punishment never arrived. Instead, she heard the soft sound of his laughter beside her ear. The moment her eyes fluttered open, his cold, delicate lips descended upon hers, leaving her utterly astounded. It turned out that the punishment he referred to was nothing more than his kiss. The horrific retribution she had envisioned never materialized. His kiss was as light as a feather, rendering her as breathless as if she had just nearly drowned. Astonishingly, she found herself kissing Li Xingyan in the pool for no less than 10 minutes. At last, he released her, granting her freedom, yet as she attempted to escape, she discovered her body was too weak to ascend from the water. Subsequently, Li Xingyan, with arms crossed defiantly, floated on the surface, mocking her plight, cruelly refusing to lend a hand. He declared it to be a lesson and punishment for her. Ah, the pain! A sharp sting struck her face, and as Sheng Xia regained her senses, she found Li Xingyan pinching her cheek playfully. What are you thinking? Have you lost your focus? His tone was exceedingly displeased. And from his elevated position, he exhibited an icy demeanor that she perceived all too clearly. Sheng Xia shook her head, her face flushed with warmth. Stealing her breath. She defiantly replied, I was not. What did I just say? Li Xingyan inquired. Huh? Sheng Xia looked bewildered. You said. I didn't say anything just now. The man pinched her soft cheek again, the gentle pressure easily reddening her face. A subtle ripple stirred within Li Xingyan's heart, deepening the intensity of his gaze. You said nothing, yet you still deceive me? What manner of person are you? There's no law that forbids me from losing my focus in your presence, Sheng Xia retorted, her tongue as sharp as ever. With a swift motion of her eyes, an idea sparked within her mind. Li Xingyan had witnessed her quirky brilliance too often to be surprised. Chapter 78, Her sincerity. Was this a small crack in her facade? Li Xingyan's gaze grew increasingly profound. Throughout this period, her performance had been flawless, yet her moments of distraction were becoming more frequent. She pondered how to navigate his moods, to devise a response that would dull his senses. Why did this man become irritable so easily, his demeanor darkening at the slightest oversight? With a sigh, Sheng Xia realized that Li Xingyan was one who preferred gentleness over harshness. Lowering her eyelids, she murmured, Li Xingyan, deep down. You don't wish to go to the Li family, do you? At her words, the man furrowed his brow, retracting his hand from her face. His silence rendering him even more aloof. Sometimes, you must envy Li Xingyan, don't you? With a father-esque concern, a mother-esque affection, and a sister to speak on his behalf. When difficulties arise at home, it is always you who is called upon for assistance, while he reaps the rewards as soon as fortune smiles. You must long for a family filled with such warmth. You seem somewhat like an outsider. As if there is no place for you in that home. Enough, if this is your mockery, let it cease. The man turned away, revealing only his back to her. His broad and powerful frame instilled a profound sense of security. In a past life, when an earthquake struck, his body was crushed by concrete, yet he remained unyielding, not uttering a single sound of pain. This illustrates his reluctance to reveal any vulnerabilities to anyone, including her. It is not mockery, truly. I merely wish to understand your inner world through conversation. Such thoughts are not sinister, they are human nature. Particularly considering the contrasting ways your father treats you and Li Xingyan. You are his son, and regardless of your strength, you still require the care of your elders. Humph. The man let out a cold snort, resolutely stating, Do you think I care? Is that so? Sheng Xia's voice, gentle from behind, inquired if even my concern is unnecessary to you. The man furrowed his brow, ultimately refraining from uttering a denial. Suddenly, someone grasped his lowered hand from behind. Sheng Xia placed her small, chubby hand into his palm, her fingers occasionally caressing his thumb. He trembled. What was she doing? Li Xingyan. Regardless of your original family circumstances or any grievances you may have endured, those are now in the past. We have now formed our own little family. And the warmth you have lost, I shall gradually restore for you. Sheng Xia spoke earnestly, and at that moment, as the man seemed to offer his life to death, her heart had already been breached. Even if she could never truly love Li Xingyan throughout her lifetime, she was willing to sacrifice everything to fulfill his longing for family and kinship. That was her debt, and also her past life's transgression. Deep within her heart, she was increasingly certain of one thing: in this life, she was perhaps destined to exist for Li Xingyan. In the past, Sheng Xia knew only a fleeting affection, a fervent romance between lovers, capable of sacrificing anything else to nurture that bond, even if it meant causing harm to others along the way. Yet, after experiencing life and death, she realized that this world holds not only love but also familial ties, and a profound love that requires a grander perspective. Much like Li Xingyan, who sacrificed himself for her out of a sense of duty as a man and a husband. One must ask, how many men can achieve such a feat? She too followed in his footsteps, aspiring to be a source of warmth for him. Didn't you say we should start as ordinary friends? The man stood still, his demeanor both rigid and somewhat amusing. I did mention that. But it pertains to our relationship. Yet, from the very beginning, we have been husband and wife. Spouses ought to respect one another, Li Xingyan. I wish to convey my sincerity to you. Li Xingyan remained unresponsive for a long while, his large hand gently squeezing her palm, seemingly enjoying the softness of her flesh. Was it truly that entertaining? Who taught you to boast? He released her hand, stating coldly, "Speak again when you have truly accomplished that." With a frigid remark, he exited the room, leaving her flabbergasted. Had her heartfelt words been utterly wasted? Sheng Xia's fervor was doused as if cold water had been thrown upon her. Extinguished in an instant. She pulled the covers over her head, sulking alone in her cocoon. If you have the courage, return the golden belt, the diamond-shaped sunglasses, the inexpensive bracelet, and the snakeskin woven bag that she gifted. In a fit of frustration, she scoured her belongings, yet found nothing. How peculiar. Did Li Xingyan dispose of all those items? Although they were rather trivial, mere add-ons that the sales clerk likely paired with her purchases. It was evident that they had seen better days and had been gathering dust. However, even second-hand luxury items could fetch a handsome price online. Finally, in the farthest corner of the luxury goods section, Sheng Xia opened a drawer and was taken aback. There lay her gifts, not only untouched but meticulously organized. The luxury area of the bedroom spanned an impressive 40 to 50 square meters, filled with her designer handbags, watches, shoes, and jewelry. While Li Xingyan's space was merely a small nook. Sheng Xia gazed blankly at the cabinet and noticed a watch she had casually gifted Li Xingyan, now elegantly encased in a beautiful transparent box. Suddenly, a memory struck her. That co-branded watch had been an impulsive purchase. It was not a renowned brand. Yet it was bought with her own money. Initially intended for Ji Jiaming, she had later deemed it too unattractive to gift. When Li Xingyan had caught sight of it, fearing it might anger him, she had suggested it as a gift. However, she had never seen him wear it, unaware that he had treasured it instead. Lost in thought, Sheng Xia returned to the bed, lying down as she stared at the colossal wedding photo of the two of them on the wall, murmuring questions to the handsome, melancholic man in the picture. Why has Li Xingyan chosen to act in such a manner? As evening descended upon the Li household, guests began to disperse, restoring tranquility to the residence. Han Peiyun stretched her waist and sighed, "Alas, I am indeed growing old, after a day of managing affairs. My back aches and my waist feels sore. At least I have finally seen the guests off. Peiyun, you have worked hard, every year on my birthday. It is you who takes the lead in the preparations," Li Xingyan remarked, gently patting Han Peiyun's hand. "Oh, old master, what are you saying? We are family. In this household, when you feast on meat, we partake of the broth. Today, with Li Xingyan and Sheng Xia, the young couple, joining us. It has turned out quite splendidly," Han Peiyun responded with a smile. However, upon mentioning Li Xingyan and Sheng Xia, the smile on Li Xingjiang's face vanished instantaneously. "They did not come here to celebrate my longevity, they are clearly here to vex me. Not to mention that Sheng Xia is utterly rude, displaying a lack of upbringing. But as for the matter concerning Xijin's employment, even when I attempted to speak, Xingyan disregarded my words, arranging matters before everyone's eyes. I shall see how he manages this situation. Old master, do not be upset, perhaps Li Xingyan is merely being cautious in his approach," Han Peiyun suggested. "Xijin has not offended him, and there is no conflict between the brothers. Let us wait and see, we have no ulterior motives. Merely hoping that Xingyan's wealth of experience in his career will guide Xijin away from unnecessary hardships. Moreover, even if the Li family does not have a suitable position for Xijin, we could always provide some financial support for her to start her own venture. After all, we are family, and Xingyan will surely look out for her," Han Peiyun said with a smile. "You are indeed perceptive. Xingyan and Xijin are both my sons. Xijin has chosen to venture out on his own, rather than joining the Li family business. What kind of impression does that leave? Rest assured, if Xingyan's arrangements are satisfactory, then all is well. However, should they prove inadequate, I will pursue this matter to its conclusion." The thought of Li Xingyan's aloof and formidable demeanor today unsettled Li Xingjiang inexplicably. The Li Corporation was entrusted into Li Xingyan's hands by him personally. Although the company faced difficulties at that time, without that stepping stone, how could Li Xingyan have risen within a few years to become a formidable force in the business world of Jinqing? At this moment, the door to Xijin's room was knocked upon, and Lin Yanqing entered, finding Xijin on the balcony, gazing into the distance. She huffed in frustration as she sat on the bed. "Second brother, you truly possess remarkable composure. You still have the leisure to enjoy the scenery. Unaware of how furious our parents are regarding your situation, especially our elder brother. Nianqing, I have faith that our elder brother will provide a reasonable arrangement for me. If that is the case, what is there to be angry about? Once we step into society, we will inevitably rely on our elder brother for our livelihoods. You have always known this, haven't you? Si Jin turned around, his expression relaxed, devoid of any apparent psychological burden. Are you truly that naive to place such trust in our elder brother? Even if he genuinely thinks so, there is now a certain Sheng Xia intervening. One whisper in his ear, and he might easily change his mind. Did you not witness her today? She has been parading around the Li household with such bravado. It is quite intolerable. Li Nianqing vented her frustration by tossing a pillow from the head of the bed to its foot. As for her, that is our elder brother's private matter, and we have no authority to question it. However, Nianqing, in the presence of outsiders, you ought not to constantly pick at the flaws of your sister-in-law. Be wary of inciting your elder brother's ire, for in this household, it is he who holds the ultimate authority. Li Xijin's words seemed to awaken Li Nianqing, who, though simmering with anger internally, found herself powerless to act. Nevertheless, with that ill-mannered wild girl, Sheng Xia, it is only a matter of time before elder brother grows weary of her. When that day arrives, she shall be left to weep in despair. Jing Yuan, the night enveloped in darkness as thick as ink. From the bed, the agonized cries of a woman echoed. Li Xingyan. You cannot. I will not allow you to die. Her brow furrowed deeply, features contorted in distress, hands gripping the sheets with ferocious intensity. Biting her lip so hard that a trickle of blood escaped the corner, yet she showed no sign of relinquishing her hold, rather, her suffering deepened. Li Xingyan grasped her hand, attempting to loosen her death grip, only to discover that her petite form possessed an astonishing strength. After considerable effort, he managed to free her hand, intertwining their fingers. A soft cloth was placed in her mouth, to prevent her from inflicting further harm upon herself. Li. Do not die. Despite this, her lips still uttered a reluctant, pained whisper, a solitary tear cascading down her cheek. It was impossible to count how many nights had passed. By day, she moved freely and thought clearly, yet at night, she spent half her time ensnared in nightmarish visions, unable to extricate herself from their grasp. Sheng Xia, tell me, what dreams have you conjured? Li Xingyan cradled her sweat-soaked form in his embrace, seeking to soothe her tumultuous emotions. Within the realm of her dreams, the girl seemed oblivious to all, merely shaking her head as if undergoing the torment of forced withdrawal, exhibiting severe withdrawal symptoms. The girl emitted a soft whimper, her voice echoing eerily in the pitch-black night. Li Xingyan furrowed his brows, drawing her closer, their bodies fitting together seamlessly. Yet he found himself unable to penetrate the depths of her heart. What could he possibly do to soothe her? Surely, he could not rely on Enchuyu every time a situation arose. Moreover, excessive use of muscle-relaxing injections was hardly beneficial. Please don't die, the girl murmured in agony, biting through the towel that had been placed in her mouth. The sound of her teeth grinding echoed, and it was evident that without the towel, she might have bitten her tongue. In her dreams, it seemed she was oblivious to pain, or perhaps the pain provided her with a strange sense of comfort. What on earth was happening? Why were all her tormenting dreams connected to him? In this marriage, he had arrogantly believed he was providing her with the best. Yet unbeknownst to him, he was inflicting immense suffering. Li Xingyan resonated with the girl's anguish, speaking unconsciously, you dream night and day that I will die. Haven't I always been here? At his words, the girl's body seemed to relax all at once. She instinctively expelled the towel from her mouth, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she whispered in her dream, is that so? You're not dead, Li Xingyan, you mustn't deceive me. I'm here. Li Xingyan attempted to reassure her. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes, her unfocused gaze fixed on the man before her. After a few moments of silence, she reached out to touch his face. As her fingertips brushed against his warm skin, a fleeting smile of relief blossomed at the corners of her mouth. You are not dead. How wonderful. With that, her hand suddenly fell, her eyes closed once more, and her body relaxed. She nestled into his embrace, finding a comfortable position, and drifted into slumber. You are not dead. How wonderful. Thus, the kind-hearted girl subconsciously wished for his survival. Should he feel fortunate? Li Xingyan rose, noticing the girl was drenched in sweat. Sleeping like this, she would surely catch a cold in the air conditioning. Just as he was about to rise, he was unexpectedly embraced around the waist by the girl, her previously panicked expression reigniting. No, please, don't go, can you not leave? she murmured in anguish, her damp eyelashes fluttering. I will fetch a towel, look at how much you've sweated, the man whispered softly. No. I am not sweating. You are talking nonsense. I forbid you to leave. The girl commanded imperiously. A sigh escaped the man as he meticulously tucked her blanket around her. After her restless fidgeting. It was already 3 or 4 in the morning. From this angle, gazing outside, he could only see the brilliant morning star shining in the sky. In the Jin garden, Sheng Xia shared breakfast with Li Xingyan, watching his car depart, resting her chin on her hand in boredom. She stifled a yawn. Madam Li. Did you not sleep well last night? Mr. Xia inquired. Yes, Sheng Xia suddenly lamented, it's all Li Xingyan's fault. Is she toxic? Why does it feel as though he deliberately keeps his distance while I sleep, causing me to have such an unsettled night? Xiao Baleo's face flushed with embarrassment. It seemed that this young couple had recently made remarkable progress in their relationship, which explained why Lord Li had been less gloomy and had shown a notable improvement in temperament. At 10 o'clock in the morning, within the confines of an apartment, Ji Jiaming paced anxiously back and forth. Ever since the last mission had failed, his benefactor had ceased to provide him with tasks. Not only that, but Sheng Xia also no longer responded to his messages, claiming that she had been confined by Li Xingyan. He felt no concern for Sheng Xia's predicament, rather. His only worry was that without being able to reach her, he could not glean further information about Li Xingyan, and over time, his benefactor would grow increasingly suspicious of his capabilities. For as long as he could remember, Ji Jiaming had harbored a desire to alter his fate through shortcuts. And this mysterious benefactor represented an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Sheng Xia, in his eyes, was utterly useless, incapable of even appeasing a man. And now she was ensnared by Li Xingyan. He feared that she would not only be unable to assist him but would also drag him down with her. This month, he had received no income and was still obligated to repay his mortgage. Moreover, Qi Yanyan had borrowed several thousand from him, leaving him with savings barely sufficient for a few months of living expenses. This situation was untenable. Suddenly, his phone rang. Curiously, the call came from an unfamiliar number. Could it be his mysterious benefactor? Ji Jiaming felt a surge of excitement as he hurriedly answered the call, only to be met with a peculiar sound on the other end, resembling a voice synthesized by machinery. Are you Ji Jiaming, Sheng Xia's ex-boyfriend? Who are you? Ji Jiaming instinctively sensed that this person was not his benefactor. Was this merely a prank? You need not concern yourself with my identity. I have a lucrative opportunity for you. Would you like to earn some money? The voice inquired. What opportunity? Ji Jiaming asked with skepticism. Are you planning to cancel the flight tickets for you and Sheng Xia that are scheduled to depart for San Francisco in 2 days? How do you know about this? Who exactly are you? Ji Jiaming became alert. I know all your information. I only need you to do one small favor. Do not cancel the tickets and try to persuade Sheng Xia to accompany you to the airport. I will provide you with a sum of money to alleviate your financial burden. Not cancel the tickets and make Sheng Xia go with me to the airport? If Li Xingyan finds out, will I still have a life to live? Besides, I do not wish to leave Jincheng at this moment. I have purchased a house here, and going to an unfamiliar country offers no assurance of a better life. Much of what Ji Jiaming said was the truth. I do not genuinely intend for you to go to Los Angeles. With Li Xingyan's methods, do you really think you can bring Sheng Xia from Jincheng to Los Angeles? I fear that before you even board the plane, his people will intercept her. So, your intention is... I want Li Xingyan to know. Do you understand? Oh. I see now, you must be some socialite from the elite circle, attempting to sow discord between Li Xingyan and Sheng Xia? Then you will seize the opportunity to step in? Ji Jiaming deduced. On the other end, the response came after a few seconds of impatience. 100,000 yuan, will you do it or not? Ji Jiaming's eyes sparkled with excitement. I will. Such a lucrative opportunity was not one he could afford to miss. After all, he had previously tried to invite Sheng Xia out. And moreover, this mysterious individual did not require him to truly abduct Sheng Xia to another country. Although it would be easier for Li Xingyan to crush him than to squash an ant, as long as Sheng Xia threatened him with her life, he would hardly dare to resort to lethal measures. For the sake of a mere 100,000 yuan, it was entirely plausible to take the risk. Deceiving that foolish woman, Sheng Xia, was surely one of the simplest tasks in the world. Meanwhile, Sheng Xia lay leisurely on the sofa, wearing headphones, seemingly lost in music. Xiaobo observed her serious demeanor, her brows knitted tightly, and the cold glint in her eyes bore a striking resemblance to Li Ye's. Yet her ferocity paled in comparison to his. Upon hearing a voice through her headphones, her eyes narrowed dangerously. Just moments ago, she had clearly overheard the conversation between Ji Jiaming and the enigmatic figure utilizing a voice changer. That individual was truly malevolent. He instructed Ji Jiaming to purchase a ticket to Los Angeles, then lured her to the airport with deceit, subsequently notifying Li Xingyan, thus easily sowing discord between the two. At that point, she would find it impossible to clear her name, even if she plunged into the Yellow River. Was this mysterious figure and the benefactor behind Ji Jiaming one and the same? If so, how could Ji Jiaming remain unaware? Given that the benefactor had previously enlisted his assistance without the need for secrecy? Sheng Xia squinted, resolute in her determination that Ji Jiaming would not succeed in harming her. Last time, she had gifted Ji Jiaming an expensive phone, discreetly implanting eavesdropping software within it to ensure she monitored his every move. In recent days, Ji Jiaming and Su Yanyan have been incessantly exchanging phone calls, filled with those nauseatingly sweet nothings typical of couples, which left Sheng Xia feeling utterly disinterested. On one particularly dull occasion, she even dozed off. However, this time, she was not left disappointed. Since someone could no longer contain themselves, she might as well seize the opportunity to ensnare them, as she was feeling quite bored. A minute later, Sheng Xia's phone chimed. Ji Jiaming truly could not maintain his composure. For the sake of 100,000 yuan, he readily sold her out. Upon reading the content of the message, her beautiful eyes narrowed dangerously. Xia, I heard you mention that you are a victim of domestic violence at the hands of Li Xingyan, and it pains me deeply. It is my inadequacy that I cannot stand against him, allowing you to suffer so much. I have saved up money and purchased 2 tickets to Los Angeles. We will depart the day after tomorrow at 9 in the morning, a time when Li Xingyan should be at his office. Xia, once we arrive in Los Angeles, we will find a place where he cannot find us to hide. I no longer wish to see you forcing yourself or being bullied, from now on. Allow me to take care of you, alright? After reading the message, Sheng Xia scoffed with disdain and replied without a moment's hesitation. Jiaming, I have long awaited this day. Very well, I shall go with you. Upon receiving her response, Ji Jiaming's lingering gloom dissipated. Indeed, Sheng Xia was easier to deceive than a simpleton. She was foolish beyond measure and deserved to be mistreated by Li Xingyan. Were it not for her remaining value, he would have thought otherwise. It is settled then. As she read Ji Jiaming's subsequent message, Sheng Xia rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that she certainly had no intention of being bound by such a flimsy agreement. Having indulged to the fullest, why would she suffer alongside that despicable man in Los Angeles, when she could be at Jinyuan, leisurely savoring exquisite delicacies, enjoying the winds and rains at her whim? Accompanied by the exceptionally handsome and accomplished Li Xingyan? What is Ji Jiaming, after all? Why should he assume she would abandon her splendid life to elope with him? And what of that enigmatic figure? She holds no grudge against him, why would he wish her harm? However, it must be noted, she is a devil. Adept at elevating others' expectations to the pinnacle, only to shatter them piece by piece. Chapter 81, Someone has an interest in someone. Sheng Xia sent the mysterious person's phone number to Luo Yunqiu for investigation. Soon, Luo Yunqiu provided feedback. Xiada, this number does not exist. A non-existent number? Sheng Xia pondered. It seems that individual had taken measures to conceal their identity. What shall we do, Xiada? The enemy lurks in the shadows while you are in the light. What if they devise some bizarre plan to deal with you next time? Fear not. Remain calm. Those who commit misdeeds will inevitably leave traces, there is no rush. I have ample time to engage with him. Indeed. The pressing concern now is how to deal with Ji Jiaming. He intends to lure you to the airport, Xiada. You must not fall for it. This person will do anything for money. In the end, he will tarnish your reputation before Li Jiefu, creating misunderstandings. Luo Yunqiu expressed her concerns. Now she understood why Xiada had gifted such a fine phone to Ji Jiaming. Ordinary phones cannot compare to a 30,000 yuan device in terms of performance, making tracking far more seamless. This expenditure was indeed worthwhile. I am already aware of his scheme, how could I possibly fall for it again? I am no fool. Rest assured. Sheng Xia asserted. Luo Yunchu chuckled, feeling that her previous concerns were unwarranted. After Sheng Xia's epiphany, she has been on a winning streak. That Ji Jiaming has fallen into Sheng Xia's hands, what a stroke of misfortune for him. Yunchu, may I inquire about something? Of course, what is it? If someone meticulously collects all the gifts given to them by another person, what does that imply? Luo Yunchu burst into laughter, slapping her thigh with enthusiasm. What could it possibly mean? It clearly indicates that someone harbors feelings for another. What? Sheng Xia's expression turned somewhat vacant. If there were no feelings involved, why would one take such care to cherish the gifts from someone else? Sheng Xia, haven't you ever been in a relationship? How can you be so oblivious? Luo Yunchu pressed on. Alright, I was merely posing a simple question. Why are you so chatty? I want you to focus on your studies and prepare for your exams. How has your preparation been? You haven't been slacking off behind my back, have you? A faint blush crept onto Sheng Xia's cheeks. Of course not. I always heed your advice. Luo Yunchu remarked, why is Sheng Xia suddenly so irritable? That's good to hear. Words alone are insufficient, I will see how well you perform on the exam. That's all for today, goodbye. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Sheng Xia cradled her face in her hands, momentarily lost in thought. Does Li Xingyan have feelings for her? Surely not. The more she pondered, the more she found this conclusion utterly preposterous. If Li Xingyan were a superficial individual, it would be understandable if she still possessed the devilish figure and angelic face of her past. The crux of the matter, however, is that Li Xingyan is not someone who solely values inner qualities, otherwise, how could those more beautiful than her fail to capture his interest? Perhaps he harbors a penchant for collecting, or perhaps he has merely retained the gift she presented, too shy to discard it in her presence, allowing it to gather dust in the corner. In a fit of frustration, Sheng Xia raked her fingers through her tousled hair, exasperated. The underlying truth of this matter is likely known only to Li Xingyan himself. Why does she fixate on such a trivial issue, allowing her mind to spiral into chaos with unfounded conjectures? An hour later, Sheng Xia was traversing the swimming pool back and forth. Among all physical pursuits, swimming not only alleviates the burden on the bodies of the overweight but also promotes a harmonious reduction of fat across every part of the body. After her workout, Sheng Xia felt as though a tempest brewed within her heart, an ominous premonition sweeping over her, causing her temples to throb incessantly. In the office of the CEO at Li Corporation, Leng Zhan respectfully presented a stack of reports to Li Xingyan. Sir, this is the proposal provided by the Human Resources Department regarding the job placement of young Master Li Xijin, for your consideration. Li Xingyan accepted the reports and casually leafed through them. Leng Zhan, which of these 4 proposals do you deem most suitable? He inquired. His piercing gaze fixed on Leng Zhan, his tone measured. Well, sir, how could I possibly know? Leng Zhan replied, hesitant. Do not attempt to evade the question. I wish to hear your genuine opinion. Rest assured, I shall not hold it against you if your response is lacking, Li Xingyan stated, tapping his index and middle fingers on the table twice. Cold sweat began to bead on Leng Zhan's forehead. He dreaded the prospect of being questioned by Master Li. A poor response could lead to significant trouble. However, at this moment, Master Li insisted on hearing his opinion, leaving him no choice but to respond. Master Li. While young Master Zijin excels in his studies, it does not necessarily imply that he will swiftly adapt to his professional duties. After all, he lacks substantial work experience and is entirely reliant on your guidance. Furthermore, the old master tends to be protective. If any errors arise, the repercussions would ultimately fall upon you. Assigning him to a critical position is fraught with uncertainty. Who can truly fathom young Master Zijin's innermost thoughts? Should he be placed in a more manageable role, there will be whispers suggesting you are not genuinely assisting your own kin. It is a difficult balance to strike. As he spoke, Leng Zhan timidly glanced at Li Xingyan, only to hear the man emit a disdainful snort. After a lengthy discourse filled with inconsequential remarks, he still reverted the problem back to me. Li Xingyan, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, signaling for him to leave him in peace. Li Xingyan extended his arm, eyeing the serpentine scars adorning it, and his gaze grew cold, reminiscent of the rare fireflies that flicker in the depths of night. Suddenly, the notification sound of a message interrupted the silence. This was exclusive to Sheng Xia. during typical working hours, particularly when Li Xingyan was engrossed in his official duties. He habitually silenced his phone, the sole exception being for Sheng Xia. Upon hearing that familiar tone, Li Xingyan's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, and the chilling demeanor softened, revealing a glimmer of warmth. Li Xingyan, are you worried about young Master Zijin's employment situation? He texted back. Yes, was his succinct reply. This was his acknowledgement. The old master had orchestrated a grand banquet under the guise of a birthday celebration, and this issue would undoubtedly require resolution in the near future. I happen to have a splendid idea, though it hinges on whether you choose to accept it. Really? Do share. When Li Xingyan received the message from Sheng Xia, the clouds of gloom in her eyes parted like mist revealing the moon, and a faint smile graced her lips. She truly was a little devil. Leng Zhan was waiting outside the door, still pondering how to respond to that question, deliberating whether he should provide a definitive answer. As secretary to Master Li, he was expected to be a diligent aide, alleviating any burdens for him. His earlier comment had indeed been rather inappropriate. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he noticed Li Xingyan emerging, her previous chill replaced by a barely perceptible warmth. Leng Zhan was momentarily taken aback. Master Li, regarding that question, I believe the issue has been resolved, Li Xingyan replied calmly. We must head to the eastern part of the city immediately. 10 minutes ago, there was a safety incident at the chemical plant of Rainhua Company in the west. Our factory requires an inspection as well. Understood. Additionally, instruct our hospital to extend medical services as much as possible. Announce in the company group that the number of casualties remains unclear. And encourage employees to voluntarily go donate blood. This month, we shall increase the year-end bonus by 10% for those who donate blood, and grant them 2 days off. Alright, I will send the message right away. Every time another company faced an unexpected crisis, Master Li consistently reacted with alacrity, striving to provide relevant humanitarian assistance. Perhaps this, alongside his formidable capabilities, was another reason he could swiftly establish his footing in Jin City. He sought to claim territory without being merciless, exemplifying Master Li's magnanimity. Leng Zhan delegated the tasks, took the car keys, and followed Li Xingyan downstairs, preparing to drive to the eastern part of the city. In the Jin garden, after a strenuous summer workout, she turned on the television, utterly exhausted and drenched in sweat. Citizens, a breaking news alert has just come in. At 11:10, an explosion occurred at the chemical plant of Yuhua Company, resulting in the release of toxic gases and numerous casualties among the employees. The exact figures are still being verified, but relevant authorities have arrived on the scene, and we will continue to monitor the situation closely. An explosion at Yuhua Company's chemical plant? A sudden, intense pain struck Sheng Xia's head, with her temples throbbing unbearably. She attempted to call Li Xingyan, but the line was busy, so she tried reaching out to Leng Zhan, only to find that call was also engaged. This was troubling, given the incident at the company. Li Xingyan must have been inundated with calls. His extensive connections meant that whenever a major event occurred in Jincheng, people would invariably contact him. Without a moment's hesitation, her expression tense, Sheng Xia grabbed her belongings and rushed out. Xiao Bo, noticing her departure, hurried after her. Madam Li, where are you going? You're carrying a medical kit, is someone injured? All he saw was Sheng Xia behind the wheel, flooring the accelerator, the car shooting out of the Jin garden like an arrow, raising clouds of dust in its wake. Was she attempting to escape? Trembling, Xiao Bo immediately called to report to Old Master Li, but the call revealed that the other line was still busy. This was dire. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and follow her. If Madam Li gets away, we'll all be in deep trouble. Yes. Throughout the journey, Sheng Xia's phone remained in contact with Li Xingyan, yet it perpetually indicated that the line was busy. In the sweltering summer, beads of perspiration formed on Sheng Xia's forehead as she urgently dialed Lu Mubai. Hello, Sheng Xia, what can I do for you? Is it that the boss has cast you aside, and you wish to weep upon my shoulder? Lu Mubai's tone dripped with schadenfreude. He could fathom no other reason for Sheng Xia to reach out to him. Cut the nonsense. Where are you right now? What concern is my location to you? If you seek my assistance, you ought to adopt a proper demeanor, Lu Mubai retorted, relishing the moment. He vividly recalled the last encounter at the Li residence, where Sheng Xia had reported him to the boss, forcing him to trudge home alone, nearly crippling his legs in the process. Now, the tides had turned, and she found herself in need of his help. He decided to keep her in suspense, letting her stew in her anxiety. Stop being coy. Is your home near Haoshan Avenue? You need to drive over immediately, bring more people, and don't forget to carry some warning signs. Hurry. Sheng Xia was on the verge of cursing. Excuse me, what kind of attitude is this? I heed the boss, not you. Why should I comply with your demands? Lu Mubai's exasperation grew. I don't have time to waste with you. If anything happens to Li Xingyan, you will bear the responsibility. What? Something has happened to the boss? What on earth is going on? Lu Mubai pressed, his concern mounting. Listen, I cannot explain now. Just ensure that the entire eastern end of Haoshan Avenue is cordoned off, prohibiting all vehicles and pedestrians from passing. I'm driving there right now, and I will handle the western end. Just follow my orders. I will take responsibility for any issues. Hello? What is happening? Lu Mubai began to inquire, but the call had already ended on Sheng Xia's end. He concealed his jovial expression, although he held a modicum of skepticism regarding Sheng Xia's words. A flicker of concern crossed his mind. What if there was truth to her claims? On Scenic Avenue, Sheng Xia pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle at an exhilarating speed. As they approached an intersection, she deftly maneuvered the car onto a side road, believing it would prove a swifter route than the main thoroughfare. No wonder she had felt an impending sense of foreboding today. Indeed, how could she have overlooked such a significant matter? In a previous life, as Li Xingyan drove toward the Eastern District to inspect the factory's safety protocols, a sudden road collapse on Haoshan Avenue had occurred. Leng Zhan had been unable to brake in time, resulting in Li Xingyan sustaining injuries. Subsequent news reports depicted the harrowing scene, illustrating that a considerable portion of the vehicle Li Xingyan occupied was suspended in midair. The ground had caved in, encompassing an area of several hundred square meters, with a 3 to 4 meter deep pit into which multiple passing vehicles had fallen, leading to numerous casualties. It was said that such occurrences were exceedingly rare in Jincheng, with 2 significant incidents of personnel loss transpiring on the same day, garnering considerable national attention. Although this event had left an indelible mark on Sheng Xia's memory, the passage of time had dulled her recollection of the specific date, only resurfacing when she caught sight of the news report. Inside the car, the radio broadcasted updates. A reporter on the scene announced, I am currently situated 5 kilometers from the site of the explosion at the chemical plant. The surrounding area has been cordoned off, and all nearby residents have been evacuated as a precaution. Emergency responders are engaged in a rescue operation, and we fervently hope for the safe escape of those trapped within. As He Xiao and Li Xingyan sat in the back seat, the vehicle jolted slightly as it traversed a speed bump. The man opened his eyes, glanced at his phone, and his brow furrowed in concern. Leng Zhan, do you not find this peculiar? Sir, what seems strange? Leng Zhan inquired. There has been a significant incident in Jincheng, yet I have not received a single call. Does that not strike you as odd? It is somewhat unusual. However, the relevant authorities have already gone to the scene, and other companies are assessing their potential vulnerabilities. Given the magnitude of this situation, I assumed you would have been informed immediately, hence I refrained from disturbing you. Li Xingyan cast a glance in the rearview mirror and remarked, How long has that white car been following us? Only then did Leng Zhan, prompted by Li Xingyan's observation, look back and hurriedly respond, Sir, I was too focused on the road ahead to notice. I truly do not know when that car appeared. It seems to have been tailing us since we turned at the last intersection. I estimate it has been around 3 or 4 minutes. Accelerate, shake it off. In contrast to Leng Zhan's anxious demeanor, Li Xingyan remained composed. Understood. With a surge of speed, they approached Haoshan Avenue. Who could be so idle as to follow their vehicle? Just 100 meters from Haoshan Avenue, a sudden flurry of urgent honks pierced the air. Leng Zhan caught a glimpse of a red sports car barreling towards them from the left at the intersection. Leng Zhan. Brake. Immediately. Li Xingyan's voice escalated into a frantic shout, a piercing cry that shattered the night's stillness. Chapter 83, The car could not stop. It was the car from Jin Yuan. In the instant the car hurtled towards them, Li Xingyan discerned Sheng Xia at the wheel. Leng Zhan was petrified, his hair standing on end. He slammed on the brakes, the screeching tires creating an ear-splitting din, and white smoke billowed as the vehicle skidded. When the crimson sedan lay athwart their path, Li Xingyan's heart nearly leaped from his chest. The window of the red car descended, and Sheng Xia's hair, whipped by the excessive speed, streamed out, veiling half her face. The car won't stop. Leng Zhan yelled, gripping the steering wheel in terror. Sheng Xia wrenched the wheel, executing a graceful drift, but as she neared completion, the rear of her car collided with the front of Li Xingyan's vehicle, sending tremors through both. The violent impact jolted the occupants of both cars. Almost as soon as their car stilled, Li Xingyan flung open the door. A pungent odor of burnt rubber filled the air. Frowning, he approached the red car, his heart pounding in his throat. Then, Sheng Xia emerged from the car, her face ashen, her lips parched and cracked. The starlight in her eyes seemed to shatter momentarily, only to mend itself at the sight of the man approaching her. A smile illuminated Sheng Xia's face, though a dull ache emanated from her chest, a testament to the force of the collision. She seized the man's arm, exclaiming anxiously, "Li Xingyan, quickly! Have Leng Zhan fetch the warning signs and cordon off this stretch of road, and the 2 intersections I just passed through as well. Any later, and lives will be at stake." Li Xingyan's gaze was fiercely fixed upon Sheng Xia, his eyes ablaze with crimson veins, as he issued commands to the unflinching Leng Zhan in the car without turning his head. Though shaken, Leng Zhan swiftly exited the vehicle and positioned warning signs from the trunk at intervals of 2 meters. Sheng Xia also retrieved a warning sign from the car, and together they established a perimeter. It was midday, and the flow of traffic was particularly heavy. The warning signs soon obstructed the roadway, causing a line of vehicles to extend for several kilometers. The sound of horns blared from behind, and drivers in front began to exit their cars, curious about the unfolding situation. It appeared that a traffic accident had occurred ahead. Were they negotiating? Where were the traffic police? Who could say? Perhaps someone had been drinking and was reluctant to call for help. Yet, it seemed rather brazen for them to block off such a wide thoroughfare. Didn't they notice that the 2 individuals involved were driving luxury cars? It was likely a clash of egos, and there would certainly be a spectacle to behold soon. However, didn't that tall, distinguished man seem a bit familiar? At that moment, someone gasped in recognition. Isn't that Li Xingyan? It turned out that his vehicle had collided with the red car. Wasn't it that red car that had run the red light? No wonder there was a standoff. Such matters were beyond ordinary folk. We should retreat to our cars and avoid trouble. Heeding this advice, everyone scrambled back inside their vehicles, with some taking the initiative to maintain order, explaining the situation to the cars behind them. Li Xingyan's face fell completely, his oppressive gaze fixed on Sheng Xia. I merely... Sheng Xia had set everything in motion, and as she gazed at the sunken rear of the vehicle, a wave of trepidation washed over her. Just moments ago at the intersection, she had witnessed Li Xingyan's car accelerating forward. Without a second thought, she blared the horn, her heart lodged in her throat. Thankfully, they were unharmed. What a relief. An indescribable mixture of bittersweet emotions brewed in her chest. Sheng Xia opened her mouth to speak but closed it again, her lips quivering slightly, her eyes radiating a blend of tenderness and resolve. Li Xingyan was about to say something when a sudden, deafening roar erupted ahead, accompanied by swirling dust. A few hundred meters away, the cloud of dust ascended into the air, resembling a miniature tornado. What had transpired ahead? Such a loud noise, could it be an explosion? Leng Zhan inquired, recalling that if Sheng Xia hadn't intervened, their vehicle might have passed right through that spot, a chill running down his spine, his legs trembling slightly. Behind them, a long line of vehicles came to a halt, and drivers began to exit their cars, staring at the lingering dust in the distance as the crowd erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Some took photographs, others engaged in conversation. Although they were unaware of the specifics, it was evident that something had gone awry ahead. Meanwhile, Li Xingyan's phone rang. "Boss, are you all right?" "There has been a situation here," Lu Mubai reported loudly to Li Xingyan. "I'm fine." "What happened?" Li Xingyan asked. "There was a sudden ground collapse here. Sheng Xia called ahead to have the road blocked off. Your area should be sealed off as well, right? I can confirm that no vehicles have fallen in yet." In the sweltering summer, Li Xingyan cast a penetrating gaze towards Sheng Xia, only to observe her eyes flicker momentarily before she turned her face to converse with Leng Zhan. "Indeed, it was she who had called me, claiming an urgent situation. I initially thought it was a jest, yet it proved to be all too real." "Be more explicit." Li Xingyan, usually unflappable even in the face of calamity, found himself somewhat agitated. Alarms blared from Lu Mubei's end, akin to the arrival of traffic officers. creating a sudden uproar as a throng engaged in conversation. "Boss, I need to handle things here first, I will seek you out shortly." Li Xingyan's eyes darkened as he ended the call. Sheng Xia snapped a few photographs of the collision between the two vehicles. Poised to capture more detailed images when her phone was abruptly snatched from her grasp by a large hand. "How did you foresee the incident?" Li Xingyan returned Sheng Xia's phone to her while firmly grasping her shoulders. He could distinctly sense her evasion, her desire to withdraw. The uncertainty of her thoughts stirred an inexplicable restlessness within him, as he felt Sheng Xia was ensnared in a situation beyond his control. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Sheng Xia took several deep breaths, finally raising her eyes to inquire, "Li Xingyan, are you all right? Our car was struck, did you have your seatbelt fastened in the back? Are you injured?" "I'm fine. Now, I need you to respond to my inquiries directly," he demanded. "Lu Mubei stated you had prior knowledge of this. You even called him to block one direction of the road while you took charge of the other." "Yes, I did call him," she admitted. In the height of summer, Sheng Xia responded, "I heard from a few of my sisters that this road has been quite peculiar lately, vehicles passing by seem to tremble." One inquisitive sister, driven by curiosity, disembarked to take a look and discovered cracks in the pavement. However, she dismissed it, casually mentioning it in our group chat. Chapter 84, Am I Destined to Perish? Sheng Xia's throat quivered as she paused for a moment, observing the considerable fissure in the road. I feared it was not merely a trivial matter of construction quality. Nearby, the ground had recently been disturbed for new housing projects. Connecting the dots, I worried that the ongoing construction might have caused the road's deterioration, prompting my hasty arrival. Li Xingyan spoke coldly. "Isn't it rather coincidental that you arrived just a minute before the incident? Don't you find that suspicious?" Sheng Xia, feeling a twinge of guilt, stubbornly replied, "Yes, I too find it rather coincidental, which is why I'm feeling anxious now." "Show me the chat records from the group," Li Xingyan ordered, extending his hand. Cole Zhang promptly presented Sheng Xia's phone to him. Li Xingyan held the device before Sheng Xia, demanding, "I want you to show me right now." "But I don't have them. Where would I retrieve them?" "We usually delete our chat histories after conversing. I had no inkling that the road would actually collapse, otherwise I would have definitely saved the records," Sheng Xia retorted, her frustration evident as she glared at Li Xingyan. "You don't believe me?" In Li Xingyan's profound gaze, something stirred. "Boss." At that moment, Lu Mubai hurried over, typically one to adorn himself as a dapper gentleman, yet today he appeared travel-worn, his hair disheveled. Though he could scarcely afford to dwell on such trivialities, he observed that all four directions were congested, resembling a lengthy queue. And numerous traffic officers had received urgent orders and rushed to the scene. Li Xingyan, with an oppressive gaze, cast a sidelong glance at Lu Mubai. Just as Lu Mubai was about to speak, he noticed Sheng Xia behind Li Xingyan silently mouthing a warning, as if to say, "If you dare to speak recklessly, I shall." She punctuated her threat with a gesture across her throat. Goodness, he dared not provoke that woman. Sheng Xia had suddenly called him, proclaiming that an incident might occur and requesting his assistance in cordoning off the road, prompting his swift arrival. Lu Mubai chuckled, "Well, isn't it true that your sister-in-law is merely concerned for your well-being, hence her hasty arrival?" Li Xingyan's brows furrowed into a small mountain, disregarding Lu Mubai entirely. Unable to contain the fury that had been building within him, he turned to Sheng Xia and unleashed a torrent of reprimands. "Did you not value your life? Driving at such reckless speeds, had Lingzhan not braked in time, do you comprehend the potential consequences? Could you not exercise a modicum of calm before acting?" Li Xingyan's ire caused Sheng Xia's delicate features to fall, and she retorted, "Who asked you to be so occupied? Your phone was constantly engaged. I wished to call you, but you didn't answer. Do you think I'm unafraid of death? I fear it immensely. Yet I cannot allow your vehicle to traverse such perilous roads without intervention. Have you considered what I should do if something goes awry?" She spoke earnestly, her expression one of indignation, her chapped lips trembling with a sense of grievance, her gaze averted defiantly from him. "When did you ever call me?" The tone of Li Xingyan eventually softened. Sheng Xia opened her phone to display the call log, raising it in front of Li Xingyan. "Did you see? I dialed you 67 times and called Lingzhan 32 times, neither of you answered. Do you know how anxious and troubled I was just now? Yet all you do is reprimand me. If I hadn't arrived in time, your car might have fallen into a pit." She could not continue. Even though she used the word might, which suggested possibility, she found it unbearable to finish her thought. Li Xingyan's brows furrowed even deeper, indeed. Sheng Xia's phone displayed the incoming call records. But we didn't receive a single call during our journey, what's going on? Leng Zhan interjected, presenting his own call log to Sheng Xia. On the way, Li Yi even remarked how strange it was that given such a significant incident in Jincheng, he hadn't received a single call. Wait. That white sedan. Leng Zhan glanced toward the long queue of blocked vehicles, attempting to locate the white car. No need to search, it turned right and left just as our cars collided, Li Xingyan replied. Lu Mubai patted his chest, exclaiming, Boss. You have no idea how terrified I was when I saw the road sink. If the road hadn't been closed, with such a large pit, how many cars would have fallen in? The situation would have been disastrous. At that moment, the stranded driver received news from ahead indicating a road collapse, resulting in a deep pit spanning several hundred meters. Grateful to have survived the ordeal, everyone honked their horns in tribute. Had it not been for the preceding traffic accident, our vehicle might have plummeted into the abyss, endangering our lives. Indeed, I sincerely apologize for my earlier complaints about the traffic jam. It seemed that the incident was not merely a simple traffic accident, it involved the infamous Li Xingyan. The red car was driven by his wife, who, it is said, caused the accident in an attempt to prevent him from continuing onward. Thus, could one conclude that this woman is a savior to us all? Moments ago, someone had captured a photograph of her. She was indeed quite attractive, and should she shed a few pounds, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. One cannot deny that while the woman may be slightly plump, she possesses a certain feminine charm. It appears that Li Xingyan's tastes align with mine. For I too am not fond of women who resemble frail birds, lacking any substantial softness when embraced. Sheng Xia sensed that Li Xingyan intended to pursue the matter further. And her uncanny foresight was indeed astonishing. She could divulge all her affairs to him, yet the matter of her rebirth would remain locked away in her heart. Perhaps, at the twilight of her life, she might recount it as a quaint tale to future generations, but not now. She understood well that it was far too perilous and would bring significant trouble to both herself and Li Xingyan. At that moment, the young woman suddenly stumbled backward, clutching her slightly aching chest. Sheng Xia. A powerful arm encircled her waist, halting her retreat. The man's breath was alarmingly close, his voice rich with magnetism yet laced with profound concern. What is it? The dull ache she experienced was likely a consequence of the recent collision. She was not one to be easily daunted by pain. Yet, at this moment, she felt. Li Xingyan, my chest hurts terribly. It might be an internal injury from the crash, I can hardly breathe, and it feels as though my heart is about to cease beating. Am I going to die? Her face was ashen, her eyelashes fluttering anxiously. Nonsense. With me here, how could you possibly die? Li Xingyan asserted, though his countenance paled instantly. Without hesitation, he lifted her into his arms and commanded Lu Mubai, drive. Take the back roads and head to the nearest people's hospital immediately. Oh, all right. Lu Mubai appeared momentarily dazed, his response sluggish. Sheng Xia was still covertly giving him the middle finger, her face contorted into a menacing grin, as if to say, is this any way to look when facing death? Boss, I can't handle this. In that instant, as Sheng Xia gazed into Li Xingyan's eyes, filled with anguish, and noted his pallid, almost ghostly face, she regretted having taken the act too far. Chapter 85, Did you think I was just a pretty face? Lu Mubai smirked. Yet he could not defy Li Xingyan's orders. Observing Sheng Xia, he increasingly felt that this clever girl had managed to charm their leader into risking everything for her. Ahead, under the guidance of the traffic police, a path was quickly cleared. The police car led the way, clearing obstacles as its sirens blared, followed seamlessly by a sleek silver sports car. Inside, Li Xingyan maintained his embrace of Sheng Xia, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. The moment her vehicle had careened out to block his path, the thrill and danger had been palpable. It was evident that Sheng Xia was concealing something regarding the road collapse. Now, nestled in his arms like a docile kitten, her lips were chapped, and the color had noticeably drained from her face. The impact of the collision left uncertainty about any potential internal injuries she may have sustained. Upon reaching the hospital, as soon as the car came to a halt, Li Xingyan swung open the door and hurriedly carried her out. Lu Mubai observed Li Xingyan's hurried retreat and mused on Sheng Xia's remarkable ability to captivate their leader. Despite appearing unscathed, she had the audacity to utter words of despair. Clearly, she was unharmed and had undoubtedly taken advantage of their leader's concern along the way, nestled warmly in his embrace. With no choice but to follow. Lu Mubai recognized the necessity of a companion during their leader's anxious moments. "Mr. Li, what is this?" The director, witnessing Li Xingyan burst in with Sheng Xia in his arms, hastily discarded his cup. Rising to his feet as the water within sloshed and spilled out a few goji berries. "She just had an accident and complained of chest pain. We need to conduct a thorough examination immediately," Li Xingyan commanded darkly. Yes, I'll arrange for a doctor right away." The director fervently nodded, his sparse hair trembling with the urgency of the moment. Upon arriving at the examination room, a resounding slam of the door left Li Xingyan standing outside. The director, with a forced smile, explained, "Only patients are permitted inside the examination room. I kindly ask for your understanding, Master Li." At these words, Li Xingyan's expression darkened further. The director discreetly wiped away the sweat from his brow. Truth be told, it was indeed possible for Master Li to enter the examination room. But the nature of the checks often involved varying degrees of pressure, and should Master Li witness such actions, he would undoubtedly fret over his beloved wife. If Master Li were less indulgent of Sheng Xia, he would not be consumed by such anxiety. Drawing from years of experience, the director perceived that there was likely no grave issue at hand. A year ago, during her premarital checkup, Sheng Xia had been in excellent shape, radiant in both figure and face. Yet, in just a year's time, she had been pampered to a plumpness reminiscent of a festive doll. However, she appeared somewhat slimmer than during her last examination, perhaps frightened by the prospect of her body fat percentage. The sole concern was the chest pain, which might not solely stem from the car accident. Obesity could indeed exacerbate cardiac strain. Nonetheless, it was reasonable to assume that heart problems would typically manifest after prolonged weight gain, and now that she had lost some weight, her symptoms should not be so pronounced. Inside the examination room, Sheng Xia was laid upon a stretcher as the doctor conducted an electrocardiogram, followed by an X-ray, performing numerous tests in succession. "Madam Li, could you describe the nature of your chest pain?" inquired the doctor, clad in a white coat. Sheng Xia feigned weakness, wishing to conceal her pretense, and pressed her hand against her chest. "It comes in waves, sometimes it hurts, sometimes it does not. Pressing on it causes discomfort. But it seems to hurt less if I don't. Breathing in exacerbates the pain, while not inhaling alleviates it." The doctor, at times furrowing his brow and at other moments lost in contemplation, made feel somewhat uneasy in the sweltering summer heat. Fortunately, was not present, otherwise she would have felt the urge to bury herself in embarrassment. Ultimately, the team gathered together, their conversation a mystery, yet their expressions gradually transformed into a state of relaxation. Outside the examination room, while waiting, retrieved his phone only to discover a peculiar message. Had sent him a text? It had been dispatched 2 minutes prior, presumably while she was undergoing her examination. With cautious glances at, who paced anxiously in the corridor, shrouded in an aura of concern, it appeared he was deeply troubled for. As if the examination were not merely a routine check but rather a perilous surgery. Felt a pang of sympathy for and, with a mix of curiosity and trepidation, opened the message. "Listen closely. Do not speak of today's events to anyone. If questioned, say it was merely a coincidence that someone noticed a crack in the road, prompting you to preemptively close it off. Should I learn that you divulged anything to that you ought not to have, you'd better beware." Perplexed, pondered why would wish to conceal the prevention of a significant traffic accident. Surely that was a commendable act. Could it possibly be related to her? Yet, if it were indeed connected to her, she would hardly have intervened. Moreover, she lacked the means to foresee such an event. "How did you know an accident would occur?" Consumed by curiosity, texted back. "I guessed." Guessed? How so? Just as he was about to pursue further inquiries, the door to the examination room swung open. Li Xingyan rushed forward, his face etched with anxiety as he inquired, "How is she? Why is she experiencing chest pain?" After a thorough examination, the doctor smiled reassuringly, stating that Mrs. Li was in good health. In good health? Then why is she in such distress? Li Xingyan's skepticism was palpable. The pain could possibly be attributed to the seatbelt pressing against her, the doctor elucidated. However, it is also plausible that Mrs. Li was quite anxious and experienced a significant stimulus, which led to a temporary episode of angina. With ample rest, she will surely recover, the doctor continued. Suppressing her embarrassment, Sheng Xia offered a faint smile to Li Xingyan, assuring him, I'm fine, the pain has subsided. Truly, there's no need to worry about me. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyan's furrowed brow finally relaxed. Lu Mubai could not contain a few coughs, regretting his decision to intrude as a mere bystander. Sheng Xia was quite the handful. Despite the doctor's reassurances and Sheng Xia's insistence on her recovery, Li Xingyan insisted on arranging a hospital room for her, compelling her to rest in bed while thoughtfully pouring her a glass of water. Naturally, Lu Mubai seized the opportunity to discreetly slip away, citing his own pressing matters. He was unsure of what to say or what not to say, and the thought of inadvertently provoking Sheng Xia, who was known for her vindictiveness, filled him with trepidation. Li Xingyan, why don't you sit for a while? You've been bustling about enough, you must be exhausted. I'm quite heavy, you carried me all the way here. Your arms must be sore, Sheng Xia remarked with a twinge of guilt. Even if I were to carry something heavier, I can manage it. Do you think I am merely a decorative figure? Li Xingyan walked to the foot of the bed, elevated the headboard slightly, and placed a soft pillow behind Sheng Xia before settling into the chair by the bedside. I didn't mean it that way. I merely wished for you to rest for a while, Sheng Xia murmured, her eyelids drooping. The harrowing twists and turns of the past few minutes left her still trembling with unease. Chapter 86, I can protect you too, Lu Mubai pouted. Yet he could not defy Li Xingyan's command. Observing Sheng Xia, he increasingly felt that this girl was remarkably cunning, capable of charming their leader into surrendering his very life for her. Ahead, under the direction of the traffic police, a path was swiftly cleared. With police cars leading the way and obstacles removed, the blaring sirens heralded the passage of a sleek silver sports car, which glided unimpeded. Inside the vehicle, Li Xingyan maintained his embrace around Sheng Xia, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. The perilous moment when Sheng Xia's car had careened out to obstruct him was nothing short of harrowing. Clearly, she was concealing something regarding the road collapse. At this moment, nestled in his arms like a docile kitten, her lips were parched, and the color had drained from her face. The impact from the collision was still a mystery as to whether it had caused her any internal injuries. Upon arriving at the hospital, the instant the car halted, Li Xingyan swiftly exited, cradling her in his arms. Lu Mubai observed Li Xingyan's hurried figure, pondering how adept Sheng Xia was at ensnaring their leader's affections. Despite the apparent lack of serious injury, she still spoke of death, and by the looks of it, she was likely unharmed, having undoubtedly relished the warmth and comfort of being held by their leader throughout the journey. Lu Mubai, feeling helpless, followed suit. For it was indeed a moment of great anxiety for the leader, and a presence was required. Mr. Li, what is the meaning of this? Observing Li Xingyan rushing in while cradling someone, the director hastily tossed aside his cup and sprang to his feet, causing the water within to slosh and splash out a couple of goji berries. There has been an accident, she reported chest pain. Immediately conduct a comprehensive examination, Li Xingyan commanded darkly. Yes, I will arrange for a doctor right away. The director nodded vigorously, his sparse hair trembling with emotion. Upon reaching the examination room, with a resounding bang, the door closed, leaving Li Xingyan outside. The director, with an apologetic smile, explained, no one is permitted inside the examination room except for the patient. I kindly ask for your understanding, Mr. Li. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyan's expression darkened further. The director discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. In truth, it would not be impossible for Mr. Li to enter the examination room, but during the examination, there would inevitably be variations in the pressure applied, and should Mr. Li witness this, he would undoubtedly fret over his cherished wife. Were it not for Mr. Li's deep affection for Sheng Xia, he would not be so consumed by worry. Drawing from years of experience, the director assessed that it likely was not a grave matter. Looking at the young wife, he recalled how, a year prior during her premarital health checkup, she had such a fine figure and a lovely face. In merely a year, under Mr. Li's care, she had become plump and fair, resembling a doll from a traditional painting. However, she did appear slightly slimmer than during her last checkup, perhaps frightened by the sight of her body fat percentage. The sole concern is the pain in my heart, which I fear may not solely stem from the accident, rather. Obesity might also impose an excessive burden on the heart. However, logically speaking, cardiac issues should only manifest after a prolonged period of weight gain. Given that she has recently lost some weight, it seems improbable that her symptoms would be so pronounced. Inside the examination room, Sheng Xia was laid upon a stretcher, undergoing a series of tests including an electrocardiogram and an X-ray, with a multitude of examinations conducted in succession. "Miss Sheng, can you describe the nature of your chest pain?" inquired the doctor, clad in a white coat. Sheng Xia feigned weakness, striving to conceal her pretense from others, as she pressed her hand against her chest. "It comes in waves, sometimes it hurts, and at other times, it does not. Pressing it causes discomfort, yet not applying pressure seems to alleviate it somewhat." The doctor listened intently, alternating between furrowing his brow and pondering in deep thought. Sheng Xia felt a tinge of embarrassment at her own act. Relieved that Li Xingyan was not present, for she would surely wish to bury herself in humiliation. Eventually, the medical team huddled together, their expressions shifting to one of relaxation after a brief exchange of words. Outside the examination room, Lu Mubai, while waiting, took out his phone and was startled to find a peculiar message. Sheng Xia had sent him a text? It had been sent just 2 minutes prior, evidently while she was undergoing her examination. Lu Mubai cautiously glanced at Li Xingyan, who was pacing back and forth in the corridor, shrouded in an aura of concern, as if the examination were a perilous surgical procedure rather than a routine checkup. He felt a pang of empathy for Li Xingyan and, with a mix of curiosity and trepidation, opened the text. "Lu Mubai, listen carefully. Do not speak of today's events to anyone. In response to the inquiry, you should assert that it was merely a coincidence that someone discovered the road's fissures, prompting the preemptive closure. Should I find out that you have divulged anything inappropriate to Li Xingyan, be wary of my reaction." Lu Mubai felt utterly perplexed. Preventing a significant traffic accident was undeniably a commendable act. Why, then, did Sheng Xia conceal it? Could it be that the incident was somehow linked to her? Yet, if it were, she would certainly not have intervened. Furthermore, she lacked the capability to foresee such events. How did you ascertain that an accident was imminent? Lu Mubai's curiosity compelled him to send a text message. I merely speculated. Speculated? How so? Just as Lu Mubai was about to pursue the question, the door to the examination room swung open. Li Xingyan rushed forward, his expression fraught with anxiety, asking, "How is she? Why is she experiencing chest pain?" After the examination, the doctor assured them that Mrs. Li was in good health. All is normal? Then why is she in such pain? Clearly, the doctor's reassurances did not fully satisfy Li Xingyan. The pain might be due to the seatbelt pressing down, the doctor elucidated. Li Xingyan. Sheng Xia. However, it cannot be ruled out that Mrs. Li was simply overly anxious, resulting in a brief episode of angina due to significant stress, with ample rest. She would soon recover, the doctor concluded. Enduring her embarrassment, Sheng Xia offered a faint smile to Li Xingyan, assuring him, I am fine, the pain has subsided, truly. Do not worry about me. Li Xingyan's furrowed brow finally relaxed. Lu Mubai could not help but cough a few times, regretting his decision to intrude. Sheng Xia was quite the strategist. Despite the doctor's assurances of her well-being, Sheng Xia remained steadfast in her belief that she had fully recovered. Nevertheless, Li Xingyan arranged for her to be placed in a hospital room, insisting that she rest in bed, and thoughtfully poured her a glass of water. Lu Mubai, naturally, excused himself under the pretext of having other matters to attend to, uncertain of what was appropriate to say. He was acutely aware that any misstep could provoke Sheng Xia's notorious penchant for revenge. Li Xingyan, why not take a seat for a while? You needn't be so busy. You are already quite fatigued. I am rather heavy, and you carried me all the way here, your arms must be sore, Sheng Xia said, a twinge of guilt creeping into her voice. Even if you were heavier, I could manage. Do you think I am merely for show? Li Xingyan retorted, moving to the foot of the bed to adjust the headboard slightly and placing a soft pillow behind her back before settling into the chair beside her. That's not what I meant, I simply wanted you to rest for a moment, Sheng Xia replied, her gaze lowered. The harrowing events of the past few minutes lingered in her mind, leaving her shaken. The air in the room was cool, and Sheng Xia quietly observed the man before her, noting the pallor of his face, which had been etched with worry for her, the furrowed brow that seemed perpetually tense, and the thin lips that often chastised her, even when laced with concern. As she continued to watch him, an unexpected smile broke across her face. you maintain quite the composure. After such a significant incident, you can still laugh. Li Xingyan's expression hardened, and he began to scold her once more. What is wrong with me laughing? I am smiling because you are safe and sound, Sheng Xia replied, narrowing her eyes playfully. She was unfazed by his reprimand. Despite his stern countenance, he remained unharmed, without even a minor injury. Li Xingyan's previously dark expression softened somewhat. Next time you encounter a situation, remain calm. Do not act so recklessly, he advised. Proceed only when your safety is assured, do you understand? His tone had lightened, yet he began to lecture again. I understand. I won't engage in such perilous activities again, all right? Sheng Xia declared. It was uncertain whether similar incidents would occur in the future. But it was evident that if Li Xingyan were to find himself in danger again, she would likely make the same choice as today. However, for the moment, she wished to avoid inciting his anger. Li Xingyan finally responded in a low voice, picking up an apple from the bedside table and a fruit knife from nearby. Meticulously peeling it. I'm not hungry, you really don't need to peel that for me, Sheng Xia said. Yet, Li Xingyan seemed oblivious to her words. His fingers, well-defined, gripped the fruit knife with the precision of a surgeon. Though he had likely never performed such several tasks before, he possessed a natural talent for everything he undertook. Under his deft hand, the apple's skin was peeled in seamless spirals, leaving only a thin layer of fruit flesh attached. He cut the apple into small pieces and placed them in a glass bowl prepared by the hospital. A pink spoon scooped the fruit and brought it to her lips. Sheng Xia opened her mouth, finding the morsels perfectly sized. The sweet taste delighted her palate, leaving no residue upon chewing. She squinted in surprise at the exquisite flavor of the fruit. Your lips look parched, haven't you had any water at home? Have you overexerted yourself and forgotten to hydrate? Li Xingyan inquired. Listening to him, Sheng Xia noted that while his words were indeed admonishing, this paternalistic demeanor of a husband, often referred to online as the ideal boyfriend, was rather endearing. Ultimately, he does care for her. Not at all, I was merely overwhelmed with anxiety, leading to such a state. Was that something I could control? Li Xingyan felt a sudden stirring within, his throat constricting as he offered another spoonful of diced fruit. Despite having navigated the tumultuous waters of the business world for several years, possessing the ability to withstand any risks, I shall let this matter slide. However, I cannot permit you to take such risks again in the future. I have faith in your ability to endure any peril. Yet these are acts of nature and human folly. In the face of natural disasters and unforeseen events, humanity appears insignificant. Li Xingyan. What I wish to convey is that I am not merely a figure in need of your protection, I, too, possess the capacity to safeguard you. Sheng Xia spoke earnestly, her seriousness causing a flush to rise upon her cheeks. I, too, can protect you. This declaration reverberated in Li Xingyan's ears, nearly consuming him. She was becoming increasingly vocal. And he could not guarantee that, given time, he would be able to withstand it. Yet undeniably, when she rushed before his car in a state of utter concern, she was risking her very life to prevent him from falling into danger. Though I, Sheng Xia, may sometimes possess a fiery temperament, an unruly disposition, and a penchant for trouble, I am fiercely loyal. For the sake of my friends, I would gladly take a blade to my side. Had it not been you traversing that route today, it would have been Lu Mubai or Luo Yunchu, and I would have acted just the same. A shadow fell silently over the moment, as Li Xingyan, with a darkened expression, thrust the glass bowl into Sheng Xia's hands, ceasing to offer her more. That's enough. There's no need to repeatedly remind us of our relationship. The man, seemingly volatile, displayed anger at a mere flicker of provocation. Yet, her words held an undeniable truth. Should her friends find themselves in peril, it would be unconscionable for her to remain idle. After all, a life hangs in the balance. What troubles you? Li Xingyan. Why do you perpetually harbor resentment towards me? Sheng Xia placed the glass bowl upon the coffee table, her appetite dissipating. Grasping Li Xingyan's hand, she pressed it against her chest, lamenting, it still aches here, please refrain from provoking me further. Li Xingyan, consumed by his ire, felt the warmth radiating from her grasp, rendering his anger futile, leaving him in a state of helplessness. Suddenly, his phone rang, interrupting Sheng Xia's moment of distress. His device, previously silent, buzzed to life with an influx of calls. He had ignored them all until now. This call was from Lingzhan, undoubtedly bearing significant news. Considering the day's earlier events, Chaos must have enveloped the city of Jincheng, and his intervention was required. As Sheng Xia noticed the phone ringing, she reluctantly released her hold on Li Xingyan's hand. He answered the call while making his way to the window. Li, the rescue operations at the Rainhua chemical plant are still underway. Reports indicate a considerable loss of life. The explosion has claimed 18 souls, with another 40 injured. Fortunately, the plant is located in the outskirts, away from residential areas. However, there are accounts of individuals suffering from toxic gas inhalation, and the hospitals are currently overwhelmed. I understand. We cannot stand idly by. We must extend our assistance as much as possible. Have the causes of the incident been determined? Li Xingyan's gaze drifted outside, where a solitary bird circled the sky. His vision following it as it soared farther away. The investigation is still ongoing, with a primary focus on rescue efforts. Additionally, the area around Haoshan Avenue has been cordoned off, and relevant authorities have dispatched personnel to conduct assessments. The cause of the incident may be linked to nearby real estate development. However, according to technical personnel, had the road not been closed in advance, and if vehicles had passed through, the collapse could have occurred even sooner. This implies that if we had accelerated, the weight of vehicles traversing that section could have triggered an immediate collapse. Furthermore, you inquired as to why we did not receive any calls. It appears to be due to a lack of signal. Lung Zhan remarked that the signal had been jammed. Jammed? By whom, and why are our signals being obstructed? Lung Zhan pressed with a series of questions. The car behind us is certainly suspicious. Lung Zhan, continue to investigate the cause of the accident. And also ensure that our chemical plant seizes this opportunity to learn from the experience and conduct a comprehensive safety inspection. Understood. Although Li Xingyan was in a position where he could not hear the voice on the other end of the line, the nature of their conversation suggested that the caller was indeed Lung Zhan. The cause of the incident? Signal jamming? Could it be that this catastrophe was not merely an act of nature, but rather a man-made disaster? However, an explosion at the chemical plant is an unexpected event. And road collapses are not typically caused by human intervention. Wasn't it stated that this was related to construction? Chapter 87, I am very worried about you. These two incidents have drawn nationwide attention, particularly regarding their causes, and those responsible have been held accountable. She was astonished to discover that the cause of the road collapse was related to construction. Additionally, the explosion at the chemical plant was attributed to inadequate safety measures by the company and improper operations by the workers. Why then did Li Xingyan harbor such suspicions? Li Xingyan hung up the phone and approached the bedside. Li Xingyan, do you believe that these two incidents are man-made? Sheng Xia grasped Li Xingyan's arm. Don't you find today's events rather peculiar? Li Xingyan inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Sheng Xia reasoned. Although the Yuhua chemical plant is located in the west of the city, any incident that occurs would prompt internal restructuring among other chemical companies. The Li family is involved in various industries, but there is only one chemical plant in the east of the city. And Haoshan Avenue is the mandatory route to the east. When I attempted to call you, your phone happened to be blocked. Could it be? An inexplicable chill crept over Sheng Xia as she pieced together the analysis. The white vehicle was equipped with a signal jammer, designed to prevent you and Lung Zhan from receiving any calls during this time. It seems this individual is quite familiar with you. Their intentions are utterly wicked. Doesn't that car have a license plate? We should track down the owner and investigate thoroughly. It is highly probable that we will uncover no useful information. I suspect that the vehicle was intentionally made discoverable, compelling us to accelerate, which would exacerbate the impending road collapse. If this is indeed the case, the individual behind this is truly despicable, willing to sacrifice so many lives to achieve their objectives. Sheng Xia felt a wave of dread wash over her, her eyes trembling. The malevolence in human hearts surpasses what you can imagine. Li Xingyan observed the lingering unease in Sheng Xia's demeanor and chose to remain silent. She blossomed like summer flowers, radiant under the sun, destined to live carefree in this world. Li Xingyan, it seems the adversary is intent on your demise. You must exercise constant vigilance and avoid falling into the clutches of malefactors. To seek my life, they must first possess the capability. Li Xingyan retorted with a cold scoff, his dark eyes glinting with icy resolve. Despite his bravado, Sheng Xia was acutely aware of his capabilities, yet her heart remained heavy with worry. Indeed, Li Xingyan, the enemy lurks in shadows while you stand in the light. Should they wish to harm you, they may devise countless schemes. Li Xingyan gently patted the back of her hand. Do you truly lack faith in me? When I first took on the burdens of the Li family, the circumstances were far more dire, internal dissent and external slander plagued us, and we had lost the trust of the market. Daily, I faced treacheries alone. These challenges were all weathered by me. Now, it is merely. Before he could finish, a subtle fragrance enveloped them. Sheng Xia wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her face in the crook of his shoulder. In that moment, Li Xingyan's gaze faltered, captivated by the delightful scent. The past is the past. And the present is what matters. I am profoundly concerned for you, to the point of distress. I wish for your safety eternally. Do you grasp the essence of forever? Her voice was muffled, laden with unspoken grievances. Indeed, the man responded softly. Upon hearing this, the girl brightened, nuzzling her cheek against his neck like a docile kitten. She behaved so obediently, her words were so poignant that Li Xingyan could no longer resist. He gently placed his hand upon her head, his fingers caressing her hair. Why did she feel such tranquility in this person's embrace? It was undeniably a pure embrace, and feeling his warmth was a breath of life. She savored it greedily, carefully concealing her innermost thoughts. Outside the hospital, Lu Mubai pressed the unlock button of his car, preparing to get in. When suddenly he was surrounded by a horde of reporters emerging from their concealed positions. From the bushes, behind the osmanthus tree, and from behind stone pedestals. Dozens of individuals appeared, wielding microphones and cameras, snapping pictures fervently while flashes illuminated the scene. Are you the Mr. Liu who suspected potential issues on Haoshan Avenue? One reporter inquired. Could you please share the details of the incident with us? Yes, Mr. Liu, thanks to your benevolent actions, a major traffic safety incident was averted. The public is eager to see your story. Could you please respond to their enthusiasm? Mr. Liu. Your decisive actions to block the road and call for reinforcements to carry out this remarkable endeavor are truly commendable. And who would have thought you would be so handsome as well? Lu Mubai was nearly blinded by the flashes. By the way, how did you know I was at this hospital? He asked first. Of course, we received information from a source who provided us with the hospital's location, mentioning that the great hero was here. Thanks to a kind individual who supplied your license plate number, we were able to pinpoint your whereabouts precisely. A journalist remarked, Insider? Good Samaritan? What nonsense is this? A spark of realization flashed through Lu Mubai's mind as he retrieved his phone. Indeed. He discovered a message from Sheng Xia sent just 3 minutes prior. Lu Mubai, this time the hero of the story is all yours. You are free to accept the interview. Seize this opportunity to redeem your Playboy image. If you dare to deny it, you know I have my ways of dealing with you. Although Sheng Xia's words were playful, Lu Mubai was well aware of her cunning methods. She had countless ways to make his life difficult. A shiver ran down his spine, yet he smiled at the media reporters, straightened his posture, and spoke clearly. Dear friends in the media, esteemed citizens, I appreciate your attention. The situation is as follows. I heard from a friend that there were cracks on this road. Out of concern for the safety of our citizens, I rushed over, and to my surprise, the road collapsed shortly after it was closed. This incident serves as a stark reminder that safety should never be taken lightly. As ordinary citizens, we must stand up in such situations and work together to build a beautiful city. It's a shared responsibility. Thank you all. With that, Lu Mubai swiftly retreated into his car. And amidst the flurry of cameras, he quickly drove away from the scene. Upon returning home, Lu Mubai was still perplexed as to why Sheng Xia had given him the credit, despite her having orchestrated the entire affair. One couldn't help but wonder how she had known that the road would collapse at that precise moment. Was there truly someone who had reported the cracks to her? A reasonable person might not have reacted with such urgency. My dear son, you have worked hard today. As I was pondering this thought, I noticed Mr. Liu standing at the door to personally greet me. He instructed the maid, quickly, brew a pot of tea. Lu Mubai was utterly bewildered. Typically, he was accustomed to being reprimanded by his father, yet today felt unusually auspicious. In Chapter 88, Because You Care, Mr. Li, it was noted that today you averted a significant traffic accident. The relevant authorities personally contacted me to express their gratitude, and I witnessed the interview on television. You have brought honor to our Liu family. Observing your usual nonchalant demeanor, I never anticipated that you would exhibit such a sense of responsibility at a crucial moment. It seems you have truly matured. Enveloped in paternal affection, Lu Mubai nodded repeatedly. Father. You have always taught me that individual interests are intertwined with those of the nation and its people. This sense of responsibility is indeed inherited from you. Mr. Lu, moved to tears, nearly punctured Lu Mubai's face with his proud thumbs up. Lu Mubai, who had a tendency to take advantage of his father's affection, had spent the entire day acting like a lord at home. Meanwhile, at the Li household, Li Xingyan, Han Peiyun, and their 2 children were gathered on the sofa, watching the report. Dear citizens, today, an explosion occurred at the Rainhua chemical factory, an event we all hoped to avoid. Simultaneously, a significant traffic incident nearly transpired on Haoshan Avenue. It has come to light that cracks had begun to appear on this road several days ago. Yet they were not given the attention they warranted. Just moments before the accident, Mr. Lu Mubai arrived at the scene and implemented effective preventive measures. Mr. Li Xingyan from the Li family also participated in this effort. Let us commend their actions. Isn't Lu Mubai a childhood friend of Xingyan? Han Peiyun inquired. I have encountered that individual, he seems rather unreliable. Did he truly partake in this matter? Li Nianqing remarked. Regardless, Xingyan's involvement in this endeavor serves to promote the Li family, Li Jingjiang interjected, taking a sip of water nonchalantly. Li Xijin added. My elder brother has always been composed, he is a figure I admire greatly. I must learn more from him in the future. Indeed. You should learn from your elder brother. Some intricate matters that I struggle to manage, he handles flawlessly. Do not be deceived by his youth. His depth of character far surpasses my own, Li Jingjiang replied. Father, entrusting the Li family to my elder brother is not a poor decision. We cannot have internal strife within our family, as it would not only disrupt harmony but also affect the company's operations. Moreover, you are well aware of my capabilities. How could I possibly compare myself to my elder brother? Li Xijin stated. I believe in a few days, my elder brother will respond regarding the position I will hold within the Li family. It has been several days, is this how he intends to dismiss us? At the mention of this, Li Jingjiang's expression darkened. Han Peiyun hastily approached to refill his tea, saying, Old man, why the urgency? Is not Xingyan busy? In front of so many witnesses, he has already committed, could he possibly retract his word? Despite his inner frustration, Li Jingjiang felt compelled to suppress it in front of the children. He was eager to see what position Li Xingyan would ultimately assign to Li Xijin. As for Jin Yuan, it was only under the insistence of Sheng Xia that Li Xingyan finally agreed to let her return home from the hospital. In the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia was aware of his busyness and did not linger in the Jin garden. After a few hurried words from Li Xingyan, she swiftly departed. Sitting on the sofa, Sheng Xia furrowed her brows, entirely devoid of her usual vivacity. Xiaobo sighed, saying, Madam Li, what can I say? What could be wrong with staying in the Jin garden? Or is it that Master Li has mistreated you in some way? Sheng Xia, bewildered, replied, Xiaobo. What are you talking about? Are we supposed to treat Master Li well? Why would I sneak away from him? You have hurt Master Li repeatedly. How can you bear it? Sneak away? What nonsense is this? Sheng Xiao's expression was one of confusion. Did you not attempt to drive away? Xiaobo assumed. Having seen her return with Li Xingyan, thinking she had fled only to be captured. Flee? Why would I flee? I enjoy a life of comfort and luxury in the Jin garden, Sheng Xia retorted, leaning back on the sofa and shaking her legs. Yet, when Master Li brought you back, his expression. Xiaobo, I hold you in high regard, but please refrain from speaking ill. My relationship with Li Xingyan is perfectly fine. Something happened in Jin City today, and Li Xingyan is quite troubled, she said, her brow furrowing as if recalling something. Xiaobo, could you have the kitchen prepare some nourishing soup? Li Xingyan has been quite exhausted these past few days, I believe he could use some fortification. Fortification? In what regard? Xiaobo inquired. In every regard, Sheng Xia replied, not perceiving the deeper implications in Xiaobo's words, as her thoughts were elsewhere. Initially, she had not connected the two disparate safety incidents, but after listening to Li Xingyan's analysis, she couldn't help but feel that something was indeed amiss. If her conjecture proved accurate, then the adversary's target was none other than Li Xingyan himself. Is this matter orchestrated by the enigmatic benefactor behind Ji Jiaming? Or is there another party involved? Why are there so many who wish to see Li Xingyan meet his demise? After giving instructions to the kitchen Xiaobo noticed Sheng Xia nestled on the sofa with a pillow, deep in contemplation. Xiaobo, are you busy? Sheng Xia suddenly inquired, directing her gaze towards him. No. Not busy, what's the matter? Xiaobo replied, bemused by the peculiar thoughts that seemed to occupy her mind. Could you sit here and chat with me for a while? I don't feel like exercising today, Sheng Xia said glumly. What could be wrong with that? It's just that I've grown older, and my thoughts no longer keep pace with yours. I hope you don't find me bothersome. I would never think so. Madam Li. Are you feeling down today? Xiaobo asked with concern. Yes, Sheng Xia replied, her voice heavy. You surely haven't seen the news today, have you? Xiaobo shook his head. Being of advanced age, he preferred listening to traditional opera and had little interest in current events. No wonder. Today, Li Xingyan nearly encountered a grave incident. I was almost frightened to death. Li Yi nearly faced a calamity? Upon hearing this, Xiaobo felt a jolt of apprehension. I rushed over as soon as I received the news, and fortunately, I was able to avert a disaster in time. Initially, I believed it might have been a natural calamity, but it appears there could be an element of foul play involved. Someone intends to harm Li Yi? Worry etched itself onto Xiaobo's face. Perhaps, though we currently lack definitive information. However, what I wish to share with you now is not this, but... The voice of midsummer is muffled and laden with grievance. Despite my timely arrival, which averted this calamity, I still find myself enveloped in sorrow. Why are you sad? Uncle Xia inquired. Midsummer shook her head. I do not know. It pains me to think that Li Xingyan has exerted himself so diligently, leading a group to resurrect the Li family, engaging in charitable deeds, and yet there are still those who wish him harm, who seek his life. The mere thought of this troubles me deeply, yet I do not wish to manifest my feelings before him. Upon hearing Midsummer's words, Uncle Xia's expression softened. Child. You feel sorrow for Master Li because you care for him. It is this empathy that arises from your concern. Chapter 89, an unquenchable curiosity towards him care? Midsummer paused, momentarily taken aback. She could distinguish the difference between concern and care. Indeed. When you rushed out with the medical kit, your face was ashen, at that moment. I had no idea what had transpired. If Master Li knew how worried you were for him, it would surely bring him joy. How could he possibly be joyful? He berated me quite harshly today, Midsummer murmured. He berated you? Uncle Xia pondered, then perhaps you did something that caused him concern, otherwise, Master Li would not. It was merely my impatience that nearly led to an accident, but I had my reasons. I saved his life, and yet he remains so harsh towards me. Nearly having an accident? Then it is understandable, he replied. In the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia pouted. Xiaobo. You have no idea how mercilessly Xingyan was during my training. If it weren't for my thick skin, I would have surely dug my own grave. Xiaobo chuckled heartily. Ah, Mrs. Li. Sheng Xia interjected. Xiaobo, there are no outsiders here. When it's just the two of us at home. Please don't be so formal. Xiaobo nodded appreciatively. My dear, it is precisely because Master Li cares for you that he is so strict. If it were someone else, he wouldn't bother at all. Just think, aside from scolding you, hasn't he also reminded you to be cautious? Sheng Xia conceded, that may be true. But he shouldn't reprimand me so harshly. My parents never treated me like that. My dear, if you truly understood Master Li, you would empathize with his feelings. Xiaobo advised. Reflecting on Li Xingyan's words from earlier, Sheng Xia inquired, it seems that Li Xingyan is not well regarded in the Li family. He must have endured considerable hardship as a child, right? Upon hearing this, Xiaobo's gaze dimmed slightly as he recalled Master Li's instructions. After a moment's contemplation, he replied. The Li family is vast and prosperous. How much hardship could Master Li have faced? He merely lacked a mother's protection, having lost her love at a young age. As he grew up, he didn't quite align with the later matriarch's temperament, and having spent so many years studying abroad, his character has become rather reclusive. Sheng Xia nodded absent-mindedly, recognizing the pain of losing a mother and the diminished attention from a father who had since welcomed a new child. He left home to study at what age? Probably around 8, Xiaobo estimated. 8? How young? Was he able to take care of himself? In relation to this matter, Sheng Xia had never heard Li Xingyan mention it. From a young age, Master Li had always been commendable, excelling during his 7 years abroad. Upon returning to the country, He continued his studies, but after the Li family's troubles arose, he was called upon in a moment of crisis, participating in company affairs at the tender age of 19. At 19, many still live under the protective wings of their parents, while Li Xingyan took on such heavy responsibilities. No wonder he remarked that when he first took over the mess of the Li family business, the situation was dire. It was not merely dire. There were those within the company who defied Master Li. Just when victory in bidding seemed imminent, he was betrayed by a trusted subordinate, who absconded with the fruits of Master Li's labor and defected to a rival company. On another occasion, while returning home from a late-night overtime session with his team, their vehicle was doused in red paint, and the number of slanderous rumors spread behind his back was countless. These detractors labeled Master Li a mere faade, claiming the Li family was precariously teetering, merely dragging on in a pitiful struggle, destined to crumble under his stewardship. Listening to this, Sheng Xia furrowed her brow, biting her lip, as a strange emotion stirred within her. Subsequently, under Master Li's valiant efforts, the Li family business experienced remarkable growth. Yet one could only speculate the trials he endured in the process. Everything he achieved was earned through immense hardship, however. This was merely one of the many adversities he faced, incomparable to the tribulations that lay ahead. Sheng Xia, intrigued, inquired what further blows could possibly await him. After the resurgence of the Li family, had not Li Xingyan's prestige in Jincheng only increased? His current prowess continued to grow, which surely provoked envy and malice from many. A moment of rigidity overtook Xiaobo's face. It was unfortunate that he had inadvertently revealed his emotions. "Xiaobo, please, spare me the legalities," Sheng Xia implored urgently. "The most significant blow comes from you, my dear girl," Xiaobo confessed, realizing he could no longer contain himself. "From me?" Sheng Xia pointed to herself, pondering, her face suddenly flushing. "Indeed. All this time, Mr. Li has been solely devoted to his work, never showing interest in any woman. Yet, when it comes to you, he disregards all advice and insists on marrying you. The pre-wedding rituals and the details of the ceremony were all orchestrated by him. Even the wedding ring was personally selected by him. This clearly demonstrates the level of importance he places on you." Sheng Xia murmured. Perhaps it is merely the pressure from his family for him to marry that has compelled Mr. Li to hastily wed someone he barely knows. Xiaobo must have heard about the incident in the Maldives. "Are you suggesting that Mr. Li is simply rushing to marry you to meet a quota?" Xiaobo asked, astonished. Sheng Xia nodded honestly. "Otherwise, I cannot fathom why he would choose to marry me. Over the past year, I have caused him more than enough trouble." "Trouble is an understatement," Xiaobo sighed. "Every time you find yourself in a predicament, Mr. Li is left unable to eat or sleep properly for days. There was a time he drank too much and lamented that while he has never feared the challenges of the business world, solving them one by one, when it comes to you, he feels utterly helpless." In the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia lowered her head in embarrassment. "I have come to realize that I have been unreasonable all along. It is entirely my fault. Li Xingyan is a wonderful person, he has always been good. My dear, you need not utter 1,000 flattering words before me, they pale in comparison to a single thoughtful gesture you could offer to Lord Li. Do you comprehend?" Elder Xia spoke earnestly. He regarded Li Xingyan as his own child, and witnessing his struggles brought him immense sorrow. Sheng Xia nodded heavily, assuring him, "Elder Xia, rest assured. I will treat him well." Elder Xia nodded in relief. Lord Li had endured a lonely and arduous journey, and Sheng Xia was his sole source of joy. If only this girl could come to her senses and treat him with a bit more kindness, rather than being as capricious as before, otherwise, who could withstand it? However, Sheng Xia's next words nearly caused him to spew blood in disbelief. "But what if, no matter how hard I try, I can't bring myself to love him?" Sheng Xia lamented. "Is loving Lord Li something that requires effort?" Elder Xia was utterly speechless. "My dear, do not take your blessings for granted. Do you have any idea how many beautiful young ladies outside are infatuated with Lord Li? They all claim he is, well, a walking embodiment of desire." Although Elder Xia was unaware of what desire entailed, he could surmise from the frenzied expressions of those young ladies that it was indeed a compliment. Chapter 90, the final step remaining. Sheng Xia propped her cheeks up, feeling disheartened. "He is truly exceptional, but I have only just begun to recognize his merits, haven't I? Matters of the heart should not be forced, dear Xia. Look at me now, both plump and unappealing." "But my dear, are you not currently on a weight loss journey?" Xiaobo replied. Furthermore, I doubt that Mr. Li is solely concerned with outward appearances. You have already traversed 99 steps towards him, what remains is merely that final step. Only that last step? Sheng Xia murmured to herself. Let me ask you. Would you wish to relinquish Mr. Li to another woman? The mere thought of Li Xingyan being with someone else filled Sheng Xia with a sour sense of discomfort. The feeling of losing something that once belonged to her was unsettling. She shook her head honestly. I do not wish to. Then that settles it. This indicates that you possess a certain sense of possessiveness towards Mr. Li. In truth, he is quite easy to coax. Though he may appear cold on the surface, his heart is warm beneath. If you were to show a little initiative and tenderness, he would surely be captivated by you. Xiaobo chuckled. Captivated by me? Sheng Xia echoed, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Is that truly possible? At this weight, even if I were to make advances, he might not take the bait. Besides, our relationship has yet to reach that stage. However, I could certainly extend genuine concern and gentle greetings. After all, Mr. Li has had his share of misfortune, losing his mother in childhood, starting a business as a youth, experiencing marital discord. Now at the tender age of 28 or 29. Despite his flourishing career, he must undoubtedly feel a sense of solitude at times. I could begin by winning his affection. Li Shi. As Li Xingyan just arrived at the president's office, Leng Zhan hurriedly approached to report. Sir. The explosion at the Yuhua chemical plant was caused by improper operation of the workers. The previous safety production administrator resigned, and the newly hired administrator is completely inexperienced, which led to this safety incident. Currently, our factories have conducted self-inspections and found no similar risk points. Temporary replacement of the safety production administrator? Li Xingyan's brows furrowed slightly as he swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. Yes, just a week before the incident, the plant's safety production administrator suddenly resigned. It is said that this administrator was quite experienced and had always been trusted. Apparently, there were some internal conflicts within the company, and improper handling by upper management led to the administrator's dissatisfaction, prompting a hasty resignation, Leng Zhan reported. There must be some suspicions here, let's investigate further, Li Xingyan said. Tapping the desk, his voice low yet resonant. Understood, Leng Zhan hesitated for a moment before adding, furthermore, how did Mrs. Li know that there would be an issue on that stretch of road? This matter is indeed puzzling. It seems her friends did not discover any problems in advance. She merely glanced at the news at home before suddenly driving out. The specifics may only be known to Mrs. Li herself. Noted. Li Xingyan felt an inexplicable sense of agitation as he opened the drawer to find a cigarette. Observing this, Leng Zhan quickly stepped forward, igniting the lighter and bringing it closer. However, Li Xingyan's deep gaze flicked towards the lit cigarette, releasing a faint scent of smoke. In an instant, he pressed the cigarette into the ashtray, extinguishing it. He had promised Sheng Xia he would refrain from smoking. Mr. Li, you need not trouble yourself any further. At least it is evident to everyone that Mrs. Li is quite concerned for you. Moreover, the imminent danger has already been resolved, and as for the individual behind it, do you not already have your suspicions? Mr. Li was once a smoker, having seemingly quit only before marriage. Each night preceding a significant corporate decision, Mr. Li's anxiety reaches its zenith. It is a universally acknowledged truth that after darkness, dawn will surely emerge, yet, no one knows precisely how long one must endure the shadows. The beauty and brilliance of dawn are matched only by the arduousness and torment of the night. Cold Zhan follows Li Xingyan with unwavering loyalty. Not merely due to a simple superior-subordinate relationship, but because, over the years, he has been profoundly impressed by Li Xingyan's decisiveness and personal charm. You may leave. Li Xingyan did not respond directly to Cold Zhan, instead rising from his seat and walking toward the vast glass window. Cold Zhan understood, Mr. Li wished to be alone once more. With the soft click of the closing door, only Li Xingyan remained within the room, gazing at the distant, gloomy weather. Amidst the city's ceaseless flow of traffic, he stood high above the throngs below, feeling at times as insignificant as an ant. Through years of navigating the complexities of the business world, Li Xingyan has mastered the rules for survival in this domain. Reaching this point in his journey, in a sense, it is as if fate has extended an invisible hand, incessantly urging him to expand his horizons. Despite his elevated status, possessing all that an ordinary person might desire, wealth, position, Power, life continues to present its share of unexpected challenges and disappointments. As of today, within a certain realm, there exists no formidable adversary to surpass. Save for the near occurrence of a traffic accident that serves as a reminder, the more resplendent his aura, the greater the number of those who lurk in the shadows, seeking to harm him. A sense of melancholic desolation envelopes him as Li Xingyan stands by the window, lost in thought for an extended period. It is only when a text message chimes that his reverie is disrupted. Li Xingyan, will you be home for dinner today? I've had the kitchen prepare your favorite dishes. The clouded turmoil within Li Xingyan's heart is abruptly pierced by this exceedingly mundane message. Allowing a faint glimmer of sunlight to break through the overcast sky, sufficient to guide him out of the recent gloom. Sheng Xia lounges on the sofa in the sweltering summer heat, the television flickering in the background. Yet her thoughts are far removed from the screen as she frequently glances at her phone. Is Li Xingyan particularly busy? Why hasn't he replied to her message yet? It has been a full 2.5 minutes since she sent it. As the notification sound resonates, Sheng Xia's eyes brighten. She picks up her phone and opens the message, reading, "I'll be home by 7. With a lively spirit, she turns to Xiaobei, exclaiming, "I told you so. He will definitely come home for dinner tonight." Before Xiaobei can respond, Sheng Xia glances at her attire and murmurs to herself, "Does this outfit make me look heavier? I can't help but feel that this dress is a bit constricting when I sit down. And as for my hairstyle, while the bun is refreshing, it seems to do nothing to enhance the shape of my face. The lipstick I applied earlier doesn't appear as natural as the shade I used last time. Xiaobei, which do you think looks better, the tomato red or the mauve?" Xiaobo shook his head like a rattle, lamenting, "I have grown old and can no longer keep pace with the rhythm of the younger generation. However, perhaps Lord Li certainly would not appreciate that dreadful tomato hue, would he? How could one use rotten tomatoes to create lipstick? Lord Li is quite particular." In the sweltering summer. Chapter 91, An outburst of inner turmoil. "I suppose I should opt for a more refreshing makeup look. I must not appear overly ostentatious." Sheng Xia mused to herself as she ascended the stairs. Watching her retreating figure, Xiaobo felt perplexed once more. Wasn't this girl concerned about her inability to love Lord Li? Now, in her infatuated state, how did she differ from those women who were fervently enamored with him? Perhaps she was unaware that Lord Li had gradually nestled into her heart. It would be beneficial for her to realize her mistake. Yet it was unfortunate that her mind seemed a tad unhinged. She appeared relatively normal during the day, but come nightfall. Alas! Just last night she had spoken in her sleep, claiming she was once again plagued by nightmares. Sheng Xia entered the fitting room and tried on several outfits before reluctantly deciding on a black floral dress. Lately, she had predominantly worn black attire. Yearning to experiment with different colors, yet, after much deliberation, only black seemed to flatter her figure and conceal her excess weight. However, while changing, she noticed a significant reduction in the flab around her waist. Adorned in black, her appearance seemed uniformly plump. "Enough of this. It's infuriating," she exclaimed, dismayed by her own reflection. She felt a surge of frustration toward herself, wishing she could seize her former self from a year ago and give her a sound thrashing. Gaining weight is all too easy, but shedding it is a formidable challenge. When Li Xingyan returned to Jinyuan, Sheng Xia was just descending from the second floor. She was clad in a floral dress, her long, wavy hair cascading over her shoulders. Today, she wore no makeup apart from a touch of lipstick, exuding an aura of vitality. Adorning her feet were a pair of crystal high heels, which she gracefully navigated down the stairs. With an air of poise, she descended step by step, and upon catching sight of Li Xingyan, her demeanor became even more pronounced. Internally, she was bolstering her confidence, reminding herself that this ensemble epitomized the trending socialite style online. So what if she was a bit plump? She could still adorn herself with elegance and grace, appearing noble and refined. Just as Li Xingyan had changed into his shoes, a yelp escaped Sheng Xia's lips. She had twisted her ankle on the excessively high heel. In an instant, her previous composure vanished, and in frustration, she kicked off the offending crystal shoe, padding down the stairs barefoot. The man chuckled softly, his gaze shifting towards the maid standing nearby. Before long, a pair of slippers was presented to Sheng Xia. Slipping into them, she placed her hands on her hips and approached Li Xingyan, indignantly demanding, "What are you laughing at? Haven't you ever twisted your ankle? Is it really necessary to revel in my misfortune?" Standing beside them, Xiaobo awkwardly covered his face, thinking that if she intended to play the part of the demure lady, she ought to commit fully to it. With such a tomboyish demeanor, what man would take a liking to her? Did you see me reveling in your misfortune? Li Xingyan replied, his deep-set eyes glinting with a playful mockery unlike any he had shown before. I distinctly heard your laughter just now, he added, and yet you deny it. Sheng Xia retorted, pondering why, after rehearsing so many times in her room, she stumbled at the crucial moment in front of Li Xingyan. Li Xingyan's gaze appraised her from head to toe and remarked, this outfit does seem rather fitting. In the sweltering summer, she shyly pressed her lips together, reluctant to reveal a smile, only to hear his unceremonious critique moments later. However, this doesn't quite align with your character. Do you believe you can master such a style? Li Xingyan's tone was light and airy. It was precisely because of his unhurried cadence and indifferent demeanor that her frustration intensified. What is wrong with my character? She retorted, her agitation palpable. In the midst of their conversation, Li Xingyan had already taken his seat at the dining table. Like a rabbit sprung from the brush, she thought. Meaning she was anything but reserved, merely creating a commotion, entirely devoid of any semblance of a socialite's grace. She was akin to Dongshi imitating Shizi, a parrot mimicking speech. Striving for distinction yet rendering herself loathsome, crude, and unrefined, an eyesore in every attire, resembling a beggar on the street. Even if she were not to demand anything from him, he would still look down upon her, dismissing her as beneath him, repulsed by the thought of her tarnishing his reputation before storming out. Was he now unable to maintain his facade? Had he finally revealed his true self? This was how he perceived her, and was he now regretting their marriage? If only he could turn back time to a year ago, he would undoubtedly choose to annul their engagement, would he not? Even now. Did he not yearn to divorce her at once? Then, he would seek out a woman of higher education, a splendid figure, and exquisite temperament to wed. And when she faced the tribulations of life, that woman would confront her, mockingly labeling her a complete loser. Otherwise, she could not fathom his recent disparaging words and actions. Li Xingyan, you were the one who instigated this, she asserted. It was you who coerced me into marrying you from the very beginning. Now, after a year, you wish to return me? Do you truly believe such a fortunate turn of events exists? Li Xingyan exhibited an expression akin to that of a madman, as if he were on the verge of donning a white coat. How could he be so irrational even before sleep? Even if you wish to divorce now, I shall not acquiesce, Sheng Xia declared, filling her bowl with soup and gulping it down in one go. It was hardly her fault that her inner turmoil was so pronounced. She was infuriated. After spending so long dressing up and rehearsing, Li Xingyan offered no compliments whatsoever. Only scorn. Did I just mention divorce? Li Xingyan nearly questioned whether his recent lack of sleep had rendered him delirious, causing him to utter words without awareness. You did not mention it, yet it bears little difference from doing so. Sheng Xia tugged at her attire, stating, this dress was purchased by you. And now you claim I cannot pull it off, are you implying I am overweight? I did not say that, Li Xingyan replied, pinching the bridge of his nose in an attempt to explain the recent oddities in her behavior. Did you not? Is that truly so? Sheng Xia strode boldly to Li Xingyan, resting a hand on the back of his chair and leaning in with fierce intensity. Glaring at him, I have just consumed soup and have not wiped my mouth. If you dare, kiss me, and I shall believe you. In the fleeting moment of her sudden proximity, a flush of crimson spread across Li Xingyan's face, reaching to the back of his ears. Uncle Xia turned away, unable to bear the sight. If she advanced any further, was this girl not being too audacious? Speak, openly reject me. Sheng Xia, noticing his silence, leaned in even closer. Her nose nearly brushed against the tip of his, and gazing at him from such proximity, the faint youthfulness around his eyelids and the depth of his gaze captivated her entirely. She rested a hand on his shoulder, and under the soft glow of the lights, they were so close that she could discern the fine stubble on his face, causing her breath to quicken. I am not joking. You still have time to regret it. If I truly kissed you, she stammered, issuing a playful threat. Yet there was no hint of retreat in Li Xingyan's eyes as he met her gaze, her visage reflected within his pupils. Sheng Xia couldn't help but marvel at this man's remarkable composure. Despite his apparent aversion to germs, he remained unperturbed, not revealing a trace of disdain in her presence. I must remind you, I just had a bowl of soup without wiping my mouth, so I am going to kiss you, she retorted defiantly. her face already flushed crimson. "The food is getting cold," he murmured, his voice low, urging her forward. "If you wish to kiss, do it quickly." Chapter 92, Her Intimacy. Do it quickly. Li Xingyan's voice was laced with magnetism, filled with 1,000 temptations. Time seemed to stand still as Sheng Xia felt her heart racing wildly. The skin where her hand rested on his shoulder felt almost scalding, the heat between them intensifying. Her gaze inexplicably fell upon his thin lips, and memories of their past kisses flooded her mind, the kiss at the swimming pool, the drunken indiscretion, the standoff after an argument. The panic during their escape, the hysteria of their farewell, all these recollections converged, exploding in her mind like a vivid tapestry. In the height of summer, she comprehended the goodness of this individual, recognized her own delight in this rebirth, and understood the rarity of all that she presently possessed. Each element appearing as a divine gift bestowed upon her. Why hesitate to steal a kiss when retreating serves no purpose? This was merely a game she played. One that was on the verge of conclusion. A cold sound slipped from Li Xingyan's lips. "What, unable to play anymore?" Before the words could fully resonate, a gentle fragrance enveloped him, and the soft sensation upon his lips rendered his elongated eyes momentarily frozen. He beheld the young woman leaning in, eyes closed, devoutly offering her crimson lips. She likely felt nervous as well, otherwise, how could her thick lashes flutter so delicately? Their lips merely brushed together, devoid of superfluous movements or practiced techniques, yet it was enough to leave Li Xingyan entranced by her beauty. In that instant, silence reigned supreme. In that moment, the air was saturated with sweetness. All the indignation from being covertly undermined in the business world over the past year, the trivial grievances that had marred her mood, and the discontent within her marriage, all were inexplicably dispelled. It was as if everything was effortlessly healed, without justification. Despite Sheng Xia's attempts to maintain her composure, her lips trembled uncontrollably, his breath trailing closely behind her, impossible to ignore, especially when their gazes met. She found herself inevitably drawn into the depths of his stare. Startled, she straightened abruptly. How could this kiss feel both interminable and fleeting? "Just kiss me, why make it seem like I'm afraid?" Sheng Xia feigned nonchalance, attempting to mask her embarrassment. Li Xingyan's gaze flickered with a brief intensity, yet he observed the young woman's face flush crimson like an apple, swiftly returning to her seat. What was amiss today? He had merely exchanged a few casual words with her, and she had erupted in indignation. His tone remained unruffled. Why could she not maintain her composure? It was she who had initiated the kiss. Why did it feel as though she were the one ensnared by temptation? Sheng Xia both envied Li Xingyan's self-restraint and resented his calm demeanor. Why was it that only her heart raced like a drum, rendering her incapable of thinking of anything else, her mind consumed by memories of their past intimate moments, where he had repeatedly whispered sweet nothings into her ear? "Everyone else may disdain me, but you are not permitted to do so, do you understand?" Sheng Xia pouted defiantly. Upon hearing this, the previously playful Li Xingyan's smile faded, his expression turning grave. "If I were to express my disdain for you, would you believe I could? What would you do to me?" she retorted. "Are you threatening me?" Sheng Xia picked up a piece of fish, savoring it. "I am not afraid of your threats. If they held any weight, I would have perished 10 times over by now." Li Xingyan's muscles tensed at her words. Recently, the girl had grown increasingly audacious, honing in on his vulnerabilities. She picked up more fish, deftly removing the bones, creating a small mountain in her bowl. "You like it, this entire fish is yours. When has Jing Yuan ever deprived you of food?" Li Xingyan maintained his stoic expression. Sheng Xia mimicked his silence, independently ladling some fish sauce over the tender meat before tasting it. With a contented squint, she acknowledged the chef's elevated skill in preparing fish. After speaking, Sheng Xia picked up her bowl and generously transferred some of the fish to Li Xingyan's bowl, saying, "Ah Yan, you should try some too. Those engaged in prolonged mental exertion ought to consume more. Fish is excellent for nourishing the brain." Li Xingyan gazed at the fish in his bowl, his icy demeanor slowly thawing like the winter frost under the gentle caress of spring. Xiaobo interjected, "Madam Li, you may not be aware, but Master Li has never been fond of fish." Sheng Xia replied, "Not having tried it doesn't equate to a refusal. Li Xingyan is particularly meticulous about dining etiquette. Picking out fish bones can be quite tedious. However, there are those who simply do not mind such tasks. Perhaps Li Xingyan is one of those individuals." Xiaobo added, Master Li excels at everything he undertakes, it is unlikely he would be incapable of removing fish bones. Regardless of his abilities, he now has me by his side. If he prefers not to waste time on such matters, I can assist him with it. With that, Sheng Xia flashed a sweet smile at Li Xingyan, asking, wouldn't you agree? Ah Yan? Xiaobo contemplated offering further clarification but soon realized he had spoken too much for the evening. Ultimately, there is nothing that could compel Master Li to consume what he does not enjoy. Even with Sheng Xia's kind intentions, he would not bend his principles for the sake of others, as it has always been his way. In response to her soft utterance of Yan, Li Xingyan raised his chopsticks and picked up a piece of fish. Xiaobo was taken aback. Master Li was actually eating the fish he had always avoided. Surely, he was merely sampling its flavor? Yet, as Li Xingyan took a bite, the sweet flavor of the fish gently dissolved in his mouth. He was accustomed to peeling shrimp for Sheng Xia, but this was the first time he savored fish filleted by her skilled hands. Is it delicious? Sheng Xia inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Li Xingyan responded softly, methodically consuming every morsel without leaving a trace. He ate in utter silence, as if food merely served the purpose of sustaining his existence. Unlike Sheng Xia, whose eyes gleamed with delight when she encountered a favored dish, devouring it like a contented cat. Xiaobo observed the striking contrast between the two and marveled at the wonders of fate, which had united these seemingly incompatible individuals as husband and wife. It appeared that Li was more concerned about Sheng Xia than he had initially thought. Li Xingyan, if you enjoy eating, I will always be here to deb one fish for you. Sheng Xia said, narrowing her eyes playfully. Men don't typically deb one fish, it's hardly amusing. I have plenty of things I am not adept at as well. Xiaobo mused that, in truth, Li had once enjoyed fish, having learned to deb one it in his youth. Moreover, the bones of sea fish were not particularly numerous. However, due to certain past events, he had refrained from consuming fish for over 20 years. Perhaps only Sheng Xia could coax him to release his reservations and embrace what he had deliberately set aside. Li Xingyan, do you know? I am very happy today. Sheng Xia's voice was especially sincere, bursting forth sweetly, because you are safe and sound at this moment. Chapter 93, you cannot beneath the resplendent crystal chandelier. As Sheng Xia uttered those words, her eyes shimmered with reflected light, akin to a vessel brimming with twinkling stars. The contours of the man's face softened gradually from their previous tautness, yet he retorted with a certain stiffness, who taught you such words? Lately, it seemed as though she had transformed into a different person. Not only had she ceased to harbor disdain for him, but she also drew ever closer. Her words imbued with a sweetness reminiscent of honey. Who taught me? Could it not simply be the truth that resides within my heart? Sheng Xia murmured. Just look at the photographs circulating online, and you'll grasp the enormity of the pit on Haoshan Avenue. If a vehicle were to plunge into it, survival would be a mere stroke of fortune. Do you not feel any trepidation? I have never feared what has yet to transpire, Li Xingyan replied coolly. But I do fear. The mere thought of you being harmed fills me with anxiety, Sheng Xia declared earnestly, setting down her utensils. Li Xingyan, you are the cornerstone of this family, you must remain unscathed, do you understand? Tsk, behold, this little mouth certainly knows how to articulate, Xiaobo mused, watching as Sheng Xia transitioned from suspicion to admiration. With her eloquence, who could possibly resist her charm? No wonder Master Li was so readily swayed by her. Devoid of limits or principles. Just as Sheng Xia anticipated that Li Xingyan might disregard her once more, she was met with a low, rumbling response, I forgot to mention that my vehicle has been custom modified to be bulletproof. Even if I were to fall into that abyss, I would not be rendered incapacitated. Li Xingyan concluded his meal, tapping lightly on the tabletop with one hand. What do you mean by that? In the sweltering summer, with squinted eyes, I gradually began to ponder your words. You mean to say that even if I had not arrived on time back then, you would have been just fine? Which implies that my presence was superfluous? Sheng Xia's heart, which had just begun to relax, tightened once more. Ah, Li Yi, girls require a bit of coaxing. Just look at the words you've uttered. No wonder, after a year, you have yet to successfully win the heart of the fair maiden. It is not entirely accurate to say so. Li Xingyan's gaze was profound, and his voice carried a hint of tenderness. At the very least, you saved the lives of others. This statement, though not a compliment, surpassed all accolades in its significance. A warmth surged within Sheng Xia, causing her eyelashes to flutter delicately. I merely did what I ought to do. Behind every individual lies a family. Preventing accidents means saving families, even if just a few. In the future, do not engage in such reckless endeavors. Li Xingyan's tone was not one of negotiation, but rather an order. Why is that? Were you not the one who stated at the charity gala that as human beings, we should not solely focus on personal gain, but strive to make efforts to change the world, no matter how minuscule those efforts may seem? I can, but you cannot, Li Xingyan replied with a furrowed brow. How can I not? Are we not the same? It is merely that your abilities are greater, while mine are lesser. A twinge of grievance stirred within Sheng Xia. She deeply yearned for Li Xingyan's affirmation. If sacrificing you could save 100 lives, should I then allow you to proceed? The shadow enveloping Li Xingyan seemed to reach its zenith, and a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. After a few seconds, he finally regained his composure. In the sultry summer, Sheng Xia felt a slight haze enveloping her. She could faintly discern that Li Xingyan's anger stemmed from concern for her. Yet, she was somewhat befuddled. For at times her intellect seemed to falter, particularly in the presence of Li Xingyan. She found it challenging to extract definitive answers from his words unless he expressed himself with unequivocal certainty. Her attempts to read others' thoughts proved futile in his company. By the time she regained her composure, Li Xingyan had ascended the staircase, leaving her with nothing but a solitary silhouette. You can confide in me about any perilous matters. I will endeavor to assist you. He paused momentarily before vanishing around the corner of the stairs. What did he mean by that? Sheng Xia murmured to herself, her heart racing. She was bewildered by her own feelings. Despite her aversion to being subservient, she found herself inexplicably eager to please Li Xingyan. Strangely, she bore no resentment towards this aspect of herself. Li Ye's intentions are crystal clear, my dear. He wishes to shield you from any danger, as he has always done. Hasn't he? Uncle Xia remarked, giving Sheng Xia 2 thumbs up. Tonight, her performance could be deemed exemplary in the realm of romance. Every word she uttered was akin to a lesson in love. Uncle Xia, do you think Li Xingyan treats only me this way, or if he were to marry another, would he extend the same effort to protect her? Sheng Xia pondered aloud. Oh dear, stop inundating me with questions, it gives me a headache. If you wish to know, simply ask Li Yi yourself. I dare not, Sheng Xia confessed candidly. Dare to kiss, yet hesitate to inquire? What kind of mentality is this? After all these years, I have never encountered such a notion. Sheng Xia's face flushed crimson at the thought of her recent boldness in initiating a kiss with Li Xingyan, as though she desired to draw closer to him. Even she, Summer Beau, felt her behavior was rather frivolous. She wondered if Li Xingyan might. Alas, time was slipping away, and she decided to head to the gym on the 3rd floor. With a forced smile, Sheng Xia ascended the staircase, her fingers involuntarily brushing against her lips, as if the heat of that kiss lingered still. For a full half-hour, the warmth on her face refused to subside, leaving her feeling as though she were walking on clouds. Wasn't Li Xingyan fastidious about cleanliness? Why did he not push her away when she kissed him? Was he afraid she would seize upon his weaknesses, accusing him of disdain? Why did she find herself not at all averse to the contact with Li Xingyan? On the contrary, her thoughts were consumed by this incident, and she chastised herself for such preoccupations. It was only upon receiving a message from Ji Jiaming that she forced herself to emerge from her tumultuous thoughts. Xia Xia, do not forget the agreement we made. This is our only opportunity to escape from